I want as much of the snappy thing. I want one of those for the house. Did you, in fact, write ASP.NET MVC single-handedly on an airplane and then land and then hand it to people and say, here, I've written MVC?
No, not entirely.
Not entirely.
Not entirely. There were 2 or 3 airplanes, though. I think someone back in 2000 at the first, what we called PDC, where we released it, would still recognize a lot of the good elements of .NET that we think of today. And at the same time, I love the fact that we've evolved it so that it's not just the same thing that it was 25 years ago. And there's a whole bunch of new goodness that's been added over the years.
The idea that we were able to run the .NET migration and modernization tool on a 20-year-old code base and bring it to the future. I could write stuff in C# 20, 25 years ago, reapproach that code base today, and take it anywhere, even on devices that didn't exist, is one of the most exciting things to me about .NET.
The embrace of Linux, the embrace of cloud, the embrace of open source. There's a whole community of developers that wanted something that wasn't an IDE, and wanted command line, and wanted more of a lightweight code editor, and wanted multi-platform.
I love throwing fun things out. I was told by Scott you're allowed 1 reboot in your career.
And we managed to not get fired doing it.
Thank you for keeping the flame alive.
Don't hit stop. This is all good stuff. Hey friends, welcome to .NET Conf. I'm Scott Hanselman, Vice President of Developer Community, coming to you live here at Microsoft in Redmond, Washington. Over the next 3 days, we're going to hear from our team, from partners, and from you, the .NET community, about what's new in .NET and all the amazing things that people are building with .NET today to meet their needs of tomorrow. Now, as you probably know, our goal with .NET is to build a complete development platform that developers love, that businesses trust. It hopefully enables developers to build modern apps with a high-performance runtime, best-in-class programming languages and development tools, and a vast and vibrant ecosystem that is powered by all the amazing developers like you around the world. We, the team, want to thank you for all the energy that you're putting into supporting and sustaining the community and just generally building epic things. Let's take a second and let's look at our incredible adoption. The momentum is bananas. We see over 7 million .NET developers using the Visual Studio family of products monthly. And since open sourcing .NET, we've had over 290,000 pull requests merged to .NET repositories from the community, with over 23,000 pull requests merged to .NET 10 alone. And more than 68,000 people have contributed code and filed issues to make .NET what it is today. So kudos to you, absolutely incredible. And since 2020, .NET has been one of the highest velocity open source projects. And velocity, it's a cloud native computing CNCF metric that tracks open source project activity. And C# is consistently ranked in the top 5 programming languages on GitHub. Pretty fantastic. Now, .NET powers lots of the products and services here at Microsoft as well. And a lot of these really rely on .NET performance improvements from release to reduce cost and to increase scale. There's a couple of big call-outs, like Bing. They have been running on .NET 10 release candidates in a couple of their data centers, and they've seen really noticeable improvements on their P90 latency. That's the idea that 90% of their requests meet a certain latency metric. And there are no blockers, and they're going to be rolling out .NET 10 soon. Now, Xbox Gaming Copilot, they actually use the entire .NET stack. They use Microsoft extensions for AI, Orleans, Aspire, and the MCP C# SDK to build their AI-powered assistant. Another good one is Copilot Studio. It's actually a Blazor WebAssembly app. It uses the MCP C# SDK. We're going to talk a little bit about MCP later in the keynote, and a lot more in the sessions later today. Now, it's not only just teams here at Microsoft, but companies all over the world that trust .NET every day. Chipotle mentioned, to power their businesses. You're going to hear from some of them during the conference and how they're building some of their incredible apps with .NET. So thanks to all of these friends for the great work that they're doing. Now, with that, I am excited and honored and thrilled to announce that the best version of .NET yet is out. .NET 10 is released and available today. So go download now. I'll wait here. Are we all? We're good? We upgraded? Is everyone excited? There's also a new version of C#, C# 14, with improved performance up and down the stack. It's got a ton of new features to help you build for today and for tomorrow's apps. Another thing worth noting is that .NET 10 is also a long-term support release, which means that you get free support and patches for 3 years. Also releasing general availability today is Visual Studio 2026. This is the flagship IDE. It's faster, it's smarter, it's more connected than ever, and it's also optimized for .NET 10, which comes in right out of the box. And we're going to keep improving VS 2026 through monthly feature updates. It's also got a nice visual refresh, a modern look and feel. It's going to let you focus on the code. You've got GitHub Copilot capabilities for profiling, testing, and modernization that you're going to see today built in as well. Visual Studio 2026 also available right now, so go download it. I also want to thank everyone that helped us build .NET 10, contributed to our repositories, and I want to highlight some of our partners. These are partners with really significant contributions to .NET 10 and the whole ecosystem. And this includes distro maintainers and security partners like Red Hat, Canonical, and IBM. Software partners helping us build .NET MAUI and its core components. Shout out to our friends Syncfusion and Uno platform, as well as hardware partners like AMD and Intel for contributing to the core of .NET with low-level hardware intrinsics, helping us enable significant performance improvements for computationally intensive tasks like AI workloads. And then our buddies at Samsung for their work on instruction set architecture, doing a bring up for RISC-V and ARM, preparing .NET for a future that is bright. Also, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for all the contributors that have made incredible improvements to .NET for the .NET 10 release. I hope you see yourself in the matrix of faces here, because we couldn't do it without you. You can go to thanks.dot.net to look for your name and your contributions as well. Now, I've been doing this a long time, and since the release of .NET Framework 4.8, Microsoft has transformed .NET into a really efficient, cross-platform runtime, and the performance gains are order of magnitude. Through a decade of layered investments, tiered compilation, dynamic PGO, guarded devirtualization, deep refinements in the jitter, in the garbage collector, .NET 10 executes high-level C# with the efficiency of hand-tuned native code. And with .NET's new adaptive garbage collection, it's really considerably improved memory usage while improving throughput and scalability. Now, we did a test a little while back on an internal version of the Tech Empower Fortunes benchmark. This is a benchmark that compares tech stacks against a kind of a realistic app scenario that also does include data access. .NET 10 uses 93% less memory, 93% less than .NET 8. And sees a 15% increase in requests per second. Now, you can look at version to version, but if you think about the leap from .NET Framework 4.8, which some of you are still using, to .NET 10, you're going to get amazing numbers. And this is not just the result of a single breakthrough. This is a decade-long strategy that is aiming to make .NET the most performant development platform that Microsoft ever created. And we've got improvements up and down the whole stack. From the runtime up through the libraries, all the way up to higher level frameworks like ASP.NET. Those hardware intrinsics for fine-tuning vectorized implementations, bubbling up through .NET standard libraries, so that APIs just get faster every version without you having to change your code. We've got new primitives like span pervading the whole stack, enabling safe code with low allocation and high throughput. And for organizations, the point of this work is that it translates into faster time to results. Oftentimes, without you touching a line of application code, things just get better. And upgrading to .NET 10 is not just a feature update. Okay? This is a performance windfall that I think redefines what you should expect from a managed runtime. If you've ever seen Stephen Toub's posts on performance. He's been chronicling this incredible journey on our blog. These blog posts are so long, they may crash your browser with all of their goodness. There is a ton of amazing stuff in our new secure, fast, and future-ready .NET 10. I'm just going to call out a couple here and look at the slides. You've got those runtime improvements that we talked about. There's going to be file-based apps. We'll see a demo of that a little later with publish support, native AOT. The container support in .NET is absolutely fantastic. We've got great new stuff happening in .NET MAUI and EF Core, security improvements all the way through, and then goodness in ASP.NET Core with passkeys. And there's so much more on this slide. I could go for another 10 or 15 minutes. But there's also C# 14. C# 14 introduces a ton of new features, enhancements, that'll help you write faster, more extensible, and more elegant code. These are a couple of my faves. Null conditional assignment, look at that. Customer with a question mark. Null conditional assignment, very convenient, less code, more expressive. You've got field-backed properties right there. And then extension members. Those are my top 3 faves. We've also got other ones as well we're going to learn about over the next couple of days. Now here's a startup company that took a bet on C#. Tracebit. They're a B2B SaaS security product, and their CEO did a whole blog about why they chose C# for its productivity, for stability, and more. I think it's cool. It's pretty great to see C# being used and loved by all businesses, including startups like Tracebit. Now, before we get to demos that show off C# 14 and .NET 10, I want to bring Maddy, product manager for Aspire, out. And they're also releasing a new version today.
Thank you, Scott. Amid everything we shipped this year, one .NET product has really taken on a life of its own. We first showed .NET Aspire here at .NET Conf 2 years ago as a way to turn on the things .NET has had for years. Logging, OpenTelemetry, resiliency, service discovery, all these building blocks that were already there, Aspire just brought them together to work seamlessly right out of the box. With Aspire, you define your distributed app in C#. So that's your web apps, your APIs, your databases, your queues, your front ends, all modeled with strongly typed code and full IntelliSense. Instead of juggling scripts and multiple startup projects and connection strings, you just run and debug the whole thing locally with a single F5, and then you can deploy to the cloud without changing a line. As Aspire gained momentum, teams started asking, can we plug in a JavaScript front end or a Python inference script? And the answer quickly became yes. So we did a bit of a rebrand. We're not .NET Aspire anymore, we're just Aspire. But it's still built with .NET, from the native AOT CLI to the Blazor dashboard that visualizes it all. And it's easy to extend with integrations, which are NuGet packages written in C# that light up diagnostics, config, and more for your app in any stack. The app host and CLI define and run your stack, integrations connect any service or language, and the dashboard gives you a live view of every log, endpoint, trace, and environment variable, all wired up automatically for .NET apps. Then you can deploy it all in one shot with Aspire itself or as part of your existing workflow. Alongside .NET 10, we shipped Aspire 13 today, which, you guessed it, is our biggest release yet. This version takes that same code-first experience and makes it feel right at home across stacks. So now you can model and run apps with JavaScript and Python just as easily as you can with .NET. So if you've been looking for a way to get your non-.NET friends to finally give .NET a chance, now is a pretty good time, especially with our CLI and makes setup even faster, and the new single file app host, which builds on .NET 10's file-based apps feature, means your entire Aspire project can live in one simple file, easy to share, build, and deploy. We've also kept iterating on and streamlined how Aspire helps with build and deployment pipelines, making it smoother than ever to go from local to cloud. And for polyglot teams, Aspire 13 adds flexible connection string management and cross-language certificate trust, so services can talk to each other securely no matter what language they're written in. The best part of Aspire is developers are already putting it to work. Trayport shared that most of what we need is available out of the box, and it's easily extendable to meet bespoke requirements, which I really think is the heart of Aspire. It's opinionated defaults that get you started fast with the flexibility to grow however you need. Built with .NET, open to everything else, Aspire 13 shipped today alongside .NET 10, and it's ready for you to try right now. But This is .NET Conf, not Aspire Conf, although stay tuned. So I'm going to bring in Damian and Safia to show you some of the latest .NET 10 features and how Aspire actually builds on top of them. Ready, Damian?
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Well, good morning. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, so let's have a look at some code for the first time today. It wasn't that long ago that the first C# app that you wrote looked a little bit like this. This is a traditional console app that you might see in Visual Studio. We've been working over the last few years within .NET and C# to try and simplify the C# experience, especially for new users. Some of you may still have C# apps that look like this, and that's totally fine. There's obviously nothing wrong with this, but I think we can all appreciate that trying to simplify the experience, especially for new users or when you just have simple applications, is something we can all appreciate. So we've made a lot of progress on this over the last few years. We've managed to get rid of namespace declarations when they're not required. You don't even have to have your static void main on a class called program anymore using C# top-level statements. In .NET 10, we're introducing the next phase of this simplification called file-based apps. So I'm going to switch over to Visual Studio Code, my editor of choice for today. And you can see over here there are no project files. In fact, all I'm working with to start with is an empty CS file. And so as a new user to C#, generally what you might do in your first type of application is go ahead and do hello world. So I can just start typing hello world, and Copilot's going to help me out there. I don't have a message yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and say hello world, and that's it. I've got my first application ready to go. If I want to run this application now, I can go to the command line and I can say .NET run hello.cs, and the application will compile and run. In fact, I can just say .NET hello.cs. I don't even have to use the run if I don't want to, which is great. As I get exposed to new language features, as I want to use them, I can just bring them into this application as I go. So now I could say, hey, let's declare a message. I'm going to go ahead and use the implicit args variable, and I'll just use that like so. And instead of saying C# over here, I'll just say world, and then we're going to come back in here and we'll use an interpolated string like it first wanted me to put that message in here. So now as I'm learning the language, we can start bringing those aspects of the code into this application. And then of course, if I go over and run that now and I say .NET Conf, we should be able to see I can say hello.NET Conf. Now I can do more in these types of applications as well. I can use the new #: directives at the top of the file here to bring in NuGet packages, or to set build properties like so. Or for complicated applications, I can even change the entire SDK that I'm using. Now, that's actually something that Aspire is doing with its new single file app host that Maddy mentioned. Here's an example of an Aspire app host project based on .NET 10 using file-based apps. And so you can see here the SDK is being set to use the Aspire app host SDK. It's bringing in 2 Aspire hosting integrations from NuGet packages, one for organizing JavaScript and one for organizing Python. And then I can very simply coordinate and set up my app here using C#. And I really like the idea of using C# to organize Python and JavaScript. If I go over to this C# 14 file here, this is a slightly more complicated version of my first Hello World app that I created before. And I'm using some new C# 14 features that we saw Scott mention in his talk just before. I've got this console.useColor method that you may not have seen before because it literally just exists in this file. And then I've also got this console.sayHello and this message.ANSI-colorize. So how did they come to be? Well, I'm using C# 14's extension members feature, which is one of my favorite features, to do this. So I've got my console extensions class here. I'm using the new extension keyword to expand the console class with these new static methods. Now, we've been able to do static extension methods in C# for a while now, but this new syntax has a few more tricks up its sleeves. Not just static methods now. If I go down to my string ANSI extensions class here, you can see I'm actually creating instance methods as extensions on top of instances of a string. So I've got this ANSI colorize method here, which will actually randomly colorize the letters inside the string that you pass to it. And so now if I go back to the command line and I run my C# 14 file here, you can see now I've got green, and then it's randomizing the colors of the C# 14 string that's been passed in there. Now, another thing that we were very aware of when we built this feature is we want to make it very seamless to move from file-based apps to traditional projects when you get to the point of needing the types of features that those projects support. So I can do that very simply from the command line. I can say .NET project convert, and I'll convert my C#14 CS. It asks me what directory I want to put it in. I'll go with the default there. And now I can see I've got that C#14 directory. And if I go inside there, you can see now I have a regular project, and all my code has been migrated over there without any problem. So there you go.
That was great.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent.
File-based apps, probably my favorite .NET 10 feature. There are a lot, but that was good. Crisp live demo.
Thank you very much.
And the best part about the CS Proj is you can open it up in VS 2026.
I absolutely
which
could.
shipped today.
Yep, absolutely.
Just FYI. When can I hear you talk more about file-based apps, Damian?
Yeah, so I'll be giving a talk on this tomorrow
Awesome.
morning my time. So about 25 minutes, I'll get to go through a lot more features. So tune in.
I'm excited. Okay. All right, we're going to turn it over to Safia, who's going to show us how so all of these things and some of the other new .NET features come together in a slightly more real app, which is our Aspire Fridays Bingo app. So Safia has been fixing it up. It's the same one we use on our weekly streams on the Aspire channel, which is the Aspire Fridays stream. We add Aspire to real apps. It's always a good time. But if you know the story of how the Bingo app came to be, it was a little bit vibe coded. So Safia and the team have been polishing it up. They've been adding the latest .NET 10 and ASP.NET Core and Blazor features. And it's a really good demo app because it's everything Aspire was built for. It's polyglot. It's got a JavaScript front end and a Blazor admin portal front end. It's got .NET. It's got SignalR. It's got multiple concurrent users. And it's fully deployed to the cloud with Aspire. So take it away, Safia. Let's see what you added.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, the Aspire Fridays Bingo app keeps things pretty interesting for people who are tuning in to the live stream on Fridays. Now, it's just a web app, so if people wanted to follow along with the stream on their phones, it's a little bit hard to do now, but I fixed that. I have MAUIfied the app, and I'm taking advantage of the upcoming Aspire integration for MAUI to set up my Aspire app to support simulation via a local iOS simulator. You'll notice that I've got the iOS simulator running in my Aspire dashboard right now. And if we take a peek, there's our Aspire Fridays Bingo app running right in my iOS simulator via MAUI. Pretty neat. Soon you can play the game while watching the stream on your device. Now, that's not the only improvement that we've made. To enhance this API, we've added a couple of supporting backend features. Let's take a look at the OpenAPI docs for the administrator board that we've created that lets us manage games live while they're occurring so that we can monitor how people are interacting with Bingo, who's winning, and who's got a streak going. So let's take a look at those OpenAPI docs. And right at the top, I'm going to notice one of the big new features in .NET 10, which is support for OpenAPI 3.1. Now, despite being a minor version bump, OpenAPI 3.1 is actually a major overhaul to the OpenAPI specification because it makes OpenAPI a true superset of JSON schema, which brings a ton of benefits around validation and tooling support, and it improves OpenAPI's interop across the stack. So starting in .NET 10, you'll get OpenAPI 3.1 support right out the box. There's something else going on here in my OpenAPI documentation, which is all of these fantastic descriptions that I've got on the side for my API endpoints. For example, the post endpoint for creating a new Bingo square has text descriptions that describe what the API does and what features and inputs it requires. This is supported by the fact that now XML doc comments on endpoints are automatically integrated into APIs in OpenAPI. If I take a look at my application code, I'll see that I have a bunch of XML comments on my create square handler, and these automatically appear in my OpenAPI documentation. You don't have to worry about duplicating XML and attributes in your code. What shows up in your doc comments is automatically there in your live API. All right, that's pretty neat. APIs are great, but let's take a look at the admin UI, which is implemented in Blazor. On the home page, we'll see one of the new features, which is passkey authentication support, brought in by enhancements to Blazor components and ASP.NET Core's identity APIs, which lets me log in with passkey to our admin dashboard application, all with my finger. Super neat. Once we've landed on the admin portal, it loads up pretty quickly. We'll notice that we've got a connected clients UI. This UI lets me see the clients that are connected to my application, and it loads up pretty quickly. This is all supported by the new persistent state attribute in Blazor. This attribute allows me to indicate that state should be persisted across pre-rendering, so I'm not prefetching that list when my state comes live on the client. Pretty neat. I've been working on adding a new feature to the board management, which lets me add new squares. I'm going to go ahead and try this out and commit my idea for a new square to add. I'll call this new card for now. We'll notice something interesting has happened. Validation on the client side has kicked in via Blazor to let me know that the ID that I provided is not valid. What's going on here is actually pretty neat, and to show you why it's neat, I'm going to jump back to my API backend, and we'll try and send the same request via API to a minimal API backend. So I'll go put in new card, hit send, and we'll see we get the same error back. This is supported by the new generic model validation support in ASP.NET Core, which allows frameworks to tap into an extensible validation framework that allows you to validate nested complex types from anywhere. And here it's used in Blazor and minimal APIs. I'm liking what I have so far, so I think I'm ready to deploy it. I'm going to jump over to my application and hit Aspire Deploy. This is going to take our code from my local machine to an Azure Container Apps instance, where it'll be deployed and accessible for everyone to view. Here's that running instance right there. And thanks to all of .NET's great perf characteristics, I can run more workloads on fewer containers, allowing me to save costs without compromising on performance. All of these features make it super accessible to build fast, reliable applications that are cohesive from client to cloud with .NET 10.
Yay! Thank you, Safia. That was great.
Thank you.
We will talk a little bit more about the new deployment stuff for Aspire in the Aspire session later this morning, Pacific time, afternoon, evening, middle of the night, wherever you are in the world. But we're going to turn it back to Scott now to show you just how you can take advantage of all of these new things by modernizing your app to the latest .NET and C#.
All right, good stuff. My friends, have you ever opened an old .NET app expecting a quick upgrade, only to find yourself in a world of pain, chasing broken builds and cryptic errors? You are not alone. I've been there. This is a safe space. We can talk about it. What starts as a simple version bump often turns up into hours of untangling dependency conflicts or deprecated APIs, because modernization isn't just about staying current. Additionally, older frameworks can introduce security risks, hurt your performance, it can make scaling and moving to the cloud harder. Upgrading gives you access to modern APIs, better runtime efficiency, better tooling, and it sets you up for success, sets you up for cloud-native features, automated scaling, monitoring, secure identity management. That's where GitHub Copilot app modernization comes in. Okay, this is built into Visual Studio. It's kind of your modernization Copilot. Guides you through every step, deals with ambiguity, automates heavy lifting, and it helps you move from the this could take weeks to we got this done in a couple of hours. Whether you're upgrading to .NET 10 or you're preparing for a cloud migration, the modernization Copilot aims to make that process faster, smarter, and less stressful. And GitHub Copilot app modernization is released today. It's included in Visual Studio 2026. Now, don't just take it from me, right? There are many success stories that we've got with GitHub Copilot app modernization. For example, FMG, they upgraded many of their applications in just a matter of hours, which is pretty cool. Now, here's another thing, and I'm guilty of this. We know that many of your older applications don't have any unit tests at all. It's okay, we've all been there, and that's why we're kind of training GitHub Copilot to make those tests for you. The GitHub Copilot testing agent for .NET is available in public preview in the Visual Studio 2026 Insiders channel. So if you want to have those two versions of 2026 installed side by side, do that. Try it out on your apps, give us feedback, and make that feature even better. And with that, we've got Kathy and Brady in the studio over here to walk us through how these tools work. Take it away.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Scott. I'm excited to be here today with my good friend Kathy, and we're going to talk about how you can take advantage of some of the new GitHub app modernization tooling, as well as some of the new GitHub test agent tooling.
Let's do it.
To not only like bring those apps forward, but get you on .NET 10 and get you into Azure. Now, as Scott said, this isn't a lickety-split type of process. So Kathy and I, We've done that terrible thing of recording our demos today because we don't really have a couple of hours to sit here with you. We'd love to, but what we're going to do is we're going to rush through a couple of videos of the experience of upgrading an app. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and dive right in. So you'll see here on my screen that I've got an application called Contoso University. This is an old .NET Framework application. Allows authenticated users, so you can tell we have auth, to kind of check on their course bulletins and their students and whatever else. So I've gone ahead and right-clicked this project. Again, it's a 4.8 project, and I'm eventually going to click this button, upgrade to a newer version of .NET. And then after we're done with that, I'm going to click this button later on, migrate it to Azure. We won't talk about this button too much today, but this will give you the opportunity to upgrade things like semantic kernel to agent framework, which you'll hear a lot about this week. So I'll go ahead and click on that upgrade me to a later version of .NET. And it's going to go ahead and pick .NET 8 because it was last week and that was the latest version, or the latest LTS version. But now I'm going to tell it I want to pick a different version of .NET. I obviously want the new one, 10. So it just gave me the option to pick 8, 9, and 10. I've selected 10, and that upgrade process is going to go ahead and start. Now, about 45 minutes, an hour later, you're going to see this upgrade plan, which is going to walk you through the entire process of all the different NuGet packages. Actually, this is about 10 minutes later. You'll see all the individual NuGet package updates that we're going to make from .NET Framework 4.8, 12 years ago, whatever, all the way through to .NET 10. It's going to show us a lot that we're going to need to upgrade, like Scott said, because of security implications, but also some things where we're just kind of bringing the SDK style of the projects forward and just modernizing things. Once we start running this, you're going to see the upgrade progress details window open. And this is really when you kind of hang out and let Copilot do its work. The first phase is going to be to validate that we've got the SDK installed. The second phase is going to be, I don't have any global JSONs that are going to conflict with anything. And then the third phase, which again takes about a half hour, is that upgrade process. It depends on the size of your project or your solution, but once it's done, you'll see the project open up right here. This is the .NET 10 version of the project. I'm authenticating to it directly on localhost. You can see that I go through and pretty much everything is ready to go. At this point, I'm ready to modernize this.
Brady.
What?
We don't have any tests.
What do we do? Oh, we
Seriously.
got to test first. Okay, we got to test before we pull it. Yeah, you're
Brady.
right. Okay.
Why don't we use that new GitHub Copilot testing thing that Scott
That's a
was
good
telling
plan.
us about?
It's a good plan.
Yeah, you want to try that?
Let's do it. Let's do
All
it.
right. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. So let's try it out. Right? We got a modern app. Let's get some modern tests for this thing. All right. So we have the GitHub Copilot testing capability built right into Visual Studio 2026, right in Copilot. We can do @test right here in the Copilot window, and we can use a member, a file, a project, or a solution here. I'm going to run it across the entire Contoso University app here, since we don't have any tests right now. You could also pick the model that you want to use right below it. So let's go and kick this off here. Let's see how much code coverage we can add. So Copilot's going to start by analyzing my project here. It's going to create a new test project since we have no test for this project right now. If we did have a project already here for our tests, it would support MS Test, XUnit, and NUnit. So it's going to build the test project and calculate the baseline coverage. And you'll see it gets to work right away here. It generates tests for my key services and models and controllers. And we can see the progress all while it's going on here in the Copilot window and in the output window. Now, as everyone's been saying, this could take a little bit of time here, especially if you're going to run it across a project or a solution here. So we've sped this up a little bit today, but this is exactly what you'd see on your end. Now, the tests are going to start to show up here in Test Explorer using automatic test discovery, so I don't have to do anything. I can sit here and watch them and see how things are going. Now, I could write a prompt to do this manually, but this capability is really purpose-built for testing. It understands my code structure and also my project setup and also what good tests should look like. So Copilot's going to create tests that are safe for my code, they're accurate, and also it uses an understanding of C# as well. So I'm going to end up with more tests that build and pass. Now, as you'll see here, sometimes not every test is going to pass right away. Our goal here isn't perfect coverage. It's really to give us a starting point to build off of. You'll see here when Copilot, the tests fail, that's okay. It's going to go and fix them and make sure that they can pass. And so that's exactly what's happened here. It's going to measure my final coverage now that all my tests have passed. Now, Copilot doesn't just generate tests. It's going to give us a really great summary of what happened all along the way. So in just a second, you're going to see some stats about the number of unit tests that were added. Maybe some projects and files were also modified here. And we'll get a great view of the before and after coverage, so we can actually see what our net lift was. We've also got some quality indicators so we can see that pass-fail summary. And also, we got some insights into the testability gaps. Maybe there's some things that I need to fix, or maybe it even found some bugs for me. And I really love this. This gives me a really clear playbook of how I can continue to improve reliability here and keep moving forward while raising the coverage of my code. And lastly, we've got some direct links that will take you to some of the new files that were created here. So, Brady, we just went from 0 coverage to some real coverage here. How are you feeling about this?
I feel a lot better about that. I mean, I've written a lot of tests. Dat wrote a lot more tests than I've written probably over the last year, so that's pretty good. I mean, at this point, I'm feeling like we can go ahead and move on to the modernization stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and flip back over to my monitor real quick.
Let's do it.
And what you'll see here is that I've got this window open. So I've got this migrate to Azure guy. I'm gonna go ahead and click that button, get my video kind of rolling up here again. Now, what this migrate to Azure phase is gonna do is it's actually gonna open up, you'll see in a second, we're gonna run an assessment report. So that assessment report will basically scan my project, scan all the dependencies that I have, make some recommendations on next steps that I can do to actually take my application into Azure. You'll see down at the bottom I'll have a list. That first one's pretty daunting. This menu right here will give me the opportunity to select if I want app service, Kubernetes, MI or anything else. I can actually pick from that list, and this will tailor that experience. I'm really just going to containerize this, so it doesn't matter too much what I select, because I'm not going to get into the bicep yet. I'm going to deploy this to app service on Linux, so I probably should have selected that. But right up here, you'll see that I've gone ahead and clicked the migrate from Windows AD to Entra ID button. Not that auth isn't fun to do, but after about 15-20 minutes, it's actually converted all of that code over to use Entra ID. It's gone ahead and configured it, and fortunately, it put my Azure AD settings directly into my app config. I'll need to move those out to secrets. But when I run this, it's going to go ahead and prompt me and ask me to log in. My logins are already working. I've got that Entra ID app registration up in the cloud, and it goes ahead and asks me directly to localhost. Now I'm going to run that assessment report again to kind of see, did it catch that Entra ID? It did. Now the second phase is going to be, to migrate kind of my libraries and my connection strings that kind of depend on SQL on premise to go to Azure SQL. And that's not a lot of changes. It basically changed a couple of config. We'd already changed a lot of the libraries during that .NET upgrade process. So that one kind of took a lot less time. At this point, I want to go ahead and create my own development environment. So I'll use my typical right-click deploy, not to production. I'm only right-clicking to my independent dev environment. And before I go further, for those of you that don't like the idea of right-click deploying, we've given you the ability to use GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps with the introduction of Visual 2026. You've got the capability that you can generate those CI/CD scripts and commit those directly to your repo, so you don't have to do right-click publish. You can automate your existence and use all those great CI/CD capabilities directly from within VS. The Azure DevOps stuff is brand new. So I'll click finish here, and that'll go ahead and create our publish profile. And once that's created, I'll see this publish button up at the top. I'm going to click that and go ahead and rush that just a little bit, wait for the publish process to complete. It takes about 2-3 minutes. It's going to publish all those bits directly out to Azure App Service Linux. I'm going to copy the URL of the site to my clipboard before I click it, and then there's the site. This is actually the site running up in Azure App Service Linux. If I were to click on this student list, of course it's going to ask me to authenticate. So I'm going to go over to my Entra ID tenant, because everybody loves to do that. I'll click here, I'll add this URL here, I will put in that sign in OIDC suffix, and once I do my login here again, the student list should authenticate me. I'll go ahead and auth, and we're done. So you can see that I didn't have to really dive into the code. Essentially, I just used the GitHub app modernization capabilities for not only upgrading my application from .NET Framework directly to .NET 10. Then Kathy showed us how you could actually generate. How many tests did you actually generate? A couple hundred?
There were hundreds.
Hundreds of tests? Wow. And that process, when you've run it before, a couple of hours to really generate a bunch?
It's 1-2 hours.
1-2 hours? Okay, cool. So thinking, 3 or 4 hours of time, you've converted, you've rewritten your test, you've rewritten your migration strategy, you've set up your auth, you didn't even touch anything. So that kind of gets you, as Kathy said, a really, really nice foothold to kind of really dive in and take advantage of some of the awesome new features. But I'm going to hand it back over to our other friends, Scott, Maria, and Allie now to talk about coming up in .NET 10 and VS. Thanks a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brady and Kathy. I am joined by Allie and Maria, and we're going to show you some of the tools and the frameworks that you can use to take advantage of AI when you're building your .NET apps. Now, the .NET team builds the platform. They integrate the tools that you need to build your intelligent apps intelligently. Now, whether that's providing essential building blocks as part of the .NET platform, providing C# SDKs and extensions for AI experiences, or connecting .NET developers to the entire ecosystem of LLMs to build agentic apps with .NET. And as you just saw, .NET also integrates into that agentic DevOps lifecycle of tools that provide these AI-powered agents to help you write and test and modernize and upgrade your code, as well as deploying the apps and keeping them running smoothly. Aspire will streamline the development and testing and deployment of these systems. Now let's take a look at some of the bold partnerships and the powerful AI that are built on .NET and Aspire that are inspiring the next generation of innovators in both industry and academia. This is what happens when vision meets technology. Let's go ahead and roll that video.
Microsoft and Shoreless really empowers .NET developers to become AI architects.
Texas A&M University, in partnership with Microsoft and Shoreless AI, is not just preparing our students for the future, we're defining what the future is going to look like together.
Most of the time when we go in and first meet with a client, they're really struggling with how to get started. They just don't know where to go with AI. We help them move from being AI followers to AI leaders. Shoreless actually models an organization. So it's like being able to create an entire virtual organization that sits next to your existing organization. And you have the ability to interact with those agent workers in the same way that you would interact with any of your coworkers. Everything that we have here at Shoreless is built in .NET. With Copilot, a lot of the tools are built right into Visual Studio and our development environment for us to be able to deploy faster and to be able to code faster as well. So instead of taking months to do it, we take a matter of days, and we're able to really help them dig deeper and deeper into it so that they can find more ways to make revenue or reduce costs.
At Mays Business School, our vision is building a better future through business. And we wanted to create a competition that would bring some of the brightest minds, young minds, undergraduate students who are founders of businesses to our campus.
The pitch competition was the first of its kind from a national perspective across universities. We had over 100 different applicants from across the nation, across 37 different universities apply.
It's all about getting students to dream about the future of our country and the world, to use AI to build great businesses, and to think about how AI can transform society through business, and come up here and present their ideas. And hopefully their best ideas get funded, and we all move forward as a society because of our students.
It was essential that we use an enterprise-level AI tool like Shoreless AI just to cut down on the sheer hours it would take to evaluate all of the submissions and to maintain the integrity of the evaluation process.
The fact that they were built on .NET, but also on the Microsoft Azure platform, and they gave them a leg up to the point that it was a no-brainer for us to just go with it. Shoreless AI helped us center our realities to the biases that are out there.
Shoreless acted like a totally independent judge, and it provided unique insights. We just don't want to run another competition. We want to set the tone for how competitions of tomorrow should work. Texas A&M, Shoreless, and Microsoft. This is just the beginning. We've just scratched the surface of what we can do together.
AI is defining and shaping the future. We want our students to be leading it.
All right, now let's talk about agents. Everyone's throwing around the word agentic like it's a magic buzzword. If you want to sound smart in a meeting, just say agentic a few times and watch what happens. But I think it's important for us to talk as software developers about why that matters, how we can solve problems with it, because business is full of ambiguity. For example, you might tell someone, maybe a programmer, go to the store, get some bread, and if they have eggs, get 12. Sounds like easy instructions, right? But then they come back with 12 loads of bread and no eggs, and, well, whose fault is it? The instructions were ambiguous. That's where agents and large language models can come in. Unlike a batch file or a PowerShell script that might get stuck if there was a roadblock, agents can have just the right amount of common sense to deal with that ambiguity. They're like that one colleague that can follow instructions, but also figure out how to navigate around a detour and still get the job done. with the help of tools, actions, and memory. So as we show you some demos coming up shortly, I want you to think about what agents are, why they exist, and they are those flexible partners. They intend to deal with the kind of real-world messiness, the ambiguity of business. They don't just run on a schedule, they adapt, and they try to bring a kind of human-like reasoning into the equation. And that's the power that we want to show you today. Okay? Now, last year, we talked about semantic kernel, we talked about AutoGen. These are two frameworks that simplified making agents. Those two have come together, and they are now Microsoft Agent Framework. Still built on the same building block, that same Microsoft extensions for AI. This simplifies agent development, but it also provides this foundational building block that will give you the flexibility and the power to, to build safe, responsible, interactive, and robust AI apps. Okay? Now, Microsoft Agent Framework is in public preview, but it releases .NET and Python packages weekly on GitHub and NuGet. And the latest release includes support for AGUI protocol, as well as interactive developer UIs for you to visualize, debug, and test agents and workflows. Now, in addition to Agent Framework, one of the key technologies that we're investing in is Model Context Protocol, or MCP. And the goal of MCP is to be kind of a standard mechanism. It's the USB for AI. So AI models can use tools, use resources, and then extend their knowledge and capabilities beyond what the LLM understands in its initial training. So we've built MCP support into the development tools. So Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, we've got developed MCP servers that plug into them, like Azure and Playwright and GitHub, which is super cool. Okay? So back to our diagram of an agent. You can build your own MCP servers, whatever you like, so that your agents can get that additional context that's specific to your business, to your problems, to your specialized tools. And it'll make your agents even more capable. So you are in control. Now, there are official MCP SDKs available for all the popular languages, including God's favorite, C#. Okay? So beginning in March of this year, we started collaborating with Anthropic to create and maintain an official C# SDK for MCP. And many of the Microsoft products that now support MCP are using that SDK, including Windows itself, including Visual Studio, including Copilot Studio. So Allie and Maria and I are going to kind of explore intelligence with .NET 10, and I'll go first. So on my machine right here, I use GitHub Copilot. Now, I tend to use it in the CLI because I like Windows Terminal. You can see I've got PowerShell and Ubuntu. So I'm using the GitHub Copilot CLI, that command line interface. And I told it to draw me an ASCII diagram to get a sense of understanding my podcast website. So GitHub Copilot drew me this really cool ASCII diagram of my code base. This is my ASP.NET code base that I will soon modernize with our modernization tools. And this is an understanding moment. This is a moment for me to really use that local Copilot CLI. And look at this. It's telling me my automation scripts, my layout, the structure of my application, the testing layers. This is super useful. But this is at the command line, even though it has cool ANSI art. I can kind of upgrade into Visual Studio Code, and I can do things like put it into agent mode, where it can start talking to tools. I can put it into the new planning mode. And in this case here, I asked it to go and look at all my tests, categorize my tests, make sure that I'm testing everything correctly, and whether or not I had good coverage. This is all inside of Visual Studio Code. Now, if I go even further into a full IDE, Visual Studio 2026, in here, I've got profiling and testing tools. Although, I have to say, Allie, I went in here and I said, do I have any open issues or PRs, thinking that it would go talk to GitHub. And then it says, I don't have access to tools to talk to GitHub issues or pull requests directly.
I think I can help you out with that one, Scott.
Okay, cool.
So, one of the biggest challenges with AI agents today is that they're often limited to static data. So they know about what's going on in your current file or in your project, but they might not know about the information that exists outside of that environment. So like we saw with your demo a couple seconds ago, GitHub Copilot didn't have a way to reach out to GitHub and get that live data. So that's where MCP comes in. MCP acts as a secure bridge between the agent and external systems. It gives Copilot a standardized way to call and access data from real-world tools like GitHub, Azure, wherever your data might live. We have that custom plumbing, or you don't have to build any custom plumbing or one-off integrations to connect to those tools. You can do it all through MCP. So we have a really exciting and awesome experience directly in Visual Studio that allows you to discover some of those existing MCP servers from a registry. So if I go right up here and I click Extensions, and then I go over to MCP Registries, I'm brought to this view. Just like installing a NuGet package, I'm able to scroll through a list of some pre-built MCP servers. So we've got Azure DevOps, we have got Chrome DevTools, we've got Figma, GitHub, all of these different servers that I can easily connect to and then bring all of that data from that source directly into my application in GitHub Copilot. So if I go over to this installed tab here, I can see which servers I've already installed. So it looks like I've got the GitHub server already configured. So that's awesome to see. So I'm going to go right over to GitHub Copilot Chat and select the tool picker window. And I can see some of the servers that I've got built. And I'm going to go ahead and also introduce an awesome new feature that we have to enable authentication for some of these servers, because another thing that's really important about MCP servers is that they require a secure connection and authentication, and we have an experience to do that directly in Visual Studio. So if I click authentication, I can see that I have an inbuilt way to provide my GitHub credentials directly in Copilot Chat. So I'm just going to click authenticate really quick, and now I'm authenticated to use the server. So I'm going to close out, and I'm going to enable that in chat. So now I'm going to try asking a similar question to what Scott had before about pulling any GitHub issues that I have on this repo. So I'm going to ask that same question. Open issues on this repo. Click send. And now, because I'm connected to the GitHub MCP server, I have a bridge to be able to access that live open issue data from GitHub. So you can see here that we've got a tool call running to get the summary of open issues. We ran that tool call. And now I have a summary directly from GitHub that pulls that live data and gives me a summary of any open issues that I have on this sample repository here. So yeah, Copilot was able to just summarize the open issues directly from GitHub. It lists the titles, gives me a quick summary, and even links back to some of those existing issues. So that's the difference that MCP makes. We've gone from a disconnected model to a connected, context-aware assistant that can work with our live trusted data. And this isn't just about GitHub. Any pattern applies to any system that you have. So your CI/CD pipeline, your customer feedback data, analytics, whatever you want your AI to understand, GitHub Copilot with MCP can do that. And the best part is that you can build your own MCP servers. So you have a way to connect to really anywhere that your data lives. So we have a project template for creating custom MCP servers. And you can use that by just installing the necessary NuGet packages, and then you can create your MCP servers. And anyone can share them through a NuGet package. And yeah, you'll be able to connect to wherever your data lives.
That's cool, and that's a pretty quick start if you want to experiment. Like if I've got any system or any API, I could go and make my own.
Yeah.
I want to make my own.
Yes, you can. You should have one for the Hanselman podcast, don't you think?
Oh, I think my podcast definitely needs to be agentified.
100%. It's about time. So, thank you so much, Allie. So I wanted to talk about what it's like to build an agent today for .NET developers. They have everything they need. So I'm going to show you so much today, and since I'm a horrific typer, I recorded my demos.
Nothing wrong with that.
So nothing wrong with that. So I am just go ahead and hit play. So first thing I did with something I baked earlier is the first thing you'll notice that I have installed the Agent Framework NuGet package. This is what you talked about earlier. The agent framework makes it really easy for you to start building agents out of the box. You notice similar things like I added a GitHub model, I gave my writer an instruction, and that's my way of building up an agent. Now, when we run this application, you're going to see a story popped up, right? But I feel like you didn't respond enough to that, so I'm going to stream the responses back to make it more fluid. And when you see the fluidity coming back, it feels like you're actually chatting with your console as you see the information stream through. So I'm going to give it a moment, It's going to stream in through,
Nice.
and it's pretty smooth. But now, when you're building an agent, it is more than just using one agent to do everything. Usually hand it off into different tasks. So we're going to build an editor agent using the agent framework, which makes it super well for you to orchestrate patterns across your application sequentially. So it's handing it off naturally to the next agent to complete the task. So our editor agent is going to do like the formal improvement of writing, so our book is actually readable. So when we run this, you will notice that you will see two agents. So we're just going to give that a quick run, and you're going to notice two agents pop up in a second, right? The first one is a writer assistant agent that's generating the content now, and the next one is the editor agent. So there we have the writer, and there we have the editor, right? So these are two agents working together to complete a task.
Okay.
And this is all made incredibly simply through the agent framework today. That's pretty cool, right?
It is cool.
So we talked about tools. Tools make your agent better. So we're going to give our editor tool the ability to actually format the information coming back. So when you create the formatter tool, when you run the application, you should see not just the story, but it's also given it a title, which we expect our editors to help us with. So that is what we get from the agent framework. Now, you and I really like building things in the console, right? It's a way to show people that you're building things up bit by bit. But what we really want to do is give people things right out of the box.
That's true.
So what I want to show you today is that we have the agent API template. This makes it incredibly easy for you to build just what I did, but for an ASP.NET Core application. So if we play this video, what you'll notice is that it creates the application. It will look very familiar. And when we go to our program.cs, what you will notice is that you have the writer, the editor, and the workflow. And I'll go through what a workflow looks like in a little bit more detail. We're also going to do something where we are using the OpenAI responses as well as the conversational API, and my favorite feature, which is Map Dev UI. It's a Dev UI which is built with an agent framework that makes it easier for you to test and debug your applications visually, which I think is a really great learning experience. So when we click on Publisher, I can now have a conversation with my chatbot in kind of like a Dev UI mode. Right? So what you will notice is that you'll see the responses coming back, events, traces, and tools. This is great for you, not just as developing as a developer, but also just learning and how all of these things connect together. When I click on that, it actually shows me all the results that are coming back as well. And this is built right out of the box with Agent Framework. All you have to do is configure your DI to use it. You can also visualize the flow of the agent. Remember when I talked about that thing of like you have a writer, you have an editor? You can also update the input without even going back to your original code. And this gives you this naturally robust, lovely experience.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty
That
cool.
whole UI I get for free.
You get for free.
Nice.
And you get to contribute to it as well. Now, there's one last thing I wanted to show you. You mentioned AGUI, and this is coming fresh off the boat. Okay, off the presses. So AGUI is a lightweight protocol that allows you to stream chat responses between the client and the backend. So what does that mean? So it is the season, and you like steak tacos.
I do.
You love steak tacos. This demo I am doing live.
I will code for tacos. It's well known.
I know it. Right? So when you run this, what you will notice is that as the response is being sent to the LLM, you're seeing it bounce back in real time in the UI. And this is all using AGUI.
See, this is moving beyond chatbots.
It's moving beyond chatbots, which we really like. Now, for all the .NET developers at home, you must be asking yourself, what about me? How do I use this? You can. Using Blazor today, you can actually embed these chat clients, these AGUI protocols into your Blazor application. So when you notice in this, and I'm just going to speed through a little bit over here to save us time, you'll notice I have my Blazor app, I have my web API, and I have my app host, because I have a tiny little surprise at the end.
Okay.
Tiny little surprise. So what you'll notice is that in my web API, you'll see the AGUI package. You'll see it configured over here. Let's just go to that real quick. Then we'll go over to the Blazor application as well, where you'll see the same happening in a Blazor component. Right? So in our Blazor component right over here, you'll also see the package.
And AGUI is a standard.
It is a new standard built on top of MCP.
Love it.
Everything is united in this platform. We love it. So when we run this application, we launch our Blazor app. This Blazor app is not fancy at all. It comes right out of our chat templates. This is all using AGUI.
Okay.
And you added about 3 lines of code to your entire application to get that working.
Dig it.
Which is pretty cool. Now, everywhere we are sprinkling a little bit of AI, and this is a feature I really wanted in Aspire. So anywhere you see the sparkle in Aspire, you know that is an AI application, and you're able to see the responses back. So whether you're using DevUI or you're using Aspire, we kind of got you.
Very cool.
And that's what I have to show you today.
All right, that's really neat. I like that. It makes me think about F12 tools and the kind of tools we got when we did REST APIs, and now you plug in the chatbot, you have your REST APIs and your debuggable tracing, and now you do the same thing with chatbots and seeing them talking to each other.
Kind of like Swagger UI.
Very cool.
Exactly.
All right, that is a fantastic demo from Rhea and Allie. Thank you for your work, both of you. We appreciate you. We are now going to dig deeper into Visual Studio 2026 and some of the features that you're going to get with the release today. So thank you so much. I'm going to go get a taco because I was told there were tacos.
And we just made one.
Fantastic. All right. We'll see you soon.
It's been an incredible year for the team, building, listening, and evolving the platform with you, our developer community, at the center of it all. As we navigate this big platform shift together, one theme keeps coming up in every conversation I've had with you, our customers. It's not just about updating the core developer platforms, it's about how we embrace AI to thrive in this new era. For us, this was a transformative year. With your feedback, your contributions, and your passion. From inside Microsoft and across the global developer community, we are continuing to push what .NET can do for you. Whether it's delivering the fastest .NET ever, expanding Aspire to support more languages, or enabling you to build intelligent apps natively in .NET. It's all about helping you build products with confidence and also migrate and modernize your existing apps to bring them into the future. But platforms alone aren't enough. Developers told us loud and clear, we want our tools to move faster, and we listened. Today, over 1 million developers are using GitHub Copilot inside Visual Studio, supercharging their productivity and transforming how they build software. And now, we're taking a bold next step. With Visual Studio 2026, we are making a fundamental shift, decoupling the IDE from the platform. This means your tools can evolve rapidly with faster updates, smarter AI experiences, and more innovation, while the underlying platforms remain stable and reliable for you to build upon. It's a new chapter for Visual Studio, and I'm thrilled to hand it over to Rachel and Mads to show you what's coming next.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mads.
And I'm Rachel. I'm a product manager on the Visual Studio team.
Yes, and I'm also on the Visual Studio team, and I'm just so excited for this release of Visual Studio 2026.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here and share with y'all all that we have in store.
We've been working on it for quite a while, and of course, not just us, but the entire Visual Studio team. And that's what makes this so exciting, is that this has been going on for quite a while. And today's the day where we finally get to release the official release of Visual Studio 2026. And if I were to rewind a little bit and we take a look at how it all began, we had 3 goals that we wanted to achieve when we set out on this journey toward Visual Studio 2026. The first one was performance. This is something that you keep telling us again and again, that something that matters a lot to you and your workflow. And we wanted to do something special this time. We've done a lot of incremental updates to Visual Studio and performance improvements over the years. But there was something that was harder to do because it required some big architectural changes to how Visual Studio itself is kind of built from the ground up. So we saw this as an opportunity to actually go ahead and look at those big changes. So performance was a key factor here. Second, we wanted to make sure that we had a perfect quality of life, as much as we can, of course, right? Quality of life improvements. So, of course, any product, but of course Visual Studio as well, has paper cuts and bugs and things that can be better. And so we want to make sure that we remove as many paper cuts, we make your journey as smooth as possible when you work on your workflows, your applications, and also build features that are just kind of delightful, some features that just bring a smile to your face. And the reason for that, and the reason why we thought it was so important, is because you use Visual Studio all day, every day. And so these little things, they become everything. And that's why was our second key focus for Visual Studio 2026.
Yeah, makes a huge difference.
It really does. And third, AI. Right? This is super important because this is a fantastic way to elevate the skills that we have, to make us more productive, to increase our velocity. And we wanted to build that into Visual Studio in a way that was very natural to how Visual Studio is being used by you. So where can we where can we show the AI help and the features in a way that fits in with your muscle memory, that shows up when you need it in the right locations where it makes sense to you, the way you use Visual Studio today. So those were our three main focus areas. But there's one thing that kind of lies beneath all that.
Ooh, what's that?
And that is all the feedback that you keep giving us all the time.
Of course.
And we've fixed, in the past 12 months leading up to this release, we fixed over 5,000 of your user-reported bugs and issues. That's 23 issues fixed per workday by the whole Visual Studio team.
Incredible.
It's an incredible number to think about.
Yeah, seriously.
And feature requests, we have over 300 of those as well. So this is an absolute staggering number. It's the highest we've ever done. It's the most user-reported feature requests and issues that we have implemented and fixed ever in the history of Visual Studio. And the trend is going up. We're doing more and more, and we're not slowing down. So please keep that feedback coming. This is truly a release that was shaped by you. This is you told us what you wanted, and I think that we delivered on a lot of the key things that you care about the most. So you have yourself to thank for that. We thank you for it.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, we have the best developer community, truly.
We really do. Yeah. So quality of life. So these are the essential things, right? When you sit there in Visual Studio all day, every day, little things matter. But that quality of life, that feeling starts at the very beginning. It starts when you install Visual Studio. And you'll notice for the first time in Visual Studio history, when you start the installer, it will ask you if you want to port and migrate your settings, your workloads, the components you had installed in Visual Studio 2022 when you install 2026, which means all the things that you depended on, all your dependencies, all the tools that was required for you to do your work in 2022, Visual Studio 2026 will just install, and so you can be up and running in no time with just a few clicks. You don't have to go in and figure out, I needed that workload or that component or something like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That allows for such a seamless transition.
It really does.
Yeah,
and the fact that all the settings are there, so Visual Studio just feels familiar from the very first time you run it.
Amazing.
Yeah. And as a first time, another first time in Visual Studio history, there's a lot of firsts with Visual Studio 2026. And here's another one. It will even migrate your extensions.
Whoa.
Yeah. So Visual Studio has never been backwards compatible with all the extensions that was made for the previous major version of Visual Studio until today. There are over 4,000 extensions for Visual Studio 2022, and they work on Visual Studio 2026 without having to do anything. So all the marketplace extensions that you had installed in 2022 can be automatically migrated when you install 2026. So absolutely fantastic, and a really good way to get started for people that already use Visual Studio. Very, very excited about that. Now the first thing you're going to notice after you've been like completely wowed by all the familiarity of all your extensions and settings and everything being there the first time you start up, is the new UI. Yes. Beautiful, modern UI, crisp edges, gorgeous colors. It's been a long time in the works, and we're very happy that it's finally here. New icons, it's the whole thing. Like it's really like modernized. And again, it's like one of those things, we look at it every day. It's important that it looks great and it feels comfortable to our eyes, which is why we added 11 new color themes.
It's beautiful. It sparks so much joy. I love the pink one. Matches my sweater. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, I like the cool slate. That's my favorite.
That's also
it's kind of
a
a darker.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point, right? You get to choose whichever you want. And there's even more on the marketplace. So you can download more of these color themes. And if you want to build one, it's also now easier than it's ever been before to create your own.
Awesome.
Yeah. So that's absolutely a fantastic story. And you'll see all this when you log in for the first time, open up Visual Studio 2026. Now, let's talk performance. So some of the key aspects that we've been working on has to do with Visual Studio starting up and loading solutions. You know, and loading solutions also has something to do with when you do your Git branch switching, right? That loads the solution. So there's a lot of implications around like those metrics starting up and loading solutions. And so one of the things that we've been doing is taking something that before in Visual Studio 2022 was kind of done in sequence. And we've been able to parallelize that out onto multiple CPU cores. And what's really fantastic about that is that, first of all, that's one of those architectural big changes that I mentioned. It allows us to take advantage of the hardware that you got. And so the more cores you got, the more Visual Studio can take advantage of that and parallelize things out and speed up the execution and the startup and the solution load. So right now, and the reason I say right now is because the team is still working on improving performance. We're doubling down on that. And you're going to see kind of the first wave right now today in the release we just did today. But there's more to come. But right now, you're going to see a 30% increase in startup time. Like it's going to be better, 30% better. Solution load, almost twice as fast. That's pretty fantastic.
Incredible.
That's because we were able to parallelize a lot of things. Other things we've done is look at the freezes and the hangs that happens in Visual Studio. You know, it happens sometimes when you load a solution or you perform an action. Visual Studio might kind of freeze for like half a second or a second or 5 seconds sometimes, right? Depending on what's going on. And so that's because the UI thread is being blocked by work that's been done. And we've now been able to take a lot of that work that was done in the UI thread and move to background threads, and then also parallelize that. So Visual Studio is way more responsive. In fact, those freezes or hangs, as we call them, have been reduced by over 50%. So you get this very lightweight feeling. Visual Studio is fast, it's responsive, it's beautiful, right? All the new UI and all that stuff. It really has like this different feel. So one thing is these numbers, but another thing is to actually try it out. And it's, let me just show you.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Because, so on this very laptop right here, I did some videos. So on the left here, we got Visual Studio 2026, and on the right, I got VS Code. VS Code is kind of known for being pretty quick, right? Fast to start up and all that. So let's run this and see how they start up side by side. And you can see they start up pretty much exactly equal.
That was it?
That was it.
That was so fast.
It was less than 2 seconds and Visual Studio was up. And Visual Studio is done. When it's open now, it doesn't like wait a little bit to do some work to load different things and then sign you in and this UI elements that's popping in one at a time. it used to be the case, but now because we can parallelize all that, it was already done by the time the UI comes up.
Incredible.
Yeah. So this is fantastic, and we've had the preview has been out for a while. We've renamed the preview to Insiders, and so we launched the Insiders 3 months ago to give people kind of early access and take a look at that. And I hope you have. Steve here, he did, and he was totally wowed by just the feel of the power that we now have with Visual Studio and the performance benefits. It is truly fantastic. So, let's move on to the third thing, AI.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, Rachel.
I know, I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too.
So much beautiful things with the UI and the performance, but the awesomeness just continues with the depth of our integrated AI experiences. Copilot in Visual Studio works with you, boosting your workflow at every stage of your development cycle. Planning, building, testing, optimizing, reviewing, deploying, and modernizing. Visual Studio 2026 takes everything that we love and extends Visual Studio's core functionality with a fleet of agentic capabilities and tools so we can build, debug, and ship more effectively than ever before. These AI-assisted features work seamlessly in Visual Studio, enabling developers like Georgie to be more productive and stay focused on higher value work. Let's take a closer look at what this looks like in action. Right from the beginning, Visual Studio helps you plan out your work and jump right into coding. Just prompt and chat, and you'll get a clear, actionable plan. Here's an example. I want to create a time zone helper app to better understand my coworkers' working hours across different time zones. In agent mode, I prompt chat for help and get back a plan that is created and then executed step by step, keeping me updated as it completes each step successfully. Planning is in public preview today, so be sure you have planning enabled in your Copilot settings and try this out in VS 2026, directly on your machine or in a dev box like I'm in. So in the end, it validates my build, and now I have the beginnings of an app that would have taken me hours to get started with otherwise. It have all of the beautiful UI and logic that I have planned out, all ready to go.
That's so cool.
I know, it's incredible. But, building isn't a one-time task, right?
Nope.
Development is continuous, and Visual Studio meets us right where we are, whether it's with the inline code suggestions right in the editor, or with agent mode, always at the ready to help us with larger code changes. And as Kathy showed us earlier, the testing agentic capability helps us generate comprehensive unit tests more efficiently than ever before. So we can make sure our code is foolproof. Now, sometimes we'll run into snags, or maybe we just want to investigate our code even more deeply. And Visual Studio gives us smarter ways to debug, whether that's helping us to analyze an exception or helping us to inspect our inline variables more effectively. So back in my code base, I've set a breakpoint to investigate what happens when I delete a time zone from my app. I want to inspect my list of time zones to ensure the item is removed as expected. And instead of hunting through all the items, I can ask Copilot for help. This makes inspecting variables so much quicker and easier, especially when we have hundreds or thousands of items to look through. It saves so much time.
Mm-hmm.
But other times, we might not know exactly what's wrong or how exactly to best optimize our code, because performance tuning can be really tricky.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, but that's where the profiler comes in. I can simply ask Copilot for optimization suggestions, and based on my project context, it'll nudge me in the right direction. In this scenario, Copilot prompts me to launch the CPU profiler, and I click through my app for the performance trace. Now, this is a tool I've been unsure of how or when to use before. Honestly, we've got experts on the team who understand performance way better than I do, inside and out. So I usually go straight to them with my questions. But Copilot helps bridge the gap, surfacing clear, actionable insights so I know exactly what to fix. So even though I'm not a performance champion, I can now understand what's going on and collaborate better with my team. Isn't that awesome?
That's so cool.
Now, after those optimizations, I think we're in a pretty good place. I guess next we can review our code with our coworkers and in our pull request, and even Copilot can help out from there. But, you know, a sanity check and self-review of my code is always helpful. It'll help boost my own confidence and save my team some time as well. So right in Visual Studio, in the Git Changes window, I click the code review icon and then click through the generated review comments. And sure enough, there are things I missed, like the phrasing of the text and the accessible color contrast ratio. And I can easily accept these suggestions directly in the IDE, tweak my code as needed, and ensure everything works as expected before I even push out my changes. Now, once the team confirms my app is good to go, we can use tools from the Azure MCP server to help us deploy our app right from the chat. And when the time comes, we'll upgrade our app to the next version of .NET seamlessly, thanks to the Agentic modernization capabilities, just as Brady showed us earlier. With Copilot, we can do it all. And it's never been as fast and as easy as it is to do than it is in Visual Studio 2026. So once you download VS 2026, be sure to sign into your Copilot account. And if you're new, be sure to get started for free today. Back to you, Mads.
Yeah, you know what I really liked about all the things we saw here that Rachel showed is something that fits into the stuff that we're already doing when we work, right? When we debug, when we work with the source control and all that. So it fits into what we're already doing, and it kind of levels us up. It makes us be able to do more than ever before. And so I've taken advantage of that a lot, and I know a lot of you have as well. So I'm very excited for that. Now, when it comes to upgrading Visual Studio, in the past, we have had a little bit of a coupling between Visual Studio, the IDE itself, and then the platforms that people are building upon, like whether it's C++ or .NET, all the compiler stacks and all that type of stuff. And because of that coupling, it could have been hard to update Visual Studio because that would also have updated your build tools and tool sets. And what's really, really exciting about Visual Studio 2026, another first, is that we've now decoupled the platform from the IDE. And that's super exciting because that means that now for the first time you can, with confidence, just update Visual Studio, be on the latest and greatest, and stay on whatever build tools that you need. And then, whenever you feel like it, whenever it's a good time for you, you can update those just as you see fit. And because of that decoupling, that allows you that freedom to kind of upgrade at your own pace. And yeah, this is absolutely fantastic when it comes to like adopting Visual Studio 2026. So I'm very happy for that. Another thing that people have been doing is this insiders. So we used to call it preview, we now call it insiders. It's almost the same thing, but the insiders is a little bit better because we update it more frequently. But the idea is that insiders is where we start with all the features that we're working on. They go into the insiders channel first. And then when they're ready, they go into the stable channel. And today we launched the stable channel, and we launched the new insiders build as well in the insiders channel. And you can install them side by side, also side by side with Visual Studio 2022. So you can have all three if you want to, and you can dabble in them as you want to explore the different new features and whatever. So you should definitely give that a go. If you were a preview user on Visual Studio 2022, or if you're an insiders today, continue being that.
Yeah.
It's a good place to be.
Definitely, all the latest and greatest right there.
Yep, that's where you're going to get everything new first. So, and just as a little teaser to that, one of the things that we're launching today in the insiders is the new WinForms Expert. So, yeah, I know. What does that mean? So, WinForms is one of those apps. a lot of people use WinForms, and it's kind of an older technology, but it's still going strong, and it's fantastic. A lot of fantastic apps are being built with it even today, like new stuff, and it's great. But it does have some complexities, right? It has designer files. What about MVVM or async await patterns? There's a bunch of best practices that might be a little bit hard to do or learn or understand. So what the WinForms expert does is that it helps when you run Visual Studio in agent mode, it basically acts as an expert in WinForms, sitting right next to you, helping you do the right things and help you with all the best practices around WinForms development. So it's a complete game changer. You literally have, this is written by the WinForms team. So these are the absolute experts in everything WinForms. They wrote the expert. So it's like having a team member from the WinForms team sitting right next to you, peer programming with you. And so this is very, very exciting stuff. So you can get that today.
That's awesome.
Yep. We're also doing something else. We used to do quarterly updates. Visual Studio updates like 3 to 4 times a year. But now the world is just moving too fast. So we're releasing Visual Studio in the stable channel, monthly updates. And so today we launched the first one, right? This is the Visual Studio GA 2026. And already in a month, we're going to ship the December update. And it's going to have that WinForms expert agent that I was just mentioning. It's also going to have like the Copilot coding agent, which is really cool. But you can play around with them if you're on the insiders too. So get on the insiders if you want to play with the latest and greatest. And in February, we have some great news for hot reload, some huge performance benefits. Like it's a significant performance boost that it gets with co-hosting. So very exciting stuff. And you again, it's coming out in the stable. It starts in the insiders. So all I have to say is try it out. Go to visualstudio.com, download it today.
Yes.
And let us know what you think. All right, and Rachel, with that.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to chat with our hosts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was
Mads,
awesome.
Rachel, thank you for getting us started here. It's another .NET Conf. This is fantastic. Oh, I'm really enjoying the event
We shipped
already.
a lot of stuff today.
So much.
It's been a big day.
Yeah, we had some of the team up at 4 a.m. pushing the buttons to get VS 2026 out the door and .NET 10 and Aspire 13 and.
Yep, they've been working hard all night and all morning, and yeah, it's what is it? It's not even 10 o'clock here local time, and so many things have happened already.
Yeah, I know. So much to celebrate.
Yeah.
I got to get Visual Studio updated on my machine. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have fun. We'll see you guys later today. Or I know Rachel, you're hosting. When's the next VS session on the slate for .NET Conf?
It's later today. I don't have the exact time off the top of my head, but we have so many Visual Studio sessions coming today, and so much sessions on Copilot too. So everything we talked about, there are more sessions coming that'll go into everything even more deeply. So definitely be sure to check them all out.
And also, I want to say, so make sure to check out the Visual Studio blog as well. So if you go to visualstudio.blog, follow that, because we have a lot of information coming out in the next weeks where we go in, deep dives into some of these things. Like performance, for instance, we have a very detailed look into performance, which I think a lot of people can learn from too. Like when they build apps, and of course we have the performance profiler now that helps out with those type of things. But yeah, there's some good stuff coming. So visualstudio.blog.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks, you two. We will see you later today. Jeff, I hear you've been monitoring the channels.
There is so much going on. Now, of course, this is .NET Conf. We're broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch. You can tune in. You can send us messages in those chat rooms. But you're right. We're also listening on X, Twitter for us older folks that have been around a little bit. Mastodon, of course, and Blue Sky. So send us a message, #.NETConf there. We'll get your messages. We'll feed them along to some of our folks here. Maybe it'll come up during a host segment like this one. So we do have some really fun messages that have been coming through. Of course, I got to go to this. I love seeing this. Aspire is cool.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, we really do enjoy it. And our friend Abdalla chimes in and also says the new file-based apps are sweet.
Okay, Ardallas, I have to correct you. It is file-based apps. Damian, if you're watching in the other room, I got you. We had a lot of fights over what to name file-based apps.
Yeah.
File-based apps.
Yeah. So, of course, this is Visual Studio MADs that we saw today, not C# MADs, different MADs today.
Yes.
So we have a collection of MADS's.
Yes.
I think that's a thing here.
C# MADs is actually on a well-deserved time off period.
Yeah.
So.
All the best to our friend Mads there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, we had a question about hot dog theme for Visual Studio.
Oh.
Sorry, not in the box yet.
I'm sure there's an extension. I believe James Montemagno has an all red theme, which is equally aggressive. So you could try that one. I wouldn't.
No, that's not me. So we also want to make sure that folks know we're covering a huge breadth of .NET content as part of the event. So you're going to see Blazor content, you're going to see ASP.NET content in just a little bit, Aspire content coming up, and WinForms. And of course, AI content, the new products and frameworks that we have available for you. And of course, you're going to see some Copilot along the way to help out.
I'm really happy with how we've tried to really simplify the AI story, because I think this time last year it was so confusing. There were so many different things to use.
Oh yeah.
And MEAI, Microsoft Extensions AI, has really evolved into this like one-stop shop between that and Agent Framework. And it's this year just felt so much cleaner listening to the story. And I mean, if you think about how much has changed in the last year in the world in general with AI, but especially in the .NET ecosystem, I mean, it's astounding.
Yeah,
so
it's a big leap forward.
Yeah, lots of places for you to catch up this week. I will be watching too, to also try to catch up.
Yeah. So I think we're just about out of time for us. Looks like we're ready for our friends Safia and Mike to tell us all about ASP.NET Core and what's new.
Have fun.
Yes. Hello, folks. Welcome. My name is Mike Kistler. I'm a product manager on the ASP.NET Core team, and I'm here with Safia Abdalla, principal software engineer on the ASP.NET Core team, and we're going to be telling you today about what's new in ASP.NET Core. So ASP.NET Core is a complete modern web framework. It's got all the pieces that you need. It's got Blazor for rich interactive web UIs. It's got minimal APIs for fast HTTP APIs. It's got Signal R for real-time services, gRPC for back-end RPC calls. It's got middleware that's built in, but also you can build your own custom middleware. And it's got Kestrel, our high-performance HTTP server. Now, we're going to be talking about mostly the back-end pieces in this talk. There's a talk a little bit later today that Dan Roth is going to be giving on Blazor. So we'll be focusing on the back-end pieces. ASP.NET Core is trusted by millions of developers, right? And it powers some of the world's largest services like Microsoft 365 and Bing, Microsoft Teams, Copilot, and Xbox. All of these services use ASP.NET Core. It's got industry-leading performance, which is one of the big reasons why we're using it so heavily here at Microsoft. And it's got all kinds of features for modern cloud applications and AI-powered apps. So this is why we're investing heavily in ASP.NET Core. Now, for .NET 10, we had a number of focus areas that we wanted to really hit hard, really make sure that we delivered in .NET 10. And those 4 areas are making it easier for you to build secure apps. We've been, we've been at Microsoft working on what we call the Secure Future Initiative, where we're pushing security into all of our products and services, and we want to make it possible for you to do the same kind of thing. We've improved app observability and diagnostics. This includes better logging and tracing, better support for open telemetry. We've added targeted performance improvements, and of course, performance improvements are something that we try to do in every .NET release. And we've delivered again in .NET 10. And finally, we looked at a lot of pain points or gaps that developers have been stumbling with, and we've tried to address those as well in .NET 10. The first area I want to talk about is security improvements. And there have been a lot of security improvements, as I said. But the key one that we delivered in .NET 10 is support for WebAuthn and passkeys. Now, passkeys, you may know about them, but you might only know about them in using them. The important thing from a technical point of view is they're cryptographic credentials that replace traditional passwords, okay? They're phishing resistant, but they're still easy to use and secure by design. So this is something that a lot of developers want to integrate into their applications. So we've added built-in support for passkeys into the ASP.NET Core identity framework. This is built into the shared framework, so you don't need any outside dependencies, but it was inspired by an open source project that many people have already adopted, so we know we have mature technology. Now, we didn't take all of the WebAuthn standard because some of it is still evolving, so in particular there's this feature called attestation that we felt better to leave out in .NET 10 until it really matures and is ready so that we don't have any breaking changes going forward. Our project templates, in particular the Blazor project template, now includes passkey support by default, passkey support built in. And existing projects that have ASP.NET identity can add passkey support. This is going to require a database schema migration, but all that is described in the documentation. If you missed the keynote a little bit earlier, Safia actually showed the passkey support in the bingo application, the Aspire bingo application. So you can look back and check on that there. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Safia to talk about the observability and diagnostics changes.
Yes. So being able to observe and examine the behavior of your application is really critical for managing a production service. And if you jump over to my screen, you'll see that I've got an Aspire dashboard running to showcase some of the work we've been doing on the metrics front. So here I've got an API service, and I'll go ahead and open up the OpenAPI docs for that service. Here's my Scalar documentation page, and you will see on the left-hand side, I've got a bunch of API endpoints that are actually sourced from the identity package. These allow me to register user accounts against my service, manage login, manage verification for email addresses, for running passwords, all of that good stuff. And what I want to showcase is some of the work that we've done to support metrics in the identity space. And let's do that by simulating what a user would do with our service by sending a post request to the register endpoint. So I'm going to hop in here and I'm going to put in my totally realistic test@example.com email and my extremely secure password, which technically meets all the requirements. I've got a capital letter, an exclamation point, and a number, so it checks the boxes. And I'm going to go ahead and register that user account, and I'll get back a response that that registration was successful. So cool, now there's this new user registered on the back end. Let me hop into our login endpoint and register with the same credentials. Let's see if I've forgotten my password in the 2 seconds that have passed since I did this. So here's my test.example.com. I'm going to go ahead and pop in my password that I submitted and go ahead and send in that login request. Cool. I've got a 500 server error here, which is fine actually, although unexpected for demo purposes, because it's going to let me show you what I really wanted to drive at, which is the fact that all of these metrics are now populated for the identity code paths that I triggered. So you'll observe that there's this new Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity metric or meter in the Aspire dashboard. And I've got meters or metrics associated with a number of different events. I can see the sign-ins that occurred. I can see how many check password attempts were triggered on my application. I can see what tokens were generated. I can see how long it took to create my user accounts on the service. This actually ends up being pretty useful for diagnosing key issues. So for example, maybe we rolled out a new update and we're noticing, hey, there's an increase in the amount of time it's taking to create new user accounts. I wonder if we introduced a regression in that code path. We can check to see if there's a spike in the increase of failed authentication attempts, which might give us an indicator of certain kinds of user behavior. So this sort of diagnosability and observability in a key code path, particularly in the security sense, is a really great improvement to ASP.NET Core and .NET 10. If we scroll down a little bit further, we'll also see that there is a Microsoft ASP.NET Core memory pool meter. And this meter allows me to observe the behavior of the memory pool of my application. I can see when memory pools are rented or evicted, when things are allocated into my memory pool, and overall diagnose the behavior of my application in production.
Very cool.
These new metrics are on by default in ASP.NET Core. The identity ones will light up in 10.0.1. The memory pool ones are on by default. And so this is neat that a combination of the built-in features in ASP.NET Core and the Aspire dashboard give you this really amazing observability to be able to manage your production services.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, Safia. So next up, I think we're going to talk about performance improvements. So let's come over to the next slide. Back to my screen. Okay, well, so as you heard in the keynote, we've been really driving performance across all of .NET. And we have a set of benchmarks called the Tech and Power benchmarks that we use to measure the performance of real-world applications, going from release to release and against other frameworks. And what we found is that from our last LTS release, .NET 8, going to .NET 10, we've had an improvement in throughput, requests per second, of about 15%, and a decrease in the working set of about 93%. These are very significant improvements. Now, this isn't all improvements that happened in ASP.NET Core, because obviously there were improvements all the way through the stack in .NET, right? But we're reaping the benefits of it. You can reap the benefits of it by moving to .NET 10. A couple of things that we did specifically in ASP.NET Core was we improved the way Kestrel memory pools were managed. Previously, the Kestrel memory pools were expanded to meet incoming workflow, but then that memory stayed in the pool and was never released. So we've changed that in .NET 10, so now that memory can be returned to the system and used for other purposes. We also improved JSON deserialization performance, and this is the second half of what we did in .NET 9, where we improved the JSON serialization performance. And this is specifically with doing streaming deserialization, so that we can actually stream the JSON through the deserializer and have it all happen without having it to be done all at once. And just real quickly, the way that the Kestrel memory pool is managed, we did some micro benchmarks on this, and what we found is that you can ramp up that Kestrel memory pool as it's needed, but then once the load declines, then you can start to see that memory pool memory get evicted, the total memory declines, and now that memory pool memory has been returned to the system and can be used for other purposes. And the result is that you get better scaling, lower costs, smarter resource use. This is something that we did for the app services, Azure service, but it will benefit your apps as well. All right. Next, we're going to talk about addressing pain points and gaps.
Yes. We did a bunch of sparkle work on that front in .NET 10. We care about making the framework better with every iteration, and sometimes that means focusing on the details, and we did our best to focus on some of those details in this release. First, some of the highlights. Shortly, you will see a demonstration of validation support for parameters in minimal APIs. It's been a feature that's been in our backlog for a while. It's finally been delivered, and we think the approach and design we took is going to be really something that the community and the ecosystem runs with. We've also got built-in support for emitting server-sent events from minimal APIs via a first-party result type. So now if you're building APIs that take advantage of SSE for streaming, you have that option built in by default. We've talked about OpenAPI 3.1 support in the keynote and a number of community stand-ups. This is a really big deal because it was kind of a collective community effort. It wasn't just on the ASP.NET Core front. We worked with the OpenAPI.NET team to bring that functionality to the Microsoft OpenAPI package, which a bunch of tools in the ecosystem like Swashbuckle and Kyoto use to model OpenAPI documents in memory. So that was pretty neat. We've got XML support for OpenAPI documents. We showed that in the keynote as well. And you know, YAML gets a bad rap these days, but it has tremendous readability benefits. And especially in scenarios like OpenAPI, where the YAML is generated from code, the OpenAPI specification that we have in memory, it's sometimes helpful to not have to read JSON to understand how your API is structured.
All those curly braces and quote signs.
Yeah, can't handle them, can't handle them. Nice. Another feature from the backlog that we took a stab at is adding system text JSON support to the JSON patch library. For a long time, JSON patches built-in implementation in ASP.NET Core was based around JSON.NET. But we've modernized it to support system text JSON. So you can take advantage of native AOT support and all of those perf advantages that you get with system text JSON. And one of the other tweaks that we fixed is the way that we handle unauthorized requests and APIs. Your behavior might differ for how you want to handle unauthorized requests. If you've got a web app where you might want to redirect to a login page, or an API where you might just want to return a 403 status code and have the client deal with it, whatever it may be. And so we've improved that handling so that we can more accurately detect what's a route that represents an API endpoint and what's a route that represents a view in the implementation. And that lets us be able to make better choices about, hey, let's redirect to login in this case, or hey, let's go ahead and give you that 403 status code and clients, please deal with it appropriately. So pretty good stuff on the back end.
Another, all very highly requested features, right?
Yes, we are listening.
Yep. All right, so demo.
Demo time. All right. If we jump to my screen, I've got a bunch of code on my screen that I want to walk you through that's going to talk all about validation support for minimal APIs. And I really want to get under the hood with this feature because I think there's a couple of interesting things about it that you would be curious to know. So what does it take to light up validation support for your minimal API in .NET 10? Well, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is call add validation on your service collection to enable validation support. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to apply attributes on your types or anything else to light up this behavior. One of the cool things we were able to do is actually build on top of the heritage we have with building source generators for minimal APIs to automatically discover parameter types in your request handlers and any validation attributes that are applied on them or any iValidate object implementations that they implement, and then register or light up validation support for them. So what that means is that I can keep my handler code pretty clean. If we take a peek at the customer's route endpoint that I have here, it's really just got my input and the response that emits. Everything else is source generated, and I don't need to worry about polluting my code with additional attributes. It keeps things focused on that business logic. And if we want to see this in action, we can jump ahead and we can send a request to one of our endpoints. I think this is the customer's endpoint. And we'll see that if a customer has sent a request that doesn't have a valid email, they'll get back a problem details response that says, hey, the email field is not a valid email address. Problem details is a standard that we build upon extensively in ASP.NET Core, and you see that we've done that here for validation. I'll draw your attention to the fact that there's actually an additional field here in my problem details payload. There's this detail property, and it tells me the number of errors that have occurred, which in this case is 1. And that's because the validation support that we have built in actually respects the configuration of the problem details service that we introduced in like .NET 8, I believe. And so I can actually use the existing customized problem details APIs to customize the behavior of the problem details response that's emitted. And what that means is that if you have anything where you're adding additional trace IDs or additional fields into your properties, those light up automatically because all of that configuration is centralized, which is pretty neat. Now, I mentioned earlier that this implementation extends upon the system component model data annotations. So your validation attributes, your iValidate object, et cetera, et cetera. There are, however, options for you to enhance or add custom behavior that doesn't really need to take a dependency on attributes that are on your types themselves. So if we hop into the add validation method that we're using to register our validation services, you'll see that we're registering this custom business rule validation resolver. Resolvers are the core component of this validation logic, and they allow you to describe the validation behavior of particular types or properties. So here in my business rule validation provider, I can describe custom behavior for things like a business product or a business store. So if we jump to what we describe in business product validatable info, you'll see that I've got some rules about the ranges for wholesale and retail prices, categories, so on and so forth. I can use component model data annotations that are built in, like the required and range attributes, or I can define my own ones. We'll see we have a business SKU validation attribute. And all of this lights up by default. So if we go ahead and send a request with an invalid product code, we'll see that we get an error back that says, hey, you tried to register a new business product, but the retail price and the wholesale price were not correct. So you got to go and adjust that. And all of this lights up automatically when we implement this resolver API and add it to our DI container via the callback. So that's pretty neat. All of this lights up automatically. However, there is an option for you to opt in types explicitly into this validation infrastructure if these types are not used in minimal APIs. As we mentioned, this is a pretty extensible model. We use it in Blazor. We've prototyped it in like plain old console apps as well. And if you want to explicitly opt in a type to validation, you can use the attribute validatable type to indicate to the source generator, hey, although this isn't used in a minimal API, it's used somewhere in my framework, can you please go ahead and generate the validatable type info resolver for it, and it will hook into all of the runtime infrastructure that we have that consumes that. So this is pretty neat. We've kind of taken a stab at tackling a pretty core gap in minimal APIs, but we've done it in a way that solves problems for Blazor, which didn't have support for being able to validate nested complex types. So we were able to kind of address two issues at once with this approach. I'm really excited to see how folks build with it. It is shipping as experimental for .NET 10. We're hoping in future releases to iron it out and actually ship it as a Microsoft Extensions validation package. So stay tuned for that.
And one more point that I want to make on this. We covered this in the pain point section of the talk, but in fact, input validation is one of the most important things for building secure apps.
Yes.
So it actually hits both of those key goals that we had for .NET 10.
Nice.
All right. So the next thing that we want to show is a demonstration of some of our open API support. So this is a little test app that I built. It's built on the eShop demo that we've shown a couple of times. So I have the catalog service here, and I'll just show you that this is running in an Aspire container just like eShop does. And you can see that because we've got a health endpoint. Oh, sorry, I got to start it first. So I say Aspire run.
Amazing, Aspire run live.
Yes.
I love it.
Run.
We get the cute little emojis.
Indeed. So we have a health endpoint. Maybe I won't show that at this point. But I do want to show that we now have the open API being generated. We can probably close that up. And you can see that now it's Open API 3.1, right? That's very cool. We can also generate the YAML form of that. So you can get your Open API in either JSON or YAML, depending upon what you want to do. And something I want to show you about the Open API support, now that we're at Open API 3.1 and in its full JSON schema, you can now do things like declare nullable types, and they show up here as type null or string, right? And that's actually much more accurate than what was possible in Open API 3.0. So this is actually a really important extension. This is not the only thing that's better in 3.1, but it's one of the things that you will probably notice right away. And Safia also mentioned, you know, the support for XML doc comments. You can see here that we're in the catalog item. So if we go here to our models and catalog item, sorry, I wanted to open that over here. You can see that the descriptions here are now coming from the XML doc comments, and you can only write, you only need to write them once now, and we'll pick up those XML doc comments and show them in the Open API for you.
Beautiful.
All right. So that was the demo of the Open API enhancements. That was it. That's what we had to show for today. We've done a lot of work in ASP.NET Core for .NET 10. We made your apps, we made it easier for you to create secure apps with WebAuthn and passkeys. There's also a bunch of authentication scaffolding that Dan will be showing later in the Blazor talk. We've improved app observability and diagnostics with more metrics, better tracing, better support for open telemetry. We've got targeted performance improvements like the Kestrel memory pool and minimal API JSON deserialization. And we've addressed a number of top key pain points and gaps, things like minimal API validation, support for XML doc comments in OpenAPI 3, and support for OpenAPI 3.1. We've got JSON patch support with system text JSON. Blazor state persistence, that's a big one, and Dan will be showing you that in the talk later. Also some quick grid enhancements in Blazor and improved Blazor navigation. So all of these wrapped up in ASP.NET Core for .NET 10. We've got some resources here that you can look at. You can go get.net today, get.net/10. We have a What's New article that you can go and look at all of the great improvements that we've done in .NET 10 for ASP.NET Core. And there's a link to the docs there so that you can go read our docs, see all of the new, we spent a lot of time actually improving the docs, making sure that the docs were ready for you with all the great new features. So go check out the docs as well.
Nice.
All right. Thank you.
That's a wrap.
That was great.
That was
There's
awesome.
a lot in this release, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we have a lot of questions coming in too, and a lot of excitement also, especially for the passkeys.
Yeah. Jeff,
Let's
you
see.
changed outfits?
Ha ha.
Rachel is now here to host with us for the rest of the morning.
Yes, us with our matching sweaters.
With our matching sweaters. Safia is also in the sweater train. So.
Yes, sweater
Rachel
gang.
is running the tags app.
Sorry, we forgot the memo. Polo gang.
Yeah, Mike, your sweater's adorable. Don't worry. Oh, my mic is not on. So sorry. Rachel, when you want to start asking some questions from Tags app?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's see. All right, so we have one question here about minimal APIs and the performance. There's a question, is there a performance gain and smaller footprint in minimal API 10 compared to minimal API 9?
So there is some improvement from 9 to 10. It's not as great as from 8 to 10. But some of the things that we highlighted, for example, the deserialization from the JSON deserialization, streaming deserialization, does add some performance improvement, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. Awesome. Another question we have here. Any guidance on how to organize minimal endpoints in separate file for endpoint and handler rather than defining all of them in program.cs?
Oh my gosh, question of the hour, of the year, of the decade, maybe. Yeah, we've got some thoughts on this. Actually, one of the things we've talked about, Michael, is we've got the eShop application,
yep.
Which is on the .NET organization on GitHub, and that does a pretty good job of modeling how we think it should be structured. Obviously, one of the things that Minimal APIs is not opinionated on is how you structure your APIs. So there's a bunch of third-party libraries that have some opinions about this. You can also apply your own structuring conventions. I personally like to stick a bunch of map handlers in a static class to encapsulate all of the behavior and then have methods that describe how the handler behaves.
And those can be central around a particular type, right?
Resource type, yeah.
Yep.
If you're thinking about REST APIs in that sense, so you could have catalog, product, store, et cetera, et cetera. So although you see single file stuff or file -based stuff in demos, as long as you're registering those endpoints at the top level in your entry point, the sky's the limit for how you structure them. And I think we see some of the separating things out by resource and separate static classes is one pattern we tend to use a lot for things.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks for those awesome tips. Super helpful.
Yeah. Hopefully my mic is back on. Sorry. I got so excited that Rachel came in the room. I turned my mic off.
No one wants to hear you, Maddy. So
I didn't want to interrupt.
They just need to hear me. It's fine.
I get it. Okay, Safia, Mike, favorite features in .NET 10, ASP.NET 10, Aspire 13, VS 2026. Pick one. Go.
So I can share one. This one's like cute. I like it. So if you were using integration testing with ASP.NET Core, you would have run into an issue if you wanted to take advantage of top-level statements, in the sense that the program class that is generated for you by the compiler when you use top-level statements is internal by default. And our testing infrastructure, our integration testing infrastructure in ASP.NET Core expects that entry point to be public by default. And so what ends up happening is people either have to use IVT, or they will spit out a public partial class program declaration in their top level file to override that default visibility and make it a publicly visible entry point, just for the sake of testing, which is like kind of not great. And so one of the things that shipped actually really early on in the previews is we now have a source generator that turns on by default that will emit that public partial class program declaration and kind of turn on public visibility for your program entry point to support testing as part of the shared framework. So you don't have to have that like one line snippet of code just for the sake of testing. You can get rid of it.
And you added an analyzer that looks
that
for
tells you
that tells you that you
oh
don't
my gosh,
need that
I'm
line.
so good. I'm so thorough.
You are.
Who is she?
Yeah, that's beautiful, and that's one that didn't make the cut in terms of what we talked about here, but it certainly is one that was a pain point for people and very important.
Just a little bit of polish.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm really partial to the minimal API validation stuff that we did. Again, because it addresses not just a pain point, but also this security angle that is so important. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Perfect. I love it. All right, we are going to free you to Safia. We have some work to do for Aspire 13.1.
Yes.
I don't know if you're ready. I'm ready. Mike, I think you can maybe take a break for a bit.
All right.
But we're going to pass it off to Dustin next for what's new in C# 14.
Yes.
Take it away, Dustin.
Hey everyone, my name is Dustin Campbell and I'm here to show you what's new in C# 14. I apologize that it's just me, but my regular co-presenter, Matt Storkerson, is on vacation, and we'll hopefully see him soon. But yeah, so we're talking about what's new in C# 14. This talk will be the same as it has been in the past in the sense that we're going right to demo. Okay, it's just going to be code for the most part. I don't like looking at a lot of slides when I'm talking about language features. I want to use them, I want to see them. So first up, we're just going to do a couple of warm-ups of what's here. There are a couple of nice little features, and we'll start right here. Just kind of some appetizers, some tasters. So looking at this program, I've got a person class, it's typical, but it has a warning here because nullable reference types is telling me that this could possibly be a null reference, and that's bad, kind of annoying. So if I want to get rid of that, though, I've got to add a null check, right? So if person is not null, then then we'll hook up the event, and of course, then it just moves the warning around, right? So this is one of these features that's I appreciate it, but when I've got an assignment like this, where I've got code where I'm dotting into something and then I'm assigning it, we haven't really had a way to kind of get around that easily, to perform that null check. And part of that is because in C# 6, we chose not to make the question dot operator that's been around since then work for assignments. We just thought, hey, it'd be a little confusing at the time. But that was a long time ago. I mean, we're 8 releases past that. So yeah, with C# 14, you can use question dot in assignments like this. And the reason we thought it would be confusing is because when you do that, that means if it's null, then this entire block won't run. Nothing will happen here. And so you might end up with something where there's a side effect that isn't observed anymore, that doesn't occur. But that is, we just don't think that's as confusing as it used to be. So there you go. You can use question dot now for assignments. We call it the null conditional assignment operator. The next feature I want to show, just again, it's a taster of just kind of small things that we do when, there's lots of things to kind of go clean up and make it a little easier. And that's this lambda expression right here. An annoyance with lambda expressions sometimes is that, I love simple lambda parameters where I don't have to state the parameter type, but there are so many cases, and we've reduced a lot of them, but there's so many cases where I do have to state the parameter type. And one of those is when modifiers are used. And in this case, we have an out modifier on the success parameter. And in this release, you know what? Let's just not. In fact, there's a code fix to fix it for you. There's a suggestion and a fix. So often I see these, I usually don't see an out like this, but often you'll see a ref where it's like, there's some sort of, ref struct that's building something up and is being passed in a delegate, and you use it in a lambda expression. So we're seeing that pattern more and more, and it felt like the right time to go and just say, let's just make this easier and clean this up. All right, next one. So this is a feature we've shown a number of times. This is field access in auto properties. Now, we've shown it a number of times because it's been a challenge to kind of get this out there and deployed in kind of the right way. But looking at this code, and I'll explain why that is. Looking at this code, we have really a C# 1.0 property. This is the same code you would have written a long time ago, right, in the C# 1.0 days. In C# 3, we introduced auto properties, and they're great because I don't have to declare a field. But there's this big cliff, right, with an auto property. In an auto property, if I do need to do something small, then like in the setter for this in this example, we're going to call an on name changed method. If I want to do that, now I have to kind of fall off this cliff and write the whole property and declare a field, and it's just kind of it's always felt kind of icky. So in this release, we're finally releasing the field access and auto properties feature, and here's what that looks like. So I'd really like to delete that field. Okay, so I can do that, and we can make this, a getter only auto property. However, what do we do in the setter if I want to still do that? And actually the C#, the warning from the compiler is telling me, yeah, I need to use field, okay? There's a new keyword that gives me access to that backing field. So here, I can set it. And now it's the same as it was before, essentially. You don't have the backing field if you were assigning it elsewhere in code, but if it's just only there to support this property, then you can switch over to the field property. To the field access. Now, the reason this was a long time coming and finally released is because it's a breaking change. You can have a field called field, and it's not weird, right? Databases famously have fields. And so this is a breaking change to have this keyword. And so what we're recommending in this case is that you need to be able to disambiguate it. You need to either say, and Copilot was trying to help me out there and spoiling the fun. I can say this dot and disambiguate that this is a field access just like I would in any other code. Or because this is a keyword, I can escape it with an @ symbol like I can with other keywords. Okay? And that is how it works. So, and of course I'm getting a warning here because now I'm talking to the field, but this is a getter only property. So it was talking to a different backing field. So I need to come in here and make sure I'm doing the same thing. There we go. So that's how this works. It's not too bad. And I really love getting rid of this sort of thing. I think this has been a long time coming, and I'm glad it's here in C# 14. Now, one thing I've been using these for, I've been using them a lot lately. I just want to share, these work great for like lazily initialized properties, right? So if I want to say, do something like, put out we'll say like an I-read-only list of person, like maybe there's a collection of relatives here or something. And then I want to make that a getter-only property. I can do so with the field keyword, where I can say, oh, field keyword, yeah, okay. And then if it's null, and we use the null conditional assignment operator, I can just assign it to an empty I-read-only list using a collection expression there. And now, and you can see that the tooltip tells me that, hey, relatives.field might be null here. And so we handle that and we initialize it with an empty list. So this is kind of a cool way to kind of do that sort of thing. And I've been using it a ton for that. So, all right. So that's your warm-up stuff. Let's get to kind of some meat and potatoes, some real nitty-gritty things. And let's talk about extension members. Extension members is something we've been talking about for a while, but it's also gone through some radically different designs. We started with it, honestly, as soon as extension methods were kind of, ready to go out before it was even released. I know that the C# language design team was already talking about, well, how do we do extension properties? And this is now like, many years ago. This was back in C# 3 that we put extension methods out there. And extension methods were this nice little feature that was really in support of query expressions, link query expressions. And they became this kind of powerful, massive, popular feature on their own with large swaths of ecosystem and libraries kind of built upon extension methods. So we've been looking at this for a while because the requests keep coming in. How do we get extension properties? How do we get extension this and that and extension everything? And so in this release, we have kind of started that process and come up with a design that we think works. The reason it's taken so long is that it's been difficult to come up with a design that scales to other kinds of members, right? Methods are, not hard to do in one sense because they have all these extra features. Methods you can declare generic type parameters on them, and you have parameter lists. So in an extension method, I have a place to put this parameter right here, right? So this is an extension method. It kind of looks like Link's, first extension method. But that means that like other members need to have these features too, right? You need to be able to if I want to have an extension property, how do I declare an extension property with generic type parameters? Or where do I put this parameter because it doesn't have a parameter list? And so that's always been the problem. And so in this release, we are introducing a feature we call extension blocks. Now, extension blocks, I'm going to show what that looks like here. I'm going to copy this bit. This is the important bit of your extension method. And I'm going to copy it up here, and I'm going to take and say extension, and then I'm going to put it in braces. I'll remove this keyword. And there we go. That's an extension block. And what we're doing is we're saying we're taking the important bits that kind of make this method an extension method and moving them up to the top, okay? And so then I don't need this parameter anymore because it's declared up in the extension block, okay? And in fact, I've got the parameter name source right there to be used down here. I don't need the generic type parameter because, again, it's declared in the extension block, all right? And then the last bit, and the reason there's an error on this source parameter is because it doesn't need to be static, right? And so what we've done now is we've taken essentially this, fancy static method, which is what an extension method kind of is. It's that we can call with instance syntax. And we have now changed the declarations so that the extra bits that are important that kind of across the members go up here. And then this is the signature that you would use in the instance syntax, okay? So like, this method right here, we're calling first, and that's still calling this first right down here. And I can show that in IntelliSense, just like so. So if I go here, you'll see that, first shows right up. And it's got kind of a little funkier parameter info to let you know what's going on there, to let you know that this is a little bit different. And in fact, link is actually still here, it's link to objects, system.link. So, there are actually the overloads for link there, but here's ours. And that's pretty cool. Now, and we tried to make this so that it would always generate that same static method you would have written under the hood. This is inside a static class, and this is kind of a container that will contain different extension members. And under the hood, it's still generating static methods into that static class, right? The container is really, there may be some metadata, but it's not important from that language perspective of using C#. It's really, you can think of them as all just kind of being on the static class as they were before. So that means that when you need to disambiguate, and you can see we might need to disambiguate here in some cases because we have a link method. And we have our so off of enumerable, we also have first, right, the link. And we also have the one off MyEnumerable. So if we want to disambiguate, we call into the static class just like we would with a regular extension method. And you can see here, here's that static method. Okay, and that's how you disambiguate. And so it's exactly like using an extension method before. We just, make you write a bunch more code instead. I'm joking, of course. That's not really true. It starts to build up and add and really start to reduce code that was there before. Let's try another one. We'll see. If I take select and I move that in here as well. Well, okay. Then I don't need the this parameter, and we can just do that. I don't need the tSource generic type parameter. Okay, and it doesn't need to be static. Whoops, and I delete the wrong bit of code. There we go. And again, now we have, you can see that the extension block is doing a lot of extra work for us here. We've got the tSource declared at the top, we've got the parameter. Now, we've split the type parameters though. Select gets to declare tResult. Select is a method that has two type parameters, one for tSource and one for tResult. But in the end, we still generate essentially the same thing that we would have generated before. And so you can see here that there's actually in parameter info, there is a select method with both generic type parameters that we kind of smoosh together. And so that's what that looks like. All right. But the whole point of this was to be able to add extension members, right? That this is a scalable syntax that we can add other members into. And by lifting up those generic type parameters, lifting up, the this parameter, now they can be taken advantage of by other members. So making a property is easy. I just, turn this into a property. And we put get around there, and there we go. Now up top, that just reverted to calling the link method. But we don't have to. We can go, and there's our extension property. Okay, and extension properties, of course, they can have setters right here, and you can, you could set that if you so desire. A little weird. We're getting a little weird here, but the thing about the setter is, and this is kind of reveals like kind of the edges of what an extension really is, and what it really is under the hood is that it's a static that is taking an instance of something and manipulating it, or being able to call methods or doing something with it. And so we don't really have a way in here to generate things that are like state on that instance that comes in. So when the source that comes in here at the very top in the extension block where that's declared, when it comes into the property, we don't have a way to say put some field on that. And so instance fields are not supported. And probably will not be. That also means that auto properties, field-backed auto properties, they won't work in extensions either. If you can write setters and you can store it on the side if you want, but that's something that isn't there today. Now, if I carry on with this, I want to talk about like the disambiguation. How do we disambiguate a property, right? Because we have first, but I've got a setter and a getter. And what we do for disambiguation is we actually generate and expose to you the methods that the compiler already would have generated for a property. Properties are actually sugar around a getter and a setter method, right? And so we expose those so that they can just be called as they would be. And so there's that. All right. Now, that's what we've kind of talked about in the past. I also want to talk about one other thing. Now, we've looked at instance extensions right now, but there's other stuff to look at. So let's shrink this down a bit. And on here, we also have just a regular static method, a range method. And this range method is useful, and it's useful in link, where I can type enumerable.range. That's very useful. But it's not very discoverable, right? I need to know that in link, there's this link to objects, there's this enumerable class that I can dot into, and there happens to be this helper method, this helper range method. And I can do the same thing here, right? I can call my enumerable.range because it's just a static method, right? But I'd really like to be able to call that in a more discoverable way. That's what's great about extension methods, extension properties now, is that I can press dot and get them on an instance and get them in IntelliSense, and I can discover them. Well, if I want to do that with a static method, it's also simple with an extension block. So suppose I want to say I want to dot into IEnumerable of int. Well, I could write an extension for IEnumerable of int without declaring a parameter, okay? And again, it disambiguates because it's on my enumerable, but I can also type IEnumerable of int, and that works just as well now. All right, that's pretty cool. I could, let's see, that also means though, I wish though that like, if I want to write this for other types of IEnumerables, now I'm kind of stuck, right? I got to write a whole bunch of these. But you know, we can declare generic type parameters, and so I could say, well, I've got a generic type parameter. Let's let it take a t, and that'd be really nice if I could return that IEnumerable of t, and then, well, the starting value is going to have to be of type t, whatever that is. And down here, I see there's an error, and that's because I can't apply ++ to, you know, operator to type t. But we, you know, in .NET 7, we have this generic math thing. So if I constrain to I number of t, well, now it works. And that's pretty cool. So now IEnumerable of range works, but also IEnumerable of int dot range works. And I can also say IEnumerable of long will also work. And that's, now, part of that is because the 1 here actually, you know, this is treated as an int32. Long is an int64, and int32 fits inside of an int64. So this works okay. But if I were to change this to an unsigned int, well, now it doesn't work, right? And it's because this has that whole negative range that isn't part of an unsigned int. So in order to address that, I can come in here and we can just say, like, let's call it like range from 1. And we'll take off that first parameter, do a start here, okay? And we'll call it up here, range from 1, there. And now it works fine. And now I can use it with anything, okay? And it should work just fine. One last step though, this isn't as discoverable as I want. It's weird to type IEnumerable. Why do I have to type IEnumerable? That's not where I want it. I want to be able to say like int.range. And so we can do that. We can just get rid of this, do it like this. And there we go, okay? All right, that's cool. I dig this. Let's go a little step further, okay? We've looked at static extension methods. But another thing that's been requested a lot are operators, extension operators. In this release in C#14, we've got them. So imagine we wanted to write an operator like, you know, I wanted to write an operator in fact, for t here, where it's an I number. But I wanted to use the times operator. Say I wanted to treat range as this vector. Like if I wanted to treat an IEnumerable as a vector, and I wanted to apply a scalar across it, for example. So I could say, let's make an IEnumerable of t that is, well, let's make a static operator. Operator. I always mix up where these keywords go in operators. And we'll call it for times, and that's going to be on an IEnumerable of t, and we'll call that a vector. And then I'm going to pass in my scalar that I am simply going to do a select and then multiply my scalar across it. All right? So now let's go ahead and say loop through all this and write it to the console. And we should see, okay, this is just going to print out our 1 to 20. But now if I come in here and I say add a scalar, multiply it times 10, that calls into our generic operator, right? Here's another one. And this is also something else that's new in C#14, which is compound assignment operators, which are intended for kind of types where it might be expensive to create a whole new type, and you want to kind of modify a type in place. And so I'm going to type this up very quickly, and we'll say another extension of t, and we're going to operate on an array where t is an I number of t. And then finally, I'm going to declare my compound assignment operator. And these are a little weird because they're not static like regular operator overloads. They're instance members. And they return void because you're updating the object in place instead of producing a brand new object like you would from a normal operator overload. So we're going to type this in. We're going to say operator, and I'm going to do a very similar operation. We're going to scale a vector. Okay. So let's go ahead and loop through the array. Oops. Typing a for loop has never taken so long. And let's go ahead and just scale each element. Oops. Scale. There we go. All right. And now I can take this and we can say, let's make a vector out of this. We'll call it, we'll just call toArray. Okay. And then I can call times equals 6. And that will call our compound assignment operator down there. Run this, and we'll see that now should be scaling up by 42. So that is kind of the nuts and bolts and big things in C#14. I'm going to switch back to slides real quick. There's actually a lot that's new in C#14, and a few things that we didn't look at. Partial events and constructors are, as we continue to fill out that partial story, especially for source generator scenarios. A nice little feature around unbound types in name of. But yeah, extension members, extension operators, even user-to-define compound assignment operators. This is cool stuff. C#14, I hope, will be useful to you. If you want to stay kind of apprised of things and how to keep up in C#, there's the What's New in C# site over at learn.microsoft. This is a great place to find out, exactly what's new. And in every .NET preview, these get kind of updated over time as we're developing the language. And these kind of go in levels of kind of your engagement and how much you even want to engage in this. The language feature status, that's on Roslyn's GitHub page, GitHub repo. That's really a place where you can see kind of like an engineering schedule of how language features are being implemented and who's working on them and what the status is. And then finally, there's the C# language design repo. And that's a place where our design happens in the open. If you're really interested in that sort of thing, you can read the notes. You can see the disputes and the agreements and the votes and what we're doing next. Yeah, with that, thanks for checking this out.
Thanks, Dustin. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
thank you,
so
Maddy.
many good things in C#.
It is weird seeing you alone, I know, but you held down the fort very well. So congratulations.
I miss him dearly.
Me too.
Well, we have some questions that came in. So one question we have here is about the primary constructor. Can it take a read only now or not yet?
Not yet. That's something we've been talking about here and there. It's not in there at the moment. So if you want read-only for the parameters that come in on a primary constructor in the fields that they're generated, you need to declare a read-only field to assign them to.
Gotcha.
It's something we've talked about. The design seems pretty clear, but it's just more about like finding the time and the right hands to type in the things.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, don't worry. C#15 is right around the corner
I know.
now, right?
We got to pad it, right? So we'll need that feature.
Yes,
that's not a promise. I'm not promising it for C#15.
Speaking of things that we've been talking about, there's a spicy question that came in here. Which C#14 feature was the most debated internally before it shipped? Any spicy design trade-offs?
Oh my goodness, that feels like a bait. Is that Mads Torgerson on Twitter, like in a secret account? It was extension members, and we actually went out last year with a design for extension members and shared it. And when we kind of started poking at it harder, it just didn't feel right. And so we had a lot of debate internally around what that would look like, and a lot of competing designs went up. And we managed to pull it together, come to consensus late last year. And since then, we've been full speed ahead on extension members as the design is showing, and it's looking great. So that was the most hotly debated.
I will say I had the pleasure to eavesdrop on one C# design meeting with the committee of the people or whatever. And
with our robes and our candles and our...
Yes, and there's a whole chant and everything.
Yeah.
It was one of the easiest going debates I've ever seen. Like, it was the nicest room of people just disagreeing. I was like, I've never seen I go into a room and I'm like, what is this? And they were like, oh, yeah. Like Mads, Dustin, everyone in there. They were just so
such sweeties.
chill about disagreements and opinion. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's amazing that you guys make any decisions. I would just scream. So props to that. Big fan.
Yeah, truly. Speaking of extension members, there was a question asking, do extension members work on older TFMs as well, like Net Standard 2?
They do.
Ooh.
So, your TFM and your language version don't necessarily have to match. And so if you do use C#14 as a lang version, yes, it will work down level. And it is very useful for situations where you have some API that's in .NET, modern .NET, and you kind of want it in .NET Framework. Maybe you're multi-targeting. Maybe you're in Roslyn and building for Visual Studio and for modern .NET, and Visual Studio is NetFX 4.7.2. And so, but you want to have that string.create method that's only on modern .NET. And so, yes, you can use this down level, create that static extension method, assuming you implement it right, and you can use that. Especially in those multi-targeting scenarios, it's really useful.
Love that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dustin, for sharing all the awesome C#14 things with us.
Absolutely.
We'll see ya. Oh, so did you hear about the code party tonight that's happening?
Okay, I just heard about this.
Okay.
There is a code party tonight at the end of this day one of streaming.
Yeah, and there's gonna be prizes.
There's gonna be, yeah. So I was in the one last year, I think, with Katie and Gerald, and we had quite the time.
Yeah, so be sure to check out the code party.
Yeah.
But next up, we have Stephen Toub talking about all of the awesome performance improvements in .NET 10. So please take it away.
Hi, thanks all for joining. My name is Stephen Toub. I am on the .NET team at Microsoft. I'm super excited about .NET 10, and I'm super excited to be talking with all of you about the performance improvements that have gone into .NET 10. Now, as many of you, or hopefully many of you are aware, every year I've taken it upon myself to write a blog post covering many of the performance improvements that have gone into that release. I'm not a YouTuber. This is my best impression of .NET Bot being an influencer and reacting to all the exciting things happening in .NET 10, as exemplified by this blog post, which you can see has a pretty small scroll bar here. And if I were to print this to PDF, my machine says it's about 250 pages. That speaks to the wealth of performance improvements that have found their way into this release. It also speaks to the impracticality of, I think I have 25 minutes here talking about 250 pages worth of material, which covers something around 300 PRs that found their way into .NET 10, specifically relating to performance. And I should note, out of those 300, about 25% of those came from folks even outside of Microsoft, from all of you. So thank you to all of you that helped contribute to making .NET 10 the amazing release that it is. Since I can't cover all 300 of those PRs, which is also only a subset of all the PRs that went into making .NET 10 an incredibly fast release, what I decided instead to do is just pick a handful of improvements and focus on just those highlights. They're not even necessarily the best improvements, the fastest improvements. They're just interesting improvements. Hopefully it'll give you a little taste of what .NET 10 brings to bear, such that as soon as we're done, you all run to download .NET 10 and update all of your apps to use it, because it really is the fastest release of .NET to date, and super, super exciting. So with that, why don't we dive in, and we'll take a tour through some of the improvements that show up. Now to start, I want to start with a topic referred to as de-abstraction. Now, in any modern programming language, programming environment with the compiler and language and libraries, we're often dealing at a pretty high level of abstraction. And you can see this in .NET with things like IEnumerable. We get to write nice little for each loops over any collection and let the compiler and libraries and runtime figure out how to optimize that as best as possible. Unfortunately, these layers of abstraction often come with costs, and so we rely on the libraries and compilers and runtime to remove those costs as much as possible, to de-abstract. And while previous releases of .NET have done a lot here, .NET 10 gets even better. to the point where a lot of the overhead just evaporates and goes away. So I want to give some examples of that. So let's open up Visual Studio. Here I have a very basic benchmarking program. Now, I want to preempt this by saying, or preface this by saying, you should be using benchmark.net to do benchmarking. Do as I say, not as I do. I generally do benchmark.net for all of my benchmarking activities. However, the way benchmark.net achieves the great results that it achieves is by taking a very long time to run your tests over and over and over, and then do statistical analysis and throw out the outliers and figure out what the real signal is and get you down to sort of the real nanosecond level accuracy. But it also means that for demo purposes, it's not particularly exciting. So instead, what I'm doing purely for demo purposes is I've got a little console app, and I'm just doing the naive thing. I'm capturing before I start how much memory I've currently allocated. I'm starting a timer. Then I'm iterating some number of times, running my method under test. I'm stopping the timer. I'm seeing how much memory has been allocated thus far, and then I print out basically the difference. So how much time has elapsed and how much memory has been consumed. And so we're just going to do our very simple benchmarking by putting benchmarks into this test method. So let's start by just choosing a simple little type. And since I have a stopwatch up here, let's just use the stopwatch. So I'll say stopwatch start new, stopwatch start, stop, and then I'm just going to return the elapsed time, which means I need to make this a time span. All right, so we've got our little method. We're testing to see how long it takes to allocate a stopwatch and start it, stop the stopwatch, and then return the elapsed time. So these are the overhead of doing this kind of benchmarking. So let me switch over to the console here. Now I've got this project set up to be able to run tests against .NET Framework 4.8 or 4.8.1 or whatever the latest is on my machine, against .NET 9, which was the previous release of .NET Core, and .NET 10, the brand new release. So let's try running this on .NET Framework 4.8, and you can see it's taking about 50 nanoseconds and allocating about 40 bytes. That's fine. Let's try it on .NET 9. So I'll change this to run on .NET 9. Now we're still going to see it taking allocating 40 bytes, but we can see now instead of about 50 nanoseconds, now we're down to closer to 40 nanoseconds. So we already saw basically 20% improvement just going to .NET 9. Now we go to .NET 10, and the big improvement we see here is rather than 40 bytes, we see 0 bytes, and it's also down to closer to 30 nanoseconds. How is that happening? Well, .NET 10 has gotten a lot better at being able to do escape analysis, meaning it checks to see whether this stopwatch instance that has been allocated, whether it's stashed away somewhere. Is it stored into a field? Is it returned out of this method? If the JIT can prove that this object never escapes, then it can stack allocate it, basically as part of the memory that is being stored on the stack frame for this method call. It can just make it a little bit bigger and use that extra memory to hold the stopwatch instance. And as a result, we're able to eliminate all of that additional pressure on the garbage collector, on the GC heap, and our method runs even faster. And this applies not just to stopwatch, of course, but to a whole bunch of things. Let's say I want to change my method to instead take a couple strings. Let's say string A and string B. Let me pass in A and B here. And then I'm going to do something which I think is pretty common. I want to be able to for each over, like do the same operation for both A and B. So I'm going to for each over a value in, and to make this easy on myself, I'm going to create an array so that I can easily iterate over both values that were passed in. And then just to do something with this data, let me create a sum of maybe the length. Yeah, that's good. And I will return the sum. Let's change this to int. All right, so now we're testing to see what happens with this string array allocation. So let's go back. We'll run this again on .NET Framework 4.8. Sure enough, we can see that there is this 40 byte allocation. That's for that array object. We can see it's taken somewhere around 10, 15 nanoseconds. I can run this on .NET 9. We'll see it's a little bit faster now. We may be closer to 8 to 10 nanoseconds, but we still have those 40 bytes. But now I run it on .NET 10. and we're down to 4 or 5 nanoseconds, and the allocation has completely vanished thanks to this escape analysis and the ability to do this stack allocation. So that's really cool. Obviously, this kind of stuff happens a lot. But one of the most exciting aspects of this is for something that happens throughout pretty much every application you've ever written, and that's enumeration of collections. So let me come up here, and I'm going to allocate an array. Let's say enumerable dot range. Let's do this. Say 100 values in my array, and I'm going to change this method to take an array values, and we'll just enumerate all those values, and we'll sum them up. Now, this method, as written, is actually already optimized and has been for years by the C# compiler. So if I were to copy this method, and let me go to Sharp Lab, paste in this method here, and look at the code, we can see that there's no for each loop showing up here. There's no IEnumerable or IEnumerator. The compiler has basically lowered it almost exactly as if I had written this to instead be a regular for loop. So if I were to copy this method, and I'll just add a test2 here. There we go. And I'll say for I equals 0, I is less than values length, I plus plus, and then I want to add in values sub I. And we compare these two methods, we can see they're almost identical. There's just an extra little copy being made of an integer value, but otherwise these are identical because the C# compiler is lowering this method to effectively be the equivalent of this method. So if I go back to my benchmark over here, I want to pass in values, and I run this on .NET Framework 4.8, we'll see that there's no allocation happening in that test method because as we saw in the sort of decompiled version of the C#, there wasn't an enumerator at all. It was just a for loop. And we can see it was taking about 50 nanoseconds. If I run this on at 9, we'll see it's better because the JIT is just better. And we can see we're still at 0 bytes and we're at about 40 nanoseconds instead of at about 50 nanoseconds. And I would see basically the same thing if I ran it on .NET 10. But now let's go back to our program. We're going to make one little change here. We're going to change this int array to instead be IEnumerable of int. And if I do that, and I were to copy and paste this method back over into Sharp Lab to see what this looks like, now we see that we actually do have, this eventually comes up, there we go. We see that I do actually have use of the enumerable and enumerator. I'm calling get enumerator, and in most situations, this is going to need to allocate an enumerator. I've got a try finally block, which before .NET 10 wouldn't be inlined. Now in .NET 10, it can actually be inlined. And I've got this move next method and current access, which are a lot harder to devirtualize and therefore inline because I'm going through this abstraction. Let me go back to my code here. We're going to run this now on .NET Framework 4.8. Previously, this was taking what was about 50 nanoseconds, I think we saw. Now, just by changing that in array to IEnumerable event, we can see it got about 10 times as expensive, and we're allocating 32 bytes. If I change this to .NET 9.0, we'll see that it gets a lot faster. Now, instead of 500 and whatever nanoseconds, now we're at about 190 nanoseconds, so 3 to 4 times as fast, but we're still allocating. Now, if I change this to .NET 10, now we're at another 4x or 5x faster, and we're allocating nothing. And we can see that this happens not only just with arrays, but with other collections. So I could change this to say toList, right? And if this were a list of T, and I were to copy and paste this into Sharp Lab, we can see if we look at this, what this decompiles to, we're using the strongly typed struct enumerator of list. So there shouldn't be any allocation here. And in fact, we can see if I run this on .NET Framework, there we go. We're not getting any allocation. It's taking about 300 nanoseconds. If I run this on .NET 9.0, we'll see it gets faster still. About, what was it, 5x faster. just by upgrading to .NET 9, and we'd see something similar on .NET 10 as well. But now if I change it to IEnumerable, we're going to go back through that abstraction path. So now I run it on .NET Framework 4.8. We're no longer at 50 or 500 nanoseconds. Now we're closer to 700 nanoseconds, allocating 40 bytes. If I run this on .NET 9.0, we'll see it gets faster, but only about 200 nanoseconds. So still way better than it was on .NET Framework, but not close to the value that we saw when it was just the raw listed int, and we're still having our 40 bytes allocated. If I now go to .NET 10, it gets about twice as fast still, and we're at 0 bytes. So really, really cool work happening in the JIT here to eliminate this overhead that'll show up all across pretty much every application you've ever written. That speaks to some common collections like list and array. And so you might wonder, does that only apply to list and array? And the answer is no. This applies to a whole bunch of things. Now, we had to make some tweaks to list of T, and in particular to its enumerator type, to get the biggest bang for the buck with regards to the JIT work. And we've made similar changes to other collection types. So let me switch back over here. Let's try a different collection. Let's try stack. I'm not even going to focus on the deabstraction at first. I'm just going to use stack event. So let me come back down here, and we're just enumerating a stack using its strongly typed enumerator. This should be very fast. So let's run this on .NET Framework 4.8. You can see it's about 500 nanoseconds and 0 bytes because we're using the struct enumerator. I can run this on .NET 9, where there have already been significant improvements. Now we're about twice as fast. And I can run it on .NET 10. And it's not just twice as fast. Now it's 10 times as fast as .NET Framework. And that's just using the improvements to the collection itself, to stack itself. But we can then double down on this with the deabstraction support as well. Let's run this now on .NET Framework 4.8. You see now we're up to about 800 nanoseconds. And can run it on .NET 9. We're better at about 300 something nanoseconds, but we still have our 40 bytes of allocation. I run it on .NET 10. And now we're super, super close to it was about 50 or 60 nanoseconds we saw when we were just doing it raw, and 0 bytes, eliminating all of that overhead. We can do it with a queue as well. Let's just try it with a queue. So let's try it on .NET Framework 4.8. About 900 nanoseconds. Do it on .NET 9. About 350 nanoseconds. And on 10. We get rid of that 40 bytes of allocation, and we drop down to still even about 3x faster than it was previously, and almost 9x faster than it was on .NET Framework 4.8. And this applies not just to these core collections, but other collections too. Like, let's try a concurrent dictionary. Let's make this a concurrent dictionary, and we're going to select, that looks good. And then we're going to change this to be an IEnumerable of key value pair int, and we'll change that to .value. So now we're enumerating through our collection of int, our concurrent dictionary int. So let's try that. We're going to try this on .NET Framework 4.8. About 1.6, 1.7 microseconds and 56 bytes. Gets a bit better on .NET 9, maybe about 2x faster. Yeah, about 900 nanoseconds, but still with 56 bytes. Now we try it on .NET 10, where we significantly improve the enumerator implementation for concurrent dictionary. Now we're at 140 nanoseconds and 0 bytes. So all these improvements coming together to make for really nice improvements. And I focused here with collections on these enumerators, but the improvements span well beyond just enumerators. For example, one of my favorite improvements in .NET 10 has to do with bit array. So let's come in here. Let's create a couple bit arrays. A bit array is just a collection of bits. Let's say we want 100 bits, and I'm going to initialize all those to be false, and then I'm going to have another one just for fun. Let's initialize them to all be true. And let's pass in our 2 sets of bits here. Come down here. and we'll take bits 1 and bits 2. So I've got 2 bit arrays, and I want to do something with them. Now, the operation that I want to do for this example is compute the Hamming distance. Hamming distance is basically if I have 2 collections and I were to kind of layer them on top of each other, how many positions do the 2 collections differ from each other? So we want to compute the Hamming distance between bits 1 and bits 2. Distance, that looks good. That looks good. I actually want to make this long because we could possibly more. Great. So I've got my Hamming distance, but this is actually not particularly efficient. I'm having to do a bunch of work for every single bit in these bit arrays. But these bits are packed into bytes, and there are instructions in the hardware that would allow me to manipulate the whole byte, pairs of bytes in 1 or 2 instructions to determine how many, to basically the Hamming distance of an individual byte, or of an individual int, or an individual long, or taking advantage of SIMD, being able to use vector 128, vector 256, vector 512. We should be able to do this a lot more efficiently. Now, as it happens, there's a method on tensor primitives called Hamming bit distance. So really, I'd love to be able to pass in just bits 1 and 2 directly, but I can't because Hamming bit distance takes span. So I need to be able to get a span to the backing store for these bit arrays. Now in .NET 10, I can do that. So let's say if .NET 10 or greater, I want to return, and instead of using bits 1 and 2 directly, I'm going to use collections Marshall as bytes, bits 1, bits 2, and then we'll just fall back to this implementation for earlier than .NET 10. All right, great. Let's check. Yeah, that looks fine. So let's try running this. We're going to run this on .NET Framework. We're at about 500 nanoseconds. And when we run this on .NET 9, we're still doing the same operation, but we're just able to get better code out, and it's going to be much faster, about 3x faster, going from 500 nanoseconds to about 160 nanoseconds. But now if I do it on .NET 10, I've got to get ready with my control C because this is going to be super fast. Now we're at about 10 nanoseconds all the way down from 500 or 160 because we're able to take advantage of that vectorization under the covers. So just a taste of the kinds of improvements that you can find in .NET 10 with regards to collections. Also with collections, we use link a lot, like language integrated query, link to objects, basically extension methods for IEnumerable that let you do a whole bunch of operations really to easily express them. And then once you've easily expressed them, you really want them to be as efficient as possible. So we spend a lot of time and energy over the years making link more and more efficient. Let's take a look at an example of that. Let me back up here. I'm going to have this take an IEnumerable of int. And let's do something inside here like values.first. So we're just going to grab the first value out of this enumerable. I'm going to pass in values. And up here, I'll do something like enumerable.range. We'll take some data. Okay. So I could run this, right? We have some values. We're asking for the first, pretty standard stuff. Of course, I could chain these operations together. So maybe I say order by, and I actually want to order by the negative value. Now, this is where things get interesting. In .NET Framework, this would perform the full order by, the full sort, and then first would come in and select the first result. But that's actually overkill. And in .NET Core, starting with, I don't know, .NET Core 3.0, something around there, a bunch of optimizations were done to pass information between the query operators in link. So order by doesn't just do the sort and give the result to first. First actually sees that it's operating on an order by. And that means that it can actually skip the full sort and just find the minimum. Because if you sort a thing and you ask for the first one, it's going to be the smallest value. So let me make a small tweak here to the number of operations, because that's probably going to be too long. I'm going to bump up the number of values being sorted just to make this obvious. And let's try running this. So on .NET Framework, this order by .first was taking a long time. There we go. All right. So it took about 122, what is that, milliseconds per operation. All right, now let's try it on .NET 9.0. Now, this is still going to take a while. Actually, it's not going to take a while. It's going to be very fast. We can see that the 122 milliseconds is now down to about 2 milliseconds. And that's because on .NET 9, it was able to apply this optimization that translates an order by .first into a MIT. So these kinds of optimizations have already existed. But now let me change this first to instead be, say, contains, which is not something that we previously taught LINQ how to understand. So now it actually is going to do the full order by followed by this contains operation. So let's try this again. And on .NET Framework 4.8, it's going to take approximately the same amount of time that we saw before. So I think before it was about 122 milliseconds for each of the operations. And this should be approximately in the same ballpark, about 128. Now, if we run it on .NET 9, it's going to be faster because .NET 9 is just a lot faster over across the board than .NET Framework. But we're still having to do that full sort of a million elements, and so this still is going to take quite a bit of time. Here, it's about 1.5 times as fast, but still 83 nanoseconds. Now, if I do this on .NET 10, because we're now able to chain that information through to contains, you can see it's like instantaneous, 10 to 20 nanoseconds for something that was previously taking many milliseconds, which is pretty cool. And the same optimization applies to other cases. Let's say I do a reverse. Right? Reverse actually do the semantics that it employs. It makes a full copy of the input and reverses it. So if I try and run this on .NET Framework 4.8, we're going to see that it's not having to do an order n log n operation, but it is making a full copy, resulting in 8 megabytes being allocated. If I do this on .NET 9, we can see that it's about 4 times as fast, but it's allocating about half as much, but still allocating 4 megabytes. Now I do it on .NET 10, we're able to skip the reverse entirely because it knows that the reverse has no impact on the success or failure of contains. So now it's taking sub 10 nanoseconds and is allocating nothing. So these kinds of improvements just show up when you move to the new version. All right, it's enough of LINQ. There's other improvements there. There's new methods, shuffle, left join, right join, etc. Other cool optimizations, but you can explore those on your own time. Now, we were talking about enumerating. We were talking about LINQ. Those all have to do with searching. Regex is another super common example of wanting to do searching. And in pretty much every release of .NET Core since .NET 5, we have improved the regular expression engine in .NET, and that goes for .NET 10 as well. So let's switch over to actually a different set of windows. Rather than showing more benchmarks, running them on different versions, I thought what we would instead do is take a look at how this shows up using the regex source generator. For those of you who aren't aware, the regex source generator was introduced in .NET 7. And at compile time or live in the IDE, it takes whatever your regular expression is and it generates a full implementation of that regular expression in C#. So we can see here I've got an empty regex, and if I look at the code that's being generated for this, it's just matching the empty string, so it's always successful. If I were to change this to be ABCDEF, now we can see that live the implementation changes. We're first looking for a possible match where we find C or F, so it's looking for this last character that might make up a match. And it's chosen C and F instead of A or D because it's determined statistically that C and F are less likely in common input sources. And then once we found a possible place to match, we're checking to see whether it begins with A, and if it does, try and match B, C, or if it begins with D and is followed by EF. You get the idea. But this is cool because we can now see live the impact that changes we made in .NET 10 make. On the left side of my screen, I have .NET 9. On the right side of my screen, I have .NET 10. So let's start with an example like this. So let's say I've got an expression A star followed by AV. Now this A star is what's referred to as a greedy loop. Greedy means that it consumes as much as it can. And then if you have a backtracking engine like you have with the source generator, if it fails to match what comes after that loop, it backs up giving back something that it matched to try and match what came next. And then it gives back something else, it gives back something else. Basically, it keeps trying to give back things to satisfy what comes next. And we can see that greediness if we look at the source implementation. After we match as many A's as we can, we have a label here. And we jump down to match what comes next, trying to match either an A or a B. And if this fails, we jump back to that label, we back up a little bit, and we try again. And if it fails again, we jump back up here, we back up a little bit, and we try again, and so on, and so on. But if I were to change this to instead be just A star B, now we notice that this word has changed from greedily to atomically. We still have a loop, but the engine has recognized that there's nothing that the A star could match that would also match B. And as a result, no amount of giving things back from this loop will be successful. And so it can change that greedy loop into an atomic loop, meaning one that never has to give anything back. And that's really nice because it changes the algorithmic complexity of the regex. Now, if we scroll down, we see there's no more label. There's nothing to jump back to. And if the matching of the B fails, the whole match fails immediately rather than having to jump back to something and try again. So we jump at the opportunity to make more and more things atomic because it can significantly reduce the processing time of these regular expressions. So let me give another example. Let me try /w plus. This is matching as many word characters as it can, followed by a math symbol. We can see that this is matching greedily, but there's actually no math symbol that is counted as a word character. So this should have been able to become atomic, but the engine didn't know how to reason about the overlap between Unicode categories. Now in .NET 10, we notice a few things. One, we can see that we get a nice usability benefit. This fairly obscure match a character in the set gobbledygook now translates into a match a Unicode math symbol. So that's a nice usability benefit. But we also see that this greedily has become atomically. Because the engine has now been able to recognize more and more cases of this, where this auto-atomicity could apply. We could see that as well if I did, say, /s followed by a capital S. These are distinct sets. This is a white space, and this is anything other than white space. This should be able to have been made atomic, but it's greedy. If I do the same thing on .NET 10, we can see that now instead of greedy, it's atomic. So we're getting these nice benefits. And there's a bunch of places where this improves. There are other improvements in .NET 10 around being able to just remove completely unnecessary work. So let's take an example of, let me say I'm doing, let's try this. So this is a zero with positive look ahead. So basically we're looking to see if what comes next matches, but then we're not consuming it. It contains an anchor and it's followed by the word hello. Now in actuality, this expression is identical to if I had just moved the anchor out of that look ahead. And you notice that by doing so, it changed what was being matched, because previously in .NET 9 and earlier, the engine didn't recognize that this anchor could actually be lifted out of the look ahead. But in .NET 10, it does recognize that. So if I copy this over to .NET 10, you'll notice that I get the same behavior now in .NET 10 as if I had moved it out on .NET 9. And that's really important because we're eliminating a huge swath of work. If I look at what the code looks like for finding the next possible match, we're seeing that it's searching the whole input looking for the string hello, basically the next place to match. Whereas on .NET 10, it's only matching if we're at the very beginning of the string. And that means we're eliminating trying basically all the different possible places and searching through the whole string. We're eliminating one or more potentially very expensive searches through the input. And just for fun, we can see the impact of this. So let me copy out this regex into my program. Go up here and I'll say equal new regex, paste that in. We'll use regex options.compiled. And then I also need some input. And so for input, again, we're going to do a do as I say, not as I do. You should always cache your HTTP client instances, but for the purposes of this demo, I'm just going to manufacture one. And we're going to grab some data from Gutenberg. Let's do, I think 3200 is Mark Twain. Let's just double check that. Yes, the complete works of Mark Twain. And now we're going to pass in our regex and our input. We'll come down here and we'll do regex and our input. And then I want to return the number of matches. So let's do return r dot matches input count. All right. And again, we're using this anchor inside of this positive layout. So let's try and run this on .NET Framework 4.8. And we're at about, 24, 23 milliseconds. I can run it on .NET 9, which already had massive amounts of improvements in the regular expression engine. And we can see that we're about 12 times as fast, going from 24 milliseconds to about 2 milliseconds. But now if I run it on .NET 10, I again need to get my Control-C fingers ready. Because instead of milliseconds, now we're at about 30 or 40 nanoseconds. Because it only has to match the very beginning of the string. So we're eliminating huge amounts of work. One last thing to show, and then we're out of time. You'll notice that there are these little dots here. One of my favorite aspects of pretty much any .NET release is we add more and more analyzers to try and find opportunities to do improvements. And there's an example of such an improvement in an analyzer in .NET 10, where it's recognizing that if you're on .NET 7, I think it is, or newer, you have access to a count method that allows this to be allocation free and do a whole lot less work. So I can just apply that fixer. And I'm able to utilize this count method instead. So with that, I will say thank you so much. I hope you all will go and grab .NET 10. I hope you will all upgrade all of your applications to it. And I hope you will all share your experiences with it so we can all see any improvements you have, any regressions you might find, but also learn how we can do even better for .NET 11. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Steven. That was, we saw a comment that said we should have an entire day of .NET Conf just dedicated to Steven's performance blog post. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's just so much. I think there was another comment about how last year when they printed out the post, it was 250 pages. It's just so much incredible stuff to unpack.
It's like a full book.
Yeah,
oh,
seriously.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you have any Q&A before we head into the next session, Rachel? I know there was one very interesting question we kept hearing.
Well, yeah, someone was asking Maddy, what's in the bowl in front of you?
I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. These are these nice, foamy, mossy little things. So that's my answer. But I hope you all like the new, I've been calling it the coffee shop kind of affectionately, the new studio we have. That's the team here in Microsoft DevRel Studios has been doing a ton of work to set everything up for .NET Conf. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, team, including whoever staged these nice little mossy guys here.
Love them.
Yeah. So who do we have next, Rachel?
Yeah, up next we have Dan Roth to talk about all things Blazor. Take it away, Dan.
All right, thanks Maddy, thanks Rachel. It's great to be here. Hello everyone, I'm Daniel Roth, Principal Product Manager for ASP.NET Core and Blazor on the .NET team. And I'm excited to be here with you today to talk about building better web apps with Blazor in .NET 10. Blazor is a web framework for building full stack web apps with C# and .NET. With Blazor, you can build your entire app from the front end to the back end using a single language and framework. No JavaScript required. At its core, Blazor is about building reusable UI components with C# and HTML and CSS. It includes a rich set of built-in components and a large ecosystem of third-party libraries to help you build apps faster. Blazor offers flexible rendering, so you can run your components from the server or from the client, like on WebAssembly or using a hybrid native application. It's optimized for performance. It has security features built in, and it allows seamless interoperability with JavaScript when you need it. Blazor is great for building web apps both big and small. The MyRide K-12 app from Tyler Technologies is a great example of how Blazor enables developers to be maximally productive. The MyRide app helps parents track student bus routes and transportation schedules. The app is used by over 2,500 K-12 schools across the United States and Canada, and it has over 750,000 downloads on the Google and Apple app stores. MyRide uses Blazor to target the web and also native devices at the same time. It's built by a small, agile team of engineers with incredible results. When they make a UI update, it's immediately available across platforms, which increases agility and reduces costs. LKAB, Europe's largest iron ore producer, transformed its mobile strategy by adopting .NET MAUI and Blazor. Previously, apps were built using multiple different frameworks, creating high maintenance costs. Today, a unified Blazor-based approach powers cross-platform apps for iOS, Android, Windows, and soon the web, all from a single code base. This shift has streamlined development, reduced maintenance overhead, and accelerated delivery of new features, improving productivity across the organization. Blazor is also great for building AI-powered web apps. Blazor's powerful server-side rendering model makes building rich interactive AI experiences surprisingly easy. You can get started using Blazor to build AI-powered apps with the .NET AI Chat Web App template. This template is more than just a basic chat app. It shows you how to build Blazor components that handle streaming responses, markdown rendering, citations, and suggested prompts. The template works with a variety of AI services and also integrates with various vector stores for retrieval augmented generation. The template also includes Aspire, so your AI app is cloud ready, and it's easy to monitor and troubleshoot all those AI interactions. To get started with the .NET AI Chat Web App template, check out the quick start at ak.ms/.net/AI-templates. Blazor is now even better in .NET 10, the latest release of the .NET platform. We're so excited for you to try out this new release. In .NET 10, we focused on 4 key areas for ASP.NET Core and Blazor. Simplified security, making it easier for you to build secure apps, better observability and diagnostics, improved performance, and delighting developers by addressing those top pain points and feature gaps. Let's take a look at each of these areas. So first, in .NET 10, we want to make it easier for you to build secure web apps with ASP.NET Core and Blazor. To do that, we've added built-in support for passwordless authentication using WebAuthn and passkeys. I'll talk more about passkeys in just a moment. We're also working on new authentication scaffolders to make it easier to add authentication to your existing apps. The new Entra ID scaffolder for setting up Entra ID authentication for ASP.NET Core and Blazor is now available from the command line using the .NET Scaffold tool. With .NET 10, passkey support is now integrated with the Blazor web app template, and it's supported by ASP.NET Core Identity. Passkeys are cryptographic credentials that replace traditional passwords. They're phishing resistant, they're easy to use, and they're secure by design. A passkey consists of a public-private key pair scoped to a particular account and origin. The private key is stored in an authenticator app. The authenticator then takes care of verifying the user identity before allowing authentication with that stored passkey. Let me show you how easy it is to get started with passkeys with Blazor in .NET 10. Okay, so here I have Visual Studio 2026, the latest release of Visual Studio, and I've created a new Blazor web app, and I've checked the checkbox to say I would like to have individual user accounts so that we've set up authentication. And if we look in here, we should be able to see, yep, right there, we're seeing some passkey code. There's passkeys already set up in this app. Now I've got it running, and I've gone ahead and set up a user and set up the schema in the database. So I'm logged in as myself. Oop, I just logged myself out, so let's log back in. There we go. So here I'm going to use a password. Ick, don't want to use passwords anymore. But once I'm logged in, I can see my user account. And if I go to this Passkeys tab, you can see now I have the ability to add a passkey to log in without having to use a password. So I'm going to add a new passkey. When I do that, I have a choice of which authenticator app I'd like to use to store that passkey. I could use Windows, for example, or I have other options, like I could, for example, use like my phone or a security key. I'm going to go ahead and use Windows, and Windows is first going to verify that I am really who I say I am, so that you can't store passkeys for somebody else. And then I can give that passkey a name. We'll just call this one Windows. We'll go ahead and save that. All right, great. So now I should be able to log in with my passkey. Let me log out again. And then this time I'm going to click the login with passkey link at the bottom here. And here the Windows is saying, let me make sure first that this is really Dan. And I'll go ahead and authenticate myself. And that should allow me to log in using that stored passkey. It's just that simple. So this is built into the new Blazor identity code that's part of the Blazor web app template. We're also updating the Blazor identity scaffolder, so it's included there as well. Awesome. All right. Next, let's talk about observability and diagnostics. So in .NET 10, we've made it easier for you to monitor and diagnose issues in your ASP.NET Core and Blazor apps. We now have lots of Blazor-specific metrics, like metrics for page navigations, UI events, how many active circuits you have, and more. We've also improved tracing for Blazor server apps, so you can see the activities associated with specific page loads and events. We also have added new diagnostic tools for Blazor WebAssembly apps, so you can collect performance profiles, memory dumps, and runtime metrics. Let me show you that. OK, so let's go back over here to Visual Studio. The easiest way actually to see the new metrics and tracing in .NET 10 is to use .NET Aspire. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click on my project, and I'm going to say, let's add Aspire Orchestrator support. There we go. And I'm going to use the latest version of Aspire, Aspire 13, the first of the prime versioned Aspire releases. It's very mathematically pure. All right, there we go. So by adding Aspire, I now have this app host project and the service defaults project. The app host project is going to let me orchestrate and manage my entire distributed app. And that service defaults project is going to set up open telemetry and collect all the distributed traces so that we can see that in the Aspire dashboard. So once we get this running, we should be able to see all that information. There it goes. All right, cool. All right, so here we've got the Aspire dashboard open. And let's go ahead and browse to the app, which shows up as one of the resources. Here's our app. And let's just create some data by like clicking around a little bit. You know, browse to the weather page, back to the home page, back to the counter. There we go. OK, so now if we go to the metrics tab, we should be able to see all the new metrics. And there are a lot of new metrics in ASP.NET Core. Like there's new metrics for authentication and authorization that Safia and Mike showed earlier. But we also have great Blazor metrics. For example, we can see how many times people have browsed to the different pages in our app. We've got like 5 total page navigations right now, but we can of course filter that to specific routes. Like if I want to see how many times have I browsed to the counter page, we can look at that route and say, yep, I've browsed there twice. Similarly for the weather page and so on. Alternatively, if we want to filter by specific component types, we can see, how many times did I actually browse to the weather component? And we can see, yep, I browsed there once. We also get a bunch of telemetry on the UI events and how long they're taking. Like this can be useful for like performance investigations. If you have some user interaction that's taking a little longer, you can filter down to specific event types and then specific event callbacks and see what's going on there. We have some lower level component lifecycle metrics that give you information about your render diff sizes and durations for your components. That's useful like for optimizing and monitoring the rendering performance of components in your app. But what I really love is the new circuit metrics where you can see how many active circuits you have in your app. It's kind of like how many users you have currently using your application. Right now I only have one because I only have this one counter page open. But if I duplicate this tab, so I have 2 counters, I should see now that it jumps up to 2 active circuits. And yes, it does. I can also see how many of those circuits are actually in a connected state, like have an actual active network connection versus being disconnected and just sort of waiting to see if the user's going to come back. OK, so that's new metrics and tracing for server-based Blazor applications. What about WebAssembly? Let's close all of this. And let me open up a WebAssembly-based application. This one's just using server rendering, so let's switch to that. So let's go to this Blazor Diagnostics application. There we go. OK, so this is using Blazor WebAssembly. And you can see here I had to do a little bit of configuration in the client project to configure the WebAssembly runtime so I can collect diagnostic information from the runtime. So it's a bunch of MS Build properties. You can read the docs for details on all of those. But once you've done that, we can now run the application and export or extract diagnostic information from the running application using some new convenient JavaScript APIs. So let's go ahead to the counter page. This is the page that's actually using WebAssembly. And I'll bring up the browser DevTools. And let's go ahead and make sure the counter's working. It is. OK, so here are some of the new JavaScript APIs that you can use. You can collect a performance profile using CPU sampling, like for a particular duration. And this will generate a net trace file that you can then download and analyze. You can also collect a GC dump, a memory dump of the memory usage that's in the application. So that's useful. And then we also have, let me make sure we don't have that 2 hanging out there. We also have the ability to collect runtime metrics, like low-level runtime metrics from the runtime itself. So just as an example, let's go ahead and collect a memory dump. I'll do a GC dump, and that, as you can see above, it just added this particular trace file. So 7450.net trace. And what I actually want to do is, I'd like to open that up in Visual Studio. Visual Studio actually we would prefer to have a GC dump file. So in order to turn this net trace file into a GC dump file, I'm just going to use a simple .NET SDK tool, the GC dump tool, and I'll just say convert, and that trace file, there we go. And that should turn it into a GC dump file, and now I can open that up in Visual Studio. And let's go back to my downloads folder where I can find that, and we should be able to see some memory information about my Blazor WebAssembly app. Yeah, there we go. So somewhere in here I should have like my counter component. Yeah, there it is. That's the counter component for my counter page. OK, so you've got tools now where you can extract diagnostic information from your Blazor WebAssembly apps. We have new metrics and traces for your Blazor server applications. Very nice. All right. Next, let's talk about performance. So we want to make sure that .NET 10 is the fastest release of Blazor yet. So we've made a number of optimizations. The Blazor framework scripts are now provided fingerprinted, pre-compressed, and cached, just like all of your other static web assets in your ASP.NET Core applications, so that they load faster. We also now preload the Blazor WebAssembly runtime scripts so that you don't have to wait for a cascade of requests before the runtime actually boots up and loads. So that makes your app start up faster as well. We've also improved runtime execution performance. The chart that you see on the left, this is a bunch of counts of the number of .NET micro benchmarks that have shown either performance improvements or regressions compared to .NET 9 in .NET 10. So green means good. That means that it was a performance improvement. Red means there's some regression that we could probably still look at. And the further to the left in the chart that you go, the bigger the change. So the one on the farthest left, those are performance changes greater than 50%. So you got that nice big tall green bar. That means we have tons of benchmarks that are now significantly faster in .NET 10 than .NET 9, and you can see mostly green across the board. So that looks good. Does this actually translate into real-world performance? The answer is yes. The chart on the right that you see is our Blazor component rendering benchmark, and you can see that compared to .NET 9, we now have 20% faster rendering of Blazor components on WebAssembly in the .NET 10 release. So much better performance in .NET 10, looking great. And one of the really nice things about platform improvements in performance is that your app just gets faster for free by upgrading to the latest .NET version. This was certainly true for Microsoft Copilot Studio. Copilot Studio leverages .NET WebAssembly to run C# code directly in the browser, enabling a consistent experience for building AI agents and automation across their various clients. When Copilot Studio upgraded from .NET 6 to .NET 8, they saw significant improvements in load time and runtime execution performance. They haven't quite done their .NET 10 upgrade yet, but we're working with them on that. And when they do, we expect to see even more performance improvements in their measurements. We'll keep you updated on that. All right, lastly, we've done a lot of work in .NET 10 to delight developers by addressing top pain points and gaps in Blazor development. One top area of feedback is hot reload. We've been working really closely with the Visual Studio team to make hot reload with Blazor faster and more reliable. We've also added support for state persistence to the Blazor framework to address many of the common pain points with the stateful nature of Blazor server apps. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. Enhanced form validation. Blazor form validation now supports validating nested models, making it easier to build complex forms. We've improved the handling of not found responses in Blazor apps. We now have a proper not found page in the template that you can use. We made Blazor's navigation behavior more consistent across renderments. Whoops. Oh, across render modes. We've also improved the behavior of enhanced navigation and how it handles scroll positions. We did a bunch of quick grid improvements so that you now get a bunch of top requested features, like being able to add row classes and be able to control when column options are hidden or visible. We've smoothed out our JavaScript interop stories, so it's easier to work with JavaScript properties, constructors, and callbacks. And we've made it easier to do automated browser testing of Blazor apps with Web Application Factory and Kestrel. All right. Now this is a side-by-side comparison of hot reload with Visual Studio 2026 Insider Edition versus Visual Studio 2022. This is a change that's being applied to the MudBlazor sample app. MudBlazor is a very popular open source Blazor component library. It's a fairly big application. But as you can see, if you try to apply a change to that app, yeah, it takes a little while. Not so hot. It actually takes like 40 seconds to apply that change to the app. And it is big, but still, we can do better. In Visual Studio 2026 Insider Edition, that change just takes 3 seconds, over 10 times faster. And we're not done yet. We continue to work to make hot reload faster and more reliable so that you can be as productive as possible. All right, let me show you also the enhanced form validation in Blazor. Let me pop out here and go back to Visual Studio. All right, let's open this Blazor validation project. OK, so in here, I have a model type that is a complex graph. It's a deeply nested model. Like we've got an order model, and it has the customer that made the order, and it's got a list of order items on it. If we look at the customer model, it's got a name, an email address, but then also it's got a shipping address, which has its own model type. And then we've got the order item model type as well. And if we look at this model, all of these types have data annotations throughout them defining various validation logic, things that are required, things that need to be specific format, like email addresses, lengths of things, and so on. Previously, Blazor would have only validated the top level of this model. But in .NET 10, we can now validate the whole object graph. And you don't have to do anything really different with your forms. Like this is the form that I'm using for that's based off of that model. You can see right up here, I'm passing in the order model, and I'm just using the normal data annotations validator component, just like you always would. The one change that I did have to make is in program CS, I did add this one call to builder.services.addValidation, which will register the new validation services that are used both by Blazor and also by minimal APIs, which you saw earlier with Safia and Mike. OK, so if we now run this application and take a look at the form, it's a fairly elaborate form. If I just go ahead and submit it without inputting anything, all the required fields like kick in. If I start filling stuff out, like let's order some pizzas for me. Let me put my email address in here. Things start being validated. Actually, let's mistype my email address so it's not actually a real email address. Yep, invalid email address. If I actually add a proper @ sign in there, then that validates. Great. Let's send this to Microsoft and zip code. Let's put not enough characters. Oh, yep, OK, so let's make that all 5 characters. There we go. And what kind of pizza should we order? Let's order some Hawaiian pizza. I know that's controversial, so let's tell them to hold the pineapple. No pineapple on the Hawaiian pizza. Oddly, that does validate. But if I ask for 200 of them, that won't. And then if I just ask for 2, then it's fine. So you can see we're able to validate the whole graph. So that's the new enhanced validation support in Blazor. Let me also show you automated browser testing. Let me switch to this other project. So ASP.NET Core has long had a really nice feature, which is this Web Application Factory type that you can use to basically run an application entirely in memory and send requests to it using an HTTP client. So you can see here I have a Blazor Web Application Factory. And if I go look at that type, it's derived from Web Application Factory. And you can do things like configure mock-out services and stuff like that. So you can customize it for your integration test. Now before, this was worked pretty well for testing APIs. Like you could request an HTTP client and send in-memory requests to the application. But for web apps, that's often not enough. Like often with web apps, you need a full browser to really exercise its functionality. So now you can say Web Application Factory, use Kestrel, which actually will create an actual endpoint. And then here you can see that we're using this is a Playwright in order to do an automated browser test of our application. So if we go and let's just do run tests on the weather page tests. Look at the Test Explorer. That should kick off Playwright. Use Web Application Factory to stand up a Kestrel endpoint that we can use for testing, mock out the weather service, and hopefully that test should pass and work appropriately. Let's see if it does. Takes usually just a second for the browser to get a chance to load, and there it goes. So our weather test passed just fine. And you can use this also with MVC and Razor Pages apps as well. It works for them too. All right, last thing that I want to show you is Blazor state persistence. All right, one of the biggest investments that we've made in Blazor for .NET 10 is support for state persistence, which simplifies pre-rendering and also helps improve app resiliency and scalability. Blazor has a new declarative model for declaring persistent component state that you can use when pre-rendering instead of having to mess around with the persistent component state service. You can just define a property and put the persistent state attribute on it, and Blazor will take care of the rest. It'll persist the state into the pre-rendered page and load it at the appropriate time. We also will now automatically persist the state of disconnected circuits before they get evicted. A circuit can get disconnected from its user, a bunch of simple cases, like maybe the user has the browser open but on their mobile phone, but they swipe away. The browsers in the background will often kill the connections. Today, Blazor will wait to see if the user connects for like a few minutes, but after that, it will evict the circuit to free up those resources. In 10, we can now persist the state of that circuit so that its state is available for much longer, and we can reload the circuit at a later point. You can also use state persistence to improve the scalability of your Blazor applications. By using new APIs that we give you so you can pause and resume circuits. This is useful for things like if you want to to improve scalability, like if you have a circuit that's idle, like maybe the user opened your app and then went to lunch and just left it there, and the circuit's not really doing anything. You could pause that circuit to free up those resources and then reload it later when the user comes back. So let me show you what this looks like. All right, so I got this Blazor state persistence application, and this is just a normal Blazor web app. I've only made two changes really. In the counter page, I've changed the current count from a field to be a property and added the persistent state attribute so that it will now be persisted at the appropriate time. And then I also made a little change to app.razor to add a little bit of JavaScript. Not too much, just a little bit for demo purposes, that will hook the visibility change event on the browser. If the browser is hidden, then the user's not using that app. We might as well pause the circuit. If the browser is visible, then we can resume the circuit and hopefully keep that user state around. All right, so let's go ahead and run this and see how this works. All right, so this is using Aspire again, so we can see the metrics and see what's going on. Let me just open up a couple of browser tabs, and let's do a little bit of layout here. Let's make this on the side, that one on the top, that one on the bottom, and give myself a little bit more space. And let's browse to the counter on both of these browser tabs. Let's get some counts in here. And these counts are really important. I don't want to lose them. They're super precious to me. Okay? All right, so let's see what's happening with our metrics. How many circuits do we currently have? Well, I currently have 2. Yeah, I've got 2 pages. But let's say this user at the top right, they browse through a different tab and start watching YouTube or whatever. So they're not using the app anymore. And maybe this user down here on the bottom, they go start checking their email, so the browser's no longer visible there either. You can see that the number of circuits is dropping. Like it just dropped to 1 when I changed tabs, and now it's just dropped to 0. I literally have no active circuits in this app. I've saved all those server resources. But if the users then come back, like let's say I close that tab or I click on bring the browser back up to the forefront, you can see now I'm back up to 2 circuits, and notice I didn't lose my state. I still have the count. That was the circuits were paused, they were saved, and then the state was later restored. So this can help make your apps more scalable, also more reliable, and it also helps with pre-rendering scenarios. So that's the new Blazor state persistence. All right. So that's what I had to show you today. Here's a summary of what's new in Blazor in .NET 10. Blazor in .NET 10 is loaded with significant advancements in security, observability, performance, and developer experience. You can get started today with Blazor in .NET 10 by going to blazor.net. We're excited to see what you'll build with these new features.
Wait, that was such a good demo of the client, the state persistence, and the client, I didn't even think about using the Aspire dashboard to make the imagery for that. That's
It's
That was
amazing
very
how it
good.
all just comes together, Maddy, right? Like, you get the great developer experience with Aspire, the productivity of
Yeah.
Blazor. Yeah, it's really nice.
You made her heart so happy.
It's almost like we all try to actually work together.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of love for Blazor coming in, a lot of love for the state persistent stuff too. There was a question about Blazor Web App Factory. Is it a replacement or alternative to Selenium WebDriver?
So that Blazor Web Factory that you saw in the demo, that was just a derived class from Web Application Factory that I was using for testing purposes. I was trying to set up an integration test for my Blazor web app. I had a Blazor web app in that solution, and I wanted to like test the weather page. So that was just a derived class that let me tweak the services that are registered in the Blazor web app as part of my sort of test infrastructure. So that's not a framework type. That was just a type that you define whenever you use a web application factory, usually derived from it, so you can hook override methods to mock out services and those types of things.
Cool. What's your favorite feature in .NET 10? Blazor, ASP.NET, all of it.
There's some. I mean, I do love the state persistence support, like the ability to really make your apps more resilient. Like when users get disconnected, so they can keep their state. The ability to make Blazor server apps more scalable. I think this really sort of changes the game with when you can use Blazor server. There are a bunch of scenarios now where it just makes a lot more sense. It has the scale characteristics and the reliability characteristics that you want.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Dan.
You're very
Bye,
welcome.
Dan. See ya.
Well, up next, we're going to hear now about Aspire 13 with Damian and Maddy. What are you still doing here?
Oh, wait.
You got to go.
Where's my seltzer?
Go.
Damian, I'm coming.
Oh, my goodness.
Maddy's on her way. Hello, Damian here. We're going to talk about Aspire. But while I'm waiting for Maddy, and because Fowler's not here, I thought I would pull up my favorite photo of David Fowler on my phone here. I'll just let that play a couple times, get everyone really to drink that in. But yes, anyway,
He's so
couldn't join
cute.
us. He's so cute, he is. But
He's too important.
Too important to
He's
join
very difficult to schedule with. What happened was we were planning out sessions, and he was like, "You want me to come in both days?" I don't do that. And we were like, "I guess we'll run it back last year because that's what we did last year."
Meanwhile, you're literally doing 2 sessions at the same time at that point. So
Yeah. How do I look? Do I look settled?
I think you're ready. I think we're ready.
Thanks, Rachel. Love you. Okay. We only have 25 minutes.
Yep.
I don't know how on earth. We shipped the what's new, we shipped the blog, we shipped Aspire 13 today. The what's new is like 2,000 lines of markdown.
Yes.
So I don't know how we're supposed to get all of it.
Well, let alone, it's been a year since the last .NET Conf, and I think we've shipped 47 versions of Aspire in that time. So there's lots of stuff to catch people up on. Let's focus on the new version.
Let's do some fun stuff. Hopefully my slides are up, and if so, I would love to put those on. Quickly, we would like to explain to you what Aspire is, which is still probably the number one question we get.
So what is Aspire, Maddy?
What is Aspire? Aspire is...
What isn't Aspire?
What isn't Aspire? The way that we've started to talk about it that actually seems to resonate is by not what it is, but what it actually solves for you.
Right.
Because Aspire really is a lot of things. It's now we have a CLI, we have an extension. It's this app host file or project or whatever. It is a deployment pipeline step thing, which we will look at. There's a lot, but what Aspire is a thing that helps you get over a lot of the complexity that comes with development and deployment for modern applications. And I don't mean modern in terms of like whatever UI stack you want to say that is or whatever. I mean like an app that we would build today. So it's got some kind of service or maybe a container, or it's got a database or a cache, or maybe it's got many microservices. Maybe it's still monolithic, but there's some modularity to it because it has to scale. It doesn't matter what you're building, right? It's complicated. You can't just clone and run anymore. And Aspire makes it way more feasible. And the more time you put into the Aspirification of your app, the more clone and runnable it gets, right? And then the more deployable and reproducible, et cetera.
The way I like to explain it is that all the things that you said are just true. But then there's also, think about, you use your editor and your IDE and your like CLI tool chain as part of a developer, and then you have your actual source code, your actual application. And then there's all this stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
It's like, well, how do I bridge? So like maybe I use VS Code or I use VS and I write my C# and write my JavaScript. But what about everything in the middle? Like I don't readily as a developer sit down and start thinking about how am I going to extend Visual Studio Code today for my app, or extend Visual Studio for my app. You know, Mads might do that, but I don't do that. But Aspire isn't just about the things that you said. I think you may have mentioned it. It's extensible as well. Like you write it in the same language that you write your application often. And so one of the really big powerful things that I get from Aspire is that I can invent my own stuff inside of it to make my developer experience that much nicer. So.
Yeah, I believe when we drag Fowler out of bed tomorrow,
we're
your session.
Deep dive into that. How do we extend Aspire for our own needs? Yeah.
So this is the latest one-liner for those of you following along at home. Damian and I and Fowler and the whole team have spent a long time arguing over the right words to put on a slide. Right now, it is Aspire is the tool for code first, extensible, observable, dev, and deploy, which I actually think is the closest we've gotten.
It's good.
To a one-liner.
And it kind of fits the pyramid.
It does.
Look at that.
Look at that visual symmetry.
Done well.
We took out a lot of the words that confuse people, like cloud native. Nobody knows what that means. I don't know what that means. We put in tool.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say tool chain, some say platform. Tool fit best on the slide, and that's the word we're going with. And the anatomy of an Aspire app, we saw a little bit in the keynote, but it's the same as it always has been. It's the app host and now the CLI, which actually is new since last .NET Conf, but we announced it build. So if you want a purely Aspire command line experience, we have that for you. We have the integrations, which are just NuGet packages. They're just C# packages that you use to extend or customize the either launching or deployment of your app. And we have the dashboard, which Dan just showed a lot of in the previous session. It's a Blazor dashboard, of course, where you can see the whole stack running in one place. So if I spent 45 minutes describing Aspire, first of all, I could. Second of all, it wouldn't actually be that useful. We're just going to go right into the demo.
Awesome.
Of Aspire 13.
Nice kitty cat.
Thank you so much. I was very proud of that. Cat in a hat.
It's a cat in a hat.
It's a cat in a hat, right? Okay. Oh, you can see me trying to clear my things, and then when you plug it in, it resets your zoom.
Nice.
All right, let me zoom this in actually one more time, and then re-clear. Okay. Like I said, there is a Aspire command line. You can install it. It's curlable now. It's also installable as a .NET tool, but the curl version is native AOT. We'll get the .NET tool one probably up to native AOT now that .NET 10 is shipped, but there's too much before shipping. You all know how it goes. If you run the previews, you know how it goes trying to sync the things. Anyways, we have a new command in the CLI, which is Aspire update self. Aspire update was 9.5, brings all your Aspire integrations up to date because we run on the latest on the Aspire team. Self now also updates the CLI itself, so you do not have to remember the command to install the CLI.
Fancy.
This was another naming argument. We were like, why doesn't Aspire update just do it? And Damian was like, I can't just update myself every time you update anything. That's crazy.
Too much updating.
Too much updating. Yeah. So now we have self. I'm going to do it right now. It's kind of crazy.
That's dangerous.
It's really dangerous.
That was quick though.
It was actually pretty quick.
Okay.
I'm kind of scared. And Aspire 13 has a new template.
Ooh.
So we super streamlined the templates we had. We were showing you all the test projects and everything here too. We decided the two main scenarios we see when people walk up to it in a repo and they want to try a new Aspire app is Blazor and Minimal API, kind of the standard one we've had since the beginning. And then this new one, which is Vite, so it's a JavaScript React front end, and it's a Python Fast API backend. And so we give you both of these because although they're very similar, they're showing two different languages and two different paradigms, and it's actually really easy to pluck the Blazor off of one and pluck the Fast API off the other and combine them, etc. Yeah. So it's just samples within the CLI without being too overwhelming.
And this isn't the be-all and end-all. Like we will enhance this Aspire new experience over time. You mentioned the .NET-centric unit test project templates aren't there anymore, but we will figure out how to bring them back into this CLI experience in a way that feels more natural with the Aspire CLI's more polyglot kind of nature. If you're in Visual Studio, those templates are still there. They haven't gone anywhere. It's just the Aspire new experience we want to be curated. Curated for like the wide audience that we're kind of going for. So.
And I already immediately screwed up. As we mentioned this morning, we've rebranded. And also, as many of you have probably noticed throughout the stream, like we keep tripping up and saying like .NET Aspire, Aspire, just Aspire.
It's okay.
And it's so funny because I worked on the Xamarin to MAUI thing, and like it took me forever to stop saying Xamarin.
If we're going to do anywhere, .NET Conf is a perfectly fine place for us to keep saying that.
So I'm going to rename that. I'm going to say Aspire for .NET, which is the way that we talk about it now. And so 13, use dev localhost URLs, new feature. Damian will talk about it. Use a Redis cache, sure. Would you like fries with that? Nope. And then it will create my new project. So I'm going to make that one, and I'm also going to make the polyglot one as well. So polyglot meaning multiple languages,
Right.
Polyglot, output path, there we go. Use my deb localhost, use the cache. Great, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna switch over to VS Code and
What's that?
gasp, an extension. We have a new Aspire extension.
So no matter where you are, basically Aspire is going to show up is the current plan.
Yeah, we're just Aspirifying everything, which is the official verb, by the way. Also, terrifyingly, last updated 26 minutes ago. So that's fine.
awesome.
I was sitting in that room, so who knows? But here I have my 2 new projects. Let's look at them just to look at the difference quickly. We have the Aspire for .NET one, which is the standard template we've had this whole time. It's got a solution file in there. It's got the app host as a project. It's got the API service, etc. And then I have this polyglot template. And this is using file-based apps. So a single file app
The
host
way you
here.
roll that off your tongue now, like
It's
just so smoothly. File-based apps.
I think you
It's
had
not even a joke anymore.
spent probably 6 months correcting me.
Yeah, I know.
And now I'm too good. I'm too powerful. This is using new JavaScript and new Python APIs. So we had a ton of feedback from folks, especially like .NET folks who use and mix and match. Like nobody calls it an NPM app.
No.
And so we changed it. We just called it Add JavaScript app. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It took us quite a lot of going back and forward actually to come up with that name. So.
Yep. And we also had a bunch of folks from the Python team, Anthony Shaw too, and just a whole bunch of people help us revamp all the Python ones. So now we brought up a bunch of things from our community toolkit. The Unicorn extensions, the Vite extensions, those things are now in the box with the Aspire JavaScript and Python packages top level. So
and enhanced with new features as
Yes.
well. So we didn't just bring them
Enhanced.
over. Yeah, like the, what do we got? Like the new Dockerfile stuff that's implicit in those as well. Yeah.
And with NPM or whatever, install true will automatically run NPM install for you.
Love it.
Which is the first thing I forget to do when I clone a repo.
Absolutely.
Likewise with UV. So lots of stuff going on here. I'm just going to Aspire run. Let's pick the polyglot one because we're feeling a little spicy this .NET Conf. Me sitting at the desk at .NET Conf showing a JavaScript and Python app orchestrated by
It's
a
C#
C# file.
runs first.
Yeah.
And then C# organizes your Python, organizes your TypeScript.
Kind of baller.
It's nice.
It's pretty cool. I also if you told me this was C# 5 years ago, I would be like, what are you talking about? That doesn't look like C#.
I know.
What is
We keep trying to improve things. We keep trying to simplify where we can, when it makes sense to. Like, we're not doing simplification for the sake of doing simplification. Like, we feel like we're not.
Yeah.
We're trying to do it with intent and with purpose. And I think here is a really good use case where the apps I'm actually orchestrating with Aspire here are not .NET apps, but I'm using C# to describe how my app should fit together, and I'm using NuGet to bring those integrations in. So
Exactly. It's amazing. And so you can see everything started up here. This is the same old Aspire dashboard we've had. We have these new icons though.
Ooh.
Hi, JS, and C# to C#.
Very nice.
There's a whole bunch of other things I could show. I'm not going to show. One of them is, of course, add C# app, which is how you get a single file C# app now instead of add project. So I could do my API.cs. If I had 3 hours, I would do all of these things. Yeah, lots. While I'm here, before we switch to Damian, I also will show my favorite feature of the extension, which is if you have C# dev kit and the Python extension installed, watch default app host. I don't know which app host. Oh, Polyglot. It is actually able to run the debugger multiple times in VS Code. So it's going to debug the app host and any other C# or .NET projects I have in my app, right? Because that's the normal C# dev kit debugger. It's also going to debug the Python.
Oh. So
So it's able to say that, oh, this is a Python app, and I know you have the Python extension. So it's going to take, access. Takes a few seconds, spins up the app host, then the app host spins up the Unicorn app, and VS Code knows that there's a Python app running now, and apparently I changed my Python interpreter, but it knows enough to go ask it.
Nice.
That's okay. Don't show again. I don't care. And then debug it. So the extension's pre-release. It's awesome. Keep trying it. We're going to add JavaScript support for this soon too.
Cool.
So ideally you can F5 all 3 languages and 3 debuggers at once.
Nice.
Kind of bananas.
It is kind of cool. So Aspire Polyglot is more than just having a template. It's more than just having C# and hosting integration APIs to add a JavaScript app or add a Python app. Because we have the VS Code extension, we can be more of that glue that I talked about before. We can fill in more of that space. We go, oh yeah, you're going to launch Python, you're going to launch JavaScript and C#. We'll get all the debugger set up
And
for
you too can screw up your Python interpreter, which I do at least twice a day. So
nice.
All right, Damian, I'm going to flip over to you for a little bit because you've done a lot. You've been busy.
A couple of things I want to talk about today. That is my screen. Excellent. So Maddy briefly mentioned support for something called dev localhost URL. So this is actually a .NET 10 feature. We did the work in ASP.NET Core 10 to add support for more custom URLs during the inner dev loop. So rather than everything being localhost and you create your new Blazor app or you create your new ASP.NET Core app and you F5 them, they're all localhost some port. If you're running more than one, which is common in an Aspire application because you might have a front end and a back end, they're all localhost and you have to remember the ports. Wouldn't it be nice if I could use different URLs? So I'm just going to show you how that really works. So I didn't create this. This is an Aspire starter app, the .NET version. I haven't selected dev localhost URLs. I'm just going to add it retrospectively. I'm just going to go into my launch settings.json, otherwise known as your launch profile file, and I'm just going to add URL in here. So I'm going to say devtunnels.dev.localhost, and I'll do the same over here for the non-HTTPS version. And if I wanted to, I could go and also update my HTTP profile to match. So I'll say devtunnels.dev.localhost. Now, we have done a few things to make this happen. What happens here is now Kestrel understands that if it's star.localhost, then that's still the loopback. I'm still talking to just this machine, so don't start listening on, say, external IP addresses. The other thing that we did was we updated the ASP.NET Core dev certificate so that it will successfully terminate and validate for star.dev.localhost URLs. So the reason it's not just star.localhost is you can't give a wildcard certificate to a top-level domain. You can't have wildcard top-level domain. And so you can see now that down here it says that the dashboard is running at devtunnels.dev.localhost. So I can go ahead and click on that. And sure enough, here I am running at devtunnels.dev.localhost instead of just localhost. So the ports are still there, but now I've got a full domain name that's a little more expressive. And I can obviously customize that and make it whatever .dev that I want to, depending on what my project is. Now I'm running two apps here because this is the starter app, as I said, so I have my web front end and my back end. And you'll note that those URLs, if I zoom in a little bit there, those URLs are also getting customized based on the app host URL. So I've got my API service -devtunnels.dev.localhost and I've got web front end -devtunnels.dev.localhost. Okay, so that's just a little quality of life improvement that you can now utilize. Unfortunately, if you're using Safari on the Mac, it is the only one of all the browsers that does not treat anything .localhost as a local loopback, and so it doesn't work very well on Safari, but it works really well in all the other browsers.
Why is the web like this?
Well, you should have been here 20 years ago.
No, it's okay.
All right, so why did I call this DevTunnel? So the other thing that I wanted to show you today was we added support in Aspire for DevTunnels. So DevTunnels is a hosted service that's been available from Microsoft/Azure for a while now, and there's, it's what CodeSpaces uses under the covers. Visual Studio has had support for it, and Visual Studio Code, but we've now built in support to Aspire for doing that. So I'm going to update my project here to use DevTunnel. So I'm going to do Aspire add, and I'm going to say DevTunnel. And then I'm going to say, I just want to use the preview version that's on NuGet.org. The DevTunnels package is still preview, so that's why that one's still preview. So now I've added that to my project. I can go ahead and start modeling a DevTunnel directly inside my Aspire app host project. So I'm going to say builder.add DevTunnel, and I'll give it a name of DevTunnel. Sounds pretty straightforward. And then I need to add references to the resources that I want to expose via the dev tunnel. So what is a dev tunnel? Why do I keep saying dev tunnel? Dev tunnel.
Dev tunnel.
A dev tunnel is a way for me to make the local resources running on my machine, local HTTP services available outside of my machine via a public stable URL. And so if I wanted to, say, give you access to it so that you could look at something running on my machine if you're not directly physically here, or if I was building something like a plugin for some service externally, a webhook, and it's something that's running in the cloud somewhere, but I wanted to call back and run code on my machine via HTTP, a dev tunnel is fantastic for doing that. So I'm going to say with reference, and I'm going to reference my web front end. That's the one I want to expose here. And it's really as straightforward as that. That's all I have to do now in order to get a dev tunnel running locally. So I'll run this again, and then what we'll see in the dashboard is I've got more resources showing up, and we'll kind of see that dev tunnel start up and expose my application. So let me go ahead and launch it again. Okay, so now we've got this dev tunnel resource up here. We can see that because I added the web front end, it automatically discovered the 2 endpoints on that resource, HTTP and HTTPS, and it's now working through the process of creating that dev tunnel in the cloud service, and then starting that dev tunnel, and then once it goes healthy, that verifies that both of these endpoints are now actually available. Once that occurs, we'll see the URLs that were assigned to my dev tunnel show up in the dashboard here, and those are what I can use to like hand that URL off to you so that you could browse it even on your machine.
Ooh.
Or I could put that into my identity server configuration or Entra configuration if I'm using that type of authentication, or if I'm using a webhook. I said Entra.
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 Endra?
Endra.
Sorry, carry on, carry on.
Okay, so now I've got these URLs available to me, and so you can see that the dashboard has been populated with the URLs that were assigned to this dev tunnel that I created with Aspire. I can go ahead and click on them, and I'm now not going localhost, I'm literally going out to the cloud. You might have seen there, it actually authenticated me. So dev tunnels are authenticated by default.
Yeah.
So it automatically logged me in because I probably already had the cookie. But this is locked down to me right now. I haven't made it available to anyone else. And then the last thing that happens is the dev tunnel says, hey, by the way, you're about to like go to this site via this URL. Are you sure you wanted to do that? This is like an anti-phishing kind of measure that the dev tunnel service does. So then if I hit continue, I'm now looking at this site running locally, but through a public URL. Which is kind of cool, right?
It's pretty cool.
So the last thing you can do is that if you do want to make this available to more than just yourself, you can say with anonymous access, you know, be warned, but now that actually makes that dev tunnel available to anyone who has the URL, okay, which is kind of cool. And so if you were doing a scenario where that's kind of useful for you, or you need to test it from another machine that you can't authenticate from for whatever reason, you can make it available anonymously, and then you could remove it.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Dev tunnel's now available.
I'm so excited. That was fast. I was like, all I need is for Damian to leave me 2 minutes. You left me like 4.5. So this
perfect.
is huge news. Thank you. We're going to switch back to my machine, and we are going to talk about everybody's new favorite Aspire CLI command, Aspire do the thing.
Oh, all right, nice.
So the past year, we've really started investing more in the deployment story, right? Last year we had the built-in AZD and knit AZD up, and so you could use AZD to deploy your Aspirified app to Azure Container Apps. AZD team has been so helpful and so good at keeping up as we keep changing our minds on how everything works. So shout out AZD team, Azure Developer CLI. What we have heard from a lot of our customers is that deployment needs to be more flexible. Like, people don't really want to just run one command and see what happens. People want to hook things into their workflows. People want to run them as a mock locally or set them to different environments, et cetera. And so after a lot of back and forth and kind of experimentation with Aspire Publish and Aspire Deploy, we decided Publish and Deploy was a little bit too
chunky?
Yeah, I like that. And so we decided we could just let you define steps. And now we have this thing called, Zoom, Aspire Do, the thing, whatever you want. Also known as Aspire Please.
Aspire Please?
Yeah,
we should
Aspire
run an
Please.
alias. PLS?
PLS.
Nice.
And so now I can still do Aspire Publish or Aspire Deploy, as I would have before, but under the hood, they're running Aspire Do Publish and Aspire Do Deploy because they're looking for those steps. And so I just changed folders while you were talking into my .NET version, and I'm going to run Aspire Deploy here because .NET has all the built-in containerization tools, so I don't actually have to deal with Docker if I do it in the .NET one, which is very nice.
Understood. Got it. Yes.
And you can see it saying execute step deploy. Oh, that was way too fast. Oh, I know why, because I didn't add my container apps environment.
Oh,
so
right.
I'm going to do Aspire Add, which just adds Aspire integrations. It's really a wrapper around NuGet for our .NET friends.
So now we're going beyond just modeling my apps. We're actually modeling where I want to deploy to.
Exactly.
So in this case, we're adding what we call a compute environment, which is a place where compute runs. Compute are containers or your .NET projects or your Python apps or whatever it might be.
Yep.
And you're adding Azure Container Apps, which satisfies that compute environment requirement.
Man, tell us that's turned off. Oh no! Did it add to my app host? Am I in the wrong Aspirified thing? Hold on. Yeah.
If I could see the screen, I would offer my help, but it's too far
That's okay.
away
I'm
for
in
me
the
without
wrong
my
app
glasses.
host. So what I can do actually is I can delete this settings JSON file.
Yep.
So the way that we store your app host is we put it in a file in your repo, which means that anyone who clones it can have the same aspirification setup. So let me do that again.
If you have multiple app hosts, you can have multiple settings files deeper
Yes.
inside your repo.
Yes.
But by default, it'll kind of like...
There we go.
Yeah, if you run it from the root, it's going to put it in the root.
That's the right one. That should have Aspire added it. It doesn't look like it did. One more try. Aspire add. Please. Aspire please. Oh my goodness. Close everything. Reopen everything. How am I doing on time? 1 minute? Nailed it. Quick fix. Okay, I actually have this somewhere else. I don't remember which window I put it in, but reload. And then, I mean, I guess I could use the extension too. There's a lot of different ways.
Is it working now? The color changed when
the
you
color
reloaded.
changed. Ooh, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, wait. I'm looking for a single file package.
Oh.
And it's not. Anyways, I can do Aspire deploy. Magic. And so this is going to build, and then it's going to start executing steps. And so what this package brings in, I was looking for package : I was like, why isn't it adding my package? Because I'm using a .NET project, because I'm an adult. What this Azure Container Apps Environment NuGet package brings in is a set of steps that you can see fly by quickly here in the terminal. And so the steps include fetching my Azure subscription and my tenant, my regions, my API service, building the things, making sure that the prerequisites are prereq, yes. And so we're obviously not going to wait for it to deploy. I'm going to pull up the deployed one here, and it will go and actually do all of that for me.
So a key aspect of this we want to hit before we finish, though, is that this isn't just Azure. Like the whole point of this being Aspire do X, Aspire do Y, is that you can plug in, you can write C#, you can write your own integrations to target deploying anywhere you like. Now, for example, we have support for Docker Compose, also out of the box. We are updating our Kubernetes deployment support to support this as well, and we fully expect and encourage the ecosystem to add support for deploying to anything. I think Fowler actually wrote one that deploys via SSH to a Linux VM. So you can literally just deploy to anything by writing a little bit of code. Think of this as your new generic deployment pipeline or like run things pipeline, but it's integrated with Aspire.
Yeah, yep. And so any of these steps, you can build, you can customize, and you can plug them in the order that makes sense for you in your CI or et cetera.
Right.
So anyways, I'm not even going to try and click back into this. I'm just going to show you. Aspire.dev, we have a website. Ooh. It's very exciting. We love it. We have a blog, we have a whole bunch of things. We have a Discord, which is a very good time. So come join us there. Share how you're using Aspire. If you have an app you want to Aspirify, let us know. We can get you on one of our Aspire Friday streams. It's always a good time.
Come and embrace the chaos.
Yep. And so join us for the rest of the Aspire sessions this week. There's the ones with the rest of us. There's ones with the community. Aspire.
Check it out if you haven't already.
Thanks.
Thanks, Damian and Maddy. Glad you made it over there. So much goodness in Aspire 13, right?
I saw an open seat and I had to come and jump in.
Oh, yeah.
So I love seeing all the stuff in Aspire 13. We do have, there was one question I want to make sure that we call out. Folks were asking and really interested in seeing the JavaScript integrations. Somebody was asking, can we use Bun instead of NPM with Aspire?
So I think there's a community toolkit extension for Bun. And it's not just Bun, there's other runtimes like Dino as well that are popular. I think what you'll see is we will start adding first-class support for things like Bun and Dino into the JavaScript hosting integration that we saw here. So the other part of renaming it from add NPM app to add JavaScript apps, we actually changed the name of the package. So if you're currently using the aspire.hosting.node.js package, that package is now done. We're not shipping new versions of it. You want to switch to the aspire.hosting.javascript package, and that's the one that has the new APIs, and that's the one that will likely add Bun and Dino and whatever else support moving forward.
And what's cool about Aspire is you can also just do vanilla add executable.
Yeah, of course.
So you could just add executable, and the executable is Bun because it's on your path.
And even before we do that, you could still do add JavaScript app, and then you can just call the with methods that tweak what you're actually going to execute.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right. So instead of executing node or whatever it is that you're going to, or npm x, you could just say, hey, no, with command, I want you to run Bun instead.
So customizable.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we have a lot more questions that came in. Let's see. Another one we had here was about the Aspire bridge, asking if Aspire bridges the gap, between local dev Docker Compose and production K8 deployments and observability.
I like to think it does. So
I do too,
that's
yeah.
how we think about it. As I said, like filling that gap. Like
Yeah.
Aspire is there to fill the gaps between the various things that you use today. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying it fills all of them right now, but that's kind of our aspiration.
Or aspiration. And I mean, you can mix and match too.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, we see people still have Docker Compose as part of the workflow if
Yep.
that's something that you're really comfortable with. But we also have a lot of, Copilot instructions now that are take my Docker Compose file
convert
and
it to an
Aspirify
Appos.
it. Yeah. So.
Oh, that's very cool. I love hearing the Copilot integration there. And hey, go Aspirify this Docker Compose. That's a pretty cool step there. I can see maybe bringing a Copilot CLI to help with that.
Yeah, and the Aspire MCP.
We didn't even mention the MCP.
Oh no, it was not even. I knew we weren't gonna have enough time. The Aspire MCP is baller. No more copy pasting logs. And if you take the Aspire MCP and the Playwright MCP,
and you put them together.
The Playwright
You say,
MCP.
have fun, kids.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
walk
like-
away,
yeah.
you make a coffee, you come back, everything's fixed.
It's very cool.
Magical.
Oh my goodness.
Love hearing that.
Much goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all we have for now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Up next, we have Harshada talking about the Visual Studio Debugger.
Take it away.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining. My name is Harshada Hole. I'm a product manager in Visual Studio's debugging and profiling team focusing on the Copilot experiences. Today in this session, I'm going to be sharing some of our recent updates in the diagnostics area. We'll start by seeing inline variable values, and then I'll show you how you can use Exception Assistant extended capabilities to get more accurate analysis. We'll also see how you can actually fix your failed unit test with just single click using the Debugger agent. And at the end, I will give you a sneak peek of our Performance Profiler agent to optimize your code without being a performance expert. So without any further delay, let's get started. For my very first demo, I'm going to be sharing one of my recent favorite update, and that is inline values. For this one, I'm going to be using this simple application called IoT Temperature Monitoring System. It's just an application that monitors the server room temperature and makes sure that the sensors are at the right location and temperature. I already ran my application here, and if you see at the output here, some of the sensors with the right temperature and seems to be right in location are actually flagged as anomaly, while the sensors which are test sensors are flagged as normal. So we have a clear bug here. Let's try to fix that bug with inline values. So I'm going to close here and start my debugging again. Before we go into the bug, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever created temporary variables to track your return values for the methods or function? I have certainly did that. But now you don't need to do that. Because with inline values, you should be able to see your return values right there in the inline in your editor. Let me show you an example here. So I have this breakpoint on get sensor reading method. I don't have any breakpoint inside the method though. As soon as I step over it, you will notice that I see the values returned by this method right here in the editor. And not just that, as it's a complex value, I should be able to use all the properties of a data types, like I can drill down and see more detailed values in the object variables. So you see, it's super easy to see what the method is returning using this inline return values now. So now let's get into the bug. I'm going to go ahead and enable my breakpoint on line 21 here and continue my debugging. And I wanted to take your attention here. If you notice, for this for loop, I'm actually seeing the value in line here. What I'm going to do here is go drill down to this data type and pin the location and the temperature, because that's what I'm most interested in. If you also notice that this if statement is actually showing it's evaluated state here in line as well. It is showing it is true for the temperature 22 and the location server room A, which that's the bug we are trying to tackle. Not just that, if I step over here, you will also see that what particular condition caused this if statement to return true. As there is an AND here, it is doing a short circuit evaluation, and it is telling me that as is validation is true, this whole if statement is returning true. Now, let's try to fix our bug. So what I'm going to do here is going to the definition of this is anomaly function and enable my breakpoint on line 73. Let's just go do this. I'm going to continue my debugging here. And now if you notice here, you're also seeing the method parameters in line with the temperature and baseline, as that's what we are passing here. This could be super handy in many scenarios when you're dealing with complex objects as well. As I'm going to step over it, you will also need to notice that you're not just seeing an inline return value for the method, but you're also seeing an inline returning value as well. By the way, I haven't shared the best part yet. All of these inline values actually has Copilot assistance with it. So in case if you're seeing a bug or issue with your inline variables, like you are seeing a value which is unexpected, you can actually use Copilot assistant. For example, we have a temperature 23 here and a baseline 22. It seems to be right. Still, the anomaly is returning true. What I can do is I can hover over this inline return value and then use this analyze with Copilot here. This is available for all the inline values we have seen so far. What this will do is it will provide all the context necessary to Copilot and provide an analysis on that particular value. Now, looks like in this case, I'm actually using a wrong comparison operator. I should be using a greater than threshold, while I'm using the greater than threshold here, less than threshold here. So this was a super simple example here, but I'm sure this will be also very helpful for your complex applications as well. So this was inline variable values. So let's try to see the next demo now. So for my next demo, I'm going to be sharing a feature which actually started our Copilot journey in diagnostics, Exception Assistant. Exception Assistance was one of our very first feature where we actually added Copilot assistance. And since then, we have been adding a lot of new capabilities and improvements to it to make sure that it also works with the complex exceptions. So let's see a demo here. So I'm going to go ahead and exercise my exception. Okay, so you will see that I'm getting an exception called nullable object must have a value. Now, I wanted to take your attention to my autos windows. Looks like I'm actually assigning a null value to the int. That could be an issue for this particular exception, right? But to be very honest, I wasn't expecting null. I was expecting something more than 10 because I know that function 1 actually has some value. So let's try to investigate that. As a normal person, what I will do is I'm going to go ahead and see what the function 1 is doing. So go to the definition here. You'll notice that func1 is actually calling func2. So let's go and see what func2 is doing. It's actually calling func3. And I'm assuming func3 must be calling func4, func5, and so on. So this is a very normal scenario or very normal structure in any production level code as well. One method is called from another, and another, and another. There could be very big chains. And investigating the root cause of exceptions in such could be difficult. So what we recently did is that we added some deeper analysis capabilities to Copilot. And with that, we also added a capacity to use newer models, premium models for exception assistance as well. As you notice, I'm using a premium model for this particular scenario. So what I'm going to do here is click on this Analyze with Copilot, and Copilot will actually take it from there. So let's just give a couple seconds to Copilot to see what it's coming with. So if you notice here, it is actually gathering some initial context so it can do more investigation. And as a normal AI experience or any AI scenario, if Copilot couldn't find something at the end, it should be able to do it and retry it and try to fix that issue until it's getting all the required information and the context it's needing. So it is telling me an immediate fix as well, but it is also asking me if I wanted to do a deeper analysis. I'm going to go ahead and try to do a deeper analysis to see what it comes with. So if you notice here, exception analysis actually went ahead and were able to find a root cause and was able to find that the func15 is actually having an issue. So you see, when you have these chain functions calling each other, deep analysis can actually help you find the root cause much more easily. So this is not all the capabilities we added in exception assistance. There is something more. So let's see that in the next demo. So for the next demo, I'm going to be showing you how you can use Copilot exception assistance with the repository context. Imagine your exception assistance has all the context of your open pull request, recent bugs, and issues similar to what you're seeing. With that, the exception analysis will be able to provide you much more and accurate analysis. For this, we will be seeing a pre-recorded demo recorded by one of our engineers, Dustin. Let's get into the demo right away.
Today I'm going to demonstrate some improvements we've made to the debugger's exception analysis with Copilot feature in Visual Studio. To start, I have a solution open and I've run into an exception. I've been doing some development in VS and I'm working on persisting options for some new features, and I've noticed that it's not working. So I've run into this exception and I'm not really sure what's going on, other than the call to say package user options seems to be failing. To start, let's run through the automated analysis. I haven't enabled our new features yet, so we can see what it looks like in the current state. Let's start the analysis and let Copilot start thinking. This will go through and use many of the tools it already has, like accessing files, evaluating variables, or checking the debug output to come up with some idea of what might be wrong. Now, we can see that this is providing us with some ideas of what to look at, but it's not providing an exact solution. We'd need to do a little bit more investigation to figure out what the root cause could be. We could continue this conversation, but I'm going to change options now to show the new features would allow us to do. We go to our options for Visual Studio and we can enable this, which would be on by default but was offered as demo, and we can turn on our new feature which allows adding repo context to the exception analysis, and if we rerun the analysis now, we can see what differences we get. While this runs, I'll note that what this is going to end up doing is looking at the repo we currently have open and use that as a way to search for existing bugs, issues, pull requests, and incorporate them into the context of what we use to analyze this exception. So this will run through, it'll ask permission to ask for access ADO content, and it will start looking for anything relevant. It's decided it wants to ask with different search terms, so I'm going to always allow so it doesn't need to ask again. Now it's come to a conclusion, and we can see that it's giving a very different answer. We can see it's provided some specific information about what this H result is and what the likely problem is. Our name seems to be too long, and if we look closely, we can see it's referencing some bugs that have data about this. We can also use those to find more information about what other folks have run into and how they've fixed this or similar issues.
So we saw how when you provide more context related to your repository to Copilot's exception assistant, it can come up with much more accurate results and much more accurate analysis. Not only the results are accurate, but it can also match your team's style. Currently, it works for ADO with the GitHub support coming very soon. So far we saw inline variable values and exception assistance extended capabilities. Now I wanted to show you what will you do when you have the fail test and how you can fix your fail test with just one single click. So here I have my text explorer, and if you notice, all my tests are failing. All I need to do is select any fail test and click on the debug with Copilot. With single click, what it will do is it will invoke a debugger agent, which will then actually work with me to fix my fail test. Once you click that, all you need to do is sit tight and review what Copilot has been doing. So I'm going to click here and see what the debugger agent is going to do. So if you see here, actually the debugger agent came up with a hypothesis on how it can fix the failed test. It is also setting some temporary breakpoints, and it has actually started a new debugging session. So if you see here, the debugger agent actually executed the hypothesis. It had added the fixed changes and added the changes to fix it, and finally rerun our test to see if it's passing or not. And it all did in one single click. I'm just going to go ahead and rerun the test manually again to see that it didn't fake it, right? So if you see here, the test is passing again. So this was a super simple and easy way to fix your failed test with just single click using the debugger agent. The debugger agent will actually make sure that the changes it's applying are passing. The debugger agent will actually make sure that the changes it is applying until applying are correct until the test is passed. So this was the debugger agent for you. For my last demo, I'm going to be giving you a sneak peek for our performance profiler agent and how you can improve the performance of your code without being a performance expert. Now, I also wanted to mention, this is just a sneak peek. We have a fully dedicated session on this at 2 p.m. today by our lead, Nick. So do join that as well. So this one, I'm going to go ahead and use one of the applications which I created a few months back for a presentation called Grocery Store. So there are a couple of ways you can actually invoke a profiler agent. You can go to a Copilot chat and add a new thread, and you can use this icebreaker using a very generic question on suggest how I can optimize my code. You can also invoke the agent using @profiler and ask a specific or again a generic performance related question. You can go to a agent mode and start asking any questions related to performance as well. Another way you can invoke is you can go to our performance profiler page. This has a new launch page. This also has a new, Another way is that you can go to our performance profiler launch page, which has this new design, and click on this try profiler agent. That's what I'm going to be doing. Now, how the profiler agent works. So if you see here, the profiler agent is telling me that it will actually run the profiling tools to find some performance bottlenecks. It will summarize the insufficiencies, and then it will recommend and measure the fixes. That's the best part, right? You're not just fixing your performance, but you're also evaluating it right there in the Visual Studio using the .NET benchmarks. So if your project already has benchmarks, it will actually use the existing benchmark scenario. And if your project does not have a benchmark suite, it will create a new one for you. And that's the scenario we'll be seeing now. So I'm going to go ahead and confirm and run the profiler tool. So as mentioned in the plan, what it will do is it will run the CPU profiling tool to find what the bottlenecks are. So it ran the CPU profiling tool, gave us the summary here, and it also provided us the next step. It is telling me that the total CPU, the self-CPU time, and then it will also telling me the recommended measures and fixes. It's suggesting that I should optimize the store management program main method to reduce unnecessary console output. So I'm just going to go ahead and try that one. So as I mentioned, my project currently does not have any benchmark. So if you notice here, it actually created a new benchmark suite. It will add the necessary new Git packages, create the benchmark suite, and also create the benchmarks needed to evaluate the particular performance bottleneck. Going back to the Copilot chat here, what it will do is it will run the benchmark at the start to see what the current performance is. Then it will apply the optimization and run the benchmark again to tell us what the new performance improvements are. The only step that takes a little bit of a time is the running benchmark. Until it's running, I also wanted to mention that since we created the performance profiler agent, we wanted to make sure that it's not just working on a toy app like I have here, but it's also working on the production grade applications as well. We have been testing our profiler agent on the top 100 new Git packages open source libraries. And I'm very happy to say that we were actually able to create some pull requests fully And I'm very happy to say that we are able to create some pull requests which were completely driven from the optimization created by the performance profiler agent. Now, if you see here, it ran the benchmark and it shows the current baselines for the insufficiencies or current issues in the performance of this application. Now what it's doing is it's actually adding the recommended measures, and then it will run the benchmark again. So the profiler agent successfully ran the benchmarks again after adding the optimization. We saw it provided the summary again, and it is running the benchmarks, final benchmarks, to see how much optimizations we have been done. So we saw that the performance profiler agent actually successfully ran the benchmarks again, and it's actually able to provide us with the detailed summary of what improvements it is able to do. You will notice here, it is telling me that the original performance was 19.50 US, while the new improved performance mean is around 11.85, which is quite a few improvement, around 39%. The profiler agent successfully ran the final benchmark here, and we are seeing here how much improvement it is able to do. It is telling me that the performance is improved almost 39.2%, which is a great improvement. So this was a super easy way to improve your code's performance without being a performance expert. You can run the performance profiler anytime on your code, whether you just completed your new feature, or you just wrote a freshly new code, or you're just dealing with the code which is super old and you haven't touched in a while. The profiler agent will actually help you optimize that super easy way with just single click. As I mentioned before, we have a fully dedicated session at 2 p.m. on performance profiler agent. To know more in detail, please tune into that as well. So that's all I had. So quick recap on what we saw. We saw inline values with Copilot assistance for loop variables, if condition, method parameters, and also for return values. We also saw exception assistance with deep analysis and repository context. And then we saw Debugger agent for unit test, and finally we also saw a sneak peek for a profiler agent. By the way, if you're curious to see why my Visual Studio is looking different than yours, that is because I'm using Visual Studio 2026. This is our very new version which is recently launched. And I'm sure, and I wanted to mention that this is the fastest version we have ever had, and fastest FI as well. So if you haven't tried already, please try Visual Studio 2026. You can download it from our website. That's all I had. Hope you learned something new from this session. Stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Wow. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Harshada. I love all of the awesome debugger and profiling capabilities that we have with Copilot in Visual Studio now.
It's so cool.
It's amazing.
It's really, like, I remember the first time I used the profiling tools being like so overwhelmed by it. And it's just nice to have someone else.
I know.
Even if it's just a little Copilot.
And there's so many things it can do. Like, it can launch the CPU profiler.
Yeah.
It can create the benchmark test for you. So if you've never done it before, Copilot can help you out. It's super sweet.
And you know I'm going to mention Aspire. And
of course.
Aspire mentioned. Someone tweet it. The profiler tools work alongside Aspire and the MCP and the open telemetry and all of that that's built into .NET. So you, like, file new, get this incredibly rich diagnostic suite for your whole application. And especially now with all this AI development, like, none of us know what we're doing. We're just typing things in, and I'm like, yeah, that looks like it's calling the bot.
Yeah.
Oh, and now we can actually really analyze those things and figure out if it's just me not knowing how to write a prompt that's efficient or my back end being slow and like.
Yeah, seriously.
We're
not all Stephen Toub, so we can't figure it out by ourselves.
Correct.
But having Copilot help us figure out how to use these tools and let us know what's up and what we can do better with performance is a game changer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we are like halfway through day one, which is kind of crazy. The code party is at 5 Pacific, so whatever time that is in your local world, that will be to wrap up this first day. So join us for that. I don't even know who will be there for that yet.
Well, be sure to check it out because there's going to be a lot of amazing prizes from our sponsors and our
For like the
partners,
audience
so
or for the people here?
I think for the audience, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Not
saying
for
the code
you.
party people got prizes. I was like, I don't
No.
need, okay.
Yeah, we don't need prizes for you, Maddie.
I don't have room in my suitcase. I had to pack this sweater.
It's so cute, though.
It is. It's so cute.
We're matching. We love it.
This is year 4 now of the girlies of the .NET Conf keynote trying to coordinate outfits. We do different levels of success every year, I would say. But this year we did pretty good.
Yeah.
So I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we saw ASP.NET Core. We saw Blazor. We saw
C#. We saw all the performance improvements.
We saw some Aspire.
We saw the
mentioned.
profiler.
The profiler.
And the debugger also.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Harshada also covered the debugger, which is also super amazing. One of the things that I've always struggled with the most in Visual Studio historically is when I run into an exception. And I'm like, where did this exception come from? And what do I do about it? How do I fix it? But now, like, having the debugger, like, be integrated with Copilot.
Yeah.
And being able to ask Copilot, hey, can you analyze this for me and figure out how to fix it? It's just so helpful that I can do that in the flow while I'm debugging. It's just all right there in Visual Studio.
And so I just double checked because I was like, I'm pretty sure Nick Karpinsky is coming to do more
Yes.
profiling stuff today.
Yes.
And so we have a bunch of AI sessions now. We have a lot of really cool new Agentic. We have like some of the powerhouses of the VS team in here in the next session. And then we have this diagnostic session, and then we have another diagnostic session with John Peppers, who we love from the MAUI team. There's also the MAUI update session. There's a Windows Forms update session, and that's just day 1.
So much.
And I haven't even made my list of things I want to check out tomorrow.
I know. And then after tomorrow, there's more with our community day also, and all of our awesome community members and those sessions. So it just never ends.
It never does. And this has been fun. So this has been quite the production. We have quite the crew here at DevRel Studios that puts this on for us every year. And of course, Jeff Fritz and Javier Lozano, who kind of run the actual show. Like Javier has been just here helping every year since I was a little baby .NET developer. Now I'm an adult .NET developer because you can tell, because I know when my things break what to do.
Of course, of course.
And then everyone at DevRel Studios, I mean, look at how great this looks. Look at this room, the big studio. They're letting all of our antics happen, running between rooms. We're switching people over in between. The keynote was fully live this morning. I haven't done that in a few years, so that was really exciting.
Having the best .NET Conf for the best version of .NET and the best version of Visual Studio.
10 double digits.
I know, so much good stuff.
So, oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
Lots to do today.
Yeah.
Very fun.
But first, up next, we have Rhea, Zooey, and Oscar talking more about all of the awesome things in Copilot and AI-assisted development in Visual Studio. So let's hear from them because
VS 2026?
they're the experts. Yes, Visual
VS
Studio 2026.
Thanks, Maddie and Rachel. I'm Rhea. I'm a product manager working on GitHub Copilot, and today I'm joined by Zooey and Oscar, some incredible engineers working on Visual Studio's Agentic experience, and we're really excited to show you all of the enhancements that we've made over the last couple months. This year has been really focused on making AI accessible and help you accelerate your code from your ideas to working code to getting you to deployed code, all with different agents. We've added a bunch of agentic experiences across testing, profiling to make sure that you can improve your performance of your application, modernizing your applications with like .NET upgrades, as well as deploying to Azure, and a bunch more that you have seen today and we'll see throughout the rest of the sessions. But today, we're really excited to focus on just the core experience of getting from an idea to working code super fast with agent mode. We released previously a couple months ago, and we've gotten so much awesome feedback from you all. And so we're really excited to show you all of the advancements we've made throughout this. And who's better to kick us off than some of the engineers that worked on it? Kick us off, Zooey.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Zooey. I'm a software engineer on the Copilot and VS team. And today for our demo, we're going to work on a simple mood tracking app here. I can log my mood. I'm feeling pretty happy today. And we can look at the history. Now, I do want to acknowledge that most of us work on gnarly, complex enterprise code bases. But for the purpose of a simple 25-minute demo, we picked an easy app that's easy to follow and work on. Cool. Now, back in Visual Studio, what I want to do is look at which GitHub issues I have open in my repo. So to do that, I'm going to use the GitHub MCP server and enable the list issues tool call over here. Great. Now I'll send my prompt to Copilot to tell me which GitHub issues do I have open.
Wait, so I can access my GitHub issues from Visual Studio?
Yeah, exactly. So we support the full MCP spec, and you can connect to multiple external knowledge bases like GitHub, Azure DevOps, Jira, Figma, whatever it is. And we support OAuth, so we know that your connection to GitHub is secure.
And it's open source. You can create your own if you want. You want to add your knowledge bases from your company, you can go do that.
Yep, exactly. Well, awesome. Looks like the model went and queried our issues from the GitHub repo. Looks like I have something to make the web page accessible, build a backend, add weather data, and create a mood calendar. Let's look at the very first issue over here, which is to make the mood selector component accessible and add some HTML elements and ARIA attributes. So I'm going to send in my next prompt to the model, which is to address this accessibility issue. But to do that, I want to pull in the latest guidelines on accessibility from Microsoft Learn. To do that, I will now enable the Microsoft Learn MCP server, which can fetch documentation. Now, with this latest information, I will tell Copilot to make the necessary changes. And at the same time, I want to update the HTML instructions MD file to always take into account accessibility guidelines. All right, let's send this prompt over.
Wait, so you can, what is the HTML instructions that you referred to before?
That's a great question. So we support custom instructions, which you can provide instructions to Copilot per file extension or your repo wide, so that Copilot will always keep that in mind whenever it's working on those specific files or your entire repo.
Oh, that's really cool. So if I have like XML comments I like writing a particular way, I just add them there and it does that?
Yeah, exactly. You can also check it into your repo if you want your entire team to follow it.
Oh, that's really neat. Yep. I'm going to try it.
Awesome. Let's look at what Copilot is doing right now. Looks like it pulled in the latest accessibility guidelines from Microsoft Learn. It did a doc search, and it's modifying the mood selector component. Awesome. Let's see. It added some like screen reader labels and such. Awesome. And let's see if it modified the instructions file. Great. It added 5 simple instructions like I told it to. And it also summarized everything that it did. This is great.
So it went from like retrieving the information from your MCP server from online about your standards, it went and executed that in your repo, and it added instructions so that you don't really have to worry about it again.
Exactly.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Awesome. And like this is really cool when you want to work with it. So like you could add more and iterate with this. But I wonder, like, there are so many issues that we have to deal with for this application. Like, how do you do all of them together?
That's a great question. So sometimes I want to iterate with Copilot to make the changes that I need to, and other times I just want to let Copilot, figure how to solve an issue on its own. So I'm going to enable this tool called Assign Copilot to Issue. And I will send off the mood calendar issue that we saw earlier to Copilot. And what this is going to do is on github.com, it will tell Copilot to work on this issue. And Copilot will then start working on a PR that then I can interact with. This works out really well for well-spec'd out issues and designs that you have. All right, looks like it assigned it the issue. Now we'll go back to my PRs and see if it has created the draft PR. Wonderful, it just created the draft PR that's still in work in progress. We'll come back and take a look at it later.
I have a quick question before we end off here. How do you determine when you want to use this coding agent or you want to work with agent mode?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when I'm working on a pretty complex issue, or if I don't have something that's like fully spec'd out, I will use Copilot as a guide or like as assistance while I'm building on it, while I'm iterating on it, and so on. But if I have a simple, straightforward issue that's like, pretty well detailed, if I have Figma designs for it, I'll just assign it to Copilot and see how it comes up with like a PR. And you know, I still have the opportunity to iterate on it. I can leave comments on the PR, Copilot will go address it, and it can still be back and forth. But I can work on multiple things at the same time like this.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we'll hand it over to Oscar, who's going to show how he uses Copilot to iterate over some work.
Of course, yeah. Thanks, Rhea. Those are pretty cool demos. And I have my own demo to show as well. I'm going to be using the same prototype. And I got to say, I really like this prototype. It does what a prototype is supposed to do, right? It shows the core idea, like functionalities, everything works. But it takes a few shortcuts, right? Because it's just a prototype. We kind of like vibe coded this in a few minutes. So the thing it's doing right now is like every data it stores, it uses the local browser storage, right? Like it's not going anywhere. It's just staying there. So let's take it to the next step. Let's see if we can move it to like maybe have a data layer in the cloud. And I'm gonna use Azure. Just it's kind of like what I'm familiarized with. But I don't know like what would be the best option. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and ask Copilot and see if like he can help me like compare the options I have. And I should have enabled the same MCP server for Microsoft documentation, so it should be able to fetch actual real-time data. And like even like if I'm lucky, it's gonna be able to tell me like how much it's gonna cost each of them. So
totally,
that's pretty useful.
That's cool. It's doing parallel tool calls as well. It can retrieve information at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, it's all going to the context that we send to the model. So
awesome.
And let's see. So it already start giving me some recommendations.
Wow, lots of recommendations.
Yep.
Oh, I like this table that it's got.
Yep. Yeah, it's like even comparing like each of them next to each other. And I already saw what I want. Like, I mean, I'm a simple guy. I see Azure Table Storage, and I'm like, okay, let's use that. It's like the easiest thing I can do, and it's easy to run locally and everything. So I'm gonna go ahead, and since I already know I want Azure Table Storage, I want it to help me go through it, right? Like, I want to help me update my project so that it has like a way for me to run and have everything I need for it to deploy into the cloud, right? So, and
that way you can share your like mood.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So what I want to do here, and I want to kind of like emphasize, I'm asking it to like create and execute a plan, and I have here like one of the tools I have enabled is actually called planning, and I don't know, like, have you ever heard about planning?
I actually have. Let's run in. Let's see. So planning is this new preview feature that we have, and it basically what it allows Copilot to do is obviously it goes, looks through your files, figures out what files it needs to edit, and even things it needs to do based on your prompt, and then it will go ahead and generate a plan. It will basically use a scratchpad to then figure out what it needs to do, and then render it in a markdown file for you to follow and track, which is pretty neat. And it will continue to utilize those steps. There we go. To actually stay on track and make sure that it's able to redirect when needed. So it actually even continues to update and reassess the plan to see if this is still working so that it can give you a higher quality response.
Yep. So as a developer, like this is the moment where I just grab the popcorn, and start looking at Copilot, go Copilot, right? So it should be able to like follow each of the plan steps as you mentioned, and it's gonna keep iterating over it, right? So.
Yeah, I like the emojis that it's like checking it off or working on it.
Yep,
That's kind
yep.
of
It updates as it goes. So.
There you go. Wow, it's working pretty fast. I've noticed that like even the code mapping, like whenever it's editing a file, it's been a little faster.
Yes, exactly. There's been a lot of work going on there. Actually, like for the past few months, we've been using a strategy that actually rewrites the entire document. But it usually gets slower the larger the document is, because we have to like generate all those tokens.
Right.
But lately we've been upgraded to like the new models have more capabilities in like using specific tools to edit special parts of the file instead of like the entire thing.
Oh.
So that's like way faster, especially when you're dealing with like large documents like 1,000 line plus. It's like a huge difference. So yeah, that kind of like supercharges the experience with agent mode.
That's really cool. And what's really great about agent mode as well is it continues to iterate. So it'll look for errors, and it'll look for, it will even validate that this is all working code with the build. So you have the to-do list, you have like the constant feedback of whether or not something has worked that Copilot can use to continue to iterate until it can get to your goal.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if it modifies a file, it checks if it has errors. If it finds errors, you like reiterate. Like
exactly.
It has this ability of like recovering from failure, which is pretty useful. So, and I can see it's almost done here. It's probably on this last step.
You know, you talked about models, and I just wanted to point out, we have a bunch of models in Visual Studio. We actually, as of today, also have Order, which so if you are curious or you don't know what model to use, select that, and we can like help choose for you. We have ones from OpenAI, from Anthropic, Google, and even XAI now.
Yep, and you can even bring your own key if you want. Like we have all these providers. Like if you want to use your own model, maybe you deploy your own fine-tuned model, like you know, up to that level. You have your own key. You can just like replace that layer from MVS like to use the model you want to use.
That's really awesome. There are so many niche models I love trying, so this is super helpful.
Yep. Cool. So let's see how good it's doing. So I can see it's already generated like so many documents. It's edited others, and this is just one iteration, right? Like this is like one interaction where we're getting all these kind of like organized changes. And I gotta say, planning has a lot to do with it, knowing like how to do it, right? So it seems it's already completed. So let's take a look and see how our app is doing. It does seem still changing a few things here and there, but
the build ran successfully too, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, for me that means it works, right? So let's try it out. I'm going to actually before I run it, I noticed we created a new server, right? So I think we need to run the server first. So I'm gonna go ahead and come here.
And while you do that, you know, Zoe, I noticed something before about what you were working on. You were like adding tools like as you were going. I generally just keep all my tools on. So like, do you have any recommendations? Like, should I be doing that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So if you look at some of these MCP servers, there might be like 40, 50 tools in a single server. And if you have multiples of them enabled, you might have 100 tools enabled. And each time you send a request, you're sending 100 tools worth of tool definitions, parameter like descriptions, every single time to the model. So you're consuming more tokens out of your context window. The model has to now process these additional tokens, so it's going to be a little slower. Also, if you provide too many tool options to the models, it might get confused or hallucinate between them. So I think, in my opinion, it's best practice to just like select the specific tools that you think you're going to be using to have the best results.
Wow. So make it more deterministic, most likely, if I remove my tools. I'm going to go home and just untick every single one today.
Yeah, and just remember to enable the ones that you want, though.
That's a good point. Tip for everyone at home. How are we doing, Oscar?
We're doing fine. I think it just forgot like to change the into development. But let's see if now that works. And now 2231. Oh, let me refresh this. Actually, let's see if it updated because I didn't have a chance to check like all the code it was doing. So it's probably pointing to an URL that it shouldn't be pointing to. And I think I should be able to see it in the mood storage service, which is the part that actually calls the API here. And here it is. Here's the problem. So it's trying to just directly call into the same port, right? So what we need to do here is we need to change this to use our development API here. And let's see if that solves it. Otherwise, I can always ask Copilot to solve it for me.
Fingers crossed.
So, okay, now it seems like it's storing data now. So I can just refresh here. I see my table. And I see my data. So yeah, I was anxious before this run, but now I'm happy that it worked. So.
That's really cool to see. And this is like a really good example of how you want to work with agent mode. Like, you know, you constantly, like with agent mode, you want to iterate. You're not always going to get there in the first try, but that's the point. You're like working with it. You might be prompting or you might be investigating through the actual files like you were today to get to where you want. Now, I imagine that you would probably want to make even more changes before you actually push this out. Is that correct?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, this code is not production ready, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Sui would not approve this code. So you always, like, at least got me to the 80%, right? I just need to make sure the quality bar is there, and that's, you know, the last 20%, which is what, you know, differentiates. I guess.
But it makes you a lot faster, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would take me days to do this, right? And now it's
Yeah.
like just a few minutes. So
Vibed it out. That's awesome. And so thank you so much for your demo. We saw so we saw a bunch of demos for agent mode. We even saw you using remote coding agent. Zui, could you show us a little bit about where our PR is for it?
Oh yeah, looks like Copilot is still working on it. It's still marked as work in progress, but it built a plan out and it's like
Checking
going
it
through it. Let's see, it summarized the changes. Oh, cool, it added some screenshots for the calendar view. We love that. We love PRs with screenshots. And yeah, it's looking good. I will review this PR and leave comments as I see fit.
That's really cool. I really like the fact that it takes photos so that I can validate if it looks good enough to even look at. But even with something like this, you kind of want to have it in your system so that you can validate it with all of the tools of Visual Studio. And over the next couple weeks, we'll be integrating this agent even more deeply into Visual Studio. So you'll be able to bring down your PR from this and view it, even interact with Copilot at mentioning it in comments and continuing to iterate there, and using all the powerful testing tools that we have available for you to even validate that this PR is really good. And in addition to that, without even using the MCP server, you'll be able to access Coding Agent directly from Visual Studio Chat. We're really excited about this. So these are a bunch of the experiences that we have to help you accelerate your coding experience. And we have a bunch of other things that we didn't get to today because there's so many incredible AI features in VS. Here are a couple of my favorite agents and some of the tools I recommend utilizing. So please try them out and look at other sessions to see some of the other experiences shown. And if you're getting started with AI, I know many people are still working through that. First thing I want you to do, install the latest version of Visual Studio. We just announced it today. We want to hear your feedback. We're super excited about it. And we're updating super frequently. So if you want the latest and greatest AI features, you'll get them right in the new version of Visual Studio. If you're curious about how to utilize some of this or even see more content from our team, check out our YouTube channel. And continue to provide us feedback. We look at your DevCom tickets and your comments every day at 9:30. So please give them in. And if you want to stay up to date with the latest stuff that we're doing in the roadmap, or you want to interact with us on social media, we're also looking at that. So this is how you get started. We're really excited for you to try it out. And thank you so much for your time. Have a great rest of your .NET Conf. And I guess AI.
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 AI. I took that from you, Maddy.
Thank you so much. I'm setting trends.
Aspire.
How to try to attempt to land the plane of the 25-minute crazy sessions, right? You just say something at the end. That was awesome. Oh my gosh, there's a lot that shipped in VS 2026, and
it's a big year.
I used the new Copilot stuff a couple weeks ago when I got one of the final 2026 builds, and I was like, this is so fast, and I get so much context about my project. It's awesome. So, all right, all three of you, favorite VS 2026 feature? Let's do that because we've done .NET a few times.
I just love how fast it is.
Yeah.
Opening Visual Studio, even just literally opening it is so much faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The performance gains we get, it's it makes a difference. And also the migration to Fluent UI.
Yeah. It's pretty.
It looks so pretty.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I think my favorite is, well, I'm biased, I work in Copilot, but it's just the number of things you can reference in the Copilot chat. You can reference your files, your methods, your classes, your commits.
URLs.
Your URLs. You can pull in so much incredible contect into your chat and just get a solid, rich response from Copilot.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. I'm going to try the commit thing. I haven't tried that yet.
So useful. So useful. I think it should be more visible.
A
lot of people don't know about it.
Feature request.
The feature is already there, right?
Yeah. Make it more visible.
So we have a lot of people watching who have not actually really started this agentic development world yet, right? A lot of people who are still on the surface of AI dev tools and how all these things work. And so what's your advice for people trying to start using these tools, Copilot and VS 2026 especially? What's your advice to help them start doing it?
Do one of you want to do it? Because you're using it as an engineer on the team.
Yeah, I mean, just use it, right? Like, just try it. I would say, like, first start with ask mode, maybe, to kind of, like, get the ropes of, like, how each model works. Because agent mode is more like, kind of, you're giving the wheel to Copilot, right? And it's doing so many actions. So I would start with ask mode to, like, measure, you know, how good it works with your own code, your repository and stuff. And then start identifying the things that, okay, maybe I could just, like, try agent mode for this task, right? Like, or leverage to, you know, the code agent from GitHub, right? It's like things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And like with time, I think you'll become more comfortable with like prompt engineering, with like, you know, writing prompts that get you the best results from Copilot. So as you know, as you start with ask mode, try referencing specific commits or try referencing a file. See how it does. Use the debugger agent, or you know, I think that's a good place to start.
The other thing I was just going to mention is, you know, everyone's been using AI. I don't think people realize it. Like IntelliCode back in the day, that was our first implementation of it. And obviously it's so much easier when you're just typing and it gives it to you. But like when you have like larger pieces of problems to solve, like think about just like when you're trying to do them, or like instead of going to Stack Overflow or ChatGPT or Google, you're like, maybe I should just ask Copilot. But like starting there and figuring out what it can do for you through that will really help you understand how you can get value.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Like, because it's natural language driven, it's so easy to get started with Copilot and write in Visual Studio. So love that. Yeah.
I remember I was like nervous the first couple times I went to like really use agent mode and, you know, like give it the wheel and be like, just go nuts. And I was very pleasantly surprised. And of course, I mean, VS and VS Code and most modern developer environments have really good Git functionality. So you can just make a commit. If Copilot goes a little wild, you just revert it.
Yeah, there's so many agentic capabilities now, and it's all so much faster and smoother thanks to all of your awesome work. So thanks for everything y'all have been doing.
Yeah.
It's been a heck of a year. Yeah.
So, great session, all three of you. Thank you so much for joining. There's more AI to come in just a few minutes, but first we'll remind you, Code Party, end of day one. There's a bunch of links that have been scrolling throughout the bottom, throughout the whole stream. So follow those for all of the different information. You can download .NET 10, VS 2026, Aspire 13, whatever else your heart desires, right now. Right now. If you haven't already, that's crazy, but it's okay.
And then with Copilot, you can also get started for free today. If you haven't, if you
so
don't
cool.
already have a Copilot account, you can get started ASAP for free in VS 2026. So go do that. Yeah.
What's your favorite VS 2026 feature? Because I know you've been all over the place, actually.
I have been all over the
Rachel is just like, we just plop her in places. We say, Rachel, go do something, and she emerges.
Oh my gosh. That's really tricky, because there's just been so much goodness in VS 2026, and with Copilot in particular. Dang, I don't know.
I thought you had.
Like,
I thought it was
it's hard
a
to pick
softball.
one baby. You know, there's so many good things.
What about Vision?
Vision is pretty good.
Vision's my favorite.
Yeah, and then if you pair that with planning mode in Copilot, it's incredible, like what Copilot can do, and it's honestly so incredible seeing how much the team has done and how far we've come in just every couple months.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting because the team is moving so quickly, but there's just so much goodness.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Rachel and I are off to get lunch, so we are going to toss it to a slate and then toss it off to the next session. Jeremy is going to be here to talk about some more intelligent things with intelligent apps and all of that. So we're out. Your new hosts will be back in 30 minutes, and we will see you online. Happy .NET Conf.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your .NET Conf.
Hello, and welcome back. So I named this session Building Intelligent Apps with .NET. I should have taken a cue from Maddy, though. I liked her intelligent stuff, I think is a more apt name. But I'll tell you what, the world we're in today is moving so rapidly. I feel like just a few years ago we were talking about what is AI, and now today we're actually building apps with it. So what I want to talk to you about in the next 20 or so minutes is how we do that in .NET and what tools and ways we have available to us. So let me first talk to you a little bit about why you even want to do it. And you probably want a better reason than everybody's doing it, right? So let's go over a few reasons that intelligence in apps makes a major difference in the .NET ecosystem and for apps around the world. The first thing is the enhanced customer experience. And this is probably something you're more familiar with. I know a lot of times people talk about AI in terms of conversational chatbots and customer support and ways that those will improve. If you were around in the days when you used to get tossed around a phone system and there was just this automated bouncing you back to this menu versus the experience today, you know the difference that makes. But this allows for personalization. It allows for predictive analytics, and AI can do things so much faster than we're able to do. And it also allows for natural language processing, and this is something that is opening up a lot of technology to be accessible to more people because they can use their spoken language to actually interface with technology. Now for companies, it provides operational efficiency. There's automation opportunities, real-time insights that we used to have to take weeks to get to, smart recommendations, and automated recognition of things like patterns and anomalies. Imagine having a system that can find something wrong before you even suspect there's something wrong. This is something that AI can do, not to mention the speed to market as well. So you're able to innovate faster and get ahead of the competition. So those are reasons why AI and intelligence is important in applications, but why .NET specifically? Now I'm biased because I've worked with .NET since the earliest days and now I'm on the .NET team. However, there are some proven reasons why we think .NET is a perfect fit for AI. It's got a massive ecosystem. We have a history of providing tools for AI from machine learning. I used to be a PM on the Spark.NET team, and there were some very complex tasks that we automated in .NET that are now available just through these conversational agents and smart apps that you talk to. We're cross-platform, which is very powerful, so you can build for all of your targets from all of your targets using .NET. We also have interoperability with Python, and we don't believe that it's an either or. In other words, you don't have to throw away something good just to move to .NET. If there's a Python service that is useful, we embrace that service and we interop with that service. Performance has always been a strong reason why people run on the .NET framework, and every year at .NET Conf we announce some of those improvements, and we're continuously challenging ourselves to raise the bar there. We are enterprise grade. We are running in large companies at scale, and .NET provides the tools and frameworks and libraries to make that possible. And then finally, something that you're probably very familiar with is the developer productivity. So whether you're using Visual Studio Code, or other IDEs, we have a very powerful experience through the tooling. Now, there are investments we've made specifically for AI in .NET, and this is across a range of libraries, but the one that I'm closest to and the one that is a fundamental building block is our AI extensions. MEAI is the abbreviation, Microsoft Extensions for AI, but this provides you a set of abstractions and middleware and a very idiomatic way to communicate with services that provide intelligence. And I'm going to be reviewing how that works and showing you code examples in just a little bit. So whether it's vector store and data related, or whether it's working with a large language model, we've got you covered. And of course, as always, we are set up to provide that experience across any device you may want to place that intelligent app on, whether it's a mobile device or a desktop or a Mac or a Windows. We've got the SDKs, tools, and means to do so. Finally, across the board for AI, we have different libraries, frameworks, and initiatives that are focused specifically on improving that developer experience to give you the tools you need to easily and rapidly build AI solutions. From the MCP server, which I'll talk a little bit more about later, to the agent framework, which is the next session that we'll cover, to templates and more. So let's look at what intelligent apps really means with an example. So I want to introduce you to Artist Tool, which is a application that an art business uses to manage photographs. And so that tool in general is going to allow me to upload a photograph and maybe give a description, provide some tags, allow me to search for photographs, etc. Let's look at the tool before I do anything, quote, intelligent with it. So it's this is the unintelligent version of the app, if you will. So we've got a clean UI where we're jumping into this tool and we're getting ready to perform an upload. So to prepare for this, I'm going to go ahead and create a couple categories because I want to be able to organize my photographs, and I don't necessarily want to just search by title. Maybe I want tags, maybe I want categories. So we'll go ahead and give it a land category, and I want it to be brief in the descriptions because we only have so much time, so we'll just say one if by, and you may recognize that reference. We're going to go ahead and create a second category, and we'll call this, obviously if we started with land, we'll probably go ahead and do a category called sea, and it's definitely Talk Like a Pirate Days, probably one of my favorite holidays, so we love the sea. All right, and then we're going to move on to one more category which may not be expected, but it's something that I'm passionate about, which is space, the final frontier. And that's a hobby of mine, so you may see a little bit of tie-in here in a second. So I've added my categories, but let's get to the fun part, which is actually putting photographs into this application. So I'm going to go ahead and choose my files, and I've got some constraints. I don't want to overload the system by uploading too many files, and I don't want to upload something that's a gigabyte file that I can't manage. So I'm just going to go ahead and go in and click on Choose Files here. And I have a folder with a few of the photographs that I want to add to this application. So let's go ahead and upload those. And as you can see, it's given me kind of a status, and it said, okay, those files made it into the system. Great. So I'm done with that step. Now what you'll notice is all of my categories are still very lonely, right? Because I haven't done anything with those photographs I uploaded. The photographs themselves are nice to look at, but I don't really have much information about them. I've got basically the file name as a title, and that's about as much intelligence as I could figure out on my own to put into this application. So I can edit it and add the information, but imagine if you had a catalog of hundreds of photographs, what would you do then? That would be something that is a little tough to scale to go in, and imagine the tags too, like how many tags do you really want and categories, and how much can you actually pull out of an image? We're going to see that in a second because we're going to add intelligence to this application, and many of you are in the same boat where you have existing systems and existing software that you want to enhance and augment and improve rather than writing something completely from scratch. And I'm pretty sure most of you don't want to have to rewrite everything either. So this demo, which will be available, I'll give you the link at the end, is one that I did not have to change very much code at all in the existing application to add the intelligent services to it. So let's move to our next example. And what I'm going to do here is repeat the previous demo. No, I'm just kidding. when I add intelligence, one of the first things I'm going to use is our Microsoft extensions for AI. We've simplified the common things you might do with an AI model into something called an iChat client. Now, the nice thing about that iChat client is it's ubiquitous. In other words, whether I'm using Azure OpenAI, which is the example you see here, or if I have a local model hosted by Ollama, which is the other example, that interface is still the same. So I can use the same code and learn the same conventions for working with AI, regardless of which model or service I'm using to access it. Now, beneath that, you're going to see several different ways that it's possible to work with that client. So in the simplest form, I'm just sending a prompt, some text, and I'm receiving something back. So that's a question and an answer. However, you may know that some clients are able to bring back structured data. Now, if you've looked at how that's done, it can be different depending on the model and the service that you're working with. So sometimes you provide it just as part of the prompt. Sometimes you send a JSON schema. Our adapter handles these. So in other words, based on which model and service you're using, we will take what we know about that type, and simply by adding the type to get response, everything's done behind the scenes that you need to have done so that you can get that structured reply back. Those are the simple, easy, get started fast ways of working with it. But there are more complex scenarios and there's more you can do with it. For example, with the chat role system and then the user prompt, I'm doing several things in one transaction. I'm telling the model how it should behave and what to expect from those behaviors, but I'm also giving it a prompt and an image. So we do support multiple modalities. In other words, it's possible to send an image to a prompt, and we also have an interface that allows us to receive an image back. We are also looking at the modalities for things like speech to text, text to speech, text to image, video, etc. So regardless of what type of artifact or document you're working with, we'll have a way through that standard interface to work with that. So now let's dig a little bit deeper. And what I want to do is take a look at the middleware aspect of this. So that's another compelling reason to look at our adapters for this, because taking the same success that we see with ASP.NET applications and the concept of middleware and having strategies for things like authentication, but then allowing users to extend that, we've provided middleware capabilities with this chat client. So with this extension method that I'm showing here, I can take that chat client that I created from Ollama or the chat client that I created for Azure OpenAI, and I can add logging to it. I can add open telemetry to it so that I can basically set up a dashboard and see what's going in real time. And I can also tell it to use function invocations, which means I can make extra tools available to that model. And it's seamless in that you're still dealing with just an iChat client, but when we configured it, we actually set up all these additional enhancements. So let's take what we learned from that and do what I call a smart upload and see what the experience would look like after I've added some intelligence to the application. So here I've split the screen for you, and the reason I did that is I want you to see some of the console activity that's happening while I do this. So I've got my categories, but I have no photographs yet. I'm going to do the same step that I did before and upload those photographs, but we're going to see a very different result. Let's go ahead and go into the folder, and now I'm going to grab those images. And basically, if we could, yes, Control A, very good. And now, if you look over on the console side, what you're going to see is the intelligence kicking in. And so starting AI analysis for the photo. So this is actually asking the model to do several things. I've got a special vision model, which means it's capable of actually looking at an image and figuring things out about that image and then returning data. And so here you can see we've enriched the photograph, we've started analysis for another photograph, and what it's done is it's done a few things. It's created a description for me based on what it saw when it inspected that image. It's created a set of tags for me. It's looked at the categories that I already defined and actually applied it to those categories, and it's generated tags. So now when I click Done to let it know that I'm ready to look at the images, and we'll go ahead and do that, we're going to find that the images themselves are already sorted into their respective categories. So now you can see I've got 2 by land, 2 by sea, and 2 in space. So if I go into land, you can see that the AI was correct. It accurately found images that depicted land in those images. And both of those images have water in them as well, so those are categorized in sea. And then when I go to space, these are very obviously outer space pictures. But let's drill into that and see what else it did. So now I've got a title for this image, the Celestial Garden, or Guardian in its crimson veil. I've got a very detailed description, and I also have multiple tags. And if you look at those tags, you'll find that they're very practical tags. In other words, they make sense, they relate to the photograph appropriately, and they are exactly what we would want to see if we were maybe manually trying to categorize it. But this all happened automatically in the background while I was uploading it. So we can do even more with this, and I want to show you that. But first, before we jump into those enhancements, I want to share just a few terms for those of you who might be new to AI. So you've probably heard about tokens, and tokens are just a way that we break down the text that we send to a model. So it's a way of chunking it up so it gets bite-sized pieces to work with. Embeddings is probably a little more interesting because what embeddings do is they turn text into numbers. And if you've ever wondered how semantic search works, where you can misspell a word and it still figures it out, it's because these numbers aren't just saying like the letter A is the number 3. It's more complex than that. So if you think about the word pass, for example, you can say, oh, I'll pass someone, or I'll drive over the pass, or I passed the test. So there's a lot of different ways that you can use that same word. So it'll have different embeddings. And embeddings allow the large language model to basically look at that text based on its meaning, not just based on the text you typed. And then it can do things like figure out words that are close to each other. So something that has similar semantic meaning, or maybe a common misspelling. Prompt engineering is really the art of figuring out how to ask the model for what you want. And this is something that you've probably run into, that there are different ways to prompt the model, and a lot of times the more detailed you are and specific, the better result you'll get. The thing about models is they try to give us exactly what they want, even if sometimes that might not be exactly what we were looking for, or if it can't find an answer. So prompt engineering is something to look into. Now the large language model itself just refers to what I kind of call a DJ for text. And it's just remixing text. And what does that mean? Well, it's a model that's been trained on literally billions and billions of words and sentences and phrases. So it is able to take that analysis and predict to a high degree of accuracy what might come next. And there are always possibilities. Like if I say, let's go to the movie, there might be 20 ways someone will respond to that. No thank you, or yes, or I'd like to see this. These models ingest that, and then they perform these predictive algorithms. So on one hand, it may seem uncanny, like you're actually having a conversation with the model, but it's really just trained on so much data, and it can see so many dimensions, it's able to output that. Now, if you've ever wondered where the GPT in ChatGPT comes from, that's Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And what that means is it's a model that's been pre-trained. it can transform your prompt or your input and then generate the output. And that output might be text, that output might be an image, and that output can be several other things. But that is the idea behind GPT is that it can generate those outputs for you. So now what I want to do is take it one step further. So what we did was what I'll call kind of like a tag enhancement. So we added tags and a description, etc. But let's do something more business related to that photograph that I just uploaded. So what I want to do is actually do a marketing preview and see what it would be like to take one of my photographs and actually present it maybe to an art fair as say a canvas print. So what does that look like? We'll go into the application that I just showed you, and I'm going to browse my images, but this time I'm going to go into one of my favorites. So let's go ahead and jump in and grab that favorite. Here we go. And of course, you may be surprised or not that I picked the space category. And then I'm going to drill into this comet, which is a really detailed image of a comet that comes every 71 years. And now I have a new market preview button that I've added. So when I click on that button, we get generating marketing preview. And then if I go back to my Aspire dashboard and I look at my logs, I can again see that I'm having a dialogue with AI. And that dialogue is asking it to do a few things. I'm asking it to preview what a canvas print might look like. I'm asking it to do some market analysis and help me price it because I have no idea what I would sell it for. And I'm also asking it to come up with ad copy because I'm not a great salesperson myself. So I would just say, here's an image of a comet. I think the models can probably come up with something a lot more intriguing for a potential buyer. So here we have the result of that preview. So I've got the title, I've got a suggested price, I've got a very nice preview of what that canvas image would look like. I even have a button that I can click to help me share this on social media and drive people to my web page. And this was all done through an interaction with that model. Now, intelligent apps are more than just chat and more than just generating it. I talked a little bit about semantic search. We also have tools, which are ways of enhancing that model with different ways to interact with other things in the environment or other systems, etc. We've got retrieval augmented generation, which is putting our own information into the model. So maybe we have a product manual or a customer service guide that we want it to be able to understand. We've got memory so that it can take a context and associate that with your prompt. And then we have agents and workflows. And you've probably heard about agents. I'm excited to share that with you in the next session. But I wanted to leave with a few resources and then close out. So these resources are a great way to get started. We've got a new hub that is dedicated to AI on .NET. And it'll take you to quick starts and tutorials and overviews and documentation and everything you would want to see there. I actually linked to a quick start for our templates. We've invested in creating templates that do a lot of the work for you. So our AI chat template, for example, will have a way to augment your application with data built into it. We've got quick starts. We've got the documentation for those extensions I shared. And finally, last but not least, I have the actual link to the repo of the tool that I just showed you. It's going to get a lot more interesting in the next section. But for now, thank you for joining me for Intelligent Apps.
Oh, I love hearing it. Intelligent apps, Jeremy, that's it's the start of a new generation of applications that we're building, right?
A new generation of generative applications.
Whoa, that just got deep. Use your Copilot for your Copilot to create a Copilot.
Right?
Pretty much.
No, there's some really cool stuff to see there, and I love how you're taking the chat, the feature beyond just chat, right? The text box as additional feature in an application. It feels it feels like the minimum bar, but there's so much more we can do.
There's a lot more we can do, and I'm actually excited to share when we go from just models to agents, what the possibilities are.
Yeah.
Spoilers. So make sure you stick around.
That's right. I mean, I think there's a guy like who's really knowledgeable about this stuff talking about it next too, which is pretty cool. I know.
I don't know who that might be, but I'm looking forward to it.
I'm sure he's a very smart guy, very dapper. You know, has done this before a couple times, so it's always a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, there's always some questions around, you know, how folks are using and consuming the various language model technologies and requirements. When folks are using this and they're building it into their application, is there a way to kind of hand off and kind of lease those expenses out to customers without having to build your own pricing model?
That is a great question, and I would look to someone who knows about the pricing models to do that. I take my stipend that I get from Microsoft and use it, and then more often than not, I'm getting throttled to run tests, and yeah, it's fun. There should be a way, but I'm more focused on the interfaces than the costing side, so wish I could answer that one better.
Okay.
Well, it's also very interesting because, like, for example, like we've heard of, here are the features that we have with Copilot of, I have something, I have that agent, that sidecar helping me pair program with me, right, as I'm doing things. This is actually, you're building that for somebody else into the application, right? So you got to look at it from both ways. You got to look at it as a consumer. I'm consuming Copilot, I'm interacting with it and see what I like and what I dislike about it, of how I would use it. So when you're building that into your applications, you got to have that same conversation with your users.
Yeah,
right?
you do.
You know, how do you build it and how do you interact with it?
I love seeing the content. I love seeing this evolve, and the thing with the agents is that it changes the way we work and interact with this from being developers writing code all the time, so that we can focus on those things that we're really good at, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, take what's unique to your application, focus on that. Take all the extra stuff that you do in every other 100 apps, and delegate that to something else.
Right.
I was a big fan of writing repositories again and again and again and again, and wrapping my entity framework context.
Yeah. Well, it's because you know the pattern.
Yeah.
Right. So, and just like writing an agent, you're just taking that pattern and now you're just abstracting out into a reusable component. But the only difference is it's no longer code.
Let Copilot generate it.
That's right.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. I really enjoy it. And we're gonna see you in just a little bit. I understand we've got to do a little bit of a changeover here. So there we go.
There we go. There it goes.
We should probably introduce ourselves for folks that haven't seen us.
Exactly. Well, it's that time of the day, which is we let Fritz and Javier take over, which means we ran out of budget for the hosts, and we're hosting.
Very, very high quality production we've got here. High budget interaction going on. My name is Jeff Fritz. I'm a program manager on the .NET and Visual Studio teams. And my buddy here, of course, is...
My name is Javier Lozano, and I'm a .NET MVP.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's awesome.
We're going to be leading you through a little bit of .NET Conf here for the next few hours as we lead into that code party later on today.
That's right.
That our sponsors are supporting and helping us out with. They've been sending out messages on mailing lists, on their websites, on social media to get the word out about .NET Conf, to help sponsor and provide prizes and other things that we're going to have fun with a little bit later on and throughout the rest of the event.
Right, so we have, it's great to mention that, our sponsors, we have a swag bag. So if you go to the main page, scroll all the way down.
.NETconf.net.
.NETconf.net.
Yes.
You scroll down past the player, and then you'll see giveaways and free swag section. You can sign up for a free swag bag, get that signed up, and get entered into a drawing that will happen at the end of the day, at the end of the conference.
End of
Thursday.
Thursday.
Day 3, Thursday,
Yes.
which it all blurs together, which, you know, it is what it is. That's welcome to .NET Conf.
Yeah.
And we also have challenges where you can also submit for that. And it's essentially build a word. You go and solve different puzzles.
Secret decoder challenge.
Secret decoder challenge, and you get back, and then you submit that answer to win great prizes.
Yeah. So you have those two chances. And if you don't want to participate in any of those things, we've got some wallpapers that are great for your desktop, that are great for your phone, even your watch. You can get some really cool .NET Conf wallpapers out there. And we've also got local events happening around the world.
That is correct. Yeah. So if you go to the menu upper right-hand side, local events, click on that. We have them listed by month and essentially when they're going to be available. Also, on Friday, we have the Student Zone, which we can talk a little bit more later.
Fantastic. So we're going to go back over to Jeremy here and start learning a little bit more about building with agents.
Surprise.
Hi.
I brought my good friend Maria and also my manager to talk about the next level, which is agents.
It's all about agents. And like in your previous call, you kind of, conversation, we're so used to being on calls.
Yeah, exactly.
In your previous talk, you talked about like what it takes to build out these applications, right? Like building those agents, understanding workflows. You showed a really good demo. But I think what we've seen right now is that people are seeing this shift and they're trying to understand how it all comes together. So I have a diagram that I'm hoping will help people understand that.
Great.
So if we think about from where we are in AI and people building applications, when we think about 2023, which is when we started getting started, we think about things like chat. Think about the early iterations of GPT-4 when everybody's like world was like excited about what was happening. You wrote some text, it generated an output. Right? But then we started noticing that the content wasn't as grounded for real core scenarios. So then we saw a shift to RAG. And where with like retrieval, augmentation, and generation, right? Which is when you are grounding it in data that is relevant to you and the questions that you're trying to do. And that's when we did all the Azure Search demos. That's when we started investing in all the vector stores that were really helping developers and businesses build their applications that were relevant to them. But now we're in the age of agents.
Yes.
And when you hear the age of agents, like if you watched the keynote earlier today, it was all about like, it's a buzzword. No, agent is about action. It's when you're giving your AI, whatever format you're building it, the ability to take actions through automated workflows, but you're also giving it more than just knowledge. You're giving it memories and you're giving it tools. So if we go over to the next slide, this is a repeat from what we saw in the keynote today. What is an agent? Simply put, you've shown it, an agent is a program. Right? You have an input, right, either from the system or the user or even from another agent, and it really boxed into three core things. LLM, which is your model, instructions, which could be a markdown file, and then you have tools, and tools could be a variety of things. You could write a simpler tool like a formatter, which is just a class in your application. You could use an MCP server. You create actions. And then you also have memory. And from that, you generate an output. So like that is my brief intro to understanding what an agent is.
That is awesome because I think we spent the past year collectively as an industry, right, saying what is an agent? And as we started to actually use them and put them into production, we figured it out pretty quickly. So based on what you said, I took the application that I just showed and said, what would like an agentic process look like?
Love it.
And this is the demo that I want to step you through next. I'm going to go straight into the demo, and then we'll back up and look at the tools that we've built to make it possible.
Yeah, take it away.
All right, so we are back to our familiar, hopefully by now, artist tool application. If you didn't see it in the first session, that's okay. You'll pick it up pretty quickly. We've got photographs that have been uploaded, and we use the large language models to enhance them with descriptions, titles, and data. But now I have this marketing workflow that I'm going to click on. Now I do apologize. This UI is something that I added to try to show the workflow running, but the real key is what's happening behind the scenes, not the refresh circles on the page. But really, if you want to see what's happening behind the scenes, I think the Aspire dashboard
is wonderful for that.
Is the way to go. I love adding the dashboard because it gives me all of the tools that I need to dive into it. So let's run over to the dashboard. I see I have an error, which I already looked at, and that's my UI skills shining through. So we'll just conveniently overlook the error in the logs. But what you are seeing is first we've got all these arrows of this pointing to that. That is a mermaid diagram that I'm going to show a little bit later. One cool thing about our agent framework is that after we compose all the pieces together, it will actually output its own structure and diagram so that you can examine what you've configured. So it's a pretty cool tool to do that, and it has different formats. But so I've dumped that out to the console, but what it's going to actually do after it kicks off is it's going to take that image and conduct a bunch of different steps. So if we look at this first step, and I'll scroll down, image critique. So any artist, right, to enhance their career, every time we create a piece of something, we want to be able to improve on it. So I'm asking the agent to take all its knowledge and everything it's scanned and rate and review that image based on those factors. So I can actually hand it the image and it'll give that back. So that's just one step though, because then the next step, we actually split off into multiple threads.
Okay, and why are you splitting it off?
Well, I mean, I think that's how business works, right? Is that you explore different lines of opportunity. So in this case, I've got an image. I'm not sure if I should market it as a canvas or as a metal print or maybe as a framed.
Got it.
And then there's acrylic with glass. And there's pros and cons to all of those. But it's even more than that. So the first thing I want to do is just simply for my own satisfaction is generate a preview of those images. So I'm actually asking the models to say, what would this photograph look like if it was on a wrapped canvas, for example?
All right.
And then I can visualize it. And I even told it to put it on a wall. And we'll look at the prompts in a little bit. But then with each of those, if I do decide, for example, to go forward with the canvas, I would want to probably go ahead and market it and figure out what is my price point. Do I want multiple editions? Is it going to be an exclusive edition, right? Some artists like to just have print on demand and you can kind of all grab a copy. Some like to just have those exclusive prints. And now we see all these research prompts flying through. And you can see I'm having multiple conversations with multiple agents at the same time. But that's what's nice about the agent workflow is here, see it's waiting for additional nodes to report in. So it's actually fanned out, gone down all these lines of inquiry. Now we're pulling it back together, tying it off, and then generating a nice report. So you can see my steps are almost all complete now. And it's telling me that it's produced a report.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and copy that URL, or the file path, if you will. I'm pretty sure everything's going to be URIs in the future, but we'll, or actually maybe the concept of a file will go away, I don't know. But let's open up that storage and see what we've produced, because I wanted to show the impact of what's possible with just me, a single developer. Go ahead.
Oh, so like what we're seeing on your screen right now is every single workflow completed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so the UI showed all the basic steps, and then I had it all tie back together and generate a single report, which for me, because I know web the best, I decided to just generate a web report, and then you can always print the web, etc. So here's our big research paper, and it's introducing it, showing the photograph and our lovely description. But now we've got our critique. And so for each area that's looking at composition, color, etc., it's giving me like what I did well, but it's also telling me here's how you can do better in the future. So I've got that continuous improvement. Now for the market research, it's generated my stretched canvas. This is something that I, in a million years, would not figure out how to do in like any tool, right? And all I had to do was just describe it to it, and it did that. Now we've got our different, like, who's my target audience? Am I selling to vacationers? Am I selling to collectors? And then what is my message? So if I build a campaign around this, how am I describing it? It's even given me a timeline for my marketing. So I know like the actions that I can go, which for me, it's awesome. Because I'm a person who gets scattered and distracted. So I need that timeline to know, you know, step 1, step 2, step 3. Okay, now we've got like a recommendation. It's giving me pros and cons for that medium. It's gone through the analysis of what the perceived value and the factors are, and these are all going to go into pricing, which, as we know, is super important, right?
And you created an agent for every single one of those steps?
For every single one of those steps. And honestly, the time it took to build this workflow was very short because of two reasons.
Okay.
So we have the tools in the sense of the framework and libraries, but we also have the tools in terms of Copilot built into
yes.
Visual Studio, right?
That's how I built that UI for you.
Right, exactly. So anyone who's followed me for any amount of time knows that since Silverlight, my UI skills have just gone down the drain. So the first thing Maria did was looked at my application and said, we need this. We're at .NET Conf. It's kind of important. There's a lot of people watching. You should present it a little better. So
yeah.
You gave me a fantastic UI, but it seems like you had help.
It was completely written by Copilot. I literally gave it an image, a theme, and it generated everything for me. And I had the PR to you in 15 minutes.
And then I was able to enhance the style for some of my other pages,
yep.
following the same concept. So it's pretty powerful if you're not using kind of co-coding, if you will, with an agent. You should definitely try it. What would we call it? Vibe coding? Is that
vibe? I'd call it intent coding.
Intent coding.
So we've seen a couple of things as you're generating the files, marketing. You had like an agent that showed you the different styles. You had an agent that did the marketing and the pricing for you. You had an agent that gave you feedback. But I think there are a lot of concepts that people have seen. What have we looked at under the hood? If we went beneath the hood, what would we see as developers as you're building up the solution?
We would see dragons. No, I'm kidding. All right, so this is my UI, by the way, on this slide
Yeah, I
deck.
didn't have anything to do with that.
But
no.
These are the building blocks of agents, and we're going to look at code.
Okay.
But I just want to talk about how our agent workflows work. And so there's two things. We have the agent framework, so we can create agents.
Yep.
And we also have workflows so that we can put agents into workflows. And so we've got an executor, which is basically just a node. Think of it as something that does something.
Okay.
So in this case, the market research was a thing.
Oh, that was an executor.
Right.
Okay.
The generation of the image was a thing. So it's programming that we've done for years, right? Just componentizing, having something that we can test and isolate, and a building block that then we're going to compose into the final result.
All right.
Okay. Edges are the way these connect together.
Got it.
So the way that the agent workflows operates is through messages. So it sends messages, and that's how it flows through the different agents. That's what a workflow is. A workflow is a set of executors connected by edges.
All right, got it.
Okay? And then go ahead.
Oh no, so I had a question. Like all of these things, are they built in out of the box in agent framework? How much does the developer have to understand before they actually start building this out?
Not much at all, and that's what I'm going to show. I actually have some code slides coming up, and I'll dive into that because really the only other two elements, agents we've talked about, and then events. So that's very important, and there's different ways you can run workflows. You can kick them off and just let them do their own thing, or you can kind of iterate through them like a state machine, and I'll jump into that. But let's look at the pieces that I had to know as a developer. So I said the executor was kind of the building block, and there's different base executors, I'm not sure, that come with it. But you're going to see two things. This is basically based on a base class that's provided from the framework, and it also implements the message handler.
Got it.
Okay? And I can manually send messages to a executor, or I can flow them through by connecting edges, and I'm going to show that in a second. So I also have this photo critique agent, and then here's the signature of the way it handles the message. So a message comes in, we have a context for the whole workflow, and of course a cancellation token. So the very simple signature. Now, one thing that I'll note is I decided to use the same kind of message for every edge that I connected because I had just kind of a a straightforward workflow, but you could have different message types. So for example, maybe this agent only needs to know a subset of information, so you could send it just that piece of information. You don't have to follow this model of always sending the same context.
Which also allows us to have like access control between agents. So if you had a system where one agent did payments,
right,
and one filled the cart, you wouldn't want those two to mix.
Those two to mix. Yes, absolutely. So this is the body of the method. This is all the code I had to write to create a node that would critique the photograph. So I'm getting a prompt, and I store my prompts in a file, so that's why I have a get prompt, so that I can pull, and it's just text, and I'll show you what the text looks like. And then my data content is the image, so I have to give it the image so it can see that. And notice I'm just literally just reading the file.
Yeah.
And then giving it the content type. So in this case, it's like an image/JPEG or PNG or whatever. The prompt for the model is the combination of the question that I ask and then that data content. And then finally, I get the client and I tell it to give me a response. And that's it. These other flags are just for me to have visibility into the workflow and see what's happening. So that's all I had to know. Now, if you're wondering, like, how did I get the client and actually make the agent, the framework provides those as extension methods as well. So I've got 3 different types of clients that I'm working with in this app. Conversational, which is send text, get text.
Yep.
Vision, which is send an image, get text. And then image, which is actually generating an image. So I'm showing 2 of these here. So I've got the get conversational client, which is just basically going to my provider like I showed in my previous segment, getting an iChat client. So it's still using our building block extensions. And I just need to make sure I get the one that's pointing to the right model. So if I'm going to send it an image, I better have a model that has vision. Right. And so then I use this create AI agent instruction model. So it's very convenient. I can basically give it instructions, a name, and in this case I have a factory so it can log the things it's doing. And that's it. Now I have an agent. There are a lot of things I can do with that agent after I create it though. For example, you talked about tools.
Yes.
I can create an agent here and then choose later to provide it tools, because you might have a different set of tools for a different context or a different job for that agent to perform.
Every single agent that you create can have its own subset of tools in order to complete a task.
Yes.
Right. So which tools did you create here for which agent?
The tools that I passed it were just very simple tools, like just for like, here's a tool to inspect a, like I want more information about this image, right? So I had a image class that as I generated the image, I just contain a reference. So if I say here's an image and it wants to know like what tags did you generate, I can pass those in. I didn't do anything more advanced with an MCP server, but I'm going to talk about that in a minute, because I think that's kind of a game changer.
Yeah, I was
as well.
about to bring that up, especially for your sample.
Exactly. So I've got some work to do, admittedly, on the sample, but for now, I wanted to show in the actually this is in my workflow class. So this is, I've got all the little pieces, and now I'm going to fit them together. So here, my first step, I think, is to critique the photograph, right? So I've got this get required service because I've registered the executor so it can use dependency injection, and I start my workflow with the critique.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I've got this medium preview executor, which is basically looking at each different way I can output it. So canvas or metal or whatever. So you see that's in a loop.
Yep.
And then I'm just binding it, which puts it into the workflow, and connecting the edges. So what this is going to do is something we call fan out, right? So it's going to take that critique and then it's going to send it to metal, canvas, photo, etc., and fan that out. And I'm giving it the text that it needs for context, which is here's the title of the photograph and here's the medium. And then I've got all these different researchers, which are really just agents. And then finally, I go through that loop and I produce this workflow.
Okay, that looks incredibly complicated given like the amount of code you just showed us.
Right, it's a lot to take in, but that's actually what it generated just with a few loops. The important thing to note though is like if I zoom in, so if you read in top to bottom, like I have acrylic here, and then there's no reason why everything has to be sequential. So I tell acrylic, okay, now I know I'm going to use that medium. Okay, here's my market researcher, go do market research. Here's my social media agent, go give me a social media plan. And there might be multiple steps like, oh, here's Instagram, here's Facebook, here's Twitter. So it's focused on those tasks for that medium. And then at the end of it all, I ask it to come back to the single point so that I can aggregate and generate the report. Okay, so there are several patterns that the agent framework supports out of the box, and these are directly off the documentation, which I'm going to show everyone in a moment. But this is a fan out, right? So this is going out, doing things concurrently, and then bringing it back to a centralized point.
So these are all concepts right from the agent framework documentation.
Exactly, yes. And very straightforward to use. For example, to bring it back into the collector, all I had to do was know which ones I was fanning out to, and then simply pass that list to fan it back in to the end result. Okay, and then here's a couple other things. Of course, sequential is probably the easiest one to conceive and work with. But there's also this concept of handoff, right? So you might have an agent, and this is a pretty common thing, that its sole purpose is to figure out where to route a request.
Yep.
So it knows, oh, I'm going to hand it to this one or this one. Okay, and then on top of that, there are some additional concepts that I felt like 25 minutes was a little bit a little bit light to go into. But I want to talk about something really interesting. So you can take an agent and just make it an executor. So based on what it takes chat messages in and gives chat responses out. And so that's a convention. This is more interesting to me, a workflow as an agent. So people are probably familiar with the fact that, for example, you can do deep research, right? And that's an agent that does a lot of steps. Or even when you're coding, you notice that it doesn't just do one thing. Like it'll look at your files and then do something and then maybe back up. And so workflows as agents is interesting because you can take a whole workflow and then say, this is really an agent. It takes an input, does a bunch of stuff behind the scenes, and gives you an output.
GitHub Copilot.
Exactly. And then, of course, we have our tools and our model context protocol. So for those who aren't familiar with model context protocol, like what's the best high-level way to describe that, would you say?
So model context protocol makes it really easy for you to attach your agent and give it access to knowledge, tools, data that provide your agent with more context. And if you want more information on that, Mike Kistler and Allie are going to be going in a deep dive in about an hour on MCP. So please tune in.
Very cool. Last but not least is checkpoints, which is simply a way to save your workflow, because in reality, some of these workflows will run for days or months, and we can't expect them just to run in memory for a short period of time. So it facilitates that. So there, again, are a lot of amazing resources that we have available, and I always say start with our hub, our .NET AI, because that not only goes into our technical details, but I thought our docs team did a great job,
wonderful job, yeah,
of providing concepts like what is an LLM, what is an agent. And then we've got the source to the agent framework, so you can peer behind the curtain and see what's going on. We've got our, I got .NET AI listed twice. That was supposed to be a link to the agent framework. I will fix that. And then we've got our extensions and, of course, samples. Samples are the way I like to...
Oh, the best way to learn. Then in addition to that, one additional resource, if I can throw it out there, we also have a bunch of getting started templates that come with us. So we have the web API template with AI that has agent framework, that has all the things that Jeremy showed you. We have MCP template, that is a NuGet package. And these are all great ways for you to understand the patterns in how you build agents today using agent framework.
Very cool. I will update this deck so that when people grab it, they have the new links. I actually mentioned templates in the last segment.
Oh, double.
Yeah, double mention, which is
double
good
mention.
because
Go
the
use
templates save a lot of time. And they're the next best thing to having Copilot actually help you write this,
100%.
right? Okay, well, thank you, Maria, for helping me out with this agent presentation and showing me that intro that really grounded us on going from just the intelligent app to the full flow. And I'm sure people have questions or may be wondering why I picked the .NET Hub twice, or I don't know. Let's see what's going on here. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you so much. Fantastic to hear all about that. Jeremy and Maria, we've got a number of folks online that are very thankful for those resources you had at the end, because like you were saying, there's some concepts there that folks need to spend a little bit of time learning and getting familiar with, and it's great to have a series of samples available as well.
Well, in particular, as a developer, or as developers, we care about code, right? So we're always looking at how you do this, rather than more of like, how do I break down the problem into an agent or agents, right? And those agents, what about those messages? Like you say, we can have multiple message types. So we got to sort of step away from the code. The code is just the how, but really we got to think about the what.
Yes. So, and we did get a question just a little bit ago on Mastodon, asking about validating and testing agents. What kind of strategies do we have for validating and testing agents?
Oh, there are a number of them. So a couple of them, like when we talked earlier today, we looked at DevUI. So DevUI is built into the agent framework and it allows you to test and visualize the way your agents are working. But when it comes to validation, which is where we probably are worried the most, we have a whole bunch of resources in terms of responsible AI through Foundry that enable you to validate the outcomes of your agent. So we have dashboards that will appear in Foundry that enable you to actually see what your agents are responding. We'll have ways for people to actually turn off their agents in production just in case they go rogue. They rarely do, but just in case, we want you to know that we're enabling that for you. So a great place to do is like, watch out for Ignite next week. Foundry has a bunch of services that are launching, but also start with some of the things that we have. Like we have the Microsoft Extensions.ai eval. Right?
Eval.
Microsoft Extensions.eval is something that we've been shipping for a year now.
Yes.
Not only have we been shipping it for a year, we have several teams at Microsoft that leverage it. So Xbox Gaming uses Microsoft Eval, Microsoft Extension.ai eval, to actually validate the things that are happening in Gaming Copilot, of which you can imagine we have a lot to monitor there as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's another question I want to make sure we touch on here from our friend Jeremy Sinclair. How you doing,
Jeremy?
And he's asking about what's the agentic development story if we want to use local LLMs? We want to use Foundry local on our machine. Right. Is there a story there that we can use?
There is a story. In fact, almost all of my development, I use Ollama and Ollama's models, and then Foundry local is a option that actually hosts a lot more models than are available, but either way you do it, at the end of the day, it's still an AI chat client. That's what's important. Right. Is I can go to Foundry in the cloud, or I can go to Foundry local, or I can use another tool, and it's all going to be an AI chat client. And then provisioning those is also built in to the box. So in other words, when you go to deploy your application, we have all the elements you need to be able to scale up the services that you need, whether it's going from your local to your cloud-based Foundry, or if it's going to some other localized model that you want to spin up as a container app or otherwise in the cloud. So that story is very much a part of our deployment.
It's actually my preferred way of getting started. Like always start with Ollama or Foundry local. Always.
Yeah, when I'm like rerunning the app 500 times and making 500 calls, I'm getting throttled and then I'm dead in the water. So I need something local to be able to thrash my own resources and not
spend a pretty penny.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think there was one more question that you picked up, Javier, on out there on YouTube that we wanted to touch on. Something about swag bags.
That's right. Somebody was saying, for regards to swag bags, is, hey, can we make Jeremy's space picks part of the swag bag?
Oh.
So all your, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
They're very cool photos.
I would love to make space to share space with people in a safe space through the swag bag. So
well, maybe
that'd be awesome.
Maybe we can, for the next demo, we can create agents that go through your space picks, you know, to kind of figure out, hey, what can you identify different things that I'm taking the picture out of?
Or we could use AI to put the .NET bot in the space pick and then swagify it.
Perfect.
That's it.
Love it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Jeremy and Maria, it's been great talking to you.
Great.
Have a fantastic rest of your day. And we're going to move on. We're going to get ready for our next session here at .NET Conf. We're going to be talking about profiling .NET using Visual Studio.
That is something I rarely do because my applications run extremely fast. And I mean, I don't have any issues. No, honestly, it's the profiler sometimes is, for me, it's hard to consume all that data and all the moving pieces of it.
So we've got Nick joining us to talk all about the .NET Profiler in Visual Studio. Nick, the stage is yours.
Hey folks, welcome to .NET Conf. Today I'm excited to talk to you about some real-world .NET profiling with Visual Studio. I'm Nick Karpinsky. I'm the dev lead for the Visual Studio Profiler and the diagnostic tools in Visual Studio. And my team's mission is to democratize profiling. We want anyone to be able to use the tools that are available to you in Visual Studio and go ahead and make a positive impact on the performance of your application. And so I want to do that today using some open source libraries. Before I get started, I just want to put a plug in for Visual Studio 2026. We are now launching it. It's optimized for .NET 10. It's great. We're now doing monthly releases of it, so you get fixes faster. It's significantly faster. The new UI looks great, and it has a bunch of integrated Copilot features that are going to make you faster and more effective at development. And specifically today, I want to talk about the new profiler agent that's available. But before I get started in that, I want to discuss how do we optimize in the real world. And so when I think of performance optimization, I kind of think of this flowchart where I basically start on the left and I work my way over to the right. So starting, I want to know, do I actually know the issue that is affecting performance in my application? If not, my first step is to run the profiler. And knowing the issue can't just be, hey, do I think that it's the JSON serialization that's taking a while? Using and running the profiler tells me exactly where my time is being spent in my application, and it gives me a point to focus on for my investigation so I get the most amount of benefit for the least amount of work. Once I know what the issue is, my next question is, do I have a benchmark? You can think of a benchmark as like a small artifact similar to like a unit test that you can run, you can profile, and you can use that to figure out if the changes that you're making are actually improving performance or detracting from performance. Luckily with .NET, we have the awesome benchmark.net library that really helps make running benchmarks and capturing statistically significant data very easy. So if I don't have a benchmark, I generate a benchmark. And then once I have the benchmark, I can kind of fall into the optimization loop. And this is where the measure twice, optimize once comes from. The idea is we want to go ahead and we want to run our benchmark. We want to get a baseline for what the performance is. From here, the profiler and performance report should tell us where time was being spent. And then I can start to formulate different hypotheses of changes that I can make to my code. I'll launch into my favorite part, which is going ahead and editing the code. And then once I'm done editing the code, I run that benchmark again, remember, measure twice, and I need to validate, did I actually improve the performance or not? And so when I get over to the right, I can say, you know, compared to my baseline, did things improve or did they regress? If they improved, Ship It Squirrel says, hey, let's go ahead and let's put a PR for that and let's get that back merged into main. If not, I can go back into my optimization loop. I can undo my changes. I can try a different approach, or I can maybe even go back and run the profiler again and make sure the thing that I'm trying to optimize is what I should be optimizing. And the cool part is with Visual Studio 2026, we now have this Copilot profiler agent that's going to help you out with each step in this optimization workflow. And so that's enough slides. Let's move onward to the demos. And so for this demo today, I want to show how we can improve the performance in an open source repository. And like I said before, my team's mission is to democratize profiling. And so the way I've chosen to try and achieve that is I went and I grabbed the nlog repository. If I go to the NuGet gallery and I look at the most downloaded packages, I can see down here at, I think, 58 is nlog. It's a super fast, super popular logging library for .NET, heavily optimized, but I think using the tools in Visual Studio, I'll be able to go ahead and make a positive performance improvement on it. So I don't have any experience with this repository. I've gone ahead and I've cloned it, and I can see there are a bunch of packages that come with it. It looks like it has a bunch of tests, which are really cool. I see this nlog regex tests, and I can see there's this colored console target tests. And if I scroll through here, similar to benchmarks, tests are small artifacts that we can kind of test in isolation. Benchmarks give us that too, and so you can almost think you can kind of look at tests and transform them into benchmarks pretty easily. And so I can see there's this colored console target class that does something, and then it's going and it's asserting some output. And so I want to go ahead and I want to see if I can try and improve the performance of colored console target. And so I have created a nlog benchmarks project. I could ask Copilot to do that for me, but in the essence of time, I just went ahead and I've created that real quick ahead of time. And I've created this colored console target benchmarks file. And so in here, I would like to see if I can create a benchmark that's going to help me optimize the performance. And as you can see, Copilot Next Edit Suggestions already got excited and wanted to try and help me with that. But I don't want to use the Next Edit Suggestions here. I want to go ahead and I want to use the Profiler agent. And so I can switch over to the Copilot chat. I can be either in agent or ask mode. Once you start talking to the Profiler agent, it'll automatically switch you over to agent mode. And then I can use any of the models that are available. So if I like Claude Sonnet, I can go ahead and use that. If I enjoy GPT-5, I can do that. Personally, I found that I have a lot of success with the GPT-4.1 model. It's super fast. I'm the performance guy. I really like fast software, so that's one of the biggest selling points for me. I also find that when I give it directions on tasks that I want it to do, it really focuses in on that and doesn't focus too much on coming up with its own plan. It kind of listens to what I say. So I want to use that, and I want to see if I can go ahead and I can create the benchmark and then use that to optimize performance. And so I can talk to the Profiler agent by using the @profiler. When you put @ in the chat, it allows you to talk to a specific agent. So you could talk to the @profiler, you could talk to the @modernization agent, whatever it is that you want to talk to. In this case, we want to improve performance. So I'm saying @profiler, create a benchmark for the colored console target. And so you can see here, I then put a hash, and then I started to type out additional context that I want to give to the model. And so in this case, I have the colored console target. I could talk with the, I could specify either the specific class, I could specify a specific function in there. In this case, it's picking up the constructor, or I could specify the file. In this case, I want to do the class. And so I do that, and I get the slug in there. And so I'm saying create a benchmark for that colored console target for the class. We'll see what the Profiler agent comes up with. And you can see, again, one of the reasons why I like the 4.1 model is it's so nice and quick. It gives me the plan of what it's going to do. So it's going to begin by creating a benchmark. It's going to validate the benchmark for build errors, and then it's going to run the benchmark to establish a baseline. And so you can see it's already gone. It's created that benchmark. It has a setup method. It has a log messages. It created the benchmark, but the build failed. We can run this benchmark and see. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep the changes that it's created because these look good. I can look at why the build failed. I think this is related to the trimming project in this solution. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to build just the benchmarks and those pass. So I'm just going to go forward with this. And so I have the benchmark now. It helped me create this. And let's say I want to edit this a little bit. So this looks good, but one of the things is we're just asking for a logger, which means it's going to give us the console logger and it's going to write everything out to the console. At Profiler, can you redirect the console output to a string builder so it doesn't affect the benchmark? And so I can rely on Copilot here to do the work, and I can give it the information that I have and the actions I want it to take. And so you can see here, I've gone ahead, I've asked it to do additional work for me. It's created a string writer with a new string builder. It's gone and forwarded that output, and then it adds a global cleanup. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep that. And this looks good. I want to make one small little change, and I'm going to go ahead and do that, which is I'm going to use my own string builder. And the reason why I want to do this is I can then clear the string builder in between each iteration. And so I'm very close to having this set up the way I want. And so the reason why I made that change is as benchmark.net runs the benchmark over and over and over and tries to get statistically significant results, we're going to be appending to that same string builder over and over and growing the underlying buffer. What I want to do here is I want to clear that out each iteration. So I'm not measuring the cost of allocating new buffers in a string builder. I'm really just looking at analyzing the performance of the method I'm interested in. Another handy thing that the Copilot profiler agent added for me is in the benchmark, it logged it 1,000 times. And so I want to try and do some memory allocations on this code. And one of the nice things about doing an operation a set number of times is when I look in the allocation trace, I can look and see how many allocations occurred. And if I see an allocation that's some sort of iteration or some sort of increment of 1,000, I know that it was happening in this logger.info, and it makes those sorts of allocations jump out versus other allocations that are maybe happening with just initialization of the code. And those sorts of allocations I'm not as interested in fixing because those are just one-time costs, whereas the allocations in this logging are going to be much more important to try and reduce because you're consistently paying for that with each message that you're logging in your application. And so at this point, I think we're about ready to go ahead and start. And so we have our benchmark, and now I want to fall into that optimization loop. So I can say at profiler, run the log info messages benchmark and optimize the memory of the code that it calls. And once again, we can see the profiler agent is going to give us a plan. It's going to run the benchmark, focusing on memory usage. It's going to analyze the results to identify memory bottlenecks. It's going to propose optimizations, and then it's going to rerun. So again, it's doing that measure twice, optimize once. And so step one, run the benchmark. It's asking me, can I install these packages? And the specific package that it's looking to install is the Visual Studio benchmark.net diagnosers. This package lets the Visual Studio profiler hook into benchmark.net and pull a performance trace. And so I want to go ahead and I want to say, yes, you can install that into my project. It's going to go ahead and build it. And as you can see, it's beginning to run my benchmarks. Now, normally, if you ran benchmark.net just as like a control F5, you would see a console application pop up and start listing off the actual benchmark as it runs. The agent is going to go ahead and do that in the background here. And so we can see some of the progress. It's starting to run the actual workload sections. It has gone and it's captured that trace. It's now saving the resulting diag session as a directory, and then it's going to go ahead and it's going to open it up in Visual Studio. And as you can see, the trace pops up, and immediately I have a top insight. And so what's actually kind of funny here is you can see Boolean boxing exceeded allocation threshold of 500. We actually added this top insight as a result of profiling the nlog library and finding this specific fix. The agent found the fix for us. We thought it was a really good thing to add. And so we added this as one of our top insight rules that automatically gets flagged. And so now the agent's finding this and it's just going ahead and it's applying the fix right away. I can click the investigate button and then I can see exactly what's where those boxings are happening. And so you can see we have a system Boolean. We know a Boolean is a value type, not a reference type. And so when that gets allocated, what's happening is it's getting allocated and pushed onto the heap so that it can fulfill some sort of API contract. And you can see we allocated 180,000 Booleans, which amounted to about 4.3 megabytes worth of kind of garbage allocations. And if we look into where that's occurring, we can see that it's happening in these anonymous Lambda functions. I could go and I could dig into the backtrace and I could do the fix, but the profiler agent has already gone ahead and done that for me. And so you can see it noticed that it saw the 4.3 megabytes worth of allocations and it says, I'm going to optimize the code in colored console system printer to reduce the unnecessary boxing of Booleans. I can go ahead and I can see how it's chosen to try and address this. And you can see it has this colored console highlighting rule. It seems to be evaluating some sort of condition. And sure enough, it's doing a comparison. And before it was returning the result of the comparison. But now what it's doing is it's saying boolean.true or boolean.false string. And so if we look at where this is being used, we can see the actual method was looking for a condition and it's asking for a function that returns an object. And the fact that it was returning an object means that if it needs to fulfill that contract, it needs to return a reference type, not a value type. And so the Boolean had to get boxed and put out onto the heap to fit into that contract. And the interesting thing about a Boolean is there's only two values for it. The value can either be true or the value can be false. And so for boxing, what we can do is we can just statically allocate a Boolean true and a Boolean false, and then we can drop it out onto the heap. And in this case, if I navigate to the definition, you can see in this case, it's returning a true as a string or a false. This is probably not the ideal fix for this. I believe the first time I ran this, it gave me a better fix. And actually, let's see if we can get Copilot to fix this. And so on the other side, it's expecting a true or false value, not a string. So you returned a string, but we need to return a boxed Boolean. Can you update the code to return a cached boxed Boolean? So you can see sometimes it makes mistakes. And in this case, we have condition expression boxed true. And now if we look at this, here is where it's returning the cached versions. So you can see it has an internal static read-only object that is a boxed true. So it's taken that true value, it's put it out on the heap, and then we can just reference that. And it's done the same with the boxed false. And because it's read-only, it won't be able to be changed at runtime. And now that we got the correct fix, let's go ahead and let's keep that. And we can ask the profiler now, rerun the benchmarks and validate the memory performance. And so again, one more time, it's going to go ahead, it's running that exact same benchmark, and it's helping us validate that the change that we're making here with the boxing is what we expect. And again, it opens up the trace so that it can validate. We no longer see that same top insight that was firing. And if we go to allocations, we actually don't even see Boolean being allocated on the heap anymore. And Copilot has gone ahead and shown that as well. There's no excessive Boolean boxing present. The mean execution time is stable. And the nice part is we've allocated less junk for the GC to take care of. And so ideally, the GC is going to have less impact on our process. And so with this fix, we went ahead and we added this, this exact change found with the agent to the nlog repository. We worked back and forth with the maintainer a little bit to get the format in the way that he wanted. And then we've gone ahead and we've successfully merged it in. And so what's really cool here is that the profiler agent was able to have a successful impact on this code and help me contribute to this repository in a meaningful way when I don't really know anything about this repository. And so with that, I just want to leave you with a couple of takeaways. The first is build in the right automation. Unit tests and benchmarks really make optimization easy. As you saw with this nlog repository, it already had the unit tests, so it was easy for me to just kind of build on top of that. The Copilot profiler agent really helped with that. I could ask it to create me a benchmark, and it went ahead and it did that. I really want you to treat performance as a feature. Your customers will thank you for it. It might seem like, hey, you know, it's a couple megabytes worth of Booleans in here. That really adds up. And those small little paper cuts really start to hurt the end user experience. And the more you really treat performance as a feature and integrate it into your workflow, the better and better performance you're going to get, and your customers are really going to thank you for it. And then lastly, you really want to remember to measure, optimize, measure. It's measure twice, optimize once. If you're not measuring, you're not really optimizing. You're just refactoring code. You need to know and you need to understand where time is being spent, and you need to have a measure of the actual impact of the changes that you're making to go and validate that you are having success with that. And so with that, I want to say thank you. I hope you have a great .NET Conf. And we'd love to hear your feedback. Feel free to tag us on Twitter or developer community. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, I love seeing about how to use the profiler better. Like, I'm all thumbs when it comes to actually digging in and measuring performance.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, it all depends what type of code you're writing, right? So if you're writing business level apps, you're profiling some things, but you're trying to figure out how long is this database query taking for me to get fetched?
Sure.
You know, you might be doing that outside of Visual Studio or outside of the IDE, right? But if you're writing plumbing, because sometimes you have to write plumbing, especially in ASP.NET, you're writing middleware or anything like that, you got to make sure it's like, hey, am I squeezing as much as I can out of this without bloating the stack?
Absolutely, right? And really, when you're working on business apps, saving a second or two on a database query is really where you're going to find more of that performance squeeze that you need to do before you need to really get into some of the tuning, tweaking in your application.
Right, but it's great to know that the tooling there that you have with Copilot, along with everything else, you can get there to nitty-gritty and really figure out, oh, if I were to turn X to Y or do this minor change, you can get that change out of it.
And having tools like benchmark.net to help out along the way, Makes it really
Absolutely.
clear exactly what we've accomplished.
So what do we got coming up, Fritz?
Dude, Javier, we've got so much going on. We are only like barely past halfway point of day one of this 4-day event, right? Like there is so much going on for .NET Conf. I want to make sure that you tune in, that you stick around, that you check out all the great content from literally dozens of speakers over the next 3 days.
Yep. Yeah, so first, day number 1 is .NET and Visual Studio. We discussed about it. Tomorrow is Azure. And Azure tooling, Azure services. We'll talk, and .NET, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
Day number 3 is Community Day, where we get people who are passionate about .NET, who are out there speaking at conferences or user groups, local events, sharing their passion for that.
And what I like about Community Day is we get that smattering of all kinds of really cool stuff that's off the wall that you're not going to see at a Microsoft event.
I saw the demo for the Commodore 64. We're doing a tech check for that.
There's a Commodore 64 session.
Awesome. That's pretty awesome. We're doing the tech for that. I'm not going to say anything more beyond that. You got to tune into it to watch it.
So kids, a Commodore 64 was a keyboard you used to plug into your TV.
That's right. And anyway, you got to tune in to do it.
Wait, we got to tell them what a TV is now.
Yeah, exactly. back in my day, we had in day number 4, which is Friday, it is Student Zone. So there's a lot more content out there that is targeted for people who are new into programming, whether you're in college or you're thinking about changing careers or anything else.
Early in career.
It's meant to provide that launch to the content that we've been covering thus far.
Yep, get you started, get you interested, show you the breadth of things that are available out there that you can get involved in.
Yep. What are we going on tonight with this code party? I mean, because there ain't no party like a code party.
There ain't no party.
Because the code party ends at 6.
It does end at 6. Pacific, right?
Pacific, yes.
So let me show you. We've got a slide here that's going to tell you all about the code party. We've got a bunch of giveaways that are going to happen during the code party. There it is. Yep. So there are 15 great prizes that we have. They're worth $500 each. Yep. So scan. We've got a QR code that we're going to share for that session. We've got gift cards, software licenses, so much more. It's at 5 p.m. Pacific. So just in about 2.5 hours, we're going to start the code party, and the chaos will ensue. Because we're not just going to talk about .NET and Visual Studio. We're going to talk about some of our sponsors that you see here on the screen, and we've got some games.
Well, the thing is, the code party is always good chaos, right? There's bad chaos and there's good chaos.
Yes.
It's always very interactive. I just stand outside and I watch it and I ask what's going on.
That's right.
That's all I do.
So we've got a bunch of sponsors for the code party. Make sure you check this out. We are really, really excited about that event. We've got a bunch of other sponsors that have been helping out throughout this entire event, promoting, getting information out there. We want to make sure we thank some of these great organizations that you see scattered there across the slide on the screen. Huge thanks to those folks for getting the word out about the event. There's a swag bag out there. We mentioned this briefly. It's worth about $5,000 American.
Yep.
There's 25 of them. They're going to be raffled off at the end. We need you to fill out a little form, a little survey to get into the raffle. And folks from these organizations are sponsoring and making that swag bag really worth something.
Right. And it's pretty, out of all the things you can do with the conference, is an easy way to interact with the sponsors.
Yes.
And it's super low key. So it's not like you have to spend a lot of time doing it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And finally, the Secret Decoder Challenge. I've seen some of you talking about this on YouTube chat, okay? Don't tell people what the answer is, because from the folks that submit the Secret Decoder Challenge answer, we're going to have a drawing to win one of 13 epic prizes. And you'll hear more about that Thursday afternoon when we wrap things up.
Exactly.
So make sure you check out the Secret Decoder Challenge. You're going to click through to a couple of these sponsors' websites, answer some questions, follow some clues to figure out and find a hidden letter.
Right.
You assemble those letters into a word, and you send in, it's not just a word, it's a phrase. send that in, and you could be one of those 13 winners.
That's right. And coming right up, we have Mike and Allie in the other studio, because we're
the other studio.
There's other studio.
That's right.
Inside here, talking to us about the Model Context Protocol for .NET developers. Are you, Mike, Allie, you guys there?
We're ready.
All righty, let's hand it off.
Sweet, awesome. Take it away, and I'm really excited for this this session. So, go on.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I'm Mike Kistler here again as the PM of the MCP C# SDK, and I'm here with Allie Berry, who's a PM on the Visual Studio team, and we're going to be talking about the Model Context Protocol, or MCP, for .NET developers. So just to start out, we should talk about what is Model Context Protocol. It is an open protocol that was developed by Anthropic to enable integration of LLM applications with external tools and data sources. This is important because a lot of times your LLM is using an AI model that was trained on information that happened in the past but might not be current. And so these tools and resources that can be provided by the MCP can provide that LLM with recent information or with private information, company information that isn't necessarily out there or part of that training set. The specification for the MCP is available publicly, published on the modelcontextprotocol.io website. And what's really important about MCP is that the whole industry is adopting it, right? Microsoft is on board, but also OpenAI is on board. Google is on board. Amazon is building MCP servers. So Hugging Face, lots of industry partners or industry players are adopting MCP, and it's just getting more and more users and servers, and the ecosystem is building every day. Now, what are the key abstractions in MCP? Well, there's the AI application itself, and we call that the host. And then the host uses clients to talk to servers. The client is the thing that connects the host to the server, and the server provides these capabilities, either the tools, or the prompts, or the resources to the LLM application. The host takes that information and puts it in the LLM's context window, and then the LLM can figure out whenever it might use a tool or a resource in order to satisfy the prompt that comes from the user. Now, a key principle, there are a couple of key principles with Model Context Protocol that are important to keep in mind. This is that the users must explicitly consent to and understand all data access and operations. We don't want the MCP server to see things that it shouldn't see, and we don't want the LLM to have access to things that the MCP might have access to, but the user doesn't want the LLM to see. So all the data and actions that are performed have to be consented to by the user, so the human is always in the loop. This is very important. So here's just a basic diagram of what how MCP works. We have MCP clients on one side and MCP servers on the other. The clients call tools that are exposed by the MCP servers, or they request resources that again come from those MCP servers, or they could get prompts. Prompts are things where the server might provide to the host a specialized prompt that it could give to the LLM that would make it know about the resources and capabilities of that MCP server. So it could ask for those prompts. And some examples of these are things like Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code or GitHub Copilot. And some example servers are things like the GitHub server or the Azure server or the Playwright server. Also, Windows has an MCP server. And you can, the beauty of the Model Context Protocol is that this is all standardized, so you can write your agentic app to talk to any of these servers, And these clients can talk to your MCP server as long as you write it for this model context protocol. Now, what does this mean for C# developers? Well, since March of this year, Microsoft has been partnering with Anthropic to build the official MCP C# SDK. And it's official because it actually lives in that model context protocol GitHub organization. Okay, and we've got a link to the actual SDK there. We've also got a link to the docs. I can show you the docs here. This is our documentation page. We've worked hard on this. There's some nice conceptual documentation on this tab, but then we also have a full API reference over on this tab as well. So you've got lots of great documentation to help you get started with the MCP C# SDK. We're currently at version 0.4.0, preview 4. It's not yet stable because the spec is still evolving. We're trying to figure out how do we get to the point where we have a 1.0, and we hope to do that soon. You can build on this now, though, because we're trying to be very careful about not introducing breaking changes. Our goal is to faithfully implement the MCP spec, so we're not really building extra things on top of it. We're just trying to say, here's what the spec says, here's what we can do, and then you can build on top of it. This is already used by a number of Microsoft products, both the clients and the server side, things like Microsoft Copilot Studio, Visual Studio uses it, the GitHub, I'm sorry, not the GitHub MCP server, the Microsoft Learn MCP server, the Azure MCP server. A lot of different products are already using the C# SDK and getting great value from it. All right, so I think now I'm going to turn it over to Allie, and Allie's going to show us actually how to build one of these in Visual Studio.
Yeah, let's take a look at what some of what Mike's been talking about looks like in practice. So just to kind of give a little bit of an intro, I'm going to talk a little bit about the app that I'm going to be working with today. So I'll show you, I guess, what it looks like. We've got a fun little game center app here that I created. It's got a couple of pre-built games. We've got Tic-Tac-Toe, we've got Connect 4, we've got Memory Match, and then we've got this snake game. And, you know, I just kind of created this as like a fun little place for, you know, myself, maybe my friends to play games online, and, you know, maybe we could be a little competitive with it. And, you know, I think the next feature that I was thinking about wanting to implement, or something that, you know, we could keep track of behind the scenes, is a leaderboard for this snake game. A lot of my friends have been playing it, and we've got a lot of good results so far. So I would love to create an MCP server that would be able to access a SQLite database on the back end and be able to pull in that leaderboard information so that I can understand it in GitHub Copilot. And then I can also, you know, maybe assign it to Coding Agent and have some future development around that. So I'm going to switch back over to my app. And then I'm actually going to use the template to create a MCP server from scratch. So I'm going to open up my terminal, and I'm going to show you basically what the commands are to create a MCP server from the template. So I'm going to start and walk you through the steps. It's .NET new install Microsoft.extensions.ai .templates. So if I just run that, now we can see that we're installing the Microsoft extensions.ai templates. And then the next thing I'm going to do is run .NET new MCP server, and then I'm going to call it something like my MCP server. It's just my first time, so I'm just going to name it something generic. But you can name it, obviously, anything that you would like to. And then, since I'm going to be working with SQLite today, I'm also going to .NET add package Microsoft data SQLite. Oh, typo. Try that again.
You're brave just typing this all out, I have to say.
Oh. Okay, well, that's okay. I'm going to just breeze past that because I'm going to show a pre-built server anyway. But then I would hit .NET build this application, and then that would give us the MCP server. I forgot to set the CD. Anyway, so that's the steps that you would basically take to build an MCP server. So you would just set the CD to whatever server you just created, and then .NET build, and that would basically give you a template to start working on your own MCP server. So now, instead of kind of going through the steps to actually build the server and define all of the tools, I'm just going to jump over to an actual server that I've already worked on, and I'll just give you kind of what the template actually looks like and how we can customize that for whatever scenarios you're trying to go for. So this is basically the outline of what, in the Solution Explorer, of what you would see when you're trying to create a custom MCP server. So I'm going to go into the Tools folder, and we can see that I've already predefined some tools to help me access the Snake game leaderboard in my database. So I've got one tool here, MCP server tool, and I just defined the function that will allow me to pull data from the DB path and understand what the leaderboard information is in GitHub Copilot chat. So now I'm going to jump over back to my game app. First, I'm going to copy the path to this folder so that I can define what this looks like in my tool picker window. So now that I have that server created, I actually want to add it so that it's accessible to me in GitHub Copilot chat in my game app. So I'm going to go into the tool picker window and click this handy little green plus button. And this is an actual feature that we have in Visual Studio that is really great for if you're building local servers. It allows you to kind of easily specify that connection for whatever servers you might be building locally. So I'm just going to give them a name and say maybe leaderboard tools, and then .NET run project, and then I'm going to just paste in the path to that MCP server that I created. So I've got the full file path, Snake MCP server, and then I'm just going to press save. And now if I go into my tool picker window, I should actually see that MCP server is populating, and we're getting the top Snake scores tool right here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is now ask the server, get top scores from the Snake game, and it should be able to now pull live data from that database that I created. We're running the get top Snake scores, and now I have access to that Snake game leadership or leaderboard information from the MCP server that I created, which is really exciting.
Nice.
Yeah, so this kind of segues really nicely into actually using MCP servers in Visual Studio. What other features do we have for that? And we've talked a little bit about building custom servers, but what about the ecosystem of pre-built servers that we have access to in Visual Studio? So I'm actually going to talk a little bit about that and what features we have that can allow you to access, discover, and install pre-built MCP servers in Visual Studio. So I'm going to go back a little bit to something that I talked about in the keynote earlier this morning. So if you caught that, this might be a little bit of a repeat, but just want to highlight it again. We've got this awesome registry browse experience directly in Visual Studio. So this is set up by default to the official GitHub MCP registry, but you can configure it on the back end, which I will talk about a little bit later when we go into governance. But you can configure it on the back end to really be set up to any custom registry that your enterprise might want to browse. So we can see that we've got a lot of servers here, but I'm going to jump straight down to the GitHub server, and I'm going to install that. And we've got this trust dialog that, so you know exactly what you're installing, and you've got transparency. And then the next thing I'm going to install is the Atlassian server. And, not sure where that one went. But okay, we'll just stick with GitHub for now. So I'm going to go into the tool picker window, and I'm going to show off the authentication experience that we have directly in Visual Studio. So if I just click in authenticate, now my GitHub credentials are provided to the server, and I'll be able to use the GitHub server. So the reason that I also wanted to show Atlassian, which I'm going to just talk about this now, but we've got another authentication experience that you can use. So right now, the inbuilt authentication experience works for servers that there are credentials that are defined in Visual Studio already with the keychain. So that's going to be Microsoft accounts and GitHub accounts. But what if you want to authenticate with some other authentication provider? We also have an experience for that will just jump you out to the web page for how you can provide your credentials, and then you're good to go. So that's a really streamlined and easy authentication experience in VS. So now that I've shown that, I'm going to jump into the tool picker window, and let's take a closer look at some of what we're seeing in here. So like we can see, we've got my leaderboard tools, and then we've also got a bunch of these servers down at the bottom that have the tag built in. And that's really handy because we kind of, as the Visual Studio team, have noted that a couple of specific servers might be extra useful for .NET developers, and we wanted to highlight those and make them as easy as possible for you to discover and use, so you don't even have to configure them. They're available right out of the box in Visual Studio. So those servers are going to be the Azure MCP server, the Microsoft Learn server, and the NuGet server. So let's take a look at the NuGet one and see if we can try that one out today. So I've got a couple of NuGet packages that are installed in this project as well. And if I go to the Solution Explorer, I can see that I'm getting a yellow bar at the top that says that I have packages with vulnerabilities in this project. So I'm going to go back to Copilot chat and see if the NuGet MCP server can help me out here. I'm just going to say fix vulnerabilities. And maybe Copilot chat can help me out with the NuGet MCP server. Let's see. OK, yeah, so we're running the Get NuGet Solver tool. Very cool. So what this does is it actually runs a algorithm on the back end, behind the scenes, where it's actually checking all of the vulnerabilities that I have, and it's able to give me the best case scenario for upgrading all of my packages to the latest available version while having them still be compatible with each other and fixing any vulnerabilities along the way. So we can see that it's running all of these tools, and it's giving me update package to version. So we're updating all my NuGet packages to the latest stable version that will have no vulnerabilities. So that's really awesome to see.
Nice.
And then another inbox server that I just want to highlight really quick is going to be the Azure server. So I'm going to enable those tools while this task finishes up running, because it might take me a second, but I'm going to get down to the Azure MCP server, turn that one on, and I'm also going to turn off the NuGet one. So one thing that's also important when you're using MCP servers is you kind of want to make sure that you're keeping tabs on when you're doing a certain task. You want to have certain servers on. You can't just leave them all on, because we actually have this thing called the 128 tool limit. So if you have more than 128 tools on, then the LLM gets confused and your request might not work. So whenever you're doing a certain task, just make sure you're on top of which servers are on and which servers are off. So now it looks like my NuGet task worked effectively. So I'm just going to ask, now we're going to try out the Azure scenario, and I'm going to just ask it to list my Azure subscriptions. So now we have access to Azure information directly in Copilot as well. So it's able to run the command list Azure subscriptions, and it's pulling in data from my Azure account and listing any subscriptions that I have. So this is just a simple explanation of how we can access Azure information in GitHub Copilot. But there's a ton of other things you can do with this server, such as deploying to Azure, and there's all kinds of tools. They've got lots and lots of tools. So if you're developing with Azure, we've made it really easy to access those tools in GitHub Copilot. So it's running the list Azure subscriptions command, and we're going to be able to get those results. So yeah, I think that's kind of all.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very
yeah.
cool.
So
something that I wanted to mention too on the template was that template actually comes ready to push the package to NuGet.
Oh yeah.
And then you can run it with the new DNX command that has come in .NET 10. So that's really cool. Is you can just have the package on NuGet and you can run it with DNX and it all works.
Makes it super easy.
All right.
So we'll switch back to you, Mike.
Okay. All right. So I just want to say just a little bit about what's coming up with MCP. We're actually working very hard right now with the MCP community on putting together a new version of the spec. It's targeted for the November 25th. That would be the first anniversary of MCP being released. And there's a whole bunch of proposals that have already been accepted into that spec version. And I've listed some of them here. This slide is actually already outdated because we're moving so fast trying to get this spec version wrapped up. But things like enhancing authorization server discovery with OpenID Connect discovery, allowing icons to be provided by MCP servers so that clients can and hosts can present those in their UIs, enhancing authorization flows to allow incremental scope consent, which is very important for security. There's a number of steps that are under consideration, things like tasks. Actually, tasks has been accepted. It's still being worked out exactly what its shape will be. Better support for stateless servers, improvements for server discovery. And you can follow this on GitHub or on Discord. I can actually flip over here and show you. This is where all the action is happening in the Model Context Protocol GitHub org. And I've actually just selected the issues that are SEPs that have been accepted or accepted with changes. And you can see that there's a whole bunch here. And there's even more that are in the closed state that have already been integrated into the draft specification. So go follow that there if you're interested in what's coming next. All right, now I think we're going to wrap up with another demo.
Yes.
On enterprise governance.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get into how you can manage MCP servers in your organizations if you might be the person at your enterprise that's in charge of maintaining security and looking at MCP servers and how they might affect your organizations. So if you go into your enterprise settings on GitHub, you will be able to now control the usage of MCP servers at a fine-grained level with our next release of Visual Studio. So if you go into AI controls and you select MCP, we have a couple of different settings that you can toggle based on how you want enterprise MCP usage to look in your organizations. So you can, at the first level, you can turn off MCP as a whole within your organization. So you can set to let organizations decide enabled everywhere or disabled everywhere. So we're really giving you that fine-grained control to define how you want MCP servers to be used in your enterprise and what you want that to look like. But you can also go a step deeper and you can define an allow list of certain servers if you have a registry of servers that might be allowed within your organizations. You can restrict enterprise usage within your, within your code bases and your repositories to a specified list of servers that you've deemed that are safe for your organization. So you can just paste that URL to that custom registry right here and save. And then you can also specify if you want to restrict access to that custom registry or if you want to allow all, but also just provide an additional registry if you say you just have a couple of servers that you want people at your organization to have access to, but you don't necessarily want it to be restricted to that. We give you that flexibility as well. So that's an exciting new feature that we're excited to share today. And then I think since we have a second, I'm also going to jump back into Visual Studio and highlight one last feature that I didn't get time for earlier. And that's going to be our support for some other features of the MCP spec. And those are going to be prompts and resources, sampling, and elicitations. So we have some great inbuilt experiences for using those MCP features in Visual Studio. So I'm just going to talk through them. I'm just going to go into, if you want to use, some MCP servers might have prompts that can assist with workflows that are going to be related to the MCP server. So I know that the GitHub server has some prompts that can help you. Right now we have this one that's assigned to coding agent. So say you have a task that you want to assign to the coding agent, you can go ahead and insert that prompt into chat and it might save you some time with typing and crafting the perfect prompt. We've also got MCP resources that are going to be pieces of information that might come with an MCP server that can give you a little bit of extra context on how to use it and use it the right way. So we've got an experience for inserting those as well. And then sampling and elicitations are some things that you might see come up during a chat request. If the LLM kind of decides, or the server wants to give a request to the LLM, or if the server requests additional information from you as the user. So we've got inbuilt experiences for that in chat as well, which is exciting to share. So,
yeah, elicitation is one of the things that we hear a lot of people wanting to use. It's one of the newer features in the spec. But it basically allows a tool to say, hey, I need this additional piece of information, and that there's this very natural back and forth with the tool. Yep. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah. So I think that's all we've got today. But thanks for tuning in.
Hey there. Oh, man. I love learning about MCP.
Right.
There's a lot going on there.
There is a lot going on.
Lots going on.
Well, the cool part about it is just showed when you were doing the demo, right, for the game, how easy it is to just extend it, right? Yeah. So as a developer, if you have issues, or not issues like tracking issues for development or anything like that outside of the platforms that are out of the box, you can easily connect them, right? And you have them at your fingertips to do that. So, and you keep that all internal, so you can deploy it either on-prem or to the cloud or wherever else, and you're just connecting those dots into the prompt that you already are familiar with.
Yeah, and gosh, most of my exposure to MCP has been through using Playwright. So seeing some of these other ones that are available, seeing some of the other features, and now we can start to build MCPs. Now my appetite's being whet here, and there's more I want to get involved and do.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So you showed us a little bit about the NuGet MCP that's out there.
Yeah.
And I've also heard some folks talk about a SQL Server MCP. Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Okay.
There is one. So you can build a custom one, like I showed with the SQLite database. But you can also, use. I know that there's also lots that are out there. So if you want to browse the ecosystem, if you go to the GitHub repo for Model Context Protocol, that's where you'll be able to find all of the servers that are pre-built and exist and that you could take advantage of today.
There are many, many, many of them.
So many.
I was seeing some out on a registry. Another registry that was out there, folks talking about SQL Server and some other utilities that are out there.
Yep. Now I'm all new to it, like just because of I'm like the frozen caveman lawyer from SNL, right? It all frightens and confuses me, right? But now that I understand it's pretty straightforward, you connect the dots, right? The question I have is like, do I need to have a one-to-one relationship to the NCP? Like for example, if I have service. I'll call it data source, like data source X, Y, and Z. Will I need each individual MCP servers, or can I have just one that goes against all three, right? Because I'm looking at it also from a deployment model. How do I manage it? How do I enhance it, and so on?
Yeah, so I think this is going to be, it depends.
Sure.
But something that Allie mentioned earlier, I think is really important to keep in mind, which is limiting the number of tools that you give to your LLM is actually really important. And so having a way, there's actually proposals now in the MCP spec repo to find ways to group tools so that you don't have so many tools that you're giving to your LLM. So if there are natural divisions to the set of tools because they're going at different data sources or whatever, I would say lean into that, right? And make them separate MCP servers and so that it's easier for the LLM to understand.
Got it.
We just got a comment from somebody on YouTube suggesting an MCP gateway server that would perhaps hand off to other servers.
Yep. That's a possibility.
That's an interesting idea too. So we have a question that came up here on Twitch. Mentioning a pain point. Could we add options like recently used documents like you have in Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code? Could we have recently used documents or previous request documents so that in Copilot chat we can go back to some of those things and reuse them instead of having to go relocate and rekey? And we already saw how prompts can be reintroduced from an MCP, have them reused. Can we somehow template and be able to go back to some other recent content that's been available?
Yeah.
That would be a nice feature, right?
Yeah, that would be a great feature. Yeah,
Yep.
thanks for the idea. I'll bring that one back to the team.
There you go. Feature suggestions from Twitch.
Well,
All right.
or even something, lastly here is like you were showing the authentication. You mentioned that for like you do support the experience to pop out a browser window, to go out, kind of do the authentication there. Do I, as a NCP author, have to worry about keeping that token alive, or is that what the Copilot handles on their side?
So generally, that's going to be handled by the SDK that you use.
Okay, got it.
And so for example, the C# SDK will handle all of the token acquisition and then passing that on subsequent requests and all that kind of thing.
Got it.
Now, of course, you don't have to use an SDK in order to use MCP, but if you do, that's one of the benefits that you get.
Perfect. Awesome. That's great to know.
Cool.
Perfect.
All righty. Well, thank you so much. That takes us to the end of our time with Mike and Allie.
That's right.
I want to go back and double click on that so that I can get up to speed a little bit more on MCP.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even some of the stuff that we do behind the scenes for the conference, my mind was just going, spinning. We're trying to figure out we can do X, we can do Y, and Z.
This conversation continues while you people are
That's
watching
right.
sessions.
So, and next we have David Ortinau talking to us. That guy's
we know him.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's from the Midwest. Midwest represent. So we live 6 hours from each other, which is just a jauntily afternoon drive. It's a drop in the bucket by Midwest standards of a drive. David, talk to us about .NET MAUI.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to what's new in .NET MAUI for .NET 10, or .NET MAUI, what's new in .NET 10, or any variation of that. We're going to get into it. Got a ton of things to cover today, so let's go. I am David Ortinau. I am a principal product manager on the .NET team, and of course my focus is .NET MAUI. So what was our focus going into .NET 10, and what have we been working on? Quality takes the cake, I mean, for sure. It is the biggest bulk of our focus. It is the feedback we've heard. Developers want fewer bugs. They want more things they can depend upon, rely upon in .NET MAUI. So that has been the majority of the focus. But performance is not to be left out. We have some performance things to highlight that will make not only your runtime apps a bit faster, but that will make your debug experiences significantly faster. So I think you want to stick around for that. Simplification, we have been looking at ways in which we can make things like XAML easier to work with, which makes it in turn easier for you to maintain your apps, easier for us to maintain the product as well. And then modernization, adopting new patterns. What are the new things? I hear there's this thing called Aspire that might be useful to .NET MAUI developers. So we've got some of that for you too. Before we get into the actual details of the release, let's look at the past year over year. How is the product going? And what progress have we made on the front of quality as well as just general growth? So plus 24% developers year over year. That means that more and more developers are coming and using the product. We absolutely love to see that. And despite having more developers than ever using .NET MAUI, we see 34% less issues being created. So that's fantastic. Either that means we've already got every bug known to man and woman already logged, or we're making a dent on the quality thing, which I think we absolutely are. And then what does that mean in terms of PRs created, PRs merged? Both are up. So more PRs than ever are being created. You can see that evidently on GitHub. And then more being merged. Now the merged number is a little behind the created. That probably stands to reason for most products, and that is an area where we're continuing to iterate. What tools, what processes can we put into place to gain that high level of confidence that we're putting quality into the product and get those PRs moved through? And so where's all that wonderful work coming from? It's coming from people just like you. So the contributions to .NET MAUI for this past year have been substantial, and these the avatars on the screen are really just a few. There are many more of you who have contributed through issue triage, through PR review, and through other repositories that all feed into and support the .NET MAUI experience. So thank you very much for all of your contributions. We look forward to many more for years to come. Along with contributions to the core part of the product, we wanted to highlight always our component vendors. So, .NET MAUI has what it has in the box, tons of controls and layouts, but there always are those more advanced maybe scenarios or, custom fit scenarios like the data grids and the calendar controls and the accordions and things like that component vendors like these do a fantastic job at. And so definitely highly recommend you check them out. Now, last year at .NET Conf, if you were with us, and if you weren't, you're going to find out now, we announced our close partnership with Syncfusion, which is one of the component vendors we just highlighted. They have decade plus of experience with .NET MAUI as well as Xamarin before. And they've brought that to bear. So a lot of the contributions are coming from the Syncfusion team. We calculated roughly 60% of all of the open source contributions, so those outside of Microsoft, employees, came from the Syncfusion team, which is substantial. Not only that, but their contributions to test coverage, whether through adding new tests or bringing some of the older Xamarin tests that just when we transitioned from .NET Framework to .NET hadn't been modernized yet, they were able to bring those online. So all of that really contributes heavily to the whole quality initiative that we have. At the time of announcement, as you can see on the slide that's there, that was the initial announcement slide. They open source, what does it say, like 14 controls, free and open source from their suite of controls. Here is a more up-to-date slide. It's now more than 30 controls. So it's fantastic to see the continued investment from Syncfusion into that, the momentum that they have not only in the core product, but also in the open sourcing of their controls and the controls that they contribute to. So this is really one way, perhaps one of the biggest ways that's new to .NET MAUI, where we are accelerating through this kind of collaboration. And we are not stopping there. We are now so excited to be working closely with the UNO platform. And I'm going to ask Sam Basu to join me up here and talk a little bit more about the contributions that UNO has started to provide and the collaboration that we're having. Come on in, Sam.
Hello, David. How are you?
Let me scoot over and make a little room for you.
Yeah.
We can make this happen. I love this quote from your blog post announcing your commitment to .NET and .NET MAUI, just highlighting how significant .NET is as the foundation of what UNO platform does. We have that shared base layer, of course, and that you continue to rely upon it. So, we're all in this together. We lift all the ships, as one of the saying goes. So tell us a bit more about what UNO platform is doing in this collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for having me. What a great day. We have .NET 10, we have Visual Studio 2026. It's a fantastic time to be a .NET developer. So let's talk about what we all love, the richness of a .NET ecosystem.
If we can look at Sam's screen, please.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So I'm Sam Basu. I'm a developer advocate over at UNO platform. So speaking of UNO platform, we take .NET apps cross-platform to all the places, all the platforms, slightly different tech stack, slightly different tooling, but same idea. But the important thing here is it's all built on top of .NET, exactly what you just said. It's one big happy family. So it makes sense that we all work together, right? So earlier this year, we entered into, we announced that we are, collaborating with Microsoft. So UNO platform and .NET teams are now working together. .NET MAUI has had great momentum, great engineering, but we have specific areas of very deep expertise. So we can come in and chip in and make the whole ecosystem better. These are some of the more impactful areas where we can come in. Android, iOS, these native stacks are never easy. So Android 36 bindings, making Android work with native AOT, 16 KB page sizes for iOS and Android. Lots of issues being fixed. And we are just getting started. We'll keep working away at Skia making WebAssembly work multi-threading, which has implications for Blazor as well. So it's one big happy family. It's all .NET.
Love
right?
it.
Now, I only have a couple of minutes here, so why don't I show you some quick demos trying to get this to work together. So the first thing is, as you're getting started with UNO platform, so we have VS Code extensions and Visual Studio extensions with templates. But if you just wanted to start command line, we have what's called a live wizard here at new.platform.uno. So as I get started here, I am starting to create a new project. I can choose my runtimes. I can choose all the places where my app can run and other configurations for my app. But down here in my features, I get .NET MAUI embedding, right? So it's UNO platform and MAUI all working together, one big family. So I already have this working in an app. So what we do with MAUI embedding is essentially this is a .NET MAUI project with the same exact dependencies, .NET 10 runtimes, and I'm bringing in our good friends over at Syncfusion, bringing in some of their UI. And it's the same exact thing that you expect from any .NET MAUI app. We are wiring up how the app configures and builds up. And then here's XAML, exactly what .NET MAUI XAML looks like, including Syncfusion barcode and a calendar. So if I embed that inside of a UNO platform app, what you get is an app like this. And this one screenshot on a emulator shows you a couple of things. First up, this is running on a Pixel 9. So Android 16 KB page sizes, done. You don't have to worry about it. So this label here is a UNO platform native label, but everything down here, it's all .NET MAUI, exactly how we expect it. That's a Syncfusion barcode. There's your calendar. Everything works. So bring all the UI, your community toolkits, MAUI UI, Syncfusion, and any third-party UI, bring it all in. It's all one .NET.
I love it. I love it because what we care the most about is enabling developers, enabling our Microsoft customers to build the things they need to build and to ship them quickly, and having more options is great. So this is fantastic.
One last thing.
Yeah.
So we had this thing called a NuGet Package Explorer. If you come from the Windows days, you might remember this. This was a way for you to explore NuGet packages before you actually bring it into your app. Also be able to create and update NuGet packages. So this started out as a WPF app, but that's Windows only. We would like to have it, share the love, make it run everywhere. So we actually took this over and rewrote it as an UNO platform app. This is the app running on, WebAssembly in your browser. So it's just NuGet.info, and you can, step through. You can look at each NuGet package and see how it's working. Now, you also are going to talk about some web view enhancements in .NET MAUI. I love that because now you can bring in all of your web investments into a native app. So if I can pull up another app here and show you that this is a .NET MAUI app. I got a web view here. We got web views in UNO platform as well, same idea. And I can take the same exact WASM app. Now, web views are really good at showing you local content, Blazor or local HTML, CSS, but you can also point it to a remote WASM application like this. So if I search for MAUI, and let's say we get to one of the core MAUI NuGet packages, I can open it up. I can see everything that the NuGet package offers. I can see the actual bits. I can see all the dependencies, and with some of the new web view changes, I can hit one button and I'm identifying where you're at. I'm back to the home screen, loading up a WASM app. So bottom line is it's all .NET, and we all love .NET. Check us out. And then a quick shout out. We had a release today, and Jerome Laban from our side is going to do a session on day 3 with a lot of mind-blowing stuff, so I don't want to spoil the surprise. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate it. All right, folks, if we can go back to my screen, we've got a lot of features to talk about for .NET 10. I'll scoot over a little bit. Woohoo. All right. Nope, I'm not centered. Oh, nope, I can come more this way. You don't need to move anything. I got this. You're good. All right, XAML. People love XAML. I see a XAML llama behind the camera over there. You can't see him, but I see him. He's coming for you next. We have been investing in XAML, and this is some of the simplification and the modernization and things. So let's talk about global namespaces. Let's talk about implicit namespaces, and then source generation, which is huge. So without global XML and S, XML namespaces. Your XAML files look like this, right? You got a bunch of them in there. The head of your file starts to get kind of obnoxiously large. But if you bring in globalization, think of this as your C# usings, right? Global usings. We can now get rid of all of that. Not just the XMLNS declarations that are in the file, but we can get rid of the need to use the prefixes as well. I think this is hot. So how do you do this? You do it by declaring your global XMLNS anywhere in your project. C# file works. I put it with my global usings. I was ridiculed by some of the core team. They're like, oh, you got to keep it separate. Doesn't really matter. Just needs to be in your project so that it can compile. And you can see that we're basically packing those namespaces into a new global namespace, because previously the namespace was not MAUI/global. It had like a date on it, right? And so you were actually using the MAUI controls namespace. Now they're separate. We can pack them all together. And you can see in this particular example, I've also got Syncfusion in there. I've got the MAUI Community Toolkit in there, so you can see that it works just as well with third-party packages. And then to use it, we need to change our root XMLNS in all of our files to use the global XMLNS, and it can then inherit all of those that you've just defined. So you can take a file that looks like this. You can see all the prefixes, all the all the prefixes that are being used in there, and then we can reduce it to that. So I'll flip back and forth a few times so you can get a sense of how much cleaner that is. Works with IntelliSense. You still get the same help that you need there. You can still go to the source and do all the things that you were doing before. Totally works. So check that out. Now, implicit namespaces goes a step further. And it says, okay, well, there are certain XMLNS that are used everywhere. Why do you have to keep defining the same things over and over again? So what if we could go further and get rid of those two as well, those two guys at the top there? Yes, you can do that. This is called a preview feature, and it's a preview feature because we have a bit more work to do with Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio with the XAML language service to make this a smooth experience for you when you're coding. But it totally works today out of the box. So that can reduce all that stuff that we started with down to just this. I should have probably brought back the very first slide to show you the side-by-side. It's impressively different. So very excited about that. In order to opt in for this preview feature, here's what you do. You put this in your CS proj. You need to opt into preview features, which is a way for us to ship coming things in current releases, and then define that constant, and you're good to go. XAML source gen. This is super exciting. So going all the way back to Xamarin Forms and up until now, you've been using XAML-C, XAML compilation, and it's basically a code generation that does what you see on the screen here. In debug, you have a XAML phase, a validation phase, runtime inflation of your views with reflection, and then a visual tree. So if you're wondering, why are my debug apps so much slower than when I release them? Reflection. That's a big part of it, right? And so this is certainly an area we've heard feedback on. We need to have more speedy apps so that debugging doesn't take forever, and so that my app doesn't, close out on itself before we even get to debugging. But then the other issue here, you see there's a difference between the debug build and the release build in terms of the steps that are happening. So that introduces the potential for things to be different, and that's no bueno. So what can we do about that? Here comes XAML source generation. So this is Roslyn generators, source generators. And so the phases are XAML, Roslyn validation, C# to IL to visual tree. So yeah, there's more steps in there, but the consistency and the performance are fantastic. Today, it is an opt-in feature. In addition to .NET 10, we have, by the way, shipped Service Release 1. So you can see faster build times on the bulleted list there. It's not bulleted. On the list there. That is also available to you today. But you're absolutely going to get faster debug and release builds. You're going to get consistency between the experience of your debug and your release build. And you can debug the generated code. But let's look at some numbers, and these numbers are kind of wild. 1,000% faster, not a lie, 1,000% faster view inflation, okay? totally mind-boggling. 99% less debug memory is used. So when you're debugging, whatever memory is needed for the view inflations and the XAML bit, 99% reduced. 25% faster view inflation and UI rendering on those pages at runtime. And then less app memory generally. So yeah, it's so good. It's so good. You're going to want to turn this on. We've been testing it with a bunch of apps. We want your feedback, of course. Is it working well for you? What can we do to improve it? I mentioned that you can do debugging of it. How do you do all of this? How do you turn this on? How do you opt into it, etc.? So MAUI XAML inflator, tell it to use SourceGen in your CS proj, and you're good to go. And then optionally, you can turn on the emit compiler generated files. And that gives you the files that you can then see in your OBJ folder. You know, the bin OBJ folders that you constantly are deleting manually to get things to look good? Yeah, that folder. So you can see in here, you know, I'm not showing you all the code. It's not the most beautiful code in the world. It's not the kind of code you probably write, but it's debuggable. It's at least legible, because if you ever try to look at IL, I promise you're not debugging that. So very excited about XAML SourceGen. So what kind of performance can you look for? On the left, yes, left, is the XAML C, and on the right is SourceGen. So you're going to see the performance difference once I hit play. So watch closely. This is just going from your splash page to the home screen. So yeah, faster, right? All right. So what if we do from the home screen, we push, and we go back, and we go back, right? So several navigation events rendering different screens. Here we go. Spoiler alert, SourceGen's faster. And these are debug builds on a Pixel 5 running Android 14. So super, super excited by this. But I also wanted to show, oh, finally the XAML C caught up. I also wanted to show using some of the shell navigation elements to show you the difference there. So this is the home page. We're pulling our fly out. We're going to push. We're going to go back, fly out, and back home. Okay? And you know what? I tested this with the SR1, because these are recorded on GA bits, not the SR1 bits. Even faster. Scrolling of long lists are faster. It's all faster. Anything that basically blocked on UI inflation, faster. So you're gonna want to check that out. All right, moving on, because there's so many awesome things in this release. We're just bang, bang, bang. Safe areas. So Android 36, I believe, introduced edge to edge. And so when that first shipped and landed, people were like, oh, what happened to my app? Suddenly it's under the status bar. What's going on? That was a choice by Google. And so, you know, we reacted to that basically by opting out of it and said we need time to work on an API that can best support what developers need to do to handle those cases. So as you can see on the screen, I asked a particular generative, friend of mine to create some of the different UI paradigms that are out there for Android with obscured bits, right, that you need to avoid. So generally, safe area, unsafe area, it's this, right? It's the notch, it's the dot, it's the camera hole, it's the dynamic island, it's the whatever. It's also the home indicator or whatever happens to be on the bottom of the screen. And you want to make sure your content stays out of there, but maybe you want to flow other things into that space. So we've worked on a new API called Safe Area Edges. And as you can see, you've got several options here. It works on any layout. So you can do it on the content page, content view, and any layout. Those are the ones that are going to control what bleeds into and what stays out of those spaces. It is not something that gets inherited all the way down your visual tree. So be aware of that. You need to be very specific about what you want to do. We have Android and iOS support for it. I saw it today. It also works on Mac OS. And I believe Windows will be in the works if it's not already shipping, and I just don't know. So what does this look like in practice? Well, here is our sample app. If you do .NET New MAUI with the sample content, you get this particular application. And it's that bit at the bottom. You see where the content stops, but you have white space down there. What's going on, right? So when you do Safe Area Edges None, you're basically saying bleed into all the spaces. Navigation bar has its own behavior at the top, so it stays the same. But you get this. And so really, you're just annotating how do I want it to behave in those particular situations. And as I just transitioned to, we now have Glass support as well, which is Xcode 26, iOS 26, all those sorts of things. So you get the floating tab bar, and that floats right above your content as well. Something that you'll want to be aware of, and take, use the padding on your content to make sure that when it does scroll up, it doesn't stop and then sit behind that tab bar. Here is an Android example. So this is that Pixel 9 that we were just talking about with Sam. And you can see that on the left, we've got something that gets obscured at the top and doesn't flow all the way up. But on the right, we've got, that's also my UI generation friend did a little toy for Maddy. That's Maddy. Everybody loves that. Maddy couldn't be here with me, but she's on the screen. All right. We mentioned hybrid apps earlier when Sam showed that cool Uno demo. We have been investing in hybrid. We hear so much feedback from developers that hybrid is a huge win for them. You get great looking apps. You're able to reuse your web assets, whether it's Blazor, Angular, Vue, all these other ones that I haven't memorized the names for yet. And so we wanted to continue to invest in it based on the feedback we've been giving. So we've added some new hooks into these experiences for you to control the flow of information and react to view state and things like that. So we've introduced invoke JavaScript, web view initializing, web view initialized, and then you can even intercept requests as they're happening. So let's say you need to replace an asset or something like that. Aspire orchestration is in. Thank you, Gerald, so much for this. Very cool. He's already got a great video on this. You can go check out his demo. It's awesome for all the things that Aspire does, and more is coming. It's super easy to get set up. It's as simple as this. You set up your app host. You fire up all the things. We have our own version of the service discovery template service, the thing, right? The template that you add. It's MAUI specific, so make sure you use the MAUI one. We've already shipped the templates for it. We have fresh docs today that tell you how to use all of that stuff. And here's a more complex example from one of my applications where we have use of the variables. You can provide your own resources. So I've got some keys that I'm providing, and then I can pass those into my applications, and I get all the observability as well as all of the setting of things that needs to happen. It's been a moment since I was a web developer, so I love having this help to feed that stuff into my application. All right, we've got more to go. I'm over time, but I'm still rolling. Jeff and Javier, think of your questions while I'm still going here. Thanks. Did everybody hear that laugh? Maniacal laugh. We've added diagnostics for helping you monitor your performance and fine-tune your performance in your applications. So you can do this little thing here with the Microsoft Extensions helper, and you can add meters and metrics and things to your application. You do this in your MAUI program, and then you're going to get this in Aspire. And so you can see here, if you zoom in on my screen, you can see how long your range and your measure and your different layout things are taking, and you can visually inspect that and say, okay, well, this thing's taken a really long time. I need to work on that. Okay, well, what if you don't want to go all the way with Aspire, but you still want to take advantage of this? I did this in one of my applications. You can inject kind of your own thing here along with the helper, which is the add console exporter and things like this. And you can just write the stuff out to your console. And then you can use a preprocessor or a postprocessor. I don't know if it's pre or pro, but you use a processor and you can just format that stuff and pipe that right into your debug output, and you can get these wonderful measures right there. I think this is fantastic. We kind of were inspired by some libraries that are doing this today, and we're adding more. So there's more that we're adding here, and then you can also instrument your own code to do that. And there's more. I could have done a 3-hour session on what is new in .NET MAUI this year. It is absolutely tremendous. We have touched all of this and more. Go to the AKA, what's new in .NET 10 for .NET MAUI. Check all of that out. We've got tons of resources. People ask us for samples all the time. Did you know we have a samples browser in learn.microsoft.com? There's like at least 98 there now, and more coming all the time. Gerald said he just put one in. And so we've got a what's new that gives you the roundup. We've got the MAUI docs, which our docs are constantly being updated. We have all those samples, and then we even have a MAUI 10 upgrade. You thought I wasn't going to talk about AI, but there it is. We have got a prompt that will upgrade your application, and we've had good success with it. I heard several reports today that it worked out well. So check that out. It's a big help. Quick reminder, 18-month support policy. It's different than the rest of .NET. MAUI is unique for reasons explained on the AKA at the bottom there. Just keep upgrading. Just when we ship something new, it's got good stuff. We're trying super hard not to break you. Keep moving forward. And we have awesome sessions coming up. So don't miss these sessions. There's more MAUI content coming your way. I will be watching every single one of them. And there we go. Only 3.5 minutes over. What's up, guys?
Get off the stage, Ortinau.
This is what happens when they let me talk by myself, when they don't put a co-presenter next to me. No Rachel, no Maddy. This is what happens.
No bumpers, right? Essentially, that's what it is.
Nobody's kicking me under the
table.
table.
Off the rails.
I tell you. There's a handful of really good questions that came in. Can we do lightning round here in the next minute?
Do it.
All right. How will the global XAML namespaces affect XAML parser libraries that expect XML with the NS? Is there a second file with the omitted namespace URIs somewhere, similar to the C# global namespace?
Right, so we tested with a variety of libraries, and it does work out. I don't have the dirty details on how that actually happens, but Stefan is the engineer you're looking for.
All right.
Very nice.
Some good comments on the numbers that you're seeing. Great to see Aspire supporting MAUI. When will we get to see the XAML profiler equivalent in Visual Studio instead of all the workarounds that we're working with right now?
So as we continue our kind of unification of runtimes with Mono and then Core CLR and native AOT, we're going to be able to light up more of those consistent experiences because they really depend upon that. It's a foundational piece to making all of that work.
Here's another one, last one. When will MAUI allow unit test projects to run the app to run on device and control from Visual Studio's Text Explorer?
But I think that works today.
I thought so too.
I think it works today.
Yeah.
However, the engineer for you to pester about that would be Gerald.
There you go.
Terrific.
And if he doesn't already have a video about it, he will next
I'm
week.
sure there is a video about it.
Can I show it to my folks back in the control room? Can I show one message from my machine? I want to make sure David sees this. Can we go over here? Check this out. Linky over on YouTube chimes in and says, I would definitely choose .NET MAUI over Flutter or React Native any day of the week.
Same. Amen.
Drop the mic,
Mic
Dave.
drop.
There you go.
There, boom, double mic drop.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're getting there. We're rolling through. We got to move right into our next session, don't we?
Yeah, we have Michael and we have Roy talking about modern Windows development with .NET. Gentlemen, take it away.
All righty.
Hey everyone, welcome to our session on modern Windows development with .NET. I'm Roy, product manager for Windows App SDK, and with me, Michael, our resident software engineer. Michael?
Yeah, we should be showing the slides right now so people can see which
there
one
we
of
go,
us is
there we go.
which. Yeah, I'm Michael Hawker, also known as the XAML Llama, thus the hat. I'm a senior software engineer here at Microsoft, and I work on the modern Windows frameworks team.
That is great, and so do I. I work within the Windows organization. The two of us come together from Windows. Michael, you've been working on development with Windows apps for a long time today. Well, how would you describe Windows development today?
Yeah, Windows is a large ecosystem. I hear there's over like 1 billion devices on the planet. It's a number that's so huge it's hard to think about sometimes. But we have so many great tools, libraries, frameworks that are available to you as a developer on Windows, not only to just help your development workflow, but to build great experiences on Windows as well. So what are we going to talk about today, Roy?
Great question. We've got a lot of stuff here to talk about. First, we're going to start off with getting started with modern Windows development. We're going to cover some great tips and tricks of how to get started, get yourself to be successful. Next, we'll jump into a quick status update on where we're at with WinUI 3's open source progress. Yes. And then we're going to talk about AI for everyone. Of course, AI for everyone, right? And this is going to be covering how local MPUs power AI experiences in our apps. And of course, with me being the Windows App SDK PM, we're going to have a little bit of Windows App SDK updates coming along the way with it.
Always important for you to talk about what you know about, right?
Right.
Super excited to share this content with you today, so let's just dive in.
Sounds good. Michael, starting to build Windows apps, when you started building Windows apps, what was one tool or experience you wish existed before that you know now?
Yeah, Roy, that's a great question. I mean, I've been building Windows applications for a while. The ecosystem landscape's changed a lot, but there's really a lot of great resources today for developers. We have a lot of great sample galleries. We have the documentation on Microsoft Learn that's just really rich and makes it a lot easier as a developer to get started today.
Yes, and for those of you who are watching and haven't checked out aka.ms/windev, you're missing out on a lot of our great samples and docs, as well as design guidance on how to really get started and get moving. Michael, can you show us what that gallery looks like?
So as you mentioned, aka.ms/windev is where we want to go to look at that. And if you hit the first link there, from that page, it'll ask you to show you how to set up your machine. The Visual Studio workload you need is just the WinUI application development. And at the end of that tutorial is going to be talking about the WinUI gallery. And so I can actually grab all the galleries I'm going to be talking about today from the Microsoft Store, a great example of a nice, fluently designed Windows application that's super slick and smooth. And I can just search for WinUI gallery, bring it up. I can actually use Command Palette here to search for the WinUI gallery. Command Palette, of course, a great power toy, open source software. I've actually contributed it to myself, so super cool there. But the WinUI gallery is the place to kind of start with if you're doing Windows application development. It's really this encyclopedia of knowledge of everything that you might want to add to your application, and you can dig into any of these. I have examples. It talks about the source code and gives you snippets here. It links to the documentation. And one of the great new elements of this application that was added more recently is the design aspect here, and that's up in the top corner here. And it's going to talk about color, geometry, iconography, typography, everything that's kind of built into the fluent design language used of Windows, and everything you need to know as an application developer to create a great Windows experience. And with WinUI, we use XAML, and that's just a markup language, and so we can use these resources in our XAML to get basically instant access to that same styling within our application. And if you're a WPF developer with the Fluent theming that shipped in .NET Conf last year in .NET 9, you can actually use these exact same styles that you see in the WinUI gallery in your WPF app and really modernize your application and get that great theming then as well. But that's not all, Roy. There is more.
Yes.
So if you actually go to the home page, you'll see that there's this call out to the Community Toolkit, and this is yet another gallery that I can summon up here with my Command Palette. And this is a set of controls and helpers built in the open source through the .NET Foundation. It works for WinUI controls as well as Uno platform, and it just is a whole bunch of other helpers and common things that we see a lot of developers doing. You might have seen these settings pages that are enriched in a lot of applications on Windows, including a lot of the Microsoft products you might already be using today. Any of them that are built with C# are pretty much using this exact same control. You get that unification of an experience that helps users find their way and navigate your app and really makes it look really slick and easy to use.
I mean, it's really cool to see what the community has really been putting together for everyone to share from. You've been working on open source projects a lot over the last however many years. What is one of the really cool stories you've seen come out of some of these open source projects?
Yeah, that's a great question, Roy. Let me actually bring up another gallery. We have the MVVM Toolkit sample app, but this is really a great story of someone who was in the community. Sergio Pedri at the time was working with me, contributing to the Windows Community Toolkit, passionate about Windows development, and saw that MVVM Lite, the de facto MVVM library at the time, wasn't really getting maintained much anymore, and really wanted to modernize it, create this kind of de facto implementation of what's alluded to in the platform, and make it platform agnostic, right? So whether you're using MAUI, Uno platform, Avalonia, WinUI, WPF, this would be the MVVM toolkit to use. And so he gathered a bunch of Microsoft MVPs, community members together, and really worked towards refining that idea, what the API surface was, getting feedback, and it's basically got over 15 million downloads on NuGet now. It's like become one of the MVVM libraries to use, and we'll talk a little bit about more in one of our later demos. But it just shows the power of an individual to go from contributing to open source to, making an impact on thousands of developers. And now Sergio works at Microsoft on the Microsoft Store application, contributes to .NET, and works on C# and OT, a whole bunch of other things. So it's been a really cool journey and story to see that come to life.
Wow. That's really cool. And if we go back to the PowerPoint slides now, I kind of want to touch base a little bit on what we're doing with WinUI 3 open sourcing.
Exactly. Like that's really what we want to empower into WinUI itself as well, is that power of working together with the community and the platform team, and really empowering anyone to take an idea from just a conception into an implementation, and then to empower thousands of developers across the world. And we've seen that success story time and again with the Windows Community Toolkit, with VS Code, Winget, Terminal, PowerToys, all these great open source projects that we see developers using all the time. And it's amazing to see all the contributions these projects get, because people, one, love the software, but they have an idea, and then suddenly thousands of other developers gets to benefit from that individual's idea.
So this is a lot.
Yes.
Where are we at on this journey? Like, how far have we come so far on making that transition to open sourcing?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a long journey. WinUI has been inherently part of the Windows platform for a long time. There's a lot of things to pull apart there. And so there's a lot of work been happening over the summer. We're just starting to see that light up on GitHub in the repository. Now any work that's being done on WinUI is reflected there immediately, mirrored on GitHub. The next step, hopefully within the next month, is you're going to be able to clone that repository and build that code yourself. You'll be able to try something out on WinUI. But the next important phase after that is being able to test that, right? Making sure you can run the tests, that when you're contributing something to WinUI, that you have a test that defines that behavior. Because maybe you know how it works, but the next person that comes along to make a change might not. And you want to make sure that doesn't break, and that you continually have that ability to maintain a platform that gets used by so many developers like WinUI. And then the eventual goal is to really bring everyone together on GitHub and have that be the central place where everyone is working together, all the issues are managed there, all the code changes are gone through PRs there, and so that everyone can work together and really get that power we've seen with all these other open source projects. And so we talked a lot about this last week, actually, at our WinUI community call, and that's something that we have up on the Windows Developer YouTube page. There's a lot of great videos there that'll kind of cover a whole bunch of the stuff that we just kind of flew through here now about getting started with WinUI development on Windows. But we also host our WinUI community calls there every few months. And so basically, you can jump on the GitHub discussions for the WinUI repository, find out when our next one will be. We're hoping to have one in the new year. And you can catch the one that we just did last week to get all the latest updates on WinUI.
So fun story. I've been the Windows App SDK PM now for over a year. And this last community call last week was the first time they ever invited me onto the call. I don't know if I should be heard or excited, but it was a really fun experience.
It was great to have you gone. It was amazing to see the energy the community had for the call, and it's been really great to see all the energy around the platform.
Yes. And now, of course, we talked about AI for everyone and bringing this all together. And this isn't just like a concept. This is like real today. We can use our models and everything and bring it locally to our device, leveraging NPU, CPU, GPUs to basically use AI to power our apps and move things forward. Some really fun experiences. And I know we have the AI Samples Gallery app.
Exactly. We have yet another gallery. So we'll jump over here and I'll show you the AI Dev Gallery. What I really love about what the AI Dev Gallery does is it really democratizes our AI and experience. And these are the types of experiences around AI that get me excited, right? I haven't been generally excited about AI, but this is the type of AI experiences that I really love and would love to see more people jump in on, and which is why we're showing it to you today, because it's really exciting, right? Whether you're doing work with text or images or audio or code, there's a whole bunch of samples in here for you as an app developer to really fine-tune experience and help a user out, and all done locally on your device. So it's secure, it's private. Users don't have to worry about their data going off to some cloud service that they might not want it to, right? It can just stay right there. So, you might be trying to do better search or analyzing sentiment of a comment that they might be giving you, or, maybe you're trying to help your user communicate better with other people on your platform. I know this is something you're really passionate about, right?
Yes, very much so. So I do a lot of writing, a lot of content creation, and text rewrite has been one of my probably most heavily used AI features. And one of the cool things I'm actually excited to talk about today is, as of about an hour ago, we released the 2.0 Experimental 3 release, which includes the ability to add Pirate as part of your rewrite text experience into your app. And I see you typed in, was it write as a pirate?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't have the latest bits because they literally just shipped. But so I can add a little extra context here for the model to say rewrite as pirate, and I can hit rewrite rather than having that as a simpler input as a developer to control with just the text. But yeah, so Roy and I are thrilled to be having a Spot.NET conference on this fine day, matey.
I've seen this run a few times now. That is probably the most interesting one I've seen come up. Not much more pirate than that.
Arr.
If we come back to the PowerPoint now, we've been looking at all these great experiences here just from the AI Samplers Gallery app, and these are all running local models on your devices.
Exactly, Roy. It's like really powerful, and I didn't show it. The AI Dev Gallery does let you run a cloud model or bring your own model or use the Windows AI API on your Copilot device. But you can also use what's called Microsoft Foundry Local. This is a new preview API that we're going to show you here today. But what's really neat is it provides a easy-to-use storage place for local models on your device. So if you're an app developer with multiple applications or multiple apps that are using AI are on the device, they can share a central model store, so the user's not having to store these larger models in multiple places across their machine. It's just in one spot, saves disk storage, saves download time. It's already there if another app's using it. And so we're going to basically show you how to get started with this today and jump right in. So the first thing I'm going to do is open up my terminal. And I'm going to use winget here to install Microsoft.Foundry Local. And this is going to install a CLI tool to help me kind of navigate the models available and the cache on my machine. So it's really a management tool for me as a developer. It's thinking about it here. I've already got it installed, but I'll zoom in here so you can see what I did. So winget install Microsoft Foundry, but it's already installed, so I'm just going to open up another terminal. And so this gives me access to the Foundry command, and I'm going to just say model and list. And this is going to list all of the models that are available to my machine on Microsoft Foundry. So I have a Copilot Plus PC. It doesn't have a dedicated GPU, so I'm only seeing the NPU and CPU devices here because it has a powerful NPU to help me with these types of completions. And so I can use another command from the Foundry, and I can do cache list. And this is going to show me the models that I've installed. So I've already preloaded a couple models. They're actually the same model, the Phi 3.5 Mini. And you can see here that I have one for the generic CPU and one for the NPU. And so as a developer, I can kind of use this API very easily to detect what's available for me to run on the device. I can fall back to the CPU in case my user doesn't have a GPU or NPU to gain the performance and benefits from that.
That's very useful.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about some of these scenarios and how to get the models. Let's jump into an actual kind of more practical scenario. Like, what is something you can think of, Roy, that was kind of a pain to do?
Oh, this brings me back. One of my first jobs in tech was doing data entry and having to take content off of a sheet of paper and put it in. I was fumbling on the keyboard all the time. I would mistype, misspell, just get things wrong. And I spent half the time typing it in and the other half just correcting my types.
Yeah, and so this is our scenario here. We're going to imagine that we're in like a student financial aid office, right? They're getting emails from students here. They have a whole bunch of different information just in text, right? There's all this information like what their GPA is, what their citizenship status, where they're from, all these different things that as an office helping students out with this, we need to encode within a database, right? We need to have some record of which students do where, what their status is. So if they're contacting us again in the future, we can look up that record in an easy used way, right? So in the past, right, I'd have to manually look at this mail, parse it, fill out all these forms. Like you just said, it's error prone. There's problem. But this is really where these AI models shine, at natural language processing. And we're going to use some ingenuity here at telling the model what to do to really help us do that in a more consistent fashion and be able to just plug that directly into our UI here and light everything up instantly.
Cool.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Exactly. So I wanted to show off, right, I've got this little model loading here, right, like nothing in the app's not doing anything right now. Sometimes the model loads so quickly it doesn't appear, so I wanted to make sure I had, there's UI there that's going to do stuff. And I grabbed an info bar from the WinUI gallery there that I showed off earlier, and right now I just hard-coded is open to true. So I'm just going to grab a little snippet here, which is a binding. So I'm using XAML and the MVVM pattern, actually using the MVVM toolkit here. So that way I can just bind to this C# property about the loading status of my model, and my UI will automatically respond and update and show the info bar if it's loading. And as part of this, I created this little model manager, and so you can see this is the instance of that on my main view model. I'm going to dive into the actual implementation. And what's powering my ability to use Microsoft Foundry Local is the Foundry Local Manager API. And so this is, I added a NuGet package, I got access to this class, and this is all I had to create an instance of to start figuring out what models are available to me, what I have installed on my device. And so I can basically go through here, I can check what models are already in the cache, and if I can just basically load that model with that name. And if it's not there, there's just another call that says download the model with progress. So I just pass it its name, it'll start downloading it automatically. And this is using the newer iAsync enumerable C# interface, and so I can just use the await for each here. And as part of that, I'm just going to dispatch to my UI thread, so I can update my UI and I can see that download progress just automatically. Super clean and simple.
Wow.
And so from there, once I have the model, I'm going to go into my UI. I have that list of messages from the students, and I've just bound that again to the selected message. So when something is selected in the UI, I'm going to update my view model property here with the selected messages, and I'm using the great source generators in the MVVM toolkit to get rid of all the boilerplate. I just add that property, partial property with the observable property attribute. And so then when this changes, I just kick off a background task, which is going to go process that message. And so I wrote this little chat service helper. So I'm just going to dive in here. So this is where the core of the code runs to do this. And I'm going to use OpenAI contract for the chat client. And so this is what you might already be doing if you're doing any AI work. You'll be doing something similar where you're calling an OpenAI service to the cloud. But here we can just do the same sort of work here. If I can.
Don't worry, you got this.
Yeah, the tooltip is being a little bit more helpful than I would like at the moment, but that's all right. So I'm going to paste in this chat client builder. So if you've done any AI work, this might look familiar. The main difference here is I'm passing an API key and an endpoint directly from the API surface of that Foundry Local Manager because it's running locally on my machine. I don't have to go to the internet. I don't have to sign up for anything. It is just a service that is running on my local machine, and so it's always in the same spot. And from there, I just pass it the name of the model that I want to load from that local cache, and then I can do my AI work here. I can give it a prompt, right? The models are very good at natural language. They are not tools that we program with traditional programming languages and expect consistent output, but we're going to use natural language to our advantage here and ask the model to be very specific. We're going to ask it to take the user text and give us a JSON object, right? Something that's very common and it's something that it knows a lot about. And we're even get more specific by giving it a JSON schema. We're going to say only give us data in this format, and we can actually jump in here. I'm using a C# raw string literal, so I can just paste my JSON schema in here, right? First name is a string. I've got these enums with these specific values. Pretty straightforward JSON schema. And I'm just asking the model, right? Like if something's not found, leave it empty, make sure all the enum values exactly match, don't add extra stuff, and respond only with the JSON object. I pass in the schema and then the text that we have from my user message. And then just like the download, I have a single API call. It has the iSync enumerable, so I can update my UI in real time as it's processing. And then at the end, I just get a string with a JSON object because that's what I asked for. And so I deserialize that like I would any JSON object into my nice C# record, and I've bound that to my UI, so it'll automatically instantly appear. So let me run this, and I can actually just show where those bindings are. If I go to the current student profile, right, I've just bound these properties on this object that gets returned to my UI, the text boxes, the combo box. There's the standard UI elements that I would find in the WinUI gallery. And so now you can see that model loaded pretty quick here. I've got the app, so now if I click on someone's name, it's starting to do this processing. Takes a second to boot up, but now it's streaming that result live into that JSON object. And bam, as soon as it's done, it's parsed and update in the UI.
That's really cool. And you said this was running on the CPU models, correct?
Right, exactly. If I go over to Task Manager, you can see these spikes where it was processing that, the model on the CPU, and you can see it took a few seconds to get started. We can actually run this exact same example on the NPU. So I'm going to go to my code behind here, and you can see I have generic CPU as my model there. I just hard-coded this model for this example. And so here I can swap this out, and now I have the QNN NPU. So now this is automatically, I don't have to do anything else, I just tell it to use the different model, and it automatically knows now through the APIs to offload that to the NPU rather than CPU. So we can see the model's loading in the application. It might take a few seconds the first time you load the model. There's a lot, my machine's doing a lot right now.
This is still going to be faster than if I was doing this myself, because like while we wait the initial bit here for that first time launch, if I was typing this in all in manually, it would be days before I even finish all this.
Even with the downloading of the model and the initial loading here, by the time you'd processed 1 or 2 entries, now you'd get the rest for free.
Exactly.
So you can see we're loaded here. I can click on a different message, and you can see it's automatically even faster now on the NPU, spitting back the JSON object, and bam, it's automatically bound to the UI and has all the data there. It's super really quick. And if I go to Task Manager, instead of the spikes on the CPU, you can see my NPU is getting getting utilized now. So that's making it more efficient. It's safer, secure on my device. It's not going to the cloud, of course, in any of these scenarios. But at the same time, it's going to get better performance, better battery life by doing that on the NPU over the CPU if it's available.
Yeah, though, I mean, I've seen so many times where customers are concerned about that data leaving. This just helps keep it all local.
Yeah, let's jump back to the slides. So again, if you want to try this out today, you can find the examples on GitHub. It's github.com/AndrewLeader/Foundry Local Lab Demo. The default branch is actually on WPF, so everything I just showed also works on WPF as well as other Windows technologies. And there's a branch for the WinUI, which has the exact code that I just showed today as well. And again, to get started with that CLI tool and explore the models available, you can use winget to install the Microsoft.Foundry local. What else do we have left, Roy?
Well, of course, as the Windows App SDK PM, we need to cover a couple of quick updates coming from us. The first thing I want to talk to everyone about is we're shipping a 2.0 release in the new year, and that is going to be fully semantic version. Right up, right? That's amazing. Version. And one of the things we're looking at too is how often we ship our major breaking changes, because as you know, as a developer, a breaking change is very impactful.
Yeah.
We're trying to withhold that to at least 1 per year, but not aiming for it. We want to extend that beyond that base timeline. We want this to last a lot longer so that developers can get more familiar with it. And then we have our monthly updates where if we add new APIs or add patch fixes, our version numbers will bump just in alignment with that semantic versioning. The other part that I was looking at is I was noticing in your demos, we have this NuGet meta package, or as we like to call it internally, a la carte offerings. I noticed you weren't doing that. You weren't using it. You were calling the whole runtime, correct?
Right, but since I was just using WinUI and AI, I could basically trim that down a bit so that I'm just focused on the core spots. And like if I'm writing a CLI app and want to use AI, I could just call in the AI package rather than everything else, right?
Yes, exactly. And if you were to call in just the AI piece, how small do you think you'd get?
30%, Roy? Is that much of a reduction?
That's pretty close. When we looked at just AI modeling as its own, not modeling, but the AI component piece, we saw was a 53.2% reduction in
Wow, so even more.
Even more, and that's with your packaged app. So yeah, it's quite impressive. Now this has been a lot to cover. I know we got a couple resources we want to share with everyone, so please walk us through some of these links.
Yeah, so everything we showed today, it's really easy to get to if you want to learn more about the stuff Roy was just talking about. You can find aka.ns/WinApp-SDK. We also have, of course, WinDev if you're getting started with Windows development. We have all the gallery apps available in the Microsoft Store. There's more on the toolkit later this week at 4:30 on Thursday with another talk. We had the WinUI community call up on YouTube already from last week. And again, the GitHub resource there, Andrew Leader/Foundry Local Lab Demo to see all the code that I was using, and you can install the tool on Winget today. So that's it for us. We're really happy to be here, and we'll see if we have time for a question. But thanks so much, Roy, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right, time for questions. Yeah, I think we got time for a question or two. What do you think?
We do.
So we had a couple things come in, a couple folks on some side topics. You talked a lot about AI. I want to make sure that we get to this initial question that we have here. Matthew asking about getting Microsoft Extensions AI support for Phi Silica on the Copilot PCs.
This is a good question. Is this something you know about, Roy?
I don't have an answer for that one today, unfortunately. But
do you know who they would talk to? Is that a question that's good to ask on the Windows App SDK GitHub repo?
Yeah, I would put that into a discussion on our GitHub repo, AKMS WinApp SDK, and we'll get the right people to respond to that question for you.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Another question is here: has it been difficult to extract WinUI, I guess, from the UI parts of the Windows code base?
That's a great question. There's been a lot of great work being going into how to tease out all the decades of code and things that have been referenced to the internals of Windows to be able to build WinUI completely independent of Windows. And so it's taken many months of work. So it might not seem sometimes like any progress is being going done sometimes because there's just stuff that's going on. Like, how do you tease this apart, rip it apart, make it sure it can run on its own? But yeah, we're hoping to get that in a buildable state within the next month or so. So stay tuned on GitHub for all the latest for WinUI there.
Well, in particular, like you said there, Michael, it's like decades of code. It's not just like, oh, let's go refactor this one thing or do this. It's like, no.
Yeah.
That thing goes deep.
Throughout the process, it was like, oh, here's another thing that I didn't even realize was tied to something else because you only found out about it when you tried to build it out independently and then another error message popped up. We've all been there.
Yes. So along those lines, we have one final comment that we'll leave you with. Over here on my machine, we'll put this one up from Marcus on YouTube. Marcus comments, UI has improved significantly since VB6.
I used to use VB6. It's a secret, but Visual Basic had its great use cases at the time. But yeah, everything has come so far. There's so many more resources, videos, tooling. It's amazing to get started with development today, and just the world is your oyster. You can really dive in and create some really rich and amazing experiences.
All right. Thank you so much, fellas. It's great having you as part of .NET Conf, and we will catch up with you another time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Man, I love a good Windows development talk.
It's fun just because I started in Windows, because the web wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Right? And then as you progress with technology and so forth, you're like, oh, similar patterns, different things here, and it's just everything you learn when you do development transfers from one, I will say, platform or context to another.
And one of those things that transfers is diagnostics.
Exactly.
We want good
absolutely.
diagnostics in our apps. And we're going to talk to Jonathan Peppers next about diagnostic tooling with AI.
That sounds awesome.
All right. Jonathan, take it away.
Hey, welcome to .NET Diagnostic Tooling with AI. Here at .NET Conf. I'm going to be showing off some new things we've added to tools like .NET Trace. So hopefully these things will be useful for your apps and your projects. My name is Jonathan Peppers, and I'm a principal software engineer. I work on .NET MAUI. I also work on Android related things, things related to performance. So that type of thing. So yeah, it's been fun, working on this team. So some of the things we're going to talk about, I'm going to give an overview of the different diagnostic tools you can use in .NET. I'm going to give some of my opinions, other opinions about AI. I have AI in the title of this talk, but it's worth just going through that a little bit. I'm going to demo a slow app. So it's going to be a .NET MAUI application that I made slow on purpose. And then I'm going to show like how you can trace that app, and then I'll use AI to make the app faster is kind of the idea. So, and then the second demo, I'm going to do the same thing with an app that has a memory leak. And we'll also use AI to fix the memory leak. So then we'll just kind of recap about everything we talked about. So let's talk about .NET diagnostic tools. Of course, if you're just getting started into profiling or performance or looking at your app, I think that just using Visual Studio on Windows may be actually the easiest way to get started. You may have noticed that when you just F5 your application, like this diagnostic window pops up. You can also go into debug windows, show diagnostic tools to find it. But it has some tabs in there that are basically equivalent to some of the command line tools I'll be talking about. So there's a tab on CPU usage. It's the picture on the bottom right. That's basically the same as .NET Trace. And then there's a tab on memory usage, which you can take snapshots of all the objects in your app, all the .NET objects, and see trees and things. And that's equivalent to .NET GC dump. All right, so this is the best way to get started, especially if your app runs on Windows. I would try this out first to get an idea about profiling performance. Now, the .NET Global tools, these are nice because they work on non-Windows. So like you can run these on your Mac or on Linux. And these are the tools that basically do the same thing as Visual Studio can do at the command line. So, .NET Trace is a tool that can record CPU usage or other events. Like you can even declare your own events and log them in here. And it saves its information in a nettrace file or a speedscope file. Now, nettrace files are kind of meant to be opened in Visual Studio or a tool called PerfView, which I'll talk about. And speedscope files, you can open them at a website. It's a little web app that just kind of opens the file locally. But speedscope.app is a website that you can use on Mac or Linux for looking at traces, right? So we're checking out those things. So .NET GC dump is a tool that will attach to your application and just take a memory snapshot. And the file it saves is a GC dump file. And right now, the best option is to open it in Visual Studio. I have written a little command line tool that lets you open them on Mac, but really Visual Studio is the best option. You kind of need a visual editor for this. And then lastly, .NET DS Router, that is the tool that makes all these things work on mobile. So it is you might think of it as some kind of proxy, but it like forwards the connection to a mobile device, or an emulator or a simulator. So it can connect to your .NET MAUI application. So you use DS Router together with the other tools, and I'll demo how that works because we've made it easier in .NET 10. So lastly, I mentioned PerfView. PerfView is it has so many buttons. It's like, this is like looking at something out of Star Trek, right? If you're already into performance profiling and you want to look at stuff on Windows, this can do everything. So it can do things like look at the whole operating system and everything that's happening and how many multiple processes. And so If you're really wanting to dig deep, it's worth taking a look at Purview. I always like to mention it, but for this talk, I'm going to kind of focus on the .NET Global tools in Visual Studio. So, okay, so let's talk about AI. So I know a lot of folks out there, are maybe lukewarm on AI, or maybe they don't like AI. So I'll just give some of the opinions that I've heard that I kind of agree with. And I just want to be realistic here. So here's a quote from Scott Hanselman. We want AI to be more like Iron Man and less like Ultron. I want a Copilot that's going to have a conversation with me. So yeah, that's kind of what I agree with. Like, it's AI yet is not a replacement for people at all, really. Maybe kind of, but it's more of a productivity tool for people, right? So I especially like AI. Like when I'm in a place when I literally have no idea what I'm doing, like I'm working on a new code base, or I don't know where to start. Maybe I have writer's block, right? Chatting with Copilot in your IDE is a way to really just get started on what you need to do, right? Like, example is I'm working in a repo and I don't know what file to open to make the change. Like a lot of times Copilot can like find the file for me, and that's already an easy win. And I think of it as a productivity tool more than anything, right? So yeah. So when it comes to AI and performance, a lot of the times AI is going to find the obvious glaring issue that would be easy to find if you went and looked yourself, right? And so in that regard, I feel like if AI finds a performance issue in your app, it's the one you should go fix. It's probably the worst one, right? Like it's the obvious one. And AI gets things wrong too. So it could sometimes suggest things that aren't really a problem, but that's why we have humans reviewing their work, right? So, all right, let's talk about some demos, right? So first thing, disclaimer, the demos I'm doing are using AI. Hopefully they all work. If they don't, I have an example of the files I need and things like that. So, but we'll see what happens. First, we're going to look at a slow app. And I could have demoed this on several platforms. I'm just going to do it on Android because I feel like it's going to, let me show off DS Router and how things work and how things can connect together. And this app is slow on purpose as well. So, so let me stop the PowerPoint slide. All right. So what this app is basically a MAUI template, and there's a button that you click, and it does something that's slow and takes a while. And so let's go ahead and run the app. So yeah, you've probably seen this type of look. But this is pretty much the default template in .NET 10. But if we click process data, it takes, a few seconds, completed in 2,700 milliseconds, whatever. Process 10 million items. So this is slow in debug mode, probably much slower than you'd see in release mode, because we have the IDE attached. We're also on Android, we're using the interpreter, so hot reload works. So I'll show this in release mode, but it'll automatically be a little faster in release mode. But let's also attach a trace to it, right? So I'm going to stop the app, and I'm going to go to just a terminal. And so to trace this app, basically you would run .NET trace collect DS router Android. And we've recently simplified this command. Previously, you would have had to open a second terminal and run DS router yourself. And instead of all that, mess to do that, we've just kind of done it into one command now. And so things will start up. Right now it's waiting to attach. and it kind of prints some examples of like, here's how you need to build your app in order for it to connect up to .NET Trace, right? And so the two options are default and startup tracing. And we're going to do default. And the only difference is it has diagnostic suspend false. And what this does is the app will pause on launch and wait for it to connect to .NET Trace. And that's useful if you're wanting to profile startup, which we're not really looking to do that. We're wanting to profile a button click. So I'm going to just stop .NET Trace and run this command. I may need to add, no, I think this command will work as is. We'll try it. This is building release mode, so it should just take a few moments. We'll see. But the idea, so the reason you build the app this way is it will automatically include a diagnostic component in the app, which normally in release mode, you wouldn't want to be on the App Store. Okay, so this is now running in release mode, nothing attached. And let's just see how much faster it is. Or yeah, so it's about 500 milliseconds. And that's just running release mode, what you would expect to see. So let's actually attach .NET Trace. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter, wait for it to look like it's going to be connected, and then I'm going to click the button a couple times. So I'm just going to make sure, okay, it looks like it's working. I'm going to click the button 3 times and then hit enter. All right. So that dropped a .NET Trace file in the current directory, and I'm going to just open this in Visual Studio. We can get an idea of what's going on here. It'll take just a moment to open. Yeah. So you'll notice here there's already a lot of information that Visual Studio can just show you by default opening a NetTrace file. It finds things like hot paths, which are very likely things that are slow. So I know that button, it runs some system link. And so these things are probably right on track as to what is slow in this app, right? It's making a 10 million item list and running link expressions on them. So yeah, that's going to be slow. So the part, this is useful in its own right to just be able to get this information about your app. And you can click on the different methods and decide yourself what you wanted to improve. But now we have this generate with Copilot button. And this is the new thing that I wanted to show off here. So it basically opens Copilot chat and says, can you suggest some optimizations, right? And it's going to tell me some things that I could go do myself. But instead of doing that, let's actually just say, like, you make the changes for me, bro, right? And let's just see how it does, right? So it has all of that background of what it saw in the trace and what it thought we should do. And now it's just going to go and change our code. And let's just see what it comes up with. You know, this could be time saving, but maybe you know exactly what to do, right? So let's look at some of the changes. So we can see some of these it's also building my app. Cool. We'll get back to that, but you can see that some of the things it came up with are absolutely relevant. So there's a list of T used here, and it's just setting the capacity on the list. Otherwise, these add commands will need to resize the underlying array as you add, and it has to copy the array when it does that. So like doing this is an obvious win, right? Like it did the exact right thing. The next thing I see it did is instead of just using a plain string and plus equal, it actually used string builder and called append. And then I'm sure it uses, it does toString on the string builder at at an appropriate time later. Another thing it does is it kind of estimates a capacity for the string builder. I think that's probably useful if it's a 10 million item list. Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. Now here we get down to the link expressions. And what was interesting here is that it was calculating evens and odds, right? And so one thing it did that's pretty smart, instead of doing all these expressions, it has a list for evens and a list for odds with a capacity that it knows are going to be half of the number of items, right? So all these changes are good. And actually, these two link expressions right here may actually not even need to be called, and so it removed them completely. Like I don't think this function actually needs them. So let's go. Let's run our app in release mode again. So previously it was taking about, let's just say about 500 milliseconds. So let's just run the app again and see how fast it's going to be now. I'm hopeful that we'll be significantly faster. And we didn't actually write any code. We just told Copilot to fix our code, right? So and just in case, I'm going to take a screenshot real quick of this so we can compare. That's really big. So if we click process data, it is significantly faster. So it went from 535 milliseconds to 133. We got the same answer. The hash is different. We might want to look into what changed there. But we do have significantly improved code. That is interesting. Why did the hash change? I bet there could have been a trailing comma before. I bet that's what it is. It's something to do with the trailing comma. We had a trailing comma before, and then Copilot fixed the trailing comma. Okay, but that's why we need unit tests, right? So, but you could see where like this workflow could be extremely useful in profiling your apps. It's worth trying. Yeah. So let's go to the next demo. So this one I did just completely in Visual Studio Insiders. But the next one I'm going to actually do in VS Code. And let's just open here. Okay, and either of these you could have used whatever IDE you want, except for when I'm specifically was using some Visual Studio features. But this VS Code one, I think, is also fun. So, so this is an app where I have a leaky page. And the reason it's leaky, it's subscribing to the property changed event on a window, and it never unsubscribes, right? And so when you do an event subscription like this in C#, the subscriber has a reference, sorry, the event publisher has a reference to the subscriber because it needs to be able to call the method on the subscriber, right? And so the window, especially on Android, the window is the life of the entire application. So the window never goes away, and you may have more than one leaky page as you navigate through your app. And so these leaky pages would just kind of leak forever. Like every time you navigate to a page, you're just going to have a leaky page. Let me, before I run this app, just close a few apps. So let's go. I'm going to run the exact same command just to make sure we're doing the same thing. So this is an app with one button, and we'll click, we'll go forward to the leaky page, and then we'll go back. And we'll do that a few times to just make several leaky pages hanging out forever. One other thing to mention when testing this is when I'm debugging a memory leak, for temporary debugging purposes, I usually add a few GC collect calls to the application. And the reason you do this is so that objects that are about to be collected by the garbage collector have a chance to go away, and that will reduce your confusion when you look at a memory dump, right? You don't want things that aren't leaking to show up in the memory snapshot, right? So our app is probably launched now. So I'm just going to click. This is the leaky page. It's completely blank. That's fine. I'm going to go for it. I don't know, like, let's just do like 3 times. And then we can just run .NET GC dump collect DS router Android, right? And this should connect up to our running app, and it drops a file in the current directory, just like what happened before, right? So we'll open that file. I'm just going to open that file in Visual Studio, which is really the best way to view this file. And this is kind of a snapshot of every .NET managed C# object in the entire application, right? If we search for leaky page, we can find, yep, there's 3 instances of leaky page. And so a really nice feature of Visual Studio is it has a path to root menu here, and the hot paths only will show you what it thinks is keeping this thing alive. Now, it's kind of doing a rough guess, but most of the time I find that this is absolutely correct and exactly what I was looking for. So, but we can see here the leaky page. Oh, it's held on to by a property changed event handler, right? And then, which is on a window, right? Exactly the bug we created. And that window is held open in a list that's in a, an app.current backing field. So that makes sense. So .NET MAUI apps have an application class. Application.current holds the app. The app holds a list of windows, and the window holds the page. And that's the thing that leaks forever, right? So here's how. So to diagnose this with AI, I had to write a little code to do this. And so what I've made is, well, so the general problem is any of these Copilot menus or LLMs, they can't open binary files. So if you ask Copilot, open this GC dump file and tell me what's wrong, it can't open it, right? And it'll probably just lie to you or whatever and not know what the problem is, right? And so what I've written is an MCP server that you can say, look at this GC dump file, and it will return text information that the LLM can read. Basically the same thing that's happening on my screen right here. I have an MCP server that can do the same thing, right? So let's look how that works. So here's my MCP server, and I'm just going to click to start it. And hopefully this goes well. Let me get the right page open as well. Okay. So if I say, I have another copy of the dump file that I'm probably going to have it open instead, but I have one in my data folder because the one that I opened has a date in the name, and I was afraid I would type that wrong. But so I could say open data / memory app.gc dump and fix the memory leak in my application. And let's just see what happens. So hopefully it calls my MCP server. It's already calling it, I can tell. So I have a few different functions that it has access to. So analyze top by inclusive size. It just kind of gives it a table of just like when we were looking at Visual Studio, the table at the top of all the things. It's like you were sorting by inclusive size, right? And then analyze top by counts, another method it can do. And then finally, it decides that, hey, that maybe there's a problem with this leaky page, right? And so it's searching the leaky page, searching property changed, and then it comes up with the problem itself. And it's already suggested the fix for the memory leak, which is unsubscribe from the event, right? So if we subscribe in on navigated to, we need to unsubscribe from on navigated from. And so this would fix the memory leak. And what's nice about this is that, right, it went and fixed the problem for me. And I know if you gave it a more complicated leak, maybe it would not be able to completely fix the code just like this, but maybe it could give you some suggestions on what to investigate next, right? So let's do a recap. So the two demos, I showed .NET Trace and opening a NetTrace file. And this is what you'd use to diagnose a slow application. And then you could use the Copilot button in Visual Studio to investigate further. And the .NET GC dump is the tool I use to diagnose a memory leak. And I used an MCP server to let Copilot investigate. Now, that server that I made is just a prototype that I made, but we're looking into making that thing a real product that everyone can use. But, so just be on the lookout when that thing exists. We're hoping that all .NET developers can use it when it's ready. So, and so recap on, how I feel about AI is like, I really like AI when I'm not the expert on what I'm trying to do. I think of it as a tool to unblock me, and I think of it as a productivity tool, right? As far as using AI to do investigations, right? Especially performance investigations, if it finds a problem, it probably is like a really obvious problem, and that's probably the one I need to go fix. That's why I like using it to do initial investigations, right? And so last part of this, everything I showed here today, we really focused on making DS Router easier to use. And if you have tried it in the past and had trouble, I would try it again with our latest release. You may just have a lot easier time. Hopefully it'll be as easy as what I just showed on these demos. So, yeah. And if you haven't ever profiled any of your applications at all, I think it's worth doing it just to see if there's some easy wins in your applications. So yeah,
time of day.
Lastly, try out .NET 10. We hope you like it. There's a lot of things in .NET 10. So thank you.
All right. Man, there's so much there in working with the tools. I don't know. And it's been a long day, my friend.
It has been a long day because we start earlier than the keynote.
Yeah.
Because we have to get stuff ready behind the scenes. So this is why we have our good bean juice in here, a little bit of coffee to get us going. But we have actually pretty awesome topic coming up.
We do, and it's one of the most popular replayed videos that we have year in and year out.
Yes.
Before we go to that, though, I want to make sure I go back and highlight this comment over on Twitch from our friend Code with Sean saying, I hope you're enjoying .NET Conf. It has been a jam-packed day. Yes, it has, my friend. Mm-hmm. We are almost there, and this is a great session coming up. We're going to learn about WinForms again.
That's right.
Going back in, doing the WinForms thing with the WinForms lady, our friend Merrie McGaw and Klaus Loeffelmann. Merrie, Klaus, take it away.
Hey guys, I'm Merrie McGaw, as you know, better known now as the WinForms lady.
And my name is Klaus Loeffelmann. And what makes me that then?
The WinForms guy, I guess, or the Copilot WinForms guy.
Oh yeah, that is good. I can super live with that.
Before we get started, today is U.S. Veterans Day, and I just wanted to do a quick shout out. As the daughter of 2 veterans and granddaughter of 2 that served in World War II, I just got to give a shout out to all of our veterans. So thank you so much for your service. Yes. All right, Klaus, do you want to do the PowerPoint?
Yeah. What do you want me to start with?
The PowerPoint.
So, there's the thing. 15 minutes ago, I noticed that there is no PowerPoint on this machine.
There's no PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay.
May have to do with me?
Copilot?
Well.
You and Copilot.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So how are we going to do this?
So my thinking is, why don't we write PowerPoint really quick?
Use WinForms to make a PowerPoint viewer, but
Yeah.
where are you going to get the content?
But I mean, we have the meeting notes, right?
We do have the meeting notes from our
Preparation.
Yep.
Yeah. And so when I noticed like 20 minutes ago that there was no PowerPoint on this machine, I thought, well, let's write PowerPoint. So I took the meeting notes. I started to write a prompt. And I think we will do fine with Copilot.
So you're telling me that we are going to spend the next 20 minutes, 23 minutes to use Copilot and WinForms to create our very own .NET 10 WinForms PowerPoint.
Well, I mean, that's at least the plan.
Oh,
I mean,
right, we're vibe coding.
Yeah, exactly. And what we don't tell anybody is that how successful we were like the last 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Each
but
time we do it, it's a little bit different because that's the way that it goes with Copilot and LLMs.
well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we have vibe coding, and now we have vibe presenting. I would say it is. We need to, see what happens and then go with that.
All right. So tell me about these meeting notes here.
Okay, so this is pretty much the a little bit modified structure of what we have, planned, what we wanted to do in the talk, and then also, have like little bit of notes how we style the PowerPoint, and then what the content of the slides is, and it's pretty much what I have here. So we did it in Markdown, and then at home I did the PowerPoints, and I never checked if I have this on the machine. I mean, it is all staged, right?
Yeah. Is this?
But
by the way, is this your effort to maybe show us or tell everybody about the ADHD sharp and unfiltered videos that you've been doing with Mads on YouTube?
Maybe, but it's funny that you mentioned this. So it has surely to do with ADHD, and ADHD at the workplace. That's something that's really dear to my heart. So if you want to check that out, Matt Torgerson and we did that. Then it's on Microsoft Developer, the YouTube channel. So.
All right. So how do we get from this Markdown to something WinForms like?
Okay. So the idea is this. That's our meeting notes. It's just how should it look like? What is the content? The problem is even there, as you can see here, I wasn't able to really, have the latest version of our slides. So that means I still have a couple of instruction Copilot. Here, please insert the slide for dark mode, because dark mode is one of the new features we have in .NET 10, right?
Yep.
And then also slide 6 would have been control invoke async and the pitfalls that you can do.
Okie doke.
And a couple of other things. So, and then what I was able to do is, compose a little prompt. And the prompt is pretty much a combination of what we want as a result for the WinForms app. And then on the other hand, a little bit more of, meta information so that certain things won't derail. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Because we had some pretty interesting results before we did that. Okay, and then we should mention also that the probability that that is going to work has is only possible because we have something new actually in the version that I have here. And you said I should mention there's all the features we're showing are already in the versions that are available right now, except for one thing. Let me quickly go through that. So we go to Tools Options and then to GitHub, and then there is a series of features that you can opt in. One of the features that I personally like very, very much is the everything around planning, enable view plan execution. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing, which is also really, really helpful, is until now we were able to have back in the GitHub, in the .github folder, like just one file with custom GitHub instructions.
Right, but it had to be at the root of the
Exactly.
GitHub. Okay.
So with this option here that I'm selecting right now, we have the .github/instruction/ and then we can have several instruction files, which are, could be different topics.
Specialized.
Exactly. So, and then there is one thing which are in my preview version, which will be in one of the upcoming previews. And this is like the special ability so that Copilot would able, in the context, to recognize the topic it's working about, so to say, and then take in specialized agent information, and then make sure that whatever is important for the code generation in the context, that is really, like certain higher standard.
So this would be exactly the GitHub Copilot expert agent idea.
Repo, the awesome, yeah, exactly. Except you don't have to do it manually. So if you check that option, then it'll be automatically executed. But
and that is in an upcoming preview.
Yes.
Not quite there yet, but what this is the special sauce that puts it into Visual Studio.
Exactly. So with that said, let's see if we can make it to our
PowerPoint.
To our PowerPoint.
Go for it.
So could you please? Do you say please when you write to Copilot?
I can't stop myself.
Implement this app according to, and then let me see where I find the prompt file. So I just did the hashtag sign and then pressed .md. So I have in that IntelliSense filter all the markdown files that have relevant information for me. I can just choose the prompt. And let me add one thing. Make sure if you phrase something out, it will not be inappropriate.
No inappropriate code. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's try that. Okay. So, and this is the fun part now where we're sitting here and hoping for the best, right?
Yep.
So, while that is running now, and I hope that that we can show off really one feature that I liked.
The planning.
Yes. So the idea is with the planning. So what does it say right now? Now I have all the context. Okay.
Ding, ding, ding.
Very nice. In that context, I think I have a tip. If you do any changes in tools options,
restart
Visual Studio.
Just in case.
Even if they're, at least with the previews right now, even if there is not a like dedicated idea or hint to restart it, you better restart it. But what I really like with that plan is that you can actually see what is Copilot working on.
A progress bar.
Well, it is a progress bar, and then it's not.
It's a markdown file.
Yeah, it's pretty clever actually. I mean, we have a markdown. So actually, I could really like mark everything and can directly copy things out of it. I mean, it doesn't make any sense now, but it is really a markdown file. And the good thing is, it stays there. So if I want to make it at the end like a part of my project, I would have then the the context in what the code that I accepted.
So your spec.
Exactly. Well, yeah, kind
And the
of.
plan.
What did it do? The plan from the ask to what actually was resulting to, and yeah. So that is that's to me it's really a helpful thing, and then also maybe we should take the time to address the instruction files a little bit closer, because you will always have, when you're working on line of business apps, certain context requirements that are really special to the team or to the domain that you are, programming about, if you will, right?
Right. If I'm working on a medical device,
Exactly.
I've got my context there. If I'm working on our planning app, then I've got that context.
Exactly. So that means you don't have to repeat yourself in the prompts, and where you always forget something, or you do several iterations, and you want to be consistent in the rules that should be applied.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, the series of instruction files are just perfect, and you can use them right now. If you want to use custom agents, then that's something where you can currently not do it directly in VS with custom agent, but then there are other options where you could use the
CLI.
Copilot CLI,
Yep.
exactly, and then utilize them right now. So progress bar says 100%. Observation, so what does it do? So it does a final compile. I mean, my output window is really small. It builds. Perfect. Now let me also ensure the button sizing is consistent. Oh, okay. So that's also a tip. When we are using in WinForms, high DPI scenarios, when you are dragging a button into a form, it still has a standard height and a standard width. But often, we're opting for 11-point fonts or for 12-point fonts. And then that standard height that was defined 20 years ago.
Right. The old
is too
defaults
small.
no longer apply.
Exactly.
So you're setting them up in your prompt files.
Exactly. I just say, or in the instruction files, I just say, hey, you know what? Set it to auto size. And then make sure that the minimum size for every other control is the size of the biggest other button, and that automatically makes all the buttons the same size.
Nice.
Problem solved. So okay, now I'm stalling because I'm just afraid to press the button and
see if you get in trouble.
Exactly.
Ta-da!
Ta-da-da-da.
What's new in WinForms for .NET 10? Because
Okay.
who needs PowerPoint when you've got Copilot?
So there's one issue that I found right now. We don't have the buttons there. There is always something, but maybe we have some keys. No, we don't. So I can promise you, when we look that up, we have a couple of. Oh, I can actually switch.
Good. All right.
I can switch with the cursor keys. So should we talk about what we actually now have in the PowerPoint?
Yes, let's go ahead and actually talk about what we've done in .NET 10.
Okay, so that's actually the slide. So it's kind of recursive, right? I mean, that's the slide we would have
talked
about, but then we would not have needed it. So why the slide to begin with? Well, anyway, you know what I mean. Enhanced dark mode support. Do you remember that I asked PowerPoint, because I wasn't ready, Copilot, can you please come up with the topics with the text for the slide? And this is exactly what Copilot did now. So not only did it write the WinForms app,
it went to the repo, read the commits,
and depending on the agent that it took, maybe it read the docs, maybe it knew it by training. So there are
and this isn't just your standard LLM that scraped the web 6 months ago or a year ago?
No,
Because this is newer.
this is .NET 10. I mean, it is really the cutoff date of many of the models is like way back.
So we're talking live, like actually
Yes.
looking through things. So we got the dark mode. It's really exciting because that was probably one of our biggest asks
Yes.
from customers.
Absolutely.
They really, really want to be able to be consistent with the operating system. And lots of people today really do prefer dark mode. I'm a weirdo that doesn't, but that's okay.
And the other thing is that, I mean, dark mode and theming the classic Win32 controls is one thing. For many things, we had to, like, come up with custom
renderers.
Exactly. But then there's the things we just take from Win32. And those are the things we also implemented and have new APIs for. So it's like form border color, form caption back color. By the way, the naming that we chose here, caption, people might go back to Visual Basic 6 that, hey, well, it was caption for like buttons and text boxes, and then it became text. That we chose the name caption here is because the Win32 name also is caption to be like in parity with that.
Here we were exposing the Win32 APIs, so we wanted to be consistent with the naming. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
One thing we should point out though is the form screen capture mode. Probably.
Yes, that one's pretty exciting to me because we are doing lots of Teams meetings and showing video, showing demos and such. And it can happen that the video, may not be something that you want captured in, your Copilot or your recall on the machine, shown visibly where whatever you were looking at is there for.
Exactly. I mean, and it's especially important for line of business apps that are handling like sensitive data. And now we need to find a balance between, we share our screen and we want to demo things on Teams, but then at the same time, there are like sensitive customer data. And then for those reasons, it's like an easy thing for that particular form. And it's only
at the form level.
At the form level where you can say, hide the complete window or hide the content, just the content. So
it's just like the stuff where we say we can't copy, we can't forward, we can't view it, we can't share it. It's just at one form within the entire application level, if we wanted to. So if I go to the student enrollment information and I get their private info, I can make sure that one doesn't show when I'm doing a Teams recording.
Yes.
Cool.
So next slide.
Let's continue.
Next slide. By pressing the right cursor key. Control invoke async. Yes.
That's an important one because, WinForms has always been pretty synchronous and single-threaded and on the UI thread and slow at times. A lot of the new APIs, especially some of the new dialogues and some of the new forms that Windows has itself, or the WebView 2 control.
Oh, well, yeah, and it's not only WebView 2. It is like, we can do the whole Windows projection, right? You can have as a target framework, Monica inside of your project file, you can have .NET 10, but you can also say .NET 10 dash, I think I know it right, Windows 10.0. Let's say 22,000. Okay, I cannot
whichever
do it by
version.
heart. Whatever version, exactly. And in that moment, you are getting like the whole Windows API. And then most of which is really necessary to adjust, like in async ways.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about this control.invoke async then.
You mean like demos?
We might have one or two.
Yeah, it's the same as with the PowerPoint, but what we can do probably
we can vibe
is,
it.
Yeah, let's
vibe
it. We have 5 minutes left, right? And maybe we can do it in 5 minutes. Or you know what? Oh, there are the buttons.
Only when it was small. They didn't anchor it. It didn't anchor it. That's something that you might need to tell Copilot.
See? Wow.
All right.
You debugged it on the spot. Okay. Just for the time's sake, people might believe us, or we can do it later, and then they check the date when things got generated. When we probably just go to one of the latest iterations that we did. Or you know what? Let's just try it. So
What are you going to be showing me?
So, it's my mom's birthday today. So she's 82 years today.
Young.
This
82
Gabi.
years young.
Yeah, 82 years young. And I was thinking, because I didn't have much time to talk with her today, let's vibe code a birthday card. And so, same thing that we did before. So here's our prompt and the objective, and
it's using the Copilot instructions and the
yeah.
agent stuff that
This
we
is
were talking
all
about.
in the background, exactly. Could you please implement the app according to .md? Where's the prompt? Birthday prompt.md. Okay, and let's hope for the best again.
So again, this particular prompt said, I want a birthday card app that shows a couple of important features.
Exactly. And we can, so let's, there's
our planning feature.
Exactly. I hope we can switch back from that MD file and then go to the birthday prompt again and let Copilot do things in the background. So it's okay, it's for my mom. That's the most important thing. But then secondly, I included in the prompt that we want to really, demo those things we just talked about, like dark mode or how to use invoke async. So my idea was that we have something like a little bit of a color blending in and out of the title bar, because the title bar is also one of are the new features. And then I said use control invoke async also to make animations happen. I mean, smooth animations with like GVI plus, WinForms, right?
Yep.
But yeah, let's see what we are ending up with, and then to be a little bit more predictable, I did the prompt also a little bit more on
details about what you wanted the code to look like.
So yeah, and I really hope that we can go back now to the plan and see 25%, okay, 37%,
and 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes left, 62%. This is exciting,
wait,
right?
We haven't typed a single line of code. It's all been Copilot instructions to show the cool stuff that's happened in WinForms in .NET 10.
Absolutely.
The cool new agent feature, the expert agent feature from GitHub, and the planning feature here where we get to see the plan all in 30 minutes?
Yes.
Without a line of code.
Let's be honest. So if we go in my history here, then you will see, for example, for the PowerPoint thing, I have this is the 8th iteration. Don't expect this, to work from the get-go and it's perfect. Of course,
we're living on the edge.
Yeah, of course, I don't want to derail a live demo. And so I trained and trained and tried until I really had something more or less predictable. That is not the case. My point is also, it's not supposed to be the case, because you can embrace the things that Copilot comes up with.
Can sometimes be ideas that you never would have had on your own.
So then the trick is really to pivot on the moment and then take what it's really useful, and the rest you still be that is Copilot. You are the captain, and you will remain the captain. And that, I think, is the most important thing. So I think we're done, and let's see what
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, at 30 seconds left.
Wow. Yay. So, and also observe the title bar. So, it is async. If we wanted to look at that, it is async and
changing as we're going.
Yeah.
Great job, Klaus.
And then, okay, so it also, there's the whole name, and yeah.
Awesome.
There's that.
.NET 10, WinForms, GitHub Copilot. What can I say?
3 seconds left.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Wow, I can't believe they got that. That's incredible what you were able to get done.
Wasn't it? It was just awesome.
Yeah.
I've been so excited to see all of these cool ideas that Klaus has come up with, and it actually generates it quickly.
Yeah, I'm sweating though. I'm done.
And I bet you the binary is smaller than an actual PowerPoint. Because
probably.
Yeah.
We have to go look at that, actually.
Right?
That's unreal. So we do have a few questions from folks that were really impressed with your demo. They're asking if you could share your prompts and the source code that it generated so that they can tinker with this on their own.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not a problem. If you guys tell me where, then let me get some sleep and then.
But yes, absolutely. We'll get the prompts and the generated code and tinker with it, have fun playing with it, because there's some really cool stuff that it does.
We have a repository of all the .NET Conf presentations and demos. We'll put it together with that and make sure that our local events and other viewers can take a look.
I will say that out of all the features that you were going through there, the invoke async is amazing, just because if you have now APIs that you're calling, right? You don't have to am I in the UI thread? You don't all that extra code that you have to write, right? I have a demo where I'm actually calling the Signalar chat client. So I have a lot of stuff to do. So because you have it now, I'm actually going to upgrade that demo to use that new feature to do it, which is great because
exactly.
I just deleted 10 lines of code by just having that one thing.
And you can have Copilot do most of the work for you.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the awesome thing about this presentation.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. This is great to see. And once again, this is always one of our favorite sessions from .NET Conf. Thank you so much, Merrie and Klaus.
Thanks for having us.
All righty. It's almost time for the chaos to begin.
Some would say the chaos started at 8 this morning with all the awesome content that we've had, which is pretty good.
It's just pretty good.
That's high praise.
Yes, right? So out there, that at .NET Conf, this isn't your typical online event. We want to make sure that this is the tone, the vibe of developers hanging out with developers, talking just down to brass tacks, stuff that you would share with your colleague. Hey, buddy, check out really great stuff. So we're going to go now into our sponsor party, our attendee party, called the Code Party. Coming up, we're going to take a short break.
How much coding are you going to be doing in this code party? Because it seems like there will be nothing but coding.
No, there isn't any coding. In fact, it's going to be a game show featuring 3 special guests.
Ooh.
We've got the program managers from the .NET Aspire team joining us for the Code Party. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We need to move things around, get things set up, and we will see you shortly. right, it's time for the code party. This is where we're going to have a little bit of fun with our guests. They're right over there on the other side of the screen from me. And today we've got, once again, a baking challenge.
Wait, so I thought it was an hour of coding. This is the code party.
No. We lured you in with promises. We've got stuff, messages from our sponsors. We're going to give away some prizes to folks, and we've got some special guests participating in our baking challenge.
Yeah.
So,
but before we get started, what a day! This is day one, .NET Conf 2025.
So many things happening.
So much awesome.
.NET 10, Visual Studio 2026, Aspire 13, right? We've got first-class support for Python and JavaScript applications in the box now in a .NET product that shipped. Really cool stuff to start to see that grow, and now we got Agent Framework coming online. Phenomenal things that are going to make everybody more productive.
Yeah, good to see stuff from all of the platform stuff.
Yes.
Windows, .NET MAUI, and AI sprinkled over to make us more productive every day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's get into
Let's
this.
get into this.
So let's bring up Sam's laptop here. We'll introduce our guests here in a second. We want to introduce the concept of what's going on, and then we'll introduce our guests that are helping out today. So if we can go to Sam's laptop. There we go. It's the .NET Bot Baking Challenge. So for you out there, we have a QR code that we're going to show you so that you can sign up for your chance to win some prizes from our sponsors. There's a bit.ly there. You can also go to the front page of .NET Conf, click through to a form from our sponsors, and sign up for your chance to win one of 13 epic prizes that we're going to be giving away as part of this event. All right. Now, let's explain what's going to be happening here for, actually, why don't we introduce our guests, and then we'll explain to them what's happening here.
It's an all-star lineup.
It is. We brought on our friends from the Aspire team to join us. There we go, right over here. So we've got Sarah and Maddy over there, and our friends Damian and David Fowler joining us. How you doing, friends?
What's up?
Good.
Fantastic.
So,
So which one's what team?
There's two names for the teams.
Let's go back.
So we have Team Glazed and Confused on the right, and on the left we have Team Rolling Scones.
Wow.
So yes, it's going to be quite the experience here.
It's a scone. I accept scone.
Okay. I'll take it. So for the next 45 minutes, they've got a challenge that they're going to be facing. And if we go back over to Sam's laptop, we're going to introduce that challenge to them right now.
Ready?
Yeah. No. Hang on. We need to get Sam's laptop on the display here. There we go. So we have two teams. They have 45 minutes to create two sculptures. Two. There it is. .NET Bot inspired creations, and we asked Copilot to help us determine what to make. And first we asked, let's make a .NET robot that's a secret agent.
Oh no.
Oh,
and
Lord.
it generated this idea for you.
That.
And
Oh, I don't
what
know
if I
about
and the
this.
.NET Bot had a child?
Is your family okay with this?
Cut the feed now.
And this was the idea. Of course, it's a .NET hat and a lovely Blazor. So this is what we're challenging you to get started and make.
I'm sorry, we're making what now?
We're making the .NET Bot as a secret agent.
Okay.
Wait, do they get to choose which one?
No, they're doing both.
We're both doing
I
both?
have to ration the Rice Krispies?
so confused.
I need all of this for Jeff's head.
I think we have to use all
I
of
thought it was
this
just
to
for the
make it
hat.
on the platter.
So yes, look at all that.
Three-dimensional or
So
two-dimensional?
they have a fine selection of sweet treats that they can assemble their sculpture with.
Question.
Yes.
Are you expecting height in this construction, or
No.
this can be like a 2D, like top-down
It is
diorama?
up to you how you wish to fulfill the challenge.
Use
That's
your
going to be your
creativity.
downfall.
And
right
at the end, of course, we're going to go to you out there in the chat room to get your opinion of who our winners are. All right? So they're not actually baking. I see some questions there. They're not actually baking. We have all the things prepared, all the sweet treats and goodies, they're going to be assembling them to make these 2 sculptures. And yes, our friends on the left here,
The Rolling Scones.
the Rolling Scones, they're wearing gloves for their protection. So.
How much time do we
We're
have?
just wasting
We have 40 minutes.
40 minutes. I think we should spend 35 minutes planning and then 5 minutes in execution at the end.
And that's how a product manager works. All right. So while they get started, we've got some things we need to talk about. Yes,
So
you
you're
can
gonna give us a
start.
countdown?
Go.
Give us a countdown.
Go.
Where's the
A
picture?
countdown.
We need a picture.
Give me a 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
All right, fine.
3, 2, go.
All right.
All right.
So we'll use this
So
as our base.
we'll check in with them
Yes.
throughout
Let's
the
start
rest
with
of our
the
code
demo.
party here. We've got
So do we-
some things to
do
talk
we
about
wanna
from the rest of
divide and
our
conquer? Do we want them
sponsors
both? We can make
along the
it
way
happen.
here.
Do we want to
Make
make
sure you
one
check
or
out
both?
that
Okay.
link for the code party
So we're
on
gonna
the
like
.NET
one
Conf
at a time.
website.
One at a time.
Or you can follow up with that link that we shared just a little bit earlier. There was a QR code there on screen.
We can go back.
Yeah, if we can go back over to Sam's laptop, we're going to show our first. We'll talk about our first sponsor here.
All right. Hold on. And go.
So our first sponsor, our friends from the .NET Foundation, are going to be sharing and giving away a $500 Amazon gift card to somebody at random who submitted our forms out there in the on the .NET Conf website.
Yeah, and we have some wonderful folks running the .NET Foundation. It's the place and home for all things .NET open source.
Yes,
Let's make
absolutely.
good things happen. So thank you, .NET Foundation.
Yeah, really appreciate working with the foundation, supporting all those great projects that are out there. So we're going to go to our friend Dee Dee, and we've got a first drawing here.
It's actually difficult for us to not laugh because we can see what's
We
going
can
on.
see what's going on over here, and we will cut back to them in just a little bit. So I think Maddy's the only veteran here who's done this
It was
previously.
last year,
Yes.
exactly.
So. So let's see.
coming in
we see some folks on YouTube. Stringy says, "Lovely hearing talking and laughing in the background. Not distracting at all. No, not at all."
Can you bring up the thing on the screen again?
Oh, okay. We have a request to see the reference image again.
The kid is like, we're not going to get the kid, but at least the bot.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's your reference.
Oh, he's going to be tough.
No, that's not the shape of my head.
I think so.
No, not at all.
I think it's perfect.
So.
All
I
right.
feel they may want to keep looking at this.
Sorry.
They
It takes a
might.
moment.
All right, we're getting our first winner for a $500 Amazon gift card from the friends at the .NET Foundation.
And this is Didi, by the way, our good friend.
Just off. All right.
And the first winner for the $500 Amazon gift card from .NET Foundation is, drum rolls, Renee Laviolette, if I'm saying your name right, hopefully. Congratulations, Renee.
All right, congratulations. We'll be in touch with you to exchange information and make sure that you get a chance to claim that gift card. So we saw and we learned a lot today about all kinds of things. I got to tell you, I was so impressed with the WinForm session there at the end with Merrie and Klaus, and they built
vibe coded
a PowerPoint app with WinForms.
Yeah.
With the animated headers, title bar, and things. That was so cool to see.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's our friend Renee on YouTube. Congratulations. I see Renee in chat. Thank you so much for participating as part of our event. Bickering is in full flow, says Jay over on YouTube. Yes.
Surprise. Like, this is the code party.
This is the code party. So this is not the scavenger hunt. This is a straight giveaway of 13 epic prizes from some of our sponsors.
And actually, even beyond the prizes,
Yes.
people can still participate and keep on winning. There's
Yes.
the decoder challenge and a few more things going on.
That's right. So there's the decoder challenge is available on the website. Go over to .netconf.net, browse down a little bit, and there's a purple area. Click into the decoder challenge there, and you'll learn more about visiting some of these sponsors and collecting clues in a little scavenger hunt. Make that phrase that pays, right? And we'll have a drawing on Thursday for winners of that.
Yeah. Actually, let's talk about .NET Conf. Like, this is day one.
Yes.
This is all the big news from
Yes.
the product teams.
Mhm.
Today was all .NET and Visual Studio.
Yes.
Lots of AI across all the platforms, lots of updates. What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow, day 2, is the day where we talk about Azure things and other Microsoft products that you can use with .NET. So we're going to see a bit from our friend Scott Hunter to get started during the day, teeing things off, talking about Azure Dev experiences. We're going to hear from our friends on the Aspire team, who are going to show you some of the cool things that you can do. The Aspire Ninja?
Aspire Mentions?
Aspire Mention,
Yeah.
that's right. So we're gonna hear from them, and we've got some other folks from around the organization that you're gonna hear from. And of course, day 3.
It's all community.
I love some of the content on Community Day. We've got a session where we're gonna show you coding with .NET on a Commodore 64. That's
Jeez.
so cool, right?
And-
There's game development content. There's all kinds of great stuff.
And we go 12 hours straight.
Yes.
Yeah. 12
So-
hours straight content from, .NET passionate people all over the world.
Yep, that's right. So, and then day 4, on Friday, we've got Education Day for folks that are early in career to get things started and learn a little bit more about getting involved in .NET.
Yeah. Can I
So-
put you in a spot?
Sure, go ahead.
Name 3 of your favorite things today from what you saw.
I got to start with Aspire 13. I
Yeah.
love seeing first-class support for Python in the box. The team did some tremendous work to make that happen and to make it so easy to use. It's phenomenal.
Because we are welcoming not just .NET, but everybody else in the mix.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got some great things happening with Agent Framework. I loved learning about that and the things that we're going to be able to do there. Some of the things Jeremy Likness showed us. And then we've got the things that happened right there at the end of the day with WinForms. I gotta show the love to WinForms.
Yeah.
So-
Here's my top one. And yeah, you got the big ones covered, but
Or you could just
AI
eat it all.
is
Yes.
great, but it needs context.
Yes.
And MCP is so wonderful.
It is.
Because it helps you standardize across multiple AI models and agents talking to each other. You bring the context.
Yes.
Right? It's not just about consuming. You have a SQL server under your table. Bring that context over. It's so easy to build MCPs, and I loved how you can authenticate and authorize people with an MCP. So whatever is your enterprise context, you get to bring that to the AI agents.
Yeah.
So you get to be
Yeah.
more productive.
This is pretty structural.
Can we, I'm going to look at this, I'm going to do a little direction from here. Can we bring up a camera on our contestants on the other side and show a little bit of what's going on there? There we go. Yes. They're having fun. They're, oh.
Like mold it around. Like
Okay.
mold it around.
Are those potato chips you're using as lips? Okay. Wow. And a hat. Okay, good. I've got my Xbox hat on today. Fantastic. How are we doing over there with David and Damian?
It's
Rolling skulls.
It's a mech warrior. Okay.
work in progress.
We got it. We just need more engineering.
There we go. That works.
And we'll queue up and get ready for our next sponsor here. Yep. And Dee Dee's got that drawing already done.
All
So
right.
who's our next sponsor we're going to talk about as our contestants continue rolling there?
All right.
ABP. So the folks at ABP, they make templates for getting you started, ASP.NET boilerplate templates to help you build your applications. And they've got a team license, huh?
Yeah. And the winner is, drum rolls, and thank you, Didi, for pulling up these winners.
Yes.
Patrick Flahan.
Yeah, Patrick.
Congratulations, Patrick.
You get a license from our friends at ABP to use all their cool templates, boilerplate stuff that's going to help you build applications faster.
Yeah.
Really good stuff
And
there.
devs could always use a good starting point for your apps.
Totally. Yep. Right. We saw there's cool new templates for Aspire. We saw some template updates for Blazor. We saw Passkey being introduced as well.
big. That
That's
was
a
really nice.
big update. I'm becoming more a fan of using Passkey
Yeah.
with my applications. Really enjoying that. So let me see, how are we doing out there chat room? I see some of our friends in Sweden are tuned in.
That's going to be late.
It is
Very
late.
But
You
we
know
got
what?
passionate people.
Let's go to this question from our friend Jay on YouTube. We have a question for the Aspire team.
Sure.
Can we go to this question?
Sure. Let us.
So our friend Jay here, where'd it go? I just had it. Oh my gosh, it ran away on me. Our question from Jay is, why is it Aspire 13?
Oh, shall I tell the story?
There was a movie on Friday. No kidding.
Yeah.
Shall I tell the story?
Yeah.
So
The real story?
The real story, kind of. The real story is kind of fun. So we were in a room, and we had people from the Aspire, remote Aspire people from the team visiting. So we were all in a room together, and we were talking about the next version. You good? And as part of this rebranding, where we were trying to widen the appeal of Aspire, we've already had some existing kind of feedback that Aspire 9, our .NET community were confused about whether it still supported .NET 8, which it does, and Aspire 13 supports .NET 8, .NET 9, and .NET 10. And so we thought, let's separate the versions. Like, we need to unhinge ourselves from .NET. So we're like, okay, it can't be 10 because the next one of .NET is going to be 10, so we can't use 10.
So 7, 8, 9.
So then we were like, okay, well, it can't be 11. 11? Well, there's Windows 11. That's a little bit too close as well. So then we got to 12, and then we were like, well, 13's right there after 12. And 13 is traditionally avoided as a version number by a lot of products. At Microsoft, there was famously not an Office 13, there was no Visual Studio 13.
Yeah.
And we were like, you know what? We don't care about that. We want 13. We want to be the ones who use 13. And then someone, I think, identified that it was Prime.
Yes.
And then we were like, this is cool. We could do a Prime number, and then maybe the version after that is 17. Who knows? So the only rule is that it has to be a higher number than the one before it.
Yeah.
And so that's how we landed on 13, literally. And then someone asked us what the strategy was, what our versioning strategy, and my answer was simply whimsy.
Yes.
That is our
Ah, nice.
And now
we can make it
will
work.
probably be the only
can make
time
it
we
work.
actually tell that full story, just for the record.
Yeah, I'm
Because
never going to say all
usually
that again.
When people ask us online, we just say, because it's higher than 9.
Well, Maddy said, can
Yeah.
we make it 1? And
Okay.
and we all went, can we?
In an alternate universe, we could make it 1 safely, but not in this universe.
Right.
That's what we
If it was
decided.
Flash and we had an alternate universe, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the story. Dude. The story of 13.
Size is perfect.
Very cool. Wrong way. Yeah, we did that one. We did that one. Next one. There we go. All right, so we need to start moving some of these sponsor slides here. Let's move along here.
My screen, please.
Yeah, if we can bring up Sam's screen. Okay. We're going to be giving away next from Code Magazine. The folks at Code Magazine, of course, it's a developer magazine with lots of great content that some folks from Microsoft help write, some MVPs help write. You're going to get a free training class, a $1,200 value training class. And our winner for this one is...
And the winner is Brito Jailson.
it's the other way.
Congratulations.
Jailson
Jailson Brito.
There you go.
My bad, but congratulations, Jailson.
You just won a training class from the folks at Code Magazine.
Join these two together.
So, all right. We need to, before we go to our next giveaway, can we go full screen to our friends over there on the other side and let's check in on some progress on what we've got over there. Yes. So there is so much going on. I can see we've got a full 3D model happening that Damian has going there. And okay.
Look at that hat.
An ice cream cone hat. I like where they're going. All right. All right, we're getting there. So it's going to be...
I do feel it's a bit of a conspiracy that you asked Damian that question, and he had to take 2 minutes to answer why Aspire 13.
I didn't ask him. I said the Aspire team. It could have been any one of our friends. Gosh. So, all right, now let's take a look at what Maddy and Sarah have started.
He's doing the splits.
Did you kill it?
Oh, no.
He's dancing. It's all right.
All right, let's take a look at what Maddy and Sarah... There we go. Wait, what's with the ears?
Different proportions altogether.
What's with the ears?
Poor baby Jeff.
Oh my goodness.
Big cute baby ears.
Okay.
Hat. It's not structurally sound. Yeah.
No.
So we're
That's
still
baby
working on
Jeff.
that.
Risky.
I know.
Okay.
It's Xbox.
Nice.
We still need to give him a tie, but we have the
Like,
full.
I feel like the baby needs to be held very
full
carefully.
bust is going
oh
on
no,
here.
it's
Don't drop the baby.
Yeah.
So how
Don't
do I
drop
make
the
this
baby.
stay, do you think?
All right.
Let's see. We have
We're
smaller.
moving along very well over there. It's so exciting to
Look at
see them
working
go
hard,
through this.
yeah.
It really is.
And
All right.
Baby Steve gets born.
Baby Steve gets born?
Baby
Oh no.
Jack.
No, we want stability. So you want to
So-
getting wider device if possible.
And David's struggling a little bit there. So okay. We're gonna pause. We're gonna cut away from them for a little bit. We're gonna come back in about 10-15 minutes to do another progress check with them. We've got let's talk about another one of our sponsors here.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about the folks from Code Factory.
My screen, please.
Yeah. And they have a $500 Amazon gift card to give away. So many good things to hear from the folks at Code Factory. They let you make templates to generate code and work with that and maintain it and really scaffold an application faster. It's a very cool product that they've got there. Who's our winner of a $500 Amazon gift card?
And the lucky winner is Steve Davison.
Yeah.
Steve,
Congratulations, Steve. There you go.
Good for you.
And the interaction from these sponsors, they've done such a great job for us promoting and letting folks know all about the great stuff that's going on here at .NET Conf. They're helping out with prizes here with this, promoting, getting information out there, and they're great members of our technical community with products and tools and things that are going to help you.
Yeah.
Wait,
I'm
did
also
we get-
amazed at our audience. Like, we have audience from all around the world. and
Yes.
It's been a long day by
It
any
has been.
stretch. And, you know, people in Europe, it's late in the night for you. You're still hanging out with us, so thank you.
I recognize some friends in Finland and Sweden. Do we have anybody in Australia or Eastern Asia or even Western Asia tuned in? Let us know there in the chat room. We want to talk to you. We want to hear from you. It's only 1:30 in the morning for Covamelia on Twitch. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for staying up with us.
Yeah, and Asia is probably just waking up, so, you know, tune in.
Waking up, getting engaged. Love it. It's so good. So we've got more sessions coming up tomorrow. We're going to hear from our friend Scott Hunter talking about getting things running, building cool next generation stuff on Azure.
Yeah, because all of your .NET apps need to live somewhere.
Yeah, they do. Azure's a great place for them. Of course, you've got Aspire tools that are going to help you deploy out to Azure really well. But those Aspire tools also work on they work on other folks' clouds.
Yeah.
They also work locally in your data center. I'm actually setting up. Don't let them hear about this on the other side of the room. I'm building with Aspire and deploying to my local Synology system in my home. Really cool stuff.
You're not tied down. This is more than .NET.
Absolutely. Matthew's watching from Cape Town. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, wow. What time?
What time is it for you, Matthew, out there? Code Fry Dev is in India. Terrific. Thank you so much. 3 a.m. in Egypt. Ahmed is tuned in.
And
awesome.
1:30 a.m. in Manchester, UK. There you go.
All right. Let's take a look at another one of our sponsors and set up for another giveaway here. Oh, our friends from Dev Express.
Of course.
Oh my gosh, they make great controls. They make Code Rush too.
Yeah. And please, devs, let's not reinvent the UI wheel. It's not worth it. Let the professionals do it.
Yeah, there's lots of great companies building components. Code Rush, our friend Mark Miller is always building cool new features on his Twitch channel for Code Rush live. You can tune in and watch him. Check out his Twitch channel. It's called Code Rushed.
Yeah, and the $500 Amazon gift card from DevExpress goes to, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name, Don Farns.
Congratulations, Don. Yeah, you're going to get a $500 Amazon gift card from our friends at DevExpress. So taking a look around here, I see Rick Dev is watching from Japan on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. You know what? I see Ultra Wide Monitor here watching on Twitch. I really enjoy some of our friends' screen names here. Let's go to this question. It's another good question for our friends on the Aspire team while they're helping out over there. Ultra Wide Monitor asks, I can see Aspire 13 can generate now Kubernetes Helm charts with the publish command. Does it mean it can also deploy everything to Kubernetes instead of Docker when debugging?
Good question. Thank you for distracting Fowler for me.
Absolutely.
They can't yet. So we support publishing compose files, Kubernetes manifest, bicep, and it's pluggable, so you can plug in your own thing.
Okay.
Our support for Kubernetes doesn't yet do deployment. It will in like 1.5 more versions.
Okay.
So we're almost there, and we're heading there, but we aren't there yet.
Fantastic.
Super soon.
It's on the radar. It's being worked on.
Yes.
Phenomenal. So there you go. Thanks so much for the question, ultra wide monitor, and thank you, David, for helping us out.
We need a retro picture. Could we have a quick picture one more time, Sam?
No. Oh. Sorry.
We do know that.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring up my screen one more time.
So we'll give them a reference look again there.
Okay. Oh, here we go, guys. What did you do?
So I have a question. Why do you think both the teams started with your head and not the other bot?
Because I think the hat is a little bit easier shaped to work with.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm noticing both sculptures need a necktie.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
That's a thing.
Very different approaches to the hat, but they're working away.
Yeah, they are. Let me see here. Let me go to another question. This is a fine question from one of our friends, Ollie, asking.
Let's switch to Jeff's, please.
Yep, we can go to that one. Is native AOT still relevant? Didn't hear much about it today.
Whoa, yeah, absolutely. Native AOT is still relevant.
Maybe Jeff's
So,
yeah.
We started kind of our serious native AOT journey a couple versions ago.
Okay.
And I think we said at the time it wasn't all going to happen quickly. Like this is
it's a journey.
It
to your
very
point.
much is a journey.
Yeah.
So, but the things that have happened since we started, minimal APIs, has support for native AOT. The validation logic that was added in .NET 10 supports native AOT. The SignalR got added in .NET 9. The Aspire CLI is actually a .NET CLI that's native AOT published.
Yep.
Cool.
And so absolutely native AOT is still relevant. It's just, it takes time.
And we're seeing more and more packages support
Right.
native AOT.
System command
out of
line,
the
which
box.
finally shipped 2.0 today, is supports native AOT. And so it's really a journey for the whole ecosystem, not just us.
Fantastic.
So yeah, definitely still relevant.
And native AOT is big for native apps, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
You want to
Yes,
take
it
.NET and you want to run it on iOS and Android native.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's work ongoing to support native AOT for the MAUI type stuff as well. So
Awesome.
Exactly.
All right.
Couldn't have
Well,
said it better myself.
I think we need to give away another prize from another one of our sponsors. This is Dev Prime. And they have a Team Enterprise annual subscription. 10 developers, holy crow. So you're going to get your whole project team running with Dev Prime.
It's a lot.
All right.
And the winner is Sagar Acharya. Congratulations, Sagar. Yeah.
That's awesome. Big thanks to the folks at Dev Prime for their support of the Code Party. And I think we have a bunch more that we need to run through here. Maybe Didi, can we go to another one real quick?
Yep. Just let me get this one. That was Dev Prime, right?
Yes, that was Dev
Let
Prime.
me just make sure I get it on the right line, and then I got another one for you.
And our good friend Didi is running between the two tables.
Yeah.
Trying to give away all the prizes.
Yeah, she's got her
Good for her.
running shoes on here. There's a comment here, and we don't need to go to my screen, but there's a comment here. Is rapid application development a thing outside of vibe coding? I think it still is. Yeah. But vibe coding definitely makes rapid application development a heck of a lot easier, and prototyping for that matter.
All right,
So-
shall we go on to the next thing?
Yeah, let's go to our next sponsor. We're going to talk about Dome Train.
Train.
Oh my goodness. So great training materials, online videos. Our friend Nick Chapsis runs Dome Train.
So many folks from the .NET community making courses on Dome Train.
Yes.
Yeah.
So $600 annual subscription. Big thanks to Nick and the team at Dome Train. Who's our big winner?
And the lucky winner is Riddhi Shah. Congratulations, Riddhi. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool stuff. And thanks to Dome Train. We've got just a few minutes before our next check-in with our teams over there. I think Damian's got, I don't want to cut the camera to them yet, but I think Damian's got the one done and David's working on the second.
Oh, they're like splitting up. Like true multitasking.
Multitasking here. So async and await happening there. We'll see how that turns out.
oh, this can be a long conversation. Multitasking versus multi-process, and is it really multi-threading, or is it multi-process task management?
Dude, it's been a long day. I can't think that. I can't think that hard. Oh my goodness. All right.
All right.
One more sponsor here we'll go to. So let's go back to Sam's. There we go. .Connect is giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. Big thanks to our friends at .Connect. Oh my goodness. Okay. Good luck to you.
The lucky winner is Yan Nuang So. If I'm saying your name correct, hopefully. Congratulations, Yan.
Yeah.
And you all, like the winners, you will hear from us. You'll email
Yep.
me.
You'll hear from the .NET Conf team. They'll get you in touch with the sponsor, and we'll make sure that you get your $500 gift card in this case.
Yeah.
All right. So, and if you don't win here today, of course, remember, go to .NETconf.net. Go to the website. You're going to find a couple links there where you can enter a giveaway for one of, how many swag bags?
25.
25, one of 25 swag bags. Thank you so much. And we've also got our Secret Decoder Challenge that you can go through, and you might win one of several prizes that we're giving away on that one as well. There we go. Thank you so much for going to that slide. Man, our directing team is doing a phenomenal job over there. Thank you so much. So check that out. You can enter there to win a swag bag worth $5,000 from these sponsors.
Ready for the next one?
All right, let's go back over to Sam's laptop, and we'll go to our next sponsor. Oh my gosh, I know these folks.
Aww.
Growth Acceleration Partners. They're going to help you modernize your applications. So if you've got stuff that's running in not just .NET Framework, but VB6, Power Builder. I'm waiting for David and Damian's ears to perk up when I said Power Builder apps. They help you migrate from Power Builder to Blazor and .NET 10. Yeah, they're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card.
And
Who's
the
our winner?
winner is Gavin McGibbon.
Oh, Gavin.
Gavin,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You just won.
Yeah. I love these guys because you have to modernize. You have to get your apps to the latest and greatest .NETs, and benefit from all of the performance and all of the cool things .NET has.
Performance, security, the AI integration that you're going to get, and be able to work with Aspire. There's some really great features that you get when you modernize to the latest versions, and Growth Acceleration Partners is a great firm that's going to help you with some of their tools get modern.
I will say, one of my favorite comments was from this morning, where somebody said, you think you know computers and you know your programming until you come to .NET Conf and you see Steve and Toub talk about .NET performance.
Yeah, and Steven's blog post.
Oh, you need to take a couple of days off to read that if you're nerdy, but that's amazing stuff.
Yep. Let's go to one more sponsor giveaway, and then we'll cut back and check in on our contestants over there. Nostis, they do great tools to help you with document management, building, managing documents. Their document studio, they're going to give away a license.
Yeah,
all right.
So important for enterprise workflows.
Yes.
Everybody deals with documents. And the lucky winner is Humberto Martinez.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Humberto.
Congratulations, Humberto.
Yeah, and you will hear from us over email, so congratulations.
All right. Now, we need to check in with our contestants and see how we're doing over there. Now, I want to look over here because that's the way it looks on camera, but they're across the studio from us. There's, okay, I see Sarah. Okay, let's start with Damian and David.
Scones.
Team Scones here. Rolling Scones. Okay, it's got a beard.
This is Jeff.
This is me. Okay,
Why is
we're
your
getting some.
head like heart-shaped?
I started out with the heart. I was feeling love.
Because Jeff's all hot.
And then I made it Jeff.
Oh,
And I got to change it. I got to put a hat on. I need Jeff's hat.
And a hat. Yes.
I need the peak too. The peak is going to be the Pringle.
It's going to be a Pringle. Okay.
That's a good idea.
Now, dad hats are curved the other way. Right? You had the Pringle upside down.
You're making it hard, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Requirements.
I'm going to give you more hair.
And what's Damian up to? Can we see that?
Damian is trying to keep it stable.
Trying to just keep it alive, basically.
Now wait, you've actually got sunglasses on this one.
We do. This is the spy.
It's the end of
Nice.
Yeah, and he's got his spy hat, and he's got a suit. Like
Okay.
a spy would
All
wear.
right.
Good progress.
We're making progress.
We're
Chat
making
room, I
progress.
need you keeping tabs on this, all
How
right?
much gray hair do you have, Jeff?
There's not
Oh,
enough ice in
man.
the world.
Yeah, he was a baby.
He was.
A baby with gray hair.
A baby with gray hair.
Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Fritz Button.
Oh, jeez.
All
All right.
Can we see the other team?
So let's
No,
take a look
you
at.
can't.
No.
Oh, okay. So they've got one sculpture done. They're
Jeff is done. His
Okay.
nose is now a stick. And now
And-
we're working on the bot, but he's a little top heavy.
a little top heavy.
We wanted to
Okay.
make sure the head was bigger than theirs, so we let our pride get in the way, I think, a little bit, but
We're getting there.
we're getting
You
there.
have a
We
very
also wanted
big
to be
head
able
for
to
a
use.
baby.
We wanted to be able to use York
I-
peppermint patty as his eyes.
Friends, I've been trying to lose weight, and this is what we see. Oh my goodness! All right, let's come back from them. We have a question from somebody on chat that I want to go to over here on my machine, and this is a fantastic comment and question here about asking about Aspire auto-configuring Azure secrets and app configs. I think that's terrific that we have that baked in, and what it does is it starts to make things secure by default. We're introducing good secure practices for managing your configuration, bringing in Key Vault, secret management, your configuration, and deploying it in ways that are going to hopefully protect you from the start. And you're actually going to have to break through and do something that's insecure on your own. So we want to make sure that we set you on the right foot to get started.
Safety
really
by
great
default.
stuff.
Like, don't check in your keys.
No, don't check in your keys. Even GitHub will flag you if you're checking in your keys.
Yeah.
So we need to go to our next sponsor.
All right, let's do it.
All right, Meshius, a component vendor. They make some great stuff. Spread.net is one of their products. Great spreadsheet emulation software.
I want to say they just want to be called Mesh, but I might be wrong.
No. Meshius is
Okay,
it.
Meshius is it.
So a $500 gift card. Who's our winner?
The lucky winner for the $500 Amazon gift card from Meshius goes to Colin Williams. Congratulations, Colin.
Congratulations, Colin. So here we go. Our friend Guy Incognito on YouTube is saying that the losing team has to eat the winner's creation. I don't think we're going to go there.
Oh, wow.
I don't think we're going there. That's not a thing.
Very evil.
That's rough. All right. How many more sponsor slides do we have to go through here? I think
I'll be there in a sec.
We've got a few. How many more do we have, Dee?
We should have.
We had 13. I think we have
Total.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more.
Five more. Let's go to another one. I'm trying to balance
And
with our
hang
time
on,
that we have here.
I'm getting
Our
it.
friends Packet Publishing. So they publish books, material to help you learn. And this is a $50 best-selling book of .NET and a $200 annual subscription. That's a pretty good collection.
Yeah. And
So-
look at Didi just running around and always having a winner ready and picked for us. The winner is Eli Allen, or Ellie Allen. Congratulations, Ellie.
Congratulations. And you won that $50 book and the $200 packet subscription. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah.
Really, I like seeing folks that are producing, making educational materials, and making them very accessible to developers and folks that want to get started.
And this is important because, as much as we love .NET, like you and me have been doing this for a while.
Yes.
For somebody new coming in, it might be a little bit overwhelming, so it always helps to have a variety of types of content from where we can learn, because we don't learn the same way.
No.
Maybe one
No.
of us wants to do videos, one of us wants to do books. So
Yes.
it's a matter of choice.
We heard from our friends on the .NET MCP team and the agent framework folks. They've got all kinds of materials if you want to learn from sample code, if you want to learn from tutorials, if you want to learn from training videos, they've got you covered.
All
We've
right.
got another sponsor to give away.
Let's go to my screen.
There we go. And our next sponsor, Particular
Ah,
Software
wonderful.
and Service Bus, right?
Yeah.
So you want to do enterprise development with a service bus, they've got you covered. And an advanced distributed systems design course, their trainers are amazing. Really great folks over there at Particular Software.
Yep.
Who's our winner?
All right, and the lucky winner is Deepak Rana. So
Deepak, congratulations.
Deepak.
So I really like the stuff that Particular Software has done. And Service Bus is an invaluable tool for enterprise organizations and enterprise software.
Yeah.
So great stuff over there. I'll
be there in a sec.
All right. Yeah. Eli used the QR code at the beginning of the party and got a chance to win. Nailed it, right? Right?
He's just gonna be
They are still going. Oh, we think we're done over here on
Shall we cut over
Team
to
Rolling
the teams?
Scots? Not yet. Take a peek. Okay. You can paint. You do have frosting, purple frosting there to help out. And we're getting some purple frosting in use on the right here. All right.
They're sharing a hat for some reason.
Sharing hats. All right. Let's go to let's come back over to Sam's PC here. Let's give away another prize.
Yeah.
Progress Software. Sarah's
Sarah
helping us out here today from Progress. They make great controls. They make Sitefinity.
Yeah. Lots of different things. CMS, development tools, you name it.
Absolutely.
So
a $500 gift card.
Amazon gift card from Progress goes to Chad Carter.
Chad, congratulations.
Congratulations.
On the Amazon gift card. I got to go to a question here from Andrico on Twitch. Let me go to this question. It's a great question that I think Maddy can help us out with here. Our question is, will the Aspire Dark Side of the Moon t-shirt ever be available for purchase? Now, it's not the dark side of the moon. I like to think it's the bright side of the cloud. Right?
Wow.
I know, it's a stretch.
That's pretty good, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
It is on bonfire.com/aspire-side-of-the-moon.
There should only be one, because you're right.
Like double checking, getting that confirmation.
But it is a shirt that's through Bonfire, which means that any proceeds from it go donated. And in this case, we chose the Scratch Foundation, which is what makes like the drag and drop software. Boston-based, of course, MIT project. There's a new Aspire shirt debuting this week.
Yeah.
That you will see tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
That is also on Bonfire.
So make sure you tune in
There you
tomorrow
go.
to
Pop
see
those
the new.
feedback down.
And we'll get that link and make sure that we share it out so that folks can get their hands on that shirt.
Now,
go ahead.
Before we go to the next one, did you see Maddy was actually holding the bot up, not the baby, like just almost cuddling the bot.
My hands are purple.
There's so much frosting, and you got to get it covered. Absolutely.
I do not love the bot.
Yeah, the bot is super cuddly.
All right.
All right.
Who's our next sponsor? We're going to be giving away Cab. Okay.
Jimmy Angstrom's company.
So our friend Jimmy Angstrom with Cab is sponsoring a $500 Amazon gift card.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, we love the Angstroms. And the lucky winner is Gar4. Congratulations, Gar.
Yeah, all right. That's a fantastic gift from the folks at Cab. Really appreciate that. I'm seeing some comments here. Folks love Scratch. They love being able to support them by getting their hands on that Bonfire hosted t-shirt. So it's morning in Indonesia, and folks are enjoying tuning in to check out. On Twitch, Code with Sean just shared the link for the Aspire Side of the Moon t-shirt there. There you go.
Did you say Sean did?
Yes.
Code with Sean?
Code with Sean.
Code with Sean.
So he's watching. We've got just a few minutes left here. We need to make sure we get through the last few sponsors.
I think
was that it? Was that our last
That
one?
was the last, yeah.
So big thanks to all of our sponsors out there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at this list. Like, look at the amount of love there is in the .NET ecosystem.
It's a tremendous number of companies, organizations that want to see you succeed out there in the chat room that are watching. They're doing great things to help us here, to support .NET education, to support the launch of .NET 10, Visual Studio 2026, and all the great stuff that you can learn and use with their products.
Yep.
So
I think it's also good to remind people that it's a lot to take in a single day.
It is.
Right? And everything is recorded for you.
Yes.
So, consume at your own pace. Like, after I go back home from .NET Conf, like the next week, I just, take my time to just go back and watch those sessions that I missed.
Bookmark a couple things. I saw there's a group out there that created a MCP. No, it was a website that was powered by an AI that will help you search through and prioritize content from this event to watch.
They're like, yeah, we're done.
That's cool stuff.
And there are .NET Conf watch parties hosted by the community.
That's right. There are local watch parties happening all over the world. If you go and attend them, you might get some swag attending some of those sessions. Some cool swag designed for .NET Conf 2025. I think we're nearing the end here. I think we're almost ready to check back in with our two teams and see how we finished up here. I'm a little scared with what Damian's got happening there because there's more chips in use over here.
Yeah, let's talk about this one last time before we maybe go back.
So can we come back to the slide here? There we go.
I think for voting,
so our swag bag.
1, 2. We forgot to set up voting, so 1, 2.
Okay, so we'll do the voting in just a second.
They should all have a bag.
So we have a swag bag available worth $5,000. Make sure you check out the QR code
There are
there.
25 of these swag bags. So
Yes.
that's a lot of good stuff.
Yep.
From all of our sponsors. So there's a QR code up there. Scan, enter to win.
Absolutely.
Simple as that.
All right.
Now,
we need to wrap up.
I feel like
We need to check in with our two teams here. Are we ready? Are we ready to demonstrate and show what you have over there? No? No?
But it is time.
Well, Sarah's plating.
Sarah's plating. How are we doing, Damian? I see his.
I'm out of commission.
You're
right upside down.
This is extracurricular stuff now. We're done.
Okay,
We've been
they're,
done.
they're in bonus time
crunch
here.
time here.
Yes.
Our Jeff is so
I see
good.
sparkles. I see, whipped cream.
Legs came through his
Sprinkles? Okay. I have a question here from Ahmed. We don't need to go to my screen. Ahmed's asking, is Visual Studio 2026 available today? Yes! Yes! That was one of our big announcements today. Check it out at visualstudio.com and you can get your copy. Download it and get it started.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Oli says it works like a charm on YouTube. Thank you so much for that support.
So fast.
Absolutely. All right, we got to check in with our teams here because we got to wrap this up. We got to get to the end here. So let's start. Can we start with? Let's start with Damian, who's holding up. And
The question is.
To your left.
So this is team one.
Yes.
Right. We're going to vote on this chat room. We need to
Where's the
vote and
camera?
see who wins.
We got to zoom in. We got to zoom into
I'm
this.
eating resources.
So, what do we think? This is a .NET secret agent.
Oh, .NET secret agent.
And me as a baby with the .NET
You look
button.
oddly like a potato.
Benjamin Button.
With Benjamin
You
Button
got the same
style.
beard.
It's a product of love.
Okay, so are they number one or
They
two
are
for the
team
vote?
one.
Team
so
one.
We are team
chat
one.
room,
Okay.
you're going to vote one in chat if you believe them. Now let's see team two,
can we
Maddy and
vote on-
Sarah's product.
Just
What do
maybe so we have
here?
a chance of winning. Can we do like 1 for 1 and
No.
vote for the other?
No,
Darn it.
it's a combination.
Judge as a
Which
whole.
team is better?
Judge
Okay,
as a
okay.
whole.
So this looks like it's supposed to be the baby with the hat.
That's Jeff.
This is
Okay.
Jeff.
Which looks really good.
This is the baby. A little baby.
All right, and can we see your .NET Bot secret agent?
Oh, that's cute.
It's.
Did you see? That's
I don't.
Maddy's hand.
Those
Oh,
don't look
no.
like
That's
glasses.
such
They
a
look like
shame.
goggles. I don't know.
I don't think they finished.
I don't think they finished.
This is the good thing about a secret agent like that is that it's incognito.
Exactly.
No one knows what it is. That's for sure.
Undercover.
Chat room, we need your help.
No
Who is it? Team one, team two. I'm
It's
watching here. I see a bunch of folks on YouTube
It's like Ghostbusters.
saying team one is our
What is this
winner.
thing?
Oh, it
Do
does
we-
look like Ghostbusters.
It does, right?
Yes, yeah.
Do we see?
It's a slammer.
I see a couple folks with some team twos. I see
Had a
more
bad
team
day.
ones coming
Yeah,
in.
Grimace
Look
too.
at my eyes, Damian.
Make sure you get a. You zoom in on team one stuff.
Can we
Team one.
pan back to team one again?
Team one
No.
finished.
Team one.
We
Yeah,
finished.
I like the
With-
secret
with
agent
time
that team
to
one
spare-
has,
With time to spare and gloves.
but I'm not sure about the baby.
Are you
But I
kidding
think
me?
the baby on team two is better.
Things
You know
are
what?
falling off the
Proud
baby.
father.
know
I
what?
think Sam. I think we can declare a winner from the
Is
chat
Jeff
room.
calling the baby ugly?
I'm calling the team one baby not the greatest.
Okay,
Cute no
so
matter what.
you're going to do the
I think we can declare a winner here.
Okay.
All right, I think the chat room has declared the winner is team one. Damian and David, congratulations! But we're all winners because, let's face it, we've had a great time here.
Rigged.
Not rigged.
Rigged.
Not at all.
I mean,
So-
Maddy actually, I just want you guys to know, she frosted that with her hands. Like,
With her
that is
hand.
how much
There's
love
no
she
doubting
put
the
into
commitment.
this.
There's no doubting the
passion.
You had
commitment.
a spatula there.
It didn't work well. It didn't work well.
Oh my
Damian is
goodness.
having an anxiety attack looking at me right now. So dirty.
Big thanks to all of our friends over there, Damian, David, Maddy and Sarah, thank you so much for being part of our code party
Such a
today.
good sport. Thank you.
And being
Thank
good
you,
sports.
Sam.
Thank you, .NET team.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
We are wrapping it up here. Remember, this is just day 1. Day 2 starts tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. All right, make sure you tune in. We've got another 8 hours of content for you tomorrow. Day 3 is going to happen. We've got 12 hours. And then on day 4, Friday, we've got more great content for you, especially those of you starting early in your career.
2 quick shout outs from me. The Secret Decoder Challenge, that's still ongoing.
Absolutely.
So you can scan that QR code and win. And a big round of kudos to our production crew here that's been working all day.
Thank you so much to them.
So thank you. Thank you.
All right. We will see you tomorrow, starting off with Scott Hunter telling us all about Azure and the Azure developer experience. All right? Have a fantastic rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
you